Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2865 to Chapter 2953. The 9 mountains were surrounded by immortal qi. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng was also very confused. He didn't know why there were 9 mountains in a storage ring like this. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the 9 mountains. After a careful search, he was immediately shocked. There were many spirit stones in the 9 mountains. The quality of these spirit stones was extremely high, surpassing any spirit stones that Lin Feng had seen before. Moreover, these spirit stones were emitting a faint immortal qi. This immortal qi was what shocked Lin Feng the most. If the spirit stones contained immortal qi, wouldn't they be immortal stones? Immortal stones referred to the extremely high-quality spirit stones from the heaven realm. Refining immortal stones had an extremely significant effect on cultivation. Lin Feng had only heard of immortal stones before, but he had never seen one before. If the spirit stones in front of him were immortal stones, their value would be unimaginable. These are not real immortal stones. They are still being nurtured. These should be 9 growing immortal veins. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Growing immortal veins? Lin Feng was shocked, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. He asked, "What's so special about these growing immortal veins?" The demon lord said, "The growing immortal veins can continuously absorb the qi of heaven and earth. This is the biggest effect. Of course, there is another effect. The spirit stones nurtured by these growing immortal veins are equivalent to half-immortal stones. Although they are not as pure as immortal stones, they are still extremely shocking. When breaking through to the Boundary Emperor realm and the Great Emperor realm, one will need to use high-grade energy. The energy contained in origin crystals can't satisfy one's needs, but the energy contained in these half-immortal stones can satisfy the body's needs." Lin Feng said in surprise, "I didn't expect these 9 immortal veins to have such an effect. Whether it's absorbing the qi of heaven and earth or helping one's cultivation breakthrough, they are all heaven-defying abilities. With these 9 immortal veins, it will save me a lot of trouble. This kind of growing immortal vein is extremely rare. Even great emperors or those who have surpassed great emperors would want to obtain this kind of immortal vein. This is because this kind of immortal vein can continuously devour fate and feed it back to its owner. At that time, you can absorb the fate from the immortal vein to strengthen yourself and your fate will become stronger and stronger." The demon lord continued. Lin Feng nodded. The 9 immortal veins were definitely priceless treasures. Dugadi Tian's luck was really strong. He even managed to collect something like the 9 immortal veins. One had to know that even Lin Feng didn't have such an immortal vein. However, no matter how strong Dugadi Tian's luck was, his soul had already dissipated. As for Dugadi Tian's treasures, they all belonged to Lin Feng. Other than the 9 immortal veins, Dugadi Tian's storage ring also contained a mountain of supreme-grade origin crystals, all kinds of immortal iron, divine stones, spiritual items, dharma treasures, natural treasures, and so on. When these things were piled up together, it was like a mountain. Dugadi Tian had collected too many treasures over the years. Lin Feng also found many dharma treasures in the storage ring. Dugadi Tian's halberd was made of ancient bronze. Although it wasn't made of bronze, it was still an extremely rare type of bronze material. Moreover, that halberd had been passed down for a long time. It was very likely that it was a treasure from the Bronze Age. No wonder it was so powerful. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to find some top-level techniques in Dugadi Tian's ring, but Dugadi Tian's ring was too small. However, he couldn't find any divine arts inheritance after searching carefully. Ordinary cultivators would remember the divine arts inheritance. Very few people would imprint the divine arts inheritance on some jade tubes or scrolls. This was because if the storage ring was stolen, it was very easy to expose the inheritance to others. Naturally, no one wanted to expose the divine arts they had grasped to others. If it was exposed, wouldn't others know their trump cards? If his enemy were to find out about this, he would die without a burial place. Dugadi Tian also didn't imprint the divine arts he had grasped. Thus, Lin Feng's idea of obtaining Dugadi Tian's divine arts inheritance fell through. However, Lin Feng wasn't a greedy person. He had already obtained enough from Dugadi Tian. Especially the 9 immortal meridians that could continuously absorb the fate of heaven and earth. It would definitely be of great use to Lin Feng's future cultivation. Lin Feng's spiritual will retreated from the storage ring. Following which, he kept the storage ring. The cursed doll was still cultivating. This fella should have obtained quite a lot of benefits. King Da Peng, King Peacock, and Daoist Fire Crow were all resting. At this moment, Lin Feng sensed an intense fluctuation coming from the ghost-raising jar. The second Ghost Emperor seemed to have completed its transformation. It had been some time since the second Ghost Emperor was born. It was the same as the first Ghost Emperor. The second Ghost Emperor also didn't submit to Lin Feng. During this period of time, the second Ghost Emperor had been cultivating in seclusion. Now, it was much stronger than before. TSK. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly. Lin Feng's voice sounded from the ghost-raising jar. The second Ghost Emperor's sinister voice sounded. Lin Feng, you can't subdue the two of us. Why don't we work together? How do we work together? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Open the ghost-raising jar and let us out. We will impart a powerful divine art to you. From then on, we will go our separate ways and not interfere with each other. You go your way, and we will cross our single-plank bridge. The second Ghost Emperor said. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. If he let these two Ghost Emperors out, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. These two Ghost Emperors weren't kind people. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't let the two Ghost Emperors leave, so he kept them imprisoned. Now that the second Ghost Emperor wanted to break free from the ghost-raising jar and regain its freedom, how could Lin Feng agree? Lin Feng sneered. Previously, my cultivation wasn't high enough to kill the two of you. But now that my cultivation is rising steadily, I don't know how many times stronger I am than before. It just so happens that I can try to kill the two of you. Since you didn't choose to be loyal to me, then only death awaits you. After saying that, Lin Feng brought out the four heavenly flames. Who? The four heavenly flames burned fiercely. The flames burned the void, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Under Lin Feng's control, the four heavenly flames flew into the ghost-raising jar and enveloped the two Ghost Emperors. Lin Feng wanted to borrow the power of the four heavenly flames to burn the two Ghost Emperors to death. Ah, my body is going to be ignited. Brat, stop it now. The two Ghost Emperors screamed in agony. The two Ghost Emperors are indeed injured. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Previously, it was difficult to refine the two Ghost Emperors to death. In addition, Lin Feng had the intention of controlling the two Ghost Emperors. Therefore, the two Ghost Emperors were still alive. But now, as time went by, the two Ghost Emperors were getting stronger and harder to control. Lin Feng did not intend to keep them alive any longer. If he kept the two Ghost Emperors alive, they would become a scourge sooner or later. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Today, I have made up my mind to kill you. I won't change my mind easily. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent as he continued to control the four heavenly flames to burn the two Ghost Emperors. The two Ghost Emperors screamed in agony as they were burned. You don't want to kill us at all because you know that we have many secrets. Therefore, you can't bear to kill us. Now, you have to consider carefully. If you kill us, those secrets will become secrets. Those secrets will no longer have anything to do with you. The first Ghost Emperor roared. He was born a long time ago, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the first Ghost Emperor had communicated with Lin Feng more than once. He knew what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng sneered and said, previously, I really wanted to know some of your secrets. But now, I don't want to know anything. I'll kill you as soon as possible so that I won't have any worries. If I keep you alive, I might be killed by you in the end. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two Ghost Emperors pulled long faces when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's voice was filled with murder. The two Ghost Emperors knew that Lin Feng really wanted to kill them and was not just trying to scare them. The two Ghost Emperors dared to go against Lin Feng previously. That was because the two Ghost Emperors were very confident in themselves. They knew that Lin Feng could not deal with them. But it was different now. In a short period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by a lot. Now, Lin Feng already possessed the battle prowess to kill two ghost emperors. The two ghost emperors knew that their fates were no longer in their own hands. The two ghost emperors didn't want to die. They had already died once and turned into vengeful spirits. They were no different from walking corpses. Living in darkness and endless pain was a fate worse than death. Now that he had finally become the ghostly emperor, his exciting life had yet to begin. His soul was about to scatter again. No matter who it was, no one would want their life to end like this. I know the location of a mysterious immortal mansion. I can tell you this secret, but you have to let me live. The first ghost emperor said. The second ghostly emperor said, I know a great secret about the undying world. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you. Lin Feng was unmoved. He said with an indifferent expression, it's useless. Since I have already decided to kill you, I will definitely not change my mind easily. The things that you have said are not enough to move me and make me let the two of you go. The two ghost emperors looked at each other, their eyes gloomy. In the end, the two ghost emperors seemed to have made a great decision. The first ghost emperor said, we are willing to swear allegiance to you, but we are only willing to swear allegiance to you for 100 years. After 100 years, you have to let us go. Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to make the ghost emperors agree to swear allegiance to him for 100 years. In this 100 years, Lin Feng had a way to make these two ghost emperors obedient. Furthermore, he also had a way to make them change from being filled with evil thoughts to being kind ghost emperors. Alright, I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Lin Feng said indifferently, now, swear an oath to swear allegiance to me for 100 years. If you dare to have a trace of disloyalty, your soul will be shattered and you will die a horrible death. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two ghost emperors did not dare to hesitate. We are willing to swear allegiance to Lin Feng for 100 years. During this period, we will definitely be loyal and devoted. If we dare to have a trace of disloyalty, our soul will be shattered and we will die a horrible death. The two ghost emperors swore an oath at the same time. Just as the two ghost emperors finished speaking, an oath rune was formed between Lin Feng and the two ghost emperors. Lin Feng could use this oath rune to sense the actions of the two ghost emperors. If these two ghost emperors had a trace of disloyalty, Lin Feng would be able to use the oath rune to destroy the two ghost emperors' soul and let them die without a burial ground. Shwa shwa, Lin Feng took out the ghost rearing jar and released the two ghost emperors. After being released by Lin Feng, the two ghost emperors knelt on the ground and paid their respects to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked the two ghost emperors to dispense with the formalities. Only then did the two ghost emperors stand up. The two ghost emperors were exceptionally strong. Lin Feng felt that their strength was equivalent to a boundary emperor who had reached the 95th step of the stone steps. At this level, they could definitely be considered as terrifying existences. Normally, the two of you will continue to stay in the ghost rearing jar. As long as there is a chance, I will find some powerful ghosts for you to refine. Of course, when I am resting, the two of you can go out and look for ghosts to refine and raise your cultivation. However, you must come back as soon as possible. I do not want to waste time waiting for the two of you. Lin Feng said. Yes, master. We will remember. The two ghost emperors said in unison. Lin Feng nodded and sent the two ghost emperors into the ghost rearing jar. Not long after, the cursed doll woke up from its cultivation. Ha 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 ha, my cultivation has recovered by a lot. This is awesome. The cursed doll shouted excitedly. The next day, Lin Feng, Great Peng Emperor, Peacock King, Fire Crow Daoist, and the cursed doll continued their journey to search for the Chaos Gate. Fire Crow Daoist divined 9 times in a row. The group went to 9 places, but they still could not find the Chaos Gate. The Chaos Gate is very special. It will not be easy to find it. Fire Crow Daoist said with a frown. Try divining again. See if there are any new clues. Great Peng Emperor said. Fire Crow Daoist nodded and began divining the location of the Chaos Gate for the 10th time. This time, the group set off in a new direction. They flew all the way. About 3 days later, the fog became thicker and thicker. There were many terrifying beings hidden in the fog. Some of the beings possessed terrifying strength. There were even great emperor-level existences. Lin Feng also saw other experts who had come to this area. They were also searching for the Chaos Gate. Only the top experts knew about the Chaos Gate. These cultivators who were searching for the Chaos Gate were basically great emperors. Wang. The fluctuations in the depths of the white fog were very intense. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the fluctuations. The fluctuations were too shocking. They could not help but wonder if the Chaos Gate had really appeared in the depths of the white fog world. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone quickly flew into the depths to check if the Chaos Gate had really appeared. Some experts continued to fly into the depths of the white fog world. Those experts were basically cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other external forces. However, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure flash past. It was a savage man. It was actually this person. He had a deep relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng learned about his lineage's ancestor, Lin Qi, from the savage man. He also learned that his lineage had been abandoned. Lin Feng had not seen the savage man for a long time. Now that he saw the savage man again, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Lin Feng wanted to chase after the savage man and catch up with him. However, the savage man was very fast. He flashed past. In addition, the fog was very thick. By the time Lin Feng rushed over, the savage man had already disappeared. He came here too. Why did he come here? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Although he had a deep relationship with the savage man, Lin Feng was not familiar with him. The savage man was filled with many secrets. Lin Feng also had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask the savage man. However, the savage man did not have much interaction with Lin Feng. Perhaps it was because he felt that Lin Feng's cultivation was not enough and that he was not qualified to know many things, so the savage man did not tell Lin Feng many things. Who is that person? His aura is extremely terrifying. The cursed doll's perception was very strong. He also saw the savage man and could not help but ask. An elder who has a deep relationship with me, Lin Feng said. The cursed doll nodded and did not say anything else. This person is very powerful. I didn't expect him to be related to you, the Great Rock King said. I know very little about him. I've only had a simple conversation with him. Lin Feng said. Are you saying that he is related to you? Is there a direct connection between you and your ancestors? Peacock King asked. He felt that this matter was not simple. Lin Feng said, yes, in the past, he was on very good terms with one of my ancestors. That ancestor even saved him. Lin Feng didn't know much about what happened back then. There were many things that he could not say with certainty, but the relationship between the savages and his bloodline should be extremely deep. Lin Feng was certain of this. Could it be your protector? Taoist Flaming Crow asked. Lin Feng's expression became uncertain. Normally, only the core disciples of some top forces would have a Tao protector. For example, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor had a powerful Tao protector. Lin Feng had never thought that he would have a Tao protector. Now that Taoist Flaming Crow mentioned this matter, Lin Feng could not help but have some thoughts. The savages had a very deep relationship with his ancestors, and the savages had appeared by his side many times. The savages had even helped him resolve a life and death crisis. In many ways, the savages were like a Tao protector. However, Lin Feng did not dare to be certain if the savages were his Tao protector. Lin Feng said, this senior's whereabouts are unpredictable. I don't know if he's my Tao protector. Taoist Flaming Crow nodded. Great Ping King said, it's good that he's a friend and not a foe. The group continued to travel deeper. 5 days later, they finally saw a huge stone door. The stone door was connected to the boundless void. Behind the stone door, there seemed to be another world that was completely different from this world. The material of the stone door was actually made from chaos stones. It emanated intense ripples that stretched between heaven and earth, as if it was eternally immortal. When he saw the stone door, Lin Feng was shocked. Such an extraordinary stone door had appeared in this place. Was this stone gate the legendary Chaos Gate? Whoosh, a cultivator flew over from afar. It was a great emperor from the extraterrestrial world. He walked towards the stone door step by step. Open! The great emperor came to the side of the stone door, wanting to push open the mysterious stone door that stretched between heaven and earth. The stone door was surrounded by dense runes. Now, those runes seemed to be awakening. Runes flew out one after another, suppressing the great emperor from the extraterrestrial world. Bam! The great emperor from the extraterrestrial world was sent flying. Barf! After receiving such a powerful blow, the great emperor from the extraterrestrial world could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. So powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. The stone door was too extraordinary. Its power was shocking. The great emperor from the extraterrestrial world had a gloomy expression as he looked coldly at the stone door in the distance. He did not continue to approach it. That was because the stone door was simply too strange. It made his heart palpitate and uneasy. If he went any closer, he might be in trouble. A few other great emperors stepped out from the void one after another. Those great emperors also saw the mysterious stone door that was suspended in the void. At the same time, they also saw the scene of the stone door entering the great emperor from the extraterrestrial world. At this moment, the stone door emitted a series of violent ripples. Behind the stone door, thousands of scenes appeared. A mysterious world appeared behind the stone door. That world was shrouded in immortal chi. That world was filled with mysterious colors. In that world, beautiful fairies danced one after another. Ancient immortals drank and chatted merrily. It was a world without worries. That was a world where immortals lived. Only immortals had the right to live there. It's really the Chaos Gate. Everyone was shocked. Now, they were almost certain that the ancient stone gate was the legendary Chaos Gate. That was because the Chaos Gate was related to immortals or Xianxia lifeforms. And now, the mysterious world that appeared behind the Chaos Gate explained too many things. That world was not as beautiful as it had been before. Not long after, that world became a ruined world. The beautiful fairy's chest was pierced and she died miserably in that world. One by one, the heads of the immortals were chopped off. In the end, they died. The once beautiful world was now in shambles. No one knew what kind of great battle had taken place to destroy such a world. What in the world happened? Everyone frowned. That was because there was a long period of time missing in the middle. Therefore, they did not see what had happened in that world, nor did they know what had caused such a tragedy. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and the primal Chaos Gate shook violently. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The Chaos Gate seemed to be opening of its own accord. Lin Feng and the cursed doll decided to leave the world of white fog. If they continued, they would only bring trouble to the Great Pink King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, Lin Feng and the cursed doll decided to leave together. After bidding farewell to the Great Pink King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist, they left. There are countless dangers behind the Chaos Gate. It's hard to tell if that place is a blessing or a danger. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. The cursed doll was right. The world behind the Chaos Gate was too dangerous. People could lose their lives at any time and any place. Moreover, not everyone could enter the world behind the Chaos Gate. It was hard to say if those great emperors could enter, and even harder to say if they could come out alive. Lin Feng and the cursed doll walked out. They left the region shrouded in white fog and arrived at the outside world. There were many opportunities in the Chaos Ancient Nation. There were opportunities waiting for them everywhere. There was no need to hang on to a tree like the Chaos Gate. I wonder where the Heavenly Demon King's son went. I really want to kill him and snatch his heavenly flame. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Now was a great opportunity to kill the Heavenly Demon King's son. If the Heavenly Demon King's son continued to grow, he would become a big problem sooner or later. Now that he could kill the Heavenly Demon King's son, it would be best if he could get rid of this big problem. If the Heavenly Demon King's son's guardian is here, seeing the Heavenly Demon King's son is equivalent to suicide, the cursed doll said. The guardian of the Heavenly Demon King's son was indeed a problem. That old golden crow was definitely a great emperor. If he stayed by the Heavenly Demon King's son's side, it would be too difficult to kill the Heavenly Demon King's son. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the cursed doll heard a piece of news. someone had discovered an ancient temple. Many people were heading towards that place. Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly headed towards the temple. Not long after, they saw the temple. The temple was located in an ancient forest. This place was originally extremely dangerous and covered in restrictions, so few people came here. However, during this period of time, the restrictions gradually dissipated. Some cultivators came to explore this place and saw the group of temples in the forest. It's not a Buddhist temple, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. Temples were distributed among the group of temples. Those temples were very special. They were all made of stone. It's rare to see a temple like this. Only during the Stone Age would temples be built with stone, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but recall that ancient era. The Stone Age was an extremely important era in this era. The creatures of the Stone Age began to grasp the ways to make all kinds of props, such as daily necessities and even the most ancient magical equipment. This era was also the era where cultivation began to flourish. In this era, some powerful creatures created stone tools. This should be the earliest magic treasure. Stone tools were very difficult to make, but once they were made, their power would be extremely terrifying. There were even fewer stone tools that had been passed down to this day. Any stone tool that could be passed down until now, even if it was the simplest one, would definitely have unimaginable power. Perhaps these are the ruins of the Stone Age, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. If that was the case, this group of temples might reveal to everyone what the living conditions of the Stone Age were like. The Stone Age was the first great era when the Xianxia life forms ruled the heavens. Billions of races began to gradually flourish. The creatures of that era had their own beliefs. The group of temples in front of them might be worshipping some ancient existences or some titled gods. Could there be something amazing left behind in such an ancient temple group, for example, some magical equipment or some inheritance? The restrictions that enveloped the group of temples still hadn't dissipated. More and more experts gathered from all over the place. The forces of the 9 continents lacked experts, so it was rare to see experts from the 9 continents. These experts were basically experts from the myriad races, foreign races, or other foreign forces. Boom, a terrifying fluctuation came from the distance. Endless devil light surged as a man stepped out of the devil light. Gongzongni, the son of the heavenly demon emperor and Gongziyu's half-brother. This person's personality was gloomy and terrifying. He was one of the top young experts of the myriad races. Moreover, he had awakened his bloodline power many times. No one knew how strong he was. This was because no one had ever been able to make Gongxingya use his full strength. Not long after Gongxingya arrived, a peerlessly beautiful woman flew over. She was a female cultivator from the fallen angel race. It's her, Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen this female cultivator before. She controlled a chaos stone and had participated in the battle for the chaos ancient bell. She was definitely a breathtaking woman. Whether it was her figure or her face, she could be called a peerless beauty in the world. Lin Feng felt that this fallen angel woman was very close to the Empress in terms of appearance. This was an extremely high evaluation. Lin Feng had seen too many peerless beauties, and the Empress was undoubtedly the #1 beauty. The arrival of the fallen angel female cultivator caused quite a commotion. The reaction was much greater than that of Gongxingya's arrival. Gongxingya was powerful, but he was a man. There were male cultivators on the same level as Gongxingya. However, female cultivators like the fallen angel female cultivator who had beauty, power, and talent were very rare. Therefore, no matter where the fallen angel female cultivator went, she would become the center of attention. This girl is not bad, Lin Feng sized up the fallen angel female cultivator. Even with his picky eyes, he could not help but be stunned when he saw this woman. What? Do you like her? If you do, it's very simple. Just carry her back and force yourself on her, the cursed doll said with a grin. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, "That's a good idea." Then, Lin Feng and the cursed doll smiled mischievously. Not long after, Underworld Child arrived. Underworld Child was very low-key. He stood in the distance and observed the group of temples. Some peak experts arrived one after another. However, many chose to hide in the dark and observe and did not show themselves. Of course, there were some who were more high-profile. For example, Song Wanluan was very flamboyant. He had the blood of the azure dragon flowing in his veins. He was very powerful. Not long after Song Wanluan arrived, holy light surged in the distance. A cultivator from the sacred god race arrived. Lin Feng recognized this person. Xingyuan Dao. This person is one of the top geniuses of the sacred god clan. His strength is incomparably terrifying. It is said that the sacred god clan has treated him as a key nurturing target. Yes, Xingyuan Dao's talent is outstanding even in the sacred god clan where geniuses are as common as clouds. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become a great emperor. The arrival of the cultivators of the sacred god clan caused quite a stir. This clan, which was ranked first among the 10,000 clans, was always the focus of countless forces. Cultivators who came from this force would also become figures that others would talk about and fawn over. The commotion caused by Xingyuan Dao's arrival was no less than the commotion caused by the arrival of the female cultivator from the Fallen Angel clan. Many people came forward to greet Xingyuan Dao. However, Xingyuan Dao's expression was indifferent and he did not even lift his eyelids. He completely ignored the cultivators who came forward to greet him. However, even with such a bad attitude, the rest of the people still had a smile on their faces. It was as if they were not angry at all. They are all a bunch of wretches. Xingyuan Dao looks down on them and they still have the cheek to greet him. They have completely disgraced their ancestors. The cursed doll curled its lips and said with disdain. Lin Feng said, Xingyuan Dao comes from the sacred god clan and is a big shot. It is enough to show their faces in front of Xingyuan Dao. Who knows, maybe Xingyuan Dao will remember them. Xingyuan Dao had an extremely bright future. Therefore, it was extremely important to be remembered by Xingyuan Dao. In the afternoon of the second day, violent fluctuations surged from the temple group. The restriction that enveloped the temple group was gradually dissipating. Everyone's spirit suddenly shook. The restriction was about to dissipate and the temple group was about to appear in front of everyone. How many secrets were hidden in such a huge temple group? Treasures? Or even inheritances? 6 hours later, the restriction that enveloped the temple group finally dissipated completely. One cultivator after another charged up into the sky to quickly make their way into the temple complex. It did not take long for them to enter the temple complex. The temple group covered a radius of nearly 100 miles. It was extremely huge. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a huge temple group. With such a huge scale, the lord that was worshipped was definitely an extraordinary figure. Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered the temple group. The temples here were extremely huge and the ordinary temples were nearly 100 meters tall. Some of the huge temples were as tall as 1,000 meters. These temples were all made of stone. Not all the temples were well preserved. Many of the temples were already in ruins. Some temples had even collapsed. Not long after, a great battle broke out in a temple. Someone found a stone artifact inside, and that stone artifact was not damaged. In order to fight for the stone tools, many cultivators rushed into the temple and started killing each other. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces were originally in an alliance, but now, they no longer cared whether they were in an alliance or not. At this moment, these cultivators only had eyes for the stone tools. A large number of cultivators were killed and blood flowed out from the temples. Lin Feng and the cursed doll did not participate in this battle. They chose a temple. The temple was 500 meters tall and covered an area of more than 10 acres. It was a medium-sized temple. Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered the temple. So many corpses. After entering the temple, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were shocked. The huge temple was filled with corpses. Below these corpses were praying mats with their palms pressed together. They seemed to be praying devoutly when they were alive, but they did not know what happened and these people suddenly died. The cursed doll flew to a corpse and touched it lightly. The corpse instantly turned into ashes. They've long decayed. A light touch and they'll be destroyed. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, if this is really a temple from the Stone Age, who knows how many millions of years have passed since then. It's normal for these corpses to decay. The two of them passed through the layers of corpses and arrived in front of the shrine. There were 3 statues on the shrine. The statue on the left was a statue of a devil. The statue on the right had an eyeball embedded in it. It was a blood-red eyeball. Of course, this eyeball was not a real eyeball. It was an eyeball made of stone. The statue in the middle was a statue with a human body and a crocodile head. The devil race is very scary. This race has been eternally exiled to an unknown spacetime and world. This temple actually worships devils. It seems like this temple is not simple. Only evil spirits would worship devils. The cursed doll said as he pointed at the statue on the left. Then, he pointed at the blood-red eyeball on the right. An eyeball can actually become a statue of a god. This is really strange. I've never encountered such a thing before. Look at the statue in the middle. It has a human body and a crocodile head. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a crocodile spirit? Lin Feng could not help but frown. The cursed doll said, a group of temples of this scale, and a group of temples from the Stone Age, can consecrate too many experts. Now that the main shrine is consecrating a crocodile monster, it is indeed unexpected. I have never heard of such a powerful crocodile monster in history. The cursed doll's origin was ancient and mysterious. He knew a lot of things and had a basic understanding of many experts in history. Now that the cursed doll was so puzzled, it was clear that the identity of this crocodile monster was very puzzling. Lin Feng said, could it be a creature from a foreign world? The cursed doll was slightly shocked and said, that's really possible. Moreover, this demon and this eyeball are extremely strange. If it's a creature from a foreign world, then it's very easy to explain. Creatures from a foreign world came to this part of the universe during the Stone Age? Lin Feng frowned. Creatures from a foreign world were too terrifying and evil. Lin Feng had originally thought that they came to this part of the universe at the end of the Xianxia realm's control over the myriad worlds, but now it seemed that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Lin Feng jumped onto the shrine and punched the demon statue. He wanted to see if there was anything hidden in the statue. Bang! The demon statue shattered. But there was nothing. Next, he punched the statue with a human body and a crocodile head. Bang! This statue also shattered, and there was nothing inside. Finally, Lin Feng plucked the blood-red eyeball from the statue. It was an object made of a special kind of stone. This blood-red eyeball was so strange that it could actively emit such a shocking energy fluctuation. This was something that Lin Feng did not expect at all. Lin Feng quickly used the 8 divine seals in an attempt to seal this blood-red eyeball. However, he failed. This blood-red eyeball could not be sealed at all. Buzz, the blood-red eyeball suddenly shook. Then, it struggled to break free from Lin Feng's right hand. Lin Feng frowned. The blood-red eyeball was really strange. Now, he did not dare to get too close to it in case something unpredictable and dangerous happened. Lin Feng retreated about 20 meters. He and the cursed doll looked at the blood-red eyeball with a serious expression. This eyeball has produced a kind of evil energy. The cursed doll could not help but say. It was very sensitive to all kinds of energy. Now that it mentioned a kind of energy that was emitted from the blood-red eyeball, its expression could not help but become a little serious. This was because it felt that this blood-red eyeball was about to undergo some unknown changes. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from the blood-red eyeball. Then, the blood-red eyeball shot out 2 terrifying beams of light. These 2 beams of light swept toward Lin Feng and the cursed doll respectively. The blood-red eyeball seemed to have its own spiritual consciousness. It seemed to want to destroy Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The attack contained in the 2 beams of light was unusually powerful and terrifying. Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly dodged the attack of the 2 beams of light. However, they realized that no matter how they dodged, they could not avoid the attack of the 2 beams of light. The 2 beams of light had completely locked onto the 2 of them. They could not avoid it. In the face of the terrifying attack of the 2 beams of light, Lin Feng and the cursed doll condensed their divine abilities. They wanted to use their divine abilities to neutralize the attack of the 2 beams of light. What surprised them was that their divine abilities were also torn apart by the 2 beams of light. The two beams of light continued to slash toward the two of them. They would not stop until they killed the two of them. This eyeball's attack power is so strong. Quickly take out the heavenly mystery pagoda. The cursed doll shouted. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly took out the heavenly profound pagoda. Wang, the heavenly profound pagoda vibrated and emitted waves of terrifying energy. The defensive monarch weapon unleashed beams of light that protected Lin Feng and the cursed doll. When the two beams of light came again, they both landed on the defensive light shield formed by the heavenly profound pagoda. The heavenly profound pagoda was indeed worthy of being called an imperial armament defensive treasure. Its defensive power was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward and arrived in front of the blood-red eyeball with the cursed doll. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at the blood-red eyeball. Bang, the powerful punch landed directly on the blood-red eyeball. The blood-red eyeball was sent flying by Lin Feng's tyrannical punch. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng's powerful punch did not manage to shatter the blood-red eyeball. The blood-red eyeball was made of stone, but it actually had such a strong defensive power. It was really inconceivable. However, after taking Lin Feng's powerful punch, the blood-red eyeball's luster dimmed significantly. Lin Feng quickly used the 8 God-sealing seals. Runes flew out and imprinted themselves on the blood-red eyeball. Lin Feng used the 8 God-sealing seals to seal the blood-red eyeball. After sealing the blood-red eyeball, Lin Feng put away the heavenly mystery pagoda. Then, he held the blood-red eyeball in his hand and played with it. From the outside, one could not see anything strange about it. The cursed doll said. Perhaps the secret is hidden inside. Think of a way to break it and see if there's anything sealed inside. Lin Feng nodded and took out the stone sword. He planned to use the stone sword to cut open the blood-red eyeball. Lin Feng placed the blood-red eyeball on the ground and gripped the stone sword tightly with both hands. Then, he slashed down fiercely. Clang, the tyrannical slash landed on the blood-red eyeball. Suddenly, a clanging sound was heard. It was unknown what material the blood-red eyeball was made of. It was so tough that it could even block the stone sword's attack. It was truly extraordinary. However, Lin Feng observed it carefully and found that the blood-red eyeball was not completely unscathed. There was a crack on the blood-red eyeball. Lin Feng guessed that the crack was caused by the stone sword. After seeing the crack, Lin Feng's spirit was lifted. He gripped the stone sword tightly. Sword after sword slashed at the blood-red eyeball. Clang! 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 Clang, 36 consecutive slashes. The blood-red eyeball finally couldn't take it anymore. Crack! Crack, Lin Feng's blood-red eyes were filled with cracks. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly twinkled. He waved the stone sword in his hand and slashed out another fierce attack. This attack fiercely slashed at the blood-red eyeball that had already cracked open. Suddenly, the blood-red eyeball couldn't take it anymore and cracked. After the blood-red eyeball cracked open, a glaring blood-red light surged out. A blood-red eyeball flew out from the cracked blood-red eyeball. This wasn't a blood-red eyeball made of stone. It was a real blood-red eyeball. It was unknown what kind of creature's eye it was. Now, this blood-red eyeball was floating in the air, emitting an incomparably demonic aura. And this blood-red eyeball could actually blink. It blinked a little. The void was slightly distorted. Oh my god, what kind of creature's eye is this? It was sealed in the blood-red eyeball made of stone for such a long time and it hasn't been damaged. This is too shocking. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He naturally knew that he had probably seen a heaven-defying treasure. Such a treasure was too shocking. It's the Eye of Death. This is the legendary Eye of Death. Hurry up and suppress this eyeball. Don't let it escape. The cursed doll recognized the origin of the eyeball and couldn't help but yell loudly. The Eye of Death. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was definitely an extremely amazing treasure. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the Eye of Death, wanting to suppress it. But at this moment, flames poured into the temple from outside. The legendary Eye of Death has appeared. What a surprise. This Eye of Death is mine. You can get lost now. Along with this voice, it resounded in the temple. A golden crow claw condensed in the void and slapped towards Lin Feng. It wanted to slap Lin Feng away. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Someone actually dared to attack him? How reckless! Facing the attack of the golden crow's claw, Lin Feng punched out. A muffled sound of collision was heard as the tyrannical punch landed directly on the golden crow's claw. Then, the golden crow's claw was shattered. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and come out. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. As he spoke, he attacked the Eye of Death at the same time. He sealed the Eye of Death and put it away. What was so powerful about the Eye of Death? Once he was done with this matter, he could ask the cursed doll about it. At this time, a man in a golden robe stepped into the temple. This man looked to be in his 30s. He was quite handsome, but his eyes were very long and narrow. They flickered with a cold and eerie light. Other than this man, there were dozens of other cultivators. Most of them had been attracted by the fluctuations emitted by the Eye of Death. This man in golden robes was probably attracted by the Eye of Death as well. Other cultivators might have been wary and did not make a move, but this man in golden robes was obviously very confident in himself. Therefore, he wanted to snatch the Eye of Death, but he underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Xianxia. It's actually him. I've seen him 3,000 years ago. A myriad races cultivator looked at the man in golden robes in shock. He's the monstrous genius of the Qinwu people from 3,000 years ago, Xianxia? Many myriad races cultivators were shocked. Clearly, they had heard of Xianxia's deeds. The Qinwu people had many branches. For example, there were branches of the Qinwu people in the 9 prefectures of the Tianwu continent. Other than the 9 prefectures' great world, it was said that there were branches of the Qinwu people on many vital planets and great worlds in the outer realms. There were also many powerful branches of the Qinwu people. One of the most powerful branches of the Qinwu people was the Qinwu people branch of the Heavenly Sage Great World. It was said that the royal blood of the Qinwu people flowed through their veins. Qinwu people were the descendants of Demon Emperor Dijun. Back then, Demon Emperor Dijun and Demon Emperor Tai had established the heavenly court in the heaven realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Demon Emperor Dijun was. As the descendants of the Demon Emperor Dijun, the Qinwu people were naturally an extremely powerful race. The demon sovereign Dijun had 10 sons. The direct bloodline of these 10 sons was the so-called royal bloodline. Generation after generation, there would only be one bloodline of the royal bloodline. The rest of the bloodlines would gradually decline. It was like a dynasty that was passed down from generation to generation. Only the heirs of the emperor were the main bloodline. The rest would become offshoots. The Qinwu people of the Heavenly Sage Great World belonged to the royal bloodline. From this, one could see how powerful the Qinwu people of the Great World were. And Xianxia had the royal bloodline flowing through his veins. This person was extremely powerful and arrogant because he had the strength to back it up. Do you know that anyone who speaks to me in such a tone is already a dead man? Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. He did not take this young human cultivator seriously at all. The human race was weak. So what if they had some young elites? Could it be that he could be mentioned in the same breath as him? 3,000 years ago, he was already a monstrous genius. 3,000 years had passed, and he was now beginning to reach the emperor realm. This was where Xianxia's confidence came from. Therefore, in Xianxia's opinion, Lin Feng was not even qualified to be his opponent. Xianxia was extremely arrogant. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said in a cold voice, "Kneel down and repent. If I'm satisfied, I'll spare your worthless life today. If I'm not satisfied, this temple will be your burial ground." Xianxia looked disdainfully at Lin Feng. It was as if he had everything under his control. His expression was extremely arrogant. Of course, Xianxia was indeed very powerful. Those who knew his identity did not think that he was arrogant. Instead, many people thought that he was extremely domineering. Someone as powerful as Xianxia. That was how domineering he should be. Do you really think you're some big shot? You're just a 3-clawed crow. How dare you make such a big fuss here? I've eaten many ferocious beasts, but I've never eaten a 3-clawed crow. Do you believe that I'll chop you up today, skewer you on a wooden stick, and roast you for dinner tonight? Lin Feng said indifferently. His tone was casual, as if he was talking about something ordinary. Jin Xianzhao was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng was even more arrogant than Jin Xianzhao. Everyone could hear the disdain in Lin Feng's tone towards Jin Xianzhao. Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Feng's words. Who is this kid? How can he be so arrogant? Does he not want to live anymore? He seems to be a human cultivator. Could he be a genius from a human faction in the outer realms? No matter who he is, he's definitely going to die today. Many people started discussing. These cultivators did not associate the young man with the famous Lin Feng. This was because during this period of time, some human factions in the outer realms had also sent many experts here. Of course, they couldn't think of Lin Feng because of a young human cultivator. The human race was weak. However, the human race was not so weak that they only had one young expert, Lin Feng. In fact, the human race still had many experts. However, their numbers were much fewer compared to the cultivators from the other races, outer realms, and other external factions. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Jin Xuanzhao's voice turned cold. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Lin Feng's words completely enraged Jin Xianzhao, causing his killing intent to soar. Boom! Jin Xuanzhao's body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. He opened his palm and slammed it towards Lin Feng. Jin Xianzhao was indeed a heaven-defying genius from 3,000 years ago. His strength was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that this person's cultivation level was most likely at the peak of the Boundary Emperor realm. Jin Xianzhao was a heaven-defying prodigy with such a high cultivation level. It was not hard to imagine just how powerful he was now. Lin Feng could challenge those of a higher cultivation level and even defeat Boundary Emperors who had reached the 95th step. However, the Boundary Emperors he defeated were all ordinary Boundary Emperors. They were not Boundary Emperors who had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. If Lin Feng fought against geniuses who had broken through to the Di-Chi layer, he would be lucky if he could defeat a Di-Chi layer cultivator who had broken through to the Di-Chi layer. In the face of Jin Xuanzhao's attack, Lin Feng immediately took out his heavenly pagoda. With the protection of the heavenly pagoda, Jin Xuanzhao's attack landed on the protective light barrier around Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, a muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng, who took the attack, did not suffer any damage. The defense of the heavenly pagoda was too strong. Even a great emperor would not be able to break through the defense of the heavenly pagoda in a short period of time. Not to mention Jin Xianzhao. Jin Xianzhao was very strong. However, it was impossible for him to break through Lin Feng's heavenly pagoda. It's my turn. Lin Feng sneered. He immediately activated the arms of dragon and elephant and attacked Jin Xianzhao. Jin Xianzhao was too close to Lin Feng. It was very difficult for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. He could only use his fist to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! With a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng and Jin Xianzhao collided violently. Lin Feng did not move at all, but Lin Feng's punch sent Jin Xianzhao flying. Barf! Jin Xianzhao spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's body was invincible. Jin Xuanzhao's body was no match for Lin Feng's. This. Seeing Jin Xianzhao spit out blood from Lin Feng's punch, the surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Jin Xianzhao was so strong. Yet, he was beaten to the point of spitting out blood. This was too unbelievable. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Jin Xianzhao, wanting to defeat him in one fell swoop. After fighting Lin Feng once, Jin Xianzhao knew that Lin Feng's body was extremely strong. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, Jin Xianzhao immediately took out a jade talisman. Boom! The jade talisman exploded on the spot, and a terrifying energy surged out. The energy from the jade talisman's explosion struck Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng had the protection of the heavenly pagoda, so he was not injured. However, Lin Feng also lost the opportunity to continue suppressing Jin Xianzhao with his body. TSK, is this all you've got? I thought you were strong. In the end, you're still spitting blood from my punch? Said Lin Feng mockingly. He looked at Jin Xianzhao mockingly. Brat, if you weren't wearing a tortoise shell, do you think you'd be a match for me? I can kill you in 10 moves. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng's eyes indifference. How laughable. Magic treasures are a part of a cultivator's strength. This world doesn't care about the process, only the result. Everything is nothing. Everything is nothing. Nothing. Lin Feng sneered and took the initiative to attack Xianxia. As a cultivator from the Qinhua people of the Heavenly Sage Great World, Xianxia was a follower of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Lin Feng had heard that the old golden crow by the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's side was from the Qinhua people of the Heavenly Sage Great World. Therefore, Lin Feng did not need to be courteous to Xianxia. Since this person wanted to die, Lin Feng would fulfill his wish. Brat, do you think you can defeat me with a tortoise shell? I'll break your tortoise shell first, then kill you. Xianxia sneered. Then, he unleashed a powerful divine ability. An ancient illusionary figure appeared behind him. It was the figure of a huge golden crow. When the golden crow appeared, an ancient and boundless aura surged out from the golden crow's body. Could that be the figure of a golden crow ancestor? Some cultivators could not help but exclaim. The golden crow ancestor referred to the 10 sons of the Shifter Emperor, Dijun. However, it was rumored that the 10 sons could transform into suns. Therefore, they transformed into 10 suns that roasted the earth. They caused great suffering to the people. Hou-Yi of the witch race sympathized with the longevity of the world, so he created the famous sun-shooting divine art, later known as Hou-Yi's bow, and the sun-shooting divine arrow. He killed 9 golden crows in a row. The one that was shot to death by Hou-Yi at that time was the so-called golden crow ancestor. He was also the first golden crow. That's right. I've summoned the golden crow ancestor. Xianxia, who had summoned the golden crow ancestor, became extremely arrogant. His expression was indifferent. He sneered and said, even an emperor-level defensive treasure can't block the golden crow ancestor's attack. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden crow ancestor's figure attacked Lin Feng. Screech! An ear-piercing cry rang out. The golden crow ancestor let out a series of sharp cries. It spread its huge wings and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. The golden crow ancestor's sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng. Clang, 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 the sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng's defensive light barrier again and again. The attack of the golden crow ancestor's figure was so powerful that after dozens of attacks, Lin Feng's defensive light barrier began to crack. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng's expression darkened. The golden crow ancestor's attack was too powerful. Lin Feng tried to counterattack, but his attacks were all destroyed by the golden crow ancestor. As expected of a heaven-defying monster from 3,000 years ago. It was truly terrifying to have cultivated to this point. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with it. He began to use the great curse art and tried again and again to injure Xianxia with it. However, he had failed every time he tried to use it. Crack! Crack! After withstanding over 300 attacks from the golden crow ancestor, the heavenly mystery pagoda finally began to crack. Ha 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 ha, let's see how you'll die when this tortoiseshell defensive light barrier is destroyed. Xianxia let out a series of eerie laughter. Ah! However, in the next moment, Xianxia screamed in agony as a bloody hole appeared on his chest. Lin Feng's great curse art was finally successful and managed to injure Xianxia. The highest level of the great curse art was to injure the soul. If it attacked Lin Feng directly, it could even destroy the soul of the opponent. However, Lin Feng could not do that. He could only injure the opponent's physical body. Xianxia's body was severely injured and his magic power was scattered. The golden crow ancestor's power was greatly reduced. Lin Feng activated his 5-fold dragon elephant arm and destroyed the golden crow ancestor. Then, he quickly charged towards Xianxia. The mystic tortoise tablet suppressed the world. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he condensed the mystic tortoise tablet. A huge river swept across heaven and earth as the mystic tortoise tablet came. Bam! The mystic tortoise tablet suppressed Xianxia's body and sent him flying. Barf! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was as pale as a sheet. You dare to brag in front of me with such a weak cultivation? You're overestimating yourself. I still have many powerful attacks that I haven't used yet. Lin Feng was arrogant and domineering as he charged forward and struck out with his five-fold dragon elephant arm. Xianxia blocked with his arms in front of him. Bam! The powerful punch landed on Xuanjiao's arms. Cracking sounds could be heard as Xuanjiao's arms broke. Both of Xuanjiao's arms were broken by Lin Feng. His combat strength continued to plummet. The Great Curse Art. You even know the Great Curse Art. Xianxiao was very knowledgeable. He could not help but roar in anger. He was very powerful and had abundant magic power. He had never been defeated before. However, he was now defeated by Lin Feng. Xianxiao was so furious that he almost went mad. However, Xianxiao knew that he was going to lose. Lin Feng had an emperor-level defensive magic treasure on him. That was the main reason why the battle turned around. Xianxiao believed that if it were not for that emperor-level defensive magic treasure, Lin Feng would not be a match for him even if he used all his skills. However, with the help of that defensive magic treasure, Lin Feng won so easily. That magic treasure had already made Lin Feng undefeatable. Xianxiao was even regretting that he had chosen to fight Lin Feng. However, it was too late for regrets. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Xianxiao quickly fled outside. How could he still have the courage to fight? His body had suffered such injuries. If he continued to fight, the best result would probably be mutual destruction. What worried Xianxiao the most was that Lin Feng still had a companion who had yet to make a move. Lin Feng's companion was naturally the cursed doll. The cursed doll looked at the battle between Lin Feng and Xianxiao with great interest, as if it was watching a show. Lin Feng also wanted to test his combined combat strength when combined with the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. The cursed doll seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. That was why it did not attack Xianxiao. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng looked at Xianxiao indifferently. It would not be easy for Xianxiao to escape now. Lin Feng quickly gave chase. As a cultivator of the Qinwu people, Xianxiao's speed was extremely fast. However, Xianxiao was injured. Speed was also one of Lin Feng's specialties, so Xianxiao was unable to shake off Lin Feng's pursuit. Lin Feng quickly caught up with Xianxiao and threw a punch at him. I'll fight you to the death. Xianxiao roared furiously. The flames on the surface of his body burned fiercely. Xianxiao began to burn his blood essence to increase his combat strength. Screech! Suddenly, an ear-piercing cry rang out. Everyone saw that a huge golden crow phantom had appeared behind Lin Feng. The phantom of the golden crow ancestor. Oh my god, what am I seeing? How does that brat know Xianxiao's ultimate technique? One cultivator after another cried out in disbelief. They simply could not believe their eyes. Lin Feng was actually displaying Xianxiao's previous consummate technique. This supreme art was a supreme divine ability passed down by the Qinwu people. Just now, it had almost broken through the defense of the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. From this, one could tell how powerful this supreme art was. Such a supreme art was definitely a secret of the Qinwu people. Even among the Qinwu people, there were probably very few cultivators who knew this supreme art. However, Lin Feng was now displaying this supreme art. It was simply too unbelievable. It was no wonder that the surrounding cultivators were so shocked. Even the cursed doll was shocked. It did not expect Lin Feng to display Xianxiao's attack at a time like this. This is impossible. Xianxiao could not believe what he was seeing. Lin Feng was actually displaying his ultimate technique. Lin Feng was only a human. How could a human cultivator display the Qinwu people's ultimate technique? Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng sneered. The golden crow phantom had already arrived in front of Xianxiao. This divine ability was derived from Lin Feng's 72 transformations. The 72 transformations was very special. It could copy other people's divine abilities. Earlier, Lin Feng had been using the 72 transformations to derive Xianxiao's divine ability. Now that Lin Feng was displaying this divine ability, it was indeed a shockingly powerful divine ability. Break! Xianxiao roared and unleashed the golden crow sacred fist at the golden crow phantom. A powerful divine ability like this required time to be used. It was very difficult for Xianxia to quickly activate this divine ability to summon the Golden Crow Phantom to deal with Lin Feng's divine ability. Of course, Xianxia's Golden Crow Holy Fist was also extremely powerful, but it was still slightly weaker than the Golden Crow Ancestor's shadow. The Golden Crow Phantom was simply too powerful. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. The silhouette of the Golden Crow Ancestor directly shattered Xianxia's Golden Crow Holy Fist and sent him flying. Then, the Golden Crow Phantom extended its sharp claws and clawed at Xianxia's head. No! Xianxia screamed in fear. He wanted to dodge the Golden Crow Phantom's attack, but it was too late. He could only watch as the Golden Crow Phantom clawed at his head. At this moment, Xianxia felt a thick aura of death envelop his entire body. Xianxia had never felt something like this before. Now, this feeling made his heart tremble. This caused him to feel endless fear in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. Little bastard, I believe that you will soon follow in my footsteps. The Qinhua people have countless experts. They will definitely avenge me. Xianxiao cursed viciously. Puff, as soon as Xianxiao finished speaking, his head was crushed by the Golden Crow Phantom's claw. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Xianxiao had actually died under the attack of his most powerful divine ability. At this point, no one understood why Lin Feng knew the Qinhua people's top-tier divine ability. Don't worry. If the Qinhua people really come looking for me, I will send them down to accompany you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He put away Xianxia's storage ring and walked out of the temple with the cursed doll. The cultivators from the various races, alien races, and other factions all made way for Lin Feng. After the two left the temple, the cursed doll said, "Was the divine ability you used just now the legendary 72 transformations?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "You've heard of the 72 transformations as well?" The cursed doll said, "Of course. Rumor has it that it's a supreme divine ability created by the great sage, Heaven's Equal. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying." Lin Feng said, "A divine ability created by the great sage, Heaven's Equal is naturally terrifying." The two continued flying toward the depths of the temple complex. The temple complex was simply too huge. There would be a new temple every once in a while. Of course, many of the temples were already in ruins and had lost their value to explore. After a short time, Lin Feng saw the angel who had fallen to the ground. The fallen angel also saw Lin Feng. Her black wings flapped slightly as she hovered in midair. She looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. "You have the primal chaos ancient bell?" Her voice was cold and filled with killing intent. She wanted to attack Lin Feng, but when she saw the cursed doll beside him, she frowned. She was alone. She was not confident that she could defeat Lin Feng and the cursed doll if they worked together. Hence, she chose not to attack. Lin Feng smiled and said, "So what if it's on me?" "So what if it's not on me? Do you want the primal chaos ancient bell?" "Actually, if you want it, you can tell me. I've always been an easygoing person. We can talk about anything. Even if you want the primal chaos ancient bell, we can talk about it." The female cultivator from the fallen angel clan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. He could even talk about a supreme treasure like the primal chaos ancient bell. She found it hard to believe. Lin Feng said, "Don't doubt my words. I'm an honest person. I won't lie. If you want the primal chaos ancient bell, we can talk about it. What do you want in exchange for the primal chaos ancient bell?" The fallen angel asked. Hee. Lin Feng revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Look, it won't be long before the sky turns dark. The night is long, and I can't sleep. Why don't we talk about life?" "Shameless." The female cultivator from the fallen angel clan looked at Lin Feng icily and cursed in a low voice. Lin Feng said, "I'm innocent. I'm only talking about life with you, yet you call me shameless. You're just overthinking things, aren't you? You have evil thoughts, yet you want to slander someone as pure and kind as me. How can you bear to do that?" "Humph," said the female cultivator from the fallen angel clan coldly. She ignored Lin Feng and flew away. "Just take her down. Then, you can train her however you want," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, "It's not that easy. That woman is very scary. Her aura is terrifying. Moreover, I can feel a powerful force hibernating in her body." The cursed doll's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "That's right. I can also feel the terrifying force hibernating in her body. It's very strange. Even I can't tell what kind of force it is." The two of them continued forward. Not long after, they found a temple that was still in good condition. The temple was still unopened. Lin Feng and the cursed doll opened the door of the temple and entered it. There were also many corpses in this temple, and the way they died was the same as in the previous temple. They seemed to have died suddenly in the middle of prayer. There were 3 stone statues enshrined in the temple. The statue. The main shrine is worshipping the same thing, but the 2 shrines are worshipping different things. Could it be that this huge group of temples was built for this alligator-headed creature? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a possibility. The cursed doll said, "That's possible. Let's go to the other temples." Lin Feng nodded. He left the temple with the cursed doll and flew toward the other temples. Many of the temples had been opened. They entered some of the temples that had been opened by cultivators. Lin Feng found that the other temples were the same as the ones they had seen before. Inside those temples, the main shrine worshipped the creature with a human body and a crocodile head. The shrines on both sides had all sorts of creatures enshrined in them, and they were all different. Now, Lin Feng was sure that the gigantic temple had been built for the crocodile head and the human body. The scale of this temple complex is so huge. I wonder who built it. Lin Feng could not help but frown. The cursed doll said, "This place definitely hides a secret that no one knows." Lin Feng couldn't agree more with that. This place hid a big secret, but Lin Feng could not guess what it was. An hour later, they arrived in front of the main temple. This temple was different from the others. Outside the temple, there was an extremely large courtyard. The temple was in the shape of a tower. It was more than 2,000 meters tall. This was the biggest temple Lin Feng had seen so far. This temple was actually shrouded in a powerful restriction that sealed the temple. Many cultivators gathered around, but no one went forward to break the restriction. Lin Feng asked a human cultivator around why no one went forward to break the restriction. The human cultivator told Lin Feng that the restriction here was extremely terrifying. The dozen or so experts who went forward to break the restriction were all killed. Their bodies were shattered, and they died on the spot. Therefore, the others did not dare to go forward to break the restriction. However, it was said that the cultivators of the myriad races went to find an expert from the Geomaster lineage to break the restriction. The Geomaster lineage of the 9 provinces was very powerful. It was also very mysterious. They had extremely terrifying methods. The myriad races, the races from outside the realm, and other cultivators from outside the realm descended on the 9 provinces and destroyed many forces in the 9 provinces. However, they did not attack the Geomaster lineage. Not only did they not attack the Geomaster lineage, but they were also on good terms with the Geomaster lineage. This was because the 3 forces could use the Geomaster lineage most of the time. Now, the Geomaster lineage was in the limelight in the 9 provinces. Of course, Lin Feng did not have a good impression of the Geomaster lineage. The Geomaster lineage was jealous of the powerful inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage. They killed several ancestors of the Heavenly Master lineage and stole the inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage. Back in the Tianwu continent. On the Tianwu continent, the branch of the Geomaster lineage wanted to kill Lin Feng many times to steal the inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage from Lin Feng. However, they failed every time. After coming to the 9 provinces, Lin Feng did not have much interaction with the Geomaster lineage. However, Lin Feng would not forget the blood feud of the Heavenly Master lineage's ancestors. Lin Feng believed that if the cultivators of the Geomaster lineage saw him, they would not let him go. This was a grudge that had been passed down from their ancestors. Even if countless years had passed, this grudge would not be resolved. Not long after, an expert from the Geomaster lineage arrived. This expert from the Geomaster lineage was called Guang Yuanzi. He wore a Daoist robe and seemed to be a Daoist. This Guang Yuanzi looked like an immortal. It was obvious that he was very capable. Fellow Taoist Guang Yuanzi, please break the restriction here. A few experts from the myriad races said. This humble Taoist does not dare to say that he can break the restriction here. If he can't, please forgive me, Guang Yuanzi said. Just do your best, a few experts from the myriad races said. Guang Yuanzi then began trying to break the restriction here. Lin Feng found that the restriction here was very complicated and terrifying. It was very difficult to break it. However, Guang Yuanzi's research on formations was very deep. He only spent 6 hours to break the restriction here. Let's go in and see if there's anything good left behind. The courtyard was huge, and there were dozens of stone statues in the courtyard. There were demons, evil spirits, and even ghosts among the stone statues. They were all terrifying creatures that were lifelike and terrifying. Seeing these monsters, people could not help having their hair stand on end. Lin Feng and the cursed doll also entered the courtyard. They did not choose to rush into the huge tower immediately because this place made their hearts palpitate. These stone statues look like the guards guarding the huge tower. Lin Feng said. He could not help but frown slightly. He had a feeling that these stone statues were extraordinary and terrifying. The cursed doll said, "Go up and punch them, and we'll know if these stone statues are really strange or not." The cursed doll rushed forward and punched out. Gotcha, the stone statue shattered. All the stone statues were destroyed in an instant. After seeing this, the cursed doll said, "Maybe we're overthinking it." Lin Feng nodded and entered the huge tower with the cursed doll. The huge tower was huge, and the first floor was empty. The cultivators who entered the huge tower rushed up. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were not in a hurry to rush up. Instead, they carefully observed a shrine on the first floor. An evil spirit was placed on the shrine on the first floor. This evil spirit had a green face and fangs, and it had 8 arms. It was unknown what kind of monster it was. Lin Feng stepped forward and shattered the evil spirit statue with a punch. However, there was nothing inside. Then, he and the cursed doll went to the second floor. There was also a statue on the second floor. This statue was a monster with 16 heads, and its body was like a python's. The heads were ferocious and ugly, and it was eerie and terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that this creature was extremely evil. They continued to go up and found that there was a stone statue on each floor. This attracted their attention. This huge tower gives me a feeling of unease. Lin Feng could not help but say. The cursed doll said, "I have the same feeling. We shouldn't stay here for long." Lin Feng also agreed with the cursed doll's suggestion. This place was too dangerous. They could not stay here any longer. If they did, something terrible might happen. Lin Feng and the cursed doll left together. There was still a steady stream of cultivators entering this place. However, they left without looking back. Not long after they left the courtyard. Suddenly, a blood-red mist spread out from the huge tower. It covered the sky and the entire courtyard. At the same time. The cultivators inside must have experienced something terrible, and now they were all suffering from calamities. Blood flowed out of the courtyard, and the entire courtyard seemed to have turned into a living hell in an instant. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't leave the courtyard. The courtyard had been completely sealed. Many people were attracted to the courtyard. When they looked at the courtyard, they all revealed a dignified expression. The courtyard was truly terrifying, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill down their spines. No one knew what kind of terrible things had happened inside. The courtyard, the huge tower. There must be a big secret. A cultivator said with a bewildered expression. It was as if he wanted to enter and explore it. Not everyone was afraid of it. Some people were confident in their strength. Therefore, they felt that they could enter and explore the secret inside. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. He left with the cursed doll without any reluctance. There might be a big secret or even a big opportunity inside. However, Lin Feng was not interested in the opportunity inside. That place was too dangerous. Entering it would mean certain death. If Lin Feng had cultivated to the Great Emperor realm, he would have the confidence to explore it. However, he should try his best to stay away from that dangerous area. Lin Feng and the cursed doll continued to explore deeper. They explored many temples. Then, they found that every temple worshipped the creature with a human body and a crocodile's head. This confirmed their previous guess. There was no need to look at the other temples. Lin Feng and the cursed doll knew that the terrifying creature with a human body and a crocodile's head must be worshipped there. Intense fluctuations came from the depths. It attracted the attention of many people. Then, endless holy light shot into the sky. It seemed like some treasure had appeared. Quick, let's go in and see what kind of treasure has appeared. Many cultivators exclaimed. They all rushed into the depths. Lin Feng and the cursed doll also quickly flew into the depths. The fluctuations came from the central temple. There was a huge square around the central temple. It looked like an ancestral hall where people worshipped the heavens and ancestors. Now, there were terrifying fluctuations coming from the central temple. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what was causing such terrifying fluctuations. Some people tried to get close but failed. They were instantly killed by the fluctuations. Therefore, the rest of the people waited patiently. They did not dare to act rashly. Many cultivators came here. She was like the peerless beauty of the fallen angel clan who could charm people to death. There were also the experts Lin Feng saw earlier. There were Underworld Child, Song Wanluan, Xing Yuandao, Gong Znai, and so on. Lin Feng even saw Guan Yuanzi of the Geomaster lineage. Didn't that guy not come out from the tower? He actually came out alive? Lin Feng looked at Guan Yuanzi in shock. He had thought that Guan Yuanzi had died in the tower. However, it seemed that Guan Yuanzi was still alive and well. So many people had died in there. Yet, this guy did not come out early. Instead, he had successfully escaped. This person's means were terrifying. The cursed doll said, "This Guan Yuanzi is very scary. His aura is deep. He hid it very well." Lin Feng nodded. He felt the same way. Guan Yuanzi was definitely not a simple person. So many experts were waiting for the thing in the central temple to appear. However, they did not know what was in the central temple. It was so shocking. Swoosh, at that moment, mysterious balls of light flew out. There were a total of 3 balls of light. Each ball of light was emitting intense fluctuations. No one knew what these 3 balls of light were. However, one could imagine that there were definitely extraordinary treasures in these 3 balls of light. Attack! Many cultivators soared into the sky and flew toward the 3 balls of light. They wanted to snatch them. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the area. Hundreds of cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle. Underworld Child, Xing Yuandao, and the others were famous experts. A large number of cultivators surrounded them, preventing them from snatching the 3 treasures. "You're courting death, Underworld Child," Xing Yuandao, Song Wanluan, the female cultivator from the fallen angel tribe, Guan Yuanzi, and Gong Zini couldn't help but shout angrily. Although they were powerful, there were many cultivators surrounding them, and they were also extremely powerful. Therefore, it wasn't realistic to kill all the cultivators surrounding them in a short period of time. These famous cultivators often received the same treatment because everyone knew that they were the biggest threat, so many people would join forces to deal with them. Lin Feng's reputation wasn't lower than Underworld Child, Gong Zini, and the others. However, there were too few people who had seen Lin Feng before. Everyone had only heard of his name but had never seen him before. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators ignored the duo of Lin Feng and the cursed doll. There was a saying in the world of cultivators called "pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." It meant that some people were very powerful, but they would use all kinds of methods to hide themselves, or cultivate some divine ability to hide their cultivation level, or use disguise techniques to change their appearance to confuse others. There were all kinds of methods. The goal was very simple, which was to make others unable to recognize them and make others think that they weren't powerful. However, when they really fought, they would show their incomparable strength. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had never hidden himself. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw the 6 cultivators being stopped by a few hundred cultivators. The cursed doll was also overjoyed. Even with their cultivation, it wasn't easy to snatch the 3 supreme treasures from the 6 cultivators and so many cultivators. However, the 6 cultivators were stopped by so many cultivators, which gave Lin Feng and the cursed doll an opportunity. The two of them quickly rushed towards the 3 supreme treasures. Lin Feng activated his dragon elephant arm and sent a person flying with a punch. He was simply invincible. One cultivator after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the cursed doll shot out beams of cursed light. The rays of cursed light swept away many cultivators in front of him. Most of the cultivators were attacking the 6 cultivators, and only a few dozen cultivators went to snatch the 3 supreme treasures. These cultivators would have a hard time stopping Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Kill these two. Yi Futian murmured. A cultivator said viciously. The remaining people began to attack Lin Feng and the cursed doll. However, Lin Feng had summoned the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. No matter how they attacked, they could not break through the defense of the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the 3 treasures flew in 3 different directions. Seeing that the 3 treasures were about to escape, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He and the cursed doll quickly tore a gap in the crowd. Then, they quickly separated, each of them locking onto a treasure. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and suppressed the treasure. The cursed doll snatched the other treasure. After obtaining it, they quickly flew into the distance. As for what the 3rd treasure was, Lin Feng didn't care. Let the others fight for it. Lin Feng, it's you. When young Master Nya saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth. The other 5 cultivators also looked at Lin Feng with gloomy expressions. They were stopped by so many cultivators, and 2 of the 3 treasures were snatched away by Lin Feng and the cursed doll. How could they not be angry? The cultivators who were attacking the 6 cultivators were so angry that their faces turned green. They worked so hard to stop the 6 cultivators, but in the end, it was all for someone else. Just thinking about it made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Ha 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 ha, the 2 of us will gladly accept the treasures. Farewell. Lin Feng said with a laugh. He and the cursed doll were too fast. They quickly rushed into the distance and disappeared. The others couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Lin Feng and the cursed doll planned to leave the temple. They chose a direction and flew away. Just as they were about to leave the temple area, something strange happened below the temple. Loud rumbling sounds were constantly heard, and the ground began to collapse. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread out. After slumbering for billions of years, I'm finally going to wake up. A deep roar came from below the ground. Then, a huge claw reached out from the cracked ground. The claw was over 10,000 meters long. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge claw, and it was just a single claw. How big would the entire body be? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. What kind of monster is this? How could it be so huge? The cursed doll exclaimed. Crocodile, it's a crocodile, Lin Feng pointed into the distance in horror. At this moment, a huge crocodile head emerged from the ground. The head was close to 2 meters long. It was too huge. This, even the cursed doll couldn't speak coherently. The cursed doll was an ancient existence. It could be described as knowledgeable. However, it had never seen such a huge crocodile. The huge crocodile had completely emerged from the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng could finally see how huge the crocodile was. The crocodile's body, from head to tail, was about 170,000 to 180,000 meters long. What kind of concept was that? The crocodile was about 300 to 400 kilometers long. This huge cluster of temples only covered an area of 100 miles in circumference. Once the giant crocodile was born, the temple complex that covered an area of 100 miles was completely destroyed. Now, many cultivators were floating in the air, staring at the crocodile with their mouths agape. Could this crocodile be the human-bodied crocodile-headed monster that was worshipped in the temples? What kind of creature is this? Is it a foreign creature? Lin Feng was deeply shocked. He had never even heard of such a huge crocodile, let alone seen one before. Its size was simply too huge. It was simply too shocking. Could it be the legendary crocodile ancestor? Yao Jun could not help but be shocked. Crocodile ancestor? What kind of existence is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had heard of the name crocodile ancestor. If it's really the crocodile ancestor, then it's too terrifying. It's said that the crocodile ancestor was an undying creature from the previous era. It's definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. However, it was said that the crocodile ancestor was killed during the Great War between Xianxia lifeforms. It shouldn't be alive now. The demon lord couldn't help but be puzzled. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, the huge crocodile suddenly opened its bloody mouth and inhaled. Instantly, a terrifying devouring power surged out. A huge storm swept up between heaven and earth. Many cultivators lost control of their bodies and flew toward the crocodile ancestor's bloody mouth. Run, run, run. Lin Feng and the cursed doll raised their speed to the limit, but a powerful suction force still surged from behind. That powerful suction force enveloped Lin Feng and the cursed doll, and then swallowed them whole. Facing the powerful suction force, Lin Feng hurriedly took out a void shift talisman. This kind of void shift talisman was too precious, so Lin Feng wasn't willing to use it normally. But now that the situation was dangerous, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be stingy. Good things should be used where they were needed most. Lin Feng crushed the void shift talisman. Swoosh, Lin Feng and the cursed doll instantly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already 300 miles away. The two watched the terrifying crocodile wreaking havoc in the world from afar. Many cultivators in the surroundings were dumbfounded, and they stared at the crocodile in disbelief. The crocodile's body was too huge, and anyone who saw it would be deeply shocked. Demon Lord, what kind of existence is this crocodile ancestor you speak of? It shouldn't be a good person, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said. Of course it's not a good person. The crocodile ancestor is an incomparably evil and terrifying creature. In the past, it caused a lot of trouble, and even killed many Xiantian lifeforms. At its peak, the crocodile ancestor even hunted Xiantian lifeforms for food. Heavens, is the crocodile ancestor that terrifying? Lin Feng's heart seemed to have been set off by monstrous waves. The crocodile ancestor that the demon lord spoke of was too powerful. It actually hunted Xiantian lifeforms for food. What kind of cultivation was that? It said that the first demon lord wanted to kill the crocodile ancestor and fought it, but in the end, he was injured by the crocodile ancestor. The fall of the first demon lord was inextricably linked to the crocodile ancestor. The demon lord continued. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The demon lord's information was too shocking. It could be described as horrifying. What happened to the crocodile ancestor after that? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The era of the Xiantian War was actually an extremely chaotic era. The Xiantian spirits, the otherworldly spirits, the spirits of the previous epoch, and the newly rising forces all fought for the chance to enter the door of everlasting life and the divine court. In the end, an unprecedented war broke out. To put it bluntly, it was all because of benefits that drove these high and mighty spirits to engage in an unprecedented war. The crocodile ancestor displayed an unimaginable battle prowess in this battle. It is said that the crocodile ancestor was close to entering the gate of everlasting life, but in the end, it was injured by several creatures from the wasteland. The demon lord said. Lin Feng knew that the wasteland was connected to the otherworld, the heavenly realm, the bound of universe, and even the underworld. It was an extremely special place, and also an extremely terrifying place. In the wasteland, the law of the jungle was played out to the extreme. In that place, only the strong could survive. If the weak entered, only death awaited them. The creatures that came out of the wasteland were definitely unimaginably terrifying existences. The demon lord continued, the crocodile ancestor was injured and fled, but it was said that it was unable to escape in the end. It was surrounded and killed by several Xiantian spirits. Since then, there has been no news of the crocodile ancestor in this world. Now that the crocodile ancestor has reappeared, it is truly inconceivable. It seems that the crocodile ancestor was not killed back then. But I feel that the crocodile ancestor is far from being as strong as it was in the past, right? Lin Feng said. The current crocodile ancestor was, of course, extremely terrifying, but Lin Feng felt that there was still a huge gap between it and the crocodile ancestor at its peak. At its peak, the crocodile ancestor was a terrifying existence that often hunted Xiantian spirits for food. When the crocodile ancestor attacked, he and the cursed doll had no chance to escape. But the reality was that he and the cursed doll had managed to escape. I guess that the crocodile ancestor fell into a deep sleep after being injured. Coupled with the passage of time, his body gradually aged, and his cultivation fell greatly. No expert can withstand the erosion of time. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Things like cultivation falling greatly in a deep sleep often happen because sleeping can prolong one's lifespan, but the more you gain, the more you lose in another aspect. After sleeping to prolong one's lifespan, one's strength will inevitably decline greatly. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He could understand this point. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. The cursed doll said. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The birth of the crocodile ancestor made him tremble in fear. Lin Feng and the cursed doll left together. Lin Feng said, look at those existences that have lived for tens of thousands of years. They are so powerful the moment they are born. Look at you. You are worlds apart. The cursed doll rolled its eyes and said, what do you know? You have no idea how terrifying I was in the past. If I hadn't been schemed against, how could I have ended up like this? Schemed against by who? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. It's better if you don't know. I'm afraid that if I say that person's name, you will be scared to death. The cursed doll said. Keep bragging. Lin Feng pursed his lips. I never brag, the cursed doll said. Then tell me, where did you come from? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll had told Lin Feng that it was from the celestial realm. However, Lin Feng didn't really believe the cursed doll's words. This fellow was full of lies. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng with narrowed eyes. Of course it's the truth. Why else would I ask you? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. I walked out of the wasteland. The cursed doll said. Wasteland? You really walked out of the wasteland? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll in shock. This wasn't the first time he had heard of the wasteland. Even the demon lord hadn't been to that place before. Back then, Great Emperor Lord Grimm had died in the wasteland. One had to know that Great Emperor Lord Grimm was an extremely powerful Great Emperor. The wasteland was simply a graveyard for experts. It was unknown how many peerless experts were buried there. Of course, there is no need to lie to you, the cursed doll said. What kind of world is the wasteland? Lin Feng asked. He was very curious about the rumored wasteland. Hell on earth isn't enough to describe that place, but that place has its own meaning. Moreover, the wasteland didn't appear in this era. It is said that the wasteland has existed for many eras. The cursed doll said. The wasteland has such a shocking origin? Lin Feng asked in shock. Does that mean you used to be quite a character in the wasteland? Lin Feng asked the cursed doll with a smile. The cursed doll said, of course. I was a famous powerhouse in the wasteland. Back in the day, I was a great existence that made people pale when they talked about me. Even the overlords of the wasteland had to be polite to me. The cursed doll said arrogantly. Moreover, it sounded as if it was telling the truth. One could not help but think that everything it said was true. However, based on Lin Feng's understanding of the cursed doll's personality, it was hard to believe what it said. Of course, it might be true that the cursed doll came from the wasteland. However, Lin Feng felt that it might not be true that the cursed doll had the strength to make the overlords of the wasteland treat it with respect. If the cursed doll was just a small character in the wasteland back then, Lin Feng firmly believed it. Since you came from the wasteland, you should know how to get there, right? Tell me the starry sky route to the wasteland. Lin Feng said. Cough, cough. The cursed doll coughed twice and said, many of my memories are missing. I've long forgotten the starry sky route to the wasteland. If I remembered it, how could I have stayed in 9 states? I would have gone to the wasteland a long time ago. Of course, I believe that as my strength gradually recovers, I will remember the starry sky route to the wasteland. When I do, I will tell you. Upon hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng could not help but have the urge to slap this fellow to death. It was not that the cursed doll did not remember. It was more likely that it did not want to talk about it. However, since this fellow did not want to talk about it, Lin Feng would not say anything no matter how much he asked. He could only find an opportunity to ask about the wasteland. Lin Feng and the cursed doll found a secluded cave to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng and the cursed baby had each obtained a mysterious treasure, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was. He had also obtained the Eye of Death previously. Lin Feng didn't refine the Eyes of Death either. Thus, Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion for a while and refine the Eye of Death before carefully studying what he had obtained. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out the energy ball. The light outside the energy ball gradually dissipated. An item appeared. After seeing this item, Lin Feng was very surprised. It was actually a crystal ball of light. Inside the crystal ball of light, there was a chaotic color. What is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown as he looked at the crystal ball in confusion. This crystal ball was very mysterious and emitted a special aura. Lin Feng tried to invade the crystal ball with his spiritual force, but he discovered that his spiritual force was unable to penetrate the crystal ball. So strange? Lin Feng was even more shocked. Even his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the crystal ball. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable, so he might have some understanding of the crystal ball. The Demon Lord carefully observed the crystal ball and said, "This is the first time I've seen this crystal ball. I've never even heard of such a crystal ball before. Look at the chaotic color inside the crystal ball. I wonder if there's something wrapped in this chaos? You can try using the stone sword to split the crystal ball open." The Demon Lord's words weren't wrong. It was a feasible method. However, if the crystal ball was split open, the crystal ball would be completely destroyed. However, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other method for now. Thus, he planned to use the Demon Lord's method to split the crystal ball open and see what was inside. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and placed the crystal ball on the ground. Then, he swung the stone sword at the crystal ball. Clang, the powerful sword slashed at the crystal ball, and a clanging sound could be heard. The stone sword didn't seem to have slashed at the crystal ball. Instead, it seemed to have slashed at a powerful magic treasure. This crystal ball is actually so hard? Lin Feng looked at the crystal ball in shock. Normally, crystals weren't particularly hard and could be easily split open. However, the crystal ball in front of him was different. It was abnormally hard. Its hardness even exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a hard crystal ball. Thus, he was very surprised. "Try a few more times," the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to swing the stone sword at the crystal ball. Clang, 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 a series of violent collisions could be heard. The stone sword slashed at the crystal ball again and again. However, the crystal ball was too hard. There was no way to split it open. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to give up. The harder it is to split it open, the more it explains a lot of things. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Demon Lord said, "Try to invade it with your divine sense and see if you can succeed." That's all I can do for now. I wonder what kind of shocking secret is hidden in this crystal ball. However, since it's one of the 3 treasures in the central temple where the crocodile ancestor is enshrined, the secret it hides is definitely not simple. Lin Feng said and kept the crystal ball. Ahaha, good stuff, really good stuff. At this moment, the cursed doll let out an excited cry. Lin Feng walked towards the cursed doll and asked, "What good stuff?" He did not manage to see what the cursed doll had obtained because it had already put it away. Obviously, it was guarding against Lin Feng, not wanting to let Lin Feng know what treasure it had obtained. "You must have misheard," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, he had the urge to punch the cursed doll to death. This fellow was really lying through its teeth. It had just said that it had obtained something good, but now it was actually denying it. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the cursed doll anymore. He found a place to sit cross-legged and took out the Eye of Death. The demon lord said, the eye of death can be fused with any eye. After the fusion, the eye will be able to control the eye of death's ability. As a great emperor realm expert in the past, the demon lord knew a lot of things that others didn't. He also had some understanding of the eye of death. Lin Feng was very shocked. He didn't expect the eye of death to be able to fuse with other eyes. Rumor has it that the eye of death has the power to deprive others of their life. However, I don't know if this rumor is true. The demon lord said. Speaking of the eye of death's ability, Lin Feng could not help but be slightly moved. The eye of death's ability was simply too heaven-defying. Anyone who heard of it would be shocked. Lin Feng asked in shock, does depriving others of their life have anything to do with the power of time? No. These are two completely different concepts. The power of time can indeed make a person grow old, but the power of the eyes of death is even more overbearing. This is because the eyes of death can let a person's lifespan run out in an extremely short period of time, and at the same time, convert the opponent's lost lifespan into one's own. Of course, not all of the lifespan can be converted into one's own. Depending on the degree of control of the eyes of death, the amount of lifespan converted will also be different. Rumor has it that at most 50% of the opponent's lifespan can be converted into one's own. The demon lord said. 50%? If the opponent has a lifespan of 6 million years, then after using the eye of death to kill the opponent, won't the eye of death gain 3 million years of lifespan? Lin Feng asked in shock. The demon lord nodded. In theory, that is indeed the case. If that's the case, then refining the eye of death will grant one an endless lifespan, right? Won't that mean one can obtain eternal life? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The eye of death's ability was indeed like granting a cultivator eternal life. It was simply too shocking. The demon lord said, everything has two sides. You should know this very well. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. So the eye of death also has some negative effects? That's right. The demon lord nodded. What kind of negative effects? Lin Feng asked. He was very concerned about this. Lin Feng really wanted to refine the eye of death right now. The eye of death's ability was heaven-defying. If he did not refine it, it would be a waste of this supreme treasure. Rumor has it that cultivators who refine the eye of death will not live for long. Moreover, they will die in a very strange manner. The demon lord said. Died in a very strange way? In other words, you'll die for no reason? Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become serious. The demon lord said, it must have been eroded by some kind of power. I'm guessing that it might be some kind of curse power. Curse power? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Anyone would be wary of the power of the curse. At that moment, Lin Feng's body was still surrounded by a few strange cursing energies. To be precise, it's the death curse. At this moment, the cursed doll said. The demon lord did not appear. Lin Feng and the demon lord had been communicating with each other through divine thoughts, but the cursed doll had caught their conversation. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like the cursed doll was hiding something from him. The cursed doll's abilities were definitely not limited to the abilities that he had displayed. Lin Feng asked calmly, Death curse? What kind of curse is that? The cursed doll said, I only know that the eye of death is related to the death curse, but I don't know what the death curse is. If it were anyone else, refining the eye of death wouldn't be a worthwhile task. Although that person could control the eye of death, they would still have to worry about the death curse. You, however, are different. In any case, you already have 4 types of curses on you. Adding another curse won't hurt you much. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He snapped, why do you sound like you're taking pleasure in my misfortune? The cursed doll said, look at what you're saying. Why would I take pleasure in your misfortune? I'm telling the truth. If you add another curse to your body, these curses will balance each other out and weaken each other, and you might be able to gradually overcome the curse power in your body. Do you know why the curse hasn't acted up after all this time? Why? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll said, it's because the curses in your body are balancing, restraining, and canceling each other out. I can clearly feel the changes in the power of the curses in your body. Compared to the first time I saw you, it's many times weaker. If a new curse is added, it can continue to weaken the power of the other curses. For you, it's naturally a good thing. Of course, curses are too strange. You have so many curses on you. Who knows when one of them will break out? Once it does, there will be big trouble. Whether or not you can restrain the curses on you will depend on yourself. Lin Feng said. I understand. Just do as he says. Refine the Eye of Death. You already have 4 curses on you anyway. Adding another one won't matter. The Demon Lord said. Judging from the Demon Lord's words, it seemed like he was going to throw away everything. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. But as the Demon Lord said, since he already had so many curses on him, he wasn't afraid of adding another one. Moreover, adding another curse would also weaken the other curses. For him, it was a good thing. Moreover, refining the Eye of Death itself would give him a terrifying ability. His battle prowess was constantly increasing, and the curse on his body was constantly weakening. Under such circumstances, when the curse broke out again, he wouldn't necessarily be afraid of the curse on him. It was just like the human skin curse. The next time the human skin curse broke out, the terrifying creature hiding in the dark might be killed by him. After killing that creature, the human skin curse should be dispelled. After making up his mind, Lin Feng began to prepare to refine the Eye of Death. Now, he had to think about which eye to refine the Eye of Death into. In addition to his 2 eyes, Lin Feng also had the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye also had extraordinary abilities. Lin Feng planned to refine the Eye of Death into the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. But he immediately gave up on this plan. The Heavenly Demon Snake Eye was originally refined into his glabella. He didn't know if refining the Eye of Death into the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye would cause any rejection. So Lin Feng gave up on this plan. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng decided to refine the Eye of Death into his left eye. Lin Feng began to use the ancient dragonesque elephant art to refine the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death actually turned into mysterious death runes. Those death runes quickly flew towards Lin Feng's left eye. All the death runes merged into Lin Feng's left eye. When Lin Feng activated those runes, his left eye changed from a normal eye to a pair of incomparably demonic eyes. It was a pair of cold eyes, emitting a dark blue light. With a slight blink of those eyes, it was as if the heavens themselves were about to crumble. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked by the power of the Eye of Death. This was definitely a heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng was naturally ecstatic to obtain such an ability. Although the Eye of Death also brought about the death curse. But now, it seemed that the death curse could weaken other curses, which was a good thing for Lin Feng. Over the next few days, the ancient kingdom of primal chaos was very restless because the primal chaos gate had appeared. First, it appeared in the region of the white fog world. Then, the primal chaos gate rushed out and appeared in front of everyone. In the beginning, not many cultivators knew about the primal chaos gate, but now that the primal chaos gate had taken the initiative to fly out, the number of cultivators who knew about the primal chaos gate had increased greatly. It wasn't just the great emperors who were chasing after the primal chaos gate. Many cultivators also went to chase after the primal chaos gate. Although the world behind the primal chaos gate was full of danger, it still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. The opportunities behind the primal chaos gate were enough to make many people go crazy, and they didn't hesitate to take the risk. Those great emperors couldn't enter the primal chaos gate. I think there's something strange about the primal chaos gate. Perhaps it doesn't mean that one can enter just because they're strong. They need to be blessed by fate in order to enter. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The cursed doll also agreed with this point. Soon, the news gradually spread that a great emperor had died in the primal chaos gate. This great emperor should be the foreign great emperor that Lin Feng and the cursed doll had met before. The one who released this news was probably another great emperor because only Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and a dozen other great emperors knew about this. The cursed doll said, "It seems like those great emperors are also afraid. Perhaps they feel that someone is threatening their chances of obtaining the primal chaos gate, so they released this news to scare everyone away." Lin Feng said, "It's possible. Although those great emperors are very powerful, there are many people who came from the top forces who went to chase after the primal chaos gate. Even those great emperors don't want to provoke those top forces, so they can't kill all the cultivators who went to chase after the primal chaos gate. Scaring them away is the most effective method. However, the hopes of those great emperors were dashed. More and more cultivators went in search of the primal chaos gate. Nobody was frightened by the words of those great emperors. Heaven-defying opportunities were always like this, accompanied by danger. However, if one had luck, they would be able to survive. Not only would he be able to avert danger, but he would also be able to obtain the opportunities inside. Apart from the incident with the Chaos Door, something else had happened, and that was a large number of cultivators from the various races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces were besieging Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll. These experts were Gong Zhongya, Song Wanluan, the female cultivator from the fallen angel tribe, Xing Yuandao, and the others. In addition, it was said that underworld child, Guan Qingzi, and other experts were also involved. Not long after, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor appeared. He also mobilized his own forces and sent out powerful experts to surround Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll. After that, the various races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces that Lin Feng did not know sent their experts to besiege Lin Feng. Some of them had a grudge against Lin Feng, while others wanted to get a share of the loot. Many of them knew that Lin Feng possessed many powerful mystic skills, treasures, and endless wealth. "I've been implicated by you," the Cursed Doll said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "What are you talking about? We've always been working together, okay?" Boom, hundreds of experts suddenly rushed out from the forest and attacked Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll without any warning. As they attacked, they also sent out communication signals to summon their companions. After a bloody battle, Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll killed most of the people and left quickly. If they were surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Lin Feng, you are a coward. Now, I will give you an opportunity. You and I will fight one-on-one. Within 10 attacks, I will be able to take your head." Not long after, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor spoke. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor was provoking Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would show himself quickly. "Lin Feng? He's just a lowly human cultivator. If he shows himself, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy." Xing Yuandao also spoke, his voice full of contempt and disdain. He already knew that Xing Yuanshu had died at Lin Feng's hands, and he had declared that he would kill Lin Feng personally. He's just a human cultivator who's been bragging about. How strong can he be with such a lowly bloodline? He's like a stray dog that doesn't dare to show himself. If he dares to show himself, I'll let him know the difference between us. Another expert appeared. His voice was ice-cold, arrogant, and incomparably unruly. This time, it was an expert from the Heaven-Seek race. The Heaven-Seek race was one of the royal races of the myriad races. This race was very mysterious, but also very powerful. The Heaven-Seek race cultivator who provoked Lin Feng was called Qin Daowen. It was said that when he was born, he held 2 words in his hands. His left hand held the word Dao, while his right hand held the word Wen. That was how he got his name. Lin Feng's threat is too great. If he continues to grow, he'll definitely become a threat to the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other powers. Now, these powers want to get rid of him in advance. That's not the most important reason. It's because Lin Feng has many heaven-defying inheritances. Many of them are legendary inheritances. Apart from that, he also has many treasures and endless wealth. It's enough to make people go crazy. Killing him is no less than seizing a dozen heaven-defying opportunities. Many people were talking about this matter. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other powers were clearly serious. Damn it. That bastard actually ran away. Lin Feng's curses came from the forest. The Cursed Doll had quietly run away. It was clearly afraid. What overlord of the wasteland in the past? You're full of nonsense. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng, you won't be able to escape today even if you grow wings. At this time, a dense crowd of cultivators flew over. There were at least 400 to 500 of them. They were all experts from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other powers. These experts were as numerous as the clouds. Now, they had surrounded Lin Feng, and their killing intent soared to the sky. A cultivator in the distance saw this scene and was shocked. With so many experts from three powers surrounding Lin Feng would probably not be able to escape this calamity. Seeing the 400 to 500 experts surrounding him, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. It seemed that he was about to start a massacre. Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other cultivators from other forces, did they really think that he was easy to bully? Today, he would kill these people until they trembled in fear. He would kill them so much that they would take a detour after hearing his name. Let's attack together and kill this guy. A cultivator shouted. Boom, 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 then, a dense number of divine abilities blasted towards Lin Feng. When those divine abilities gathered together, the power was simply shocking. After the various attacks gathered together, they turned into a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to be devoured. At this moment, Lin Feng used the Great Banishing Technique. He communicated with a parallel space and banished the divine abilities of hundreds of people into the parallel space. Then, Lin Feng rushed into the crowd. He activated the five-fold Dracophant arm. Lin Feng had transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. With a single punch, he could kill a cultivator. Bang, 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 the sound of violent collisions could be heard. One cultivator after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Those cultivators' bodies directly exploded and they died on the spot. In close combat, Lin Feng was almost invincible. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Lin Feng used an iron fist to kill more than 30 cultivators. Oh my god, that's too savage. The spectating cultivators were dumbfounded as they watched the battle unfold. It was simply a one-sided battle. Although there were as many as 400 to 500 cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces, Lin Feng was killing them in an extremely sorry state. Quickly retreat and suppress him with your magic power. Use divine abilities to deal with him. A cultivator shouted and quickly distanced himself from Lin Feng. These people continued to use powerful divine abilities. All kinds of divine abilities gathered and blasted towards Lin Feng again. This time, the cultivators who attacked Lin Feng changed their attack method. In the previous attack, their divine abilities gathered together and turned into a torrent of attacks. Naturally, their power was greatly increased, but they were all banished by Lin Feng's Great Banishing Technique. This time, however, their attacks were very scattered. They were like meteors falling towards Lin Feng. Therefore, it was very difficult for Lin Feng to banish so many divine abilities with the Great Banishing Technique. Facing so many divine abilities, Lin Feng used the 3 layers of Haki that he controlled. Epical Haki, White Tiger Haki, and Supremacy Haki stacked together to form a powerful magnetic field. When the numerous super skills came crashing down, they were all shrouded by the magnetic field. And then those attacks, Haki Haki Haki. Haki Haki Haki, Haki Haki Haki, Haki. Not only did he resist the divine abilities of hundreds of people, but he also easily broke through their divine abilities. The cultivators who were watching the battle from the sidelines were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. The reason for that was because what was happening before their eyes was simply too shocking. It was simply too inconceivable. How is this possible? The cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng were also stunned. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. However, no matter how much they didn't want to believe what they were seeing, everything that happened in front of them was real. Sensing the dangerous aura, the cultivators wanted to quickly retreat. However, it was already too late for them to do so. Lin Feng's magnetic field kept expanding and enveloped everyone. As his cultivation increased, the magnetic field created by the 3 layers of Haki could cover a radius of 1,000 meters. Now, the magnetic field was many times stronger than before. Haki attacks were indiscriminate. This was one of the most terrifying characteristics of Haki. Any cultivator who was enveloped by the Haki would suffer the same attack. There was no difference. The magnetic field was a special domain formed by the Haki. It had the same effect as the Haki, but its power was equivalent to the power of 3 Haki. Therefore, the magnetic field also attacked indiscriminately. I can't move my body. After being enveloped by the magnetic field, many cultivators screamed in horror. Their bodies became difficult to move. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp. The stronger cultivators could still move their bodies. However, their movements were extremely slow. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Like a grim reaper, he waved his right hand repeatedly. Sword chi cut through the void and slashed at the surrounding cultivators. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Everyone saw it. The cultivators who were enveloped by Lin Feng's magnetic field were torn to pieces by the sword chi slashed out by Lin Feng. They died on the spot. No, 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 spare our lives, spare us, we will never dare to be your enemy again. Many cultivators screamed in horror. No one could be calm in the face of death. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had no intention of letting these people go. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh tearing mixed with the terrified screams of the cultivators. It was like the sound of death from hell. A large number of cultivators were killed directly. Not long after, this group of cultivators died tragically. A total of 400 to 500 people were killed by Lin Feng alone. The ground was full of broken limbs. Many people around couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Wasn't this too terrifying? One person killed 400 to 500 experts from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Lin Feng was like an Azura demon king who walked out of Azura hell. After killing 400 to 500 people, he soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. This person is really peerless and terrifying. If the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces want to kill this person, they will definitely pay an extremely heavy price. These cultivators discussed one after another. Soon, the news that Lin Feng had killed 400 to 500 experts from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces quickly spread. It caused a huge sensation. And among the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces, it caused quite a bit of panic. Lin Feng was so terrifying. If they went to kill Lin Feng, wouldn't they also die? But soon, a voice was heard. Although there are many experts among the cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng, there are no top experts. If there are top experts, Lin Feng will definitely die. Qin Daowen was born with the word Dao in his hands. His talent was so strong that people couldn't help but be moved. Qin Daowen was definitely a terrifying existence who possessed a battle prowess that would cause one's countenance to change. Now, he had provoked Lin Feng again, wanting to lure Lin Feng out. Qin Daowen's contempt and provocation towards Lin Feng made the originally panicking myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators become confident again. Our three sides have many heaven-defying existences, such as Qin Daowen, Gong Zhongya, Xingyuan Dao, and so on. If these existences make a move, Lin Feng will definitely die. That's right. What's there to be afraid of a mere Lin Feng? Now, we only need to think of a way to trap Lin Feng when he appears and then summon these top experts. At that time, Lin Feng will definitely die. With our strength, trapping Lin Feng is definitely not a problem. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators began to discuss ways to deal with Lin Feng. Blood Demon Slope. Rumor had it that an extremely powerful blood demon had fallen here in the past. Now, Lin Feng was resting in the Blood Demon Slope. Waves of violent fluctuations came from the depths of the Blood Demon Slope. Lin Feng was surprised. He continued walking towards the depths of the Blood Demon Hill. That was a dangerous place. Very few people dared to go there. But at that moment, the chi coming from the Blood Demon Hill was extremely strong. Could it be that there was something inside? Lin Feng planned to explore carefully. As he went deeper, the demonic fog of the Blood Demon Slope became denser. Roar! A low roar came out, and evil spirits pounced towards Lin Feng. These evil spirits were ferocious, and their auras were evil. Their combat strength was extremely shocking. Guide, Guier, come out! Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the two ghost emperors. Guide and Guier were the names that Lin Feng gave to the two ghost emperors. The two ghost emperors were very dissatisfied with this name, but their protests were ignored by Lin Feng. After the two ghost emperors came out, they stuck out their scarlet tongues and quickly pounced on the surrounding ghosts. The two ghost emperors could increase their cultivation by devouring these ghosts. A large number of ghosts were devoured by the two ghost emperors. Lin Feng walked all the way to the depths. He saw a blood pool in the deepest place. He. Lin Feng looked over and saw a shriveled cultivator. It was an old woman with dry skin, as rough as tree bark. When Lin Feng saw the old woman, he couldn't help but be surprised. She was definitely a terrifying cultivator, but Lin Feng had the impression that she wasn't a ghost. "Kid, what are you doing here?" said the old woman, looking at Lin Feng in an evil way. "Senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The old woman sized up Lin Feng's body. She looked like a hunter looking at a large number of prey. "This is not a place you should be." Lin Feng's heart trembled when he saw the old woman's expression. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and said, "This junior will take his leave." Lin Feng then put away the two ghost emperors. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. What a terrifying existence. She looks even scarier than an evil ghost. But her aura is very strange. She doesn't seem like an undead ghost. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Although Lin Feng was curious about what the old woman was doing, he didn't dare to ask about it. He quickly left the place. "Lin Feng, where are you? Do you only know how to be a coward? Hurry up and come out. This young master wants to kill you to prove his Dao." Qin Daowen's voice was indifferent. He was patrolling the chaotic ancient kingdom, searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Many people were paying attention to this matter. Qin Daowen was very powerful. Now that he had killed Lin Feng, he had consolidated his Dao fruit. If he really succeeded, Qin Daowen would probably be able to create an invincible heart. "Lin Feng, do you know that my clan raised many humans in captivity back then? Those humans couldn't even be called slaves. They were even worse than livestock. You humans have a lowly bloodline. You are no exception. I will wait for your arrival at the Heaven Vein Peak. If you come, I will trample you under my feet and let you face the gap between us." Qin Daowen's voice was indifferent. He was incomparably arrogant and was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. He had been using words to mock Lin Feng. Now, not only was he mocking Lin Feng, but he was also full of ridicule and contempt for the human race. This person is really hateful to the extreme. There were many human cultivators in the chaotic ancient kingdom. They were all filled with righteous indignation and killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to cut Qin Daowen into 1,000 pieces. However, Qin Daowen was really too powerful. Ordinary people would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. Many cultivators gathered around the Heaven Vein Peak because Qin Daowen stood at the top of the main peak of the Heaven Vein Peak. He was waiting for Lin Feng to arrive. This Lin Feng will definitely not come because he knows that coming is equivalent to death. A cultivator from the 10,000 races sneered. He was extremely confident in Qin Daowen's strength. How laughable. This battle hasn't started yet. It's not certain who will win. That's right. Lin Feng's cultivation and talent are not inferior to Qin Daowen's. If Lin Feng comes, Qin Daowen will definitely die. The human cultivators began to counterattack. "Lowly human, are you qualified to talk to us?" The cultivators of the 10,000 races had indifferent expressions as they mocked. The human cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, but in the end they had no choice but to restrain themselves. If they really fought, the human cultivators would definitely suffer a great loss. They would not be able to compete with the cultivators of the 10,000 races at all. There were too few experts on the human side. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation came from afar. A cultivator walked over. This was a young cultivator wearing a white robe. Black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like stars, and his face was like jade. It was as if a young divine king had stepped through the void. "Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng," someone exclaimed. Lin Feng had really come. This brat actually came here recklessly. There's a good show to watch now. Let's see how he dies later. Hee, I'm looking forward to seeing how Qin Daowen will torture this brat to death. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces discussed. Lin Feng is here. Lin Feng will definitely win this battle. The human cultivators, on the other hand, were excited. They had an inexplicable trust in Lin Feng. This trust came from Lin Feng defeating powerful enemies time and time again. Are you that Qin Daowen? Lin Feng looked at Qin Daowen indifferently. He deliberately stood high in the sky and looked down at Qin Daowen with disdain and contempt. Anyone could see that Lin Feng looked down on Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen had been provoking Lin Feng. In his words, he humiliated and despised Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng stood high in the sky and stepped on Qin Daowen. He was full of contempt for Qin Daowen. He was using practical actions to respond to him. Get down here. Qin Daowen's punch was heavy and powerful. It condensed into a huge fist aura that blasted towards Lin Feng. I'll stomp you to death, Lin Feng sneered. He stood in the air and stomped towards Qin Daowen. Lin Feng's right leg instantly became as huge as a mountain. It instantly crushed Qin Daowen's fist aura and then stomped towards Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen was shocked and hurriedly rushed into the distance to avoid Lin Feng's stomp. However, at that moment, Lin Feng raised his right leg and kicked at Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen was unable to dodge the kick and had no choice but to block it. Boom. Lin Feng's kick landed on Qin Daowen's body and sent him flying. Qin Daowen's face turned red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng, on the other hand, turned into a shadow and rushed in front of Qin Daowen like an eagle. He immediately activated the five-fold arms of the dragon and elephant and blasted towards Qin Daowen. You have a death wish. Qin Daowen's eyes flashed with a ghastly look. Dense, fiery red scales appeared on his body. Primordial fire salamander scales. Many people cried out in surprise after seeing those scales. The scales that appeared on Qin Daowen's body had a long history. They were the scales of a ferocious beast called a fire salamander from the primordial era. It was rumored that the fire salamander even hunted dragons for food. From this, one could see how terrifying the creature was. Qin Daowen had obtained an opportunity when he was young and had refined the blood essence of a primordial fire salamander. As such, his bloodline possessed a portion of the primordial fire salamander's abilities. When the bloodline was activated, his body would be covered with the primordial fire salamander scales. The defensive power of the scales would be greatly increased. After the bloodline of the primordial fire salamander was activated, Qin Daowen's physical strength would be greatly increased. Therefore, Qin Daowen's current physical body was extremely terrifying. Suppressing Qin Daowen with physical body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, when he saw that Lin Feng actually wanted to engage in close combat with him, Qin Daowen's face immediately revealed a look of contempt. He felt that Lin Feng was completely seeking his own death. Qin Daowen has activated the primordial fire lizard bloodline, and now his body is covered in primordial fire lizard scales. At the same time, his strength has increased crazily. The current Qin Daowen has an unparalleled physical body. Lin Feng is dead for sure. A cultivator from the myriad races sneered. Then someone said, that's not necessarily true. It's said that Lin Feng's body is extremely powerful. Therefore, he likes to engage in close combat with others. In close combat, there's no time to circulate magic power to activate divine abilities. It's completely a battle of physical strength and physical defense. Therefore, this Lin Feng can't be underestimated. That's because you don't know how strong Qin Daowen's physical body is. That's why you think Lin Feng's physical body is tyrannical. Previously, Qin Daowen activated his primordial fire lizard bloodline and then engaged in close combat with a great emperor-level expert to test his physical body. The result was actually a draw. At that moment, a cultivator said. So powerful? Qin Daowen's physical body can compete with a great emperor's? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. A great emperor was a lofty existence, like an immortal ruler looking down on the common people of the world. However, Qin Daowen's physical body was actually this powerful. It was truly shocking. Now that they knew that Qin Daowen's physical body was so powerful, more and more people were filled with confidence in him. The cultivators of the 9 states frowned slightly. The cultivators who were originally full of confidence in Lin Feng didn't seem to have as much confidence as before. This was because Qin Daowen's physical body was comparable to a great emperor's. It was simply too powerful. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and Qin Daowen fiercely collided. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Qin Daowen was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces who were originally full of confidence in Qin Daowen's physical body suddenly became incoherent. Qin Daowen's physical body was so powerful, but now, he couldn't even block a punch from Lin Feng. It was simply too inconceivable. Lin Feng quickly charged toward Qin Daowen and continued to punch at him. Qin Daowen's physical body was indeed comparable to a god emperor's physical body. However, Lin Feng's physical body was comparable to an immortal emperor's physical body. Without using the Dracophant arm, the physical strength and defense of his physical body were comparable to an immortal emperor's. The most important thing was, when Lin Feng used the Dracophant arm, his physical strength would increase crazily. Not to mention an immortal emperor, even the most powerful great emperor. In terms of physical strength, they wouldn't dare say that they could contend with Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. Moreover, Lin Feng was now using 5 times the strength of the Dracophant arm. It was even more powerful. The current Lin Feng. He had simply transformed into an immortal god fiend. All the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were amazed. They were extremely impressed with Lin Feng. As humans, their physical bodies were at a disadvantage. The human race's true advantage was their comprehension of the Great Tao. However, Lin Feng had turned the human race's biggest disadvantage into his own advantage. Lin Feng was terrifying in this aspect. Lin Feng once again charged in front of Qin Daowen and said coldly, "You keep saying that you look down on humans. So this is your strength? Are you raising your hands to slap your own mouth? How laughable." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng launched a frenzied attack on Qin Daowen. Punch after punch, he attacked Qin Daowen. Lin Feng's punches were too fast. As fast as lightning. It was so fast that it dazzled people. It was so fast that it was unbelievable and shocking. And Qin Daowen could only passively endure Lin Feng's attacks. Bang, 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 the two sides continuously bombarded each other dozens of times. Every time, it was powerful and heavy. The loud sound shook the sky, as if 2 huge mountains had collided. Crack, crack, the sound of bones cracking was constantly heard. Everyone saw that the scales on Qin Daowen, who was fighting Lin Feng, kept falling off. Both of his arms had been broken by Lin Feng. His body had also taken many punches from Lin Feng. Many of the bones in his body had been broken by Lin Feng's punches. Qin Daowen had suffered extremely serious injuries from the collision of their physical bodies. Weak. You're really too weak. A character like you dares to provoke me? You're simply overestimating yourself. Lin Feng's arrogant and domineering voice could not help but be heard. At this moment, no one refuted Lin Feng. Lin Feng was incomparably arrogant. However, Lin Feng had the strength to do so. Qin Daowen was simply mad with hatred. He did not expect Lin Feng's physical body to be so tyrannical. Moreover, he was firmly suppressing him. Qin Daowen knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. There was actually a secret hidden in Qin Daowen's mouth. This person was really sinister. At this moment, he had spat out this blood-colored light to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. At such a close distance, if one's reaction was slightly slower, they would be fatally injured. Facing the attack of the blood-colored light, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the blood-colored light shot over, a defensive crystal wall appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was the defensive crystal wall condensed by the great defensive technique. However, the attack of the blood-colored light was really powerful. It instantly penetrated the defensive crystal wall and arrived in front of Lin Feng, slashing towards Lin Feng's neck. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what the blood-colored light was. The blood-colored light was actually a small blood-colored sword. The small blood-colored sword was branded with dense runes. Those runes were very demonic and could greatly support the small blood-colored sword. It's the blood talisman sword. It's a powerful treasure. It said that it can be hidden in the mouth and instantly launch a sneak attack on the opponent, catching them off guard. Although the blood talisman sword is very small, it's extremely powerful. Dodging the attack of the blood talisman sword is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, it's impossible to dodge the attack at such a close distance. This time, Lin Feng is dead for sure. Immediately, a myriad race's cultivator said. This person had some understanding of the blood talisman sword and knew how terrifying the blood talisman sword was. Therefore, he felt that Lin Feng would definitely die under the attack of the blood talisman sword. The eyes of many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces could not help but light up. They were looking forward to the scene of Lin Feng being killed. Many cultivators of the human race could not help but curse in a low voice. They cursed Qin Daowen for being despicable and shameless. He actually used the blood talisman sword to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Just as the blood talisman sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Before the blood talisman sword slashed Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another opportunity from the heavens. He instantly disappeared, and the blood talisman sword attacked in midair. Lin Feng appeared behind Qin Daowen and attacked him with the demon ancestor's sacred fist. Qin Daowen sensed the terrifying aura surging over from behind, and his expression could not help but be greatly shocked. Then, he turned around and threw a punch behind him. Bang, along with the sound of the violent collision, Lin Feng and Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen was sent flying by Lin. Crack, crack, it was unknown how many bones in Qin Daowen's body had been broken, especially in Qin Daowen's right arm. Even the bone dregs were exposed, making him look extremely miserable. Lin Feng's attack, this caused serious damage to Qin Daowen. As expected of the strongest heaven's pride of the human clan. Not only did he dodge Qin Daowen's blood talisman sword, but he also injured Qin Daowen. That's right. Lin Feng hasn't suffered any injuries after such a long battle. Qin Daowen is no match for Lin Feng at all. Qin Daowen is dead for sure. It's only a matter of time. The cultivators of the 9 provinces couldn't help but discuss excitedly. They felt that Qin Daowen was dead for sure. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was enough to make anyone fall into despair. Damn it, this Lin Feng is so strong. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had gloomy expressions. They were originally overjoyed that Lin Feng would die at Qin Daowen's hands, but the result was far from what they had imagined. They couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. Lin Feng continued to attack Qin Daowen. He said indifferently, if your strength is limited to this, then you'll die today. I'll take your life. Qin Daowen put away his blood talisman sword and roared. Qin Daowen's eyes had turned blood red. He was a top genius of the myriad races. He was high and mighty. When had he ever been suppressed to this extent? To the proud and arrogant Qin Daowen, this was simply a great torture and humiliation. It made Qin Daowen's mentality completely lose balance. Qin Daowen's hands emitted waves of destructive energy waves. The 2 Dao characters in his hands awakened at this moment. I was born with the Dao character in my hand. I inherit the fate of heaven and earth. I can borrow the power of the heavenly Dao. What do you have to fight me? Qin Daowen's face was filled with a sinister smile. After the 2 Dao characters in his palm were awakened, a terrifying power descended from the sky and surged into Qin Daowen's body. Qin Daowen's cultivation began to rise steadily. Just as Qin Daowen had said, he inherited the fate of heaven and earth and could borrow the power of the heavenly Dao. Now, Qin Daowen was borrowing the power of the heavenly Dao. Despicable ant, die. Qin Daowen raised his hands. The 2 Dao characters in his palms were dazzling. Boom. Boom, immediately after, 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from his palms. The 2 beams of light directly blasted towards Lin Feng. In midair, the 2 beams of light merged into one, emitting a power that could distort time and space. The power of the 2 beams of light was simply too shocking. Many people couldn't help but be shocked when they sensed the aura emanating from Qin Daowen's body. At present, Qin Daowen seemed to have transformed into an immortal ruler. He ruled over the lives of billions of living beings. Even Lin Feng's life was under Qin Daowen's control. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor sacred fist to block Qin Daowen's attack. Bang, the two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng's demon ancestor sacred fist was actually sent flying by the beam of light that shot out from Qin Daowen's palms. Lin Feng felt the blood and qi in his body roiling. His entire body was in extreme pain. Qin Daowen could borrow the power of the heavenly Dao to fight his enemies through the two Dao characters. This was the most terrifying part. This method could be called invincible. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces cried out in alarm. They felt that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. No one could withstand Qin Daowen's attack. Let's see how long you can last. Qin Daowen's voice was extremely cold as he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. He still used the same attack as before. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from his palms. The two terrifying beams of light merged into one and blasted towards Lin Feng. This should be Qin Daowen's trump card. He used the two Dao characters to summon the power of the heavenly Dao to strengthen himself. Facing Qin Daowen's attack, Lin Feng used the 72 transformations to quickly deduce the method to use this divine ability. When Qin Daowen's attack was about to hit Lin Feng actually used the same move. He also raised his hands, and two Dao characters appeared in his palms. One of them was Dao, and the other was Wen. Heavens! Lin Feng actually used the same divine ability as Qin Daowen. Is he also born with the word Dao in his hand? Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Lin Feng neutralize Qin Daowen's attack using the same method as Qin Daowen. It was like a dream, but it actually happened before their eyes. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. The same ability. They are both people who inherit the fortune of heaven and earth. Qin Daowen is probably in danger now, an alien cultivator said with a gloomy expression. Looks like you guys haven't heard about it. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like it's true, another alien cultivator said. What is it? Everyone looked at the alien cultivator with puzzled expressions. Not long ago, Lin Feng killed the Qinwu people's expert, Jin Xianxia. At that time, Lin Feng used one of Jin Xuanzhao's top divine abilities to kill him. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Feng had learned the Qinwu people's top divine ability by chance, so they didn't think too much about it. However, it seems like that isn't the case. He first used Jin Xuanzhao's top divine ability, and now, he used Qin Daowen's top divine ability. What do you guys think? The extraterrestrial cultivator looked at the surrounding cultivators and asked. It means that Lin Feng possesses an extremely terrifying ability. He can copy other people's divine abilities and make them his own. Someone said in disbelief. That's right. That's more or less the case, the alien cultivator said. 72 transformations. Rumor has it that the 72 transformations can deduce other people's divine abilities, a myriad races cultivator said. That's the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. No wonder Lin Feng is so heaven-defying. Did he obtain the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal? Many fervent gazes looked at Lin Feng, greed and killing intent flashing in their eyes. The great sage, heaven's equal was one of the most powerful existences in history. If one could obtain the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal, it would definitely be an extremely heaven-defying thing. From then on, one would definitely have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The disappearance of the great sage, heaven's equal was simply too bizarre. For countless years, no one had been able to obtain the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. And now, Lin Feng had actually obtained the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. This was truly a shocking thing. Right now, many cultivators from various races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces wanted to kill Lin Feng and seize the legacy in Lin Feng's body. However, when they recalled how formidable Lin Feng was, they gave up on that idea. Lin Feng was too strong. If they really attacked, they would be the ones to die, not Lin Feng. Whoosh, at this moment, Qin Daowen turned around and fled into the distance. When Qin Daowen saw Lin Feng use the same move to break his attack, he no longer had the courage to fight Lin Feng. Qin Daowen was very unwilling to admit this, but the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to admit it. Right now, the most important thing was not to save face, but to escape as soon as possible. This was because Qin Daowen could feel Lin Feng's killing intent towards him. Earlier, you provoked me time and time again with your superior attitude. You really made me think that you were invincible. How did you become a stray dog now? Lin Feng quickly chased after Qin Daowen. His voice was indifferent and filled with cold killing intent. I admit that your ability to duplicate divine abilities is terrifying, but it's not without flaws. Although it's powerful, it can't unleash 100% of its combat strength. If I hadn't been misled by you and suffered injuries to my physical body, causing my combat strength to plummet, I wouldn't have lost to you today. Qin Daowen said with a gloomy expression. He didn't want to admit his defeat and was still looking for an excuse for it. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You really think too highly of yourself. The attack I derived from this divine ability is almost the same as the attack you used. You're just asking to be humiliated here. Besides, isn't a battle of physical bodies still a battle? When did I mislead you? You're looking for excuses for your defeat after being defeated. Only someone with a dark and weak heart like you can come up with such an excuse. But no matter what excuse you come up with, it's useless. Today, you'll definitely die. No one can save you. You want to kill me? You're still far from capable." At this moment, Qin Daowen sneered and took out a jade talisman. Void travel talisman. If Qin Daowen broke the empty space talisman, then Lin Feng wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Edited by Red. This was because Lin Feng didn't know where he would travel to. A great emperor-level expert could lock onto Qin Daowen's figure 300 miles away. However, Lin Feng couldn't do that. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. 9 layers of Haki superimposed. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones technique and split himself into 3. Then, Lin Feng and his original body activated 3 layers of Haki at the same time. The magnetic field formed by the superimposed 9 layers of Haki directly imprisoned the void. Such a powerful magnetic field was a little similar to the space freeze used by the Great Rock King. It caused the space of a world to fall into a state of stillness, including all living creatures in this space. Of course, unlike space freeze, Lin Feng's magnetic field was an extremely domineering aura suppression. It didn't really cause space to fall into a state of stillness. Qin Daowen crushed the void teleportation talisman, but he couldn't be teleported out. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki was too powerful. The void teleportation talisman that Qin Daowen crushed couldn't break through the magnetic field. Therefore, Qin Daowen was trapped in the magnetic field that Lin Feng had condensed. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and punched at Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen, who was enveloped by the magnetic field, found it difficult to move his body, let alone fight against Lin Feng. He punched out to block Lin Feng's attack, but he was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. He couldn't help but vomit blood in midair. After seeing this scene, everyone knew that Qin Daowen's only path was likely to be death. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Qin Daowen and slashed out a sword aura. The dazzling sword aura slashed toward Qin Daowen. No! Qin Daowen screamed in horror. He felt the aura of death enveloping his body. Qin Daowen didn't want to die. However, Lin Feng wouldn't pity this person. Until now. No one could save Qin Daowen. With a tearing sound, Qin Daowen's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Lin Feng stood in the void with his black hair draped over his shoulders like an immortal god-fiend. He stood there as if he had become the ruler of heaven and earth. Everyone's heart was abnormally shaken. Such a scene seemed to be eternally imprinted in their minds. Qin Daowen was considered a top genius among the myriad races. But now, he was actually killed by Lin Feng. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. If anyone wants to die, you can continue to provoke me. I don't mind starting a massacre. Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign forces can all come and challenge me. When the time comes, I'll cut off their heads. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent, filled with cold killing intent. He quickly flew into the distance at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. The news of Qin Daowen being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the chaotic ancient nation. Previously, Qin Daowen had provoked Lin Feng several times. He mocked and despised Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. But now, he was killed by Lin Feng. This matter naturally caused a huge uproar. Qin Daowen wasn't a simple figure. He was born with the word Dao in his hand. Such a person was a proud son of the heavens and could achieve extremely heaven-defying achievements in the future. But now, he had died prematurely. Lin Feng's provocation of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign forces also spread quickly. Many people gnashed their teeth in hatred. This kid is too arrogant. He's just one person, yet he dares to provoke the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Does he really think that he's invincible against cultivators below the great emperor realm? Someone's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. A great emperor realm existence wouldn't attack Lin Feng openly. Existences at their level basically participated in great emperor realm battles. If a great emperor openly killed Lin Feng, the great emperors of the 9 prefectures might also kill the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces as revenge. Back then in Sky Martial Continent, Emperor God Wu Yuan had crossed the sea and wanted to kill Lin Feng silently. However, he had been killed by Lin Feng's scheme. Although Lin Feng was not dead, the 9 provinces' great emperor had made some counterattacks to intimidate the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces. During that period of time, many top-notch experts from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were killed. The 3 forces knew that the one who had attacked was a great emperor of the 9 states. Now, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors from the other forces were all apprehensive. Moreover, the great emperors were all focused on the primal chaos gate. They didn't have the time to pay attention to Lin Feng. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Xianxia, Xingyuan Dao, and the others are all peerless and terrifying existences. They are definitely much stronger than Qin Daowen. If they were to attack, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. A cultivator said. Not long after, a piece of news spread among the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Xianxia, Xingyuan Dao, the female cultivator from the fallen angel tribe, Nailan Monli, the expert from the Qinhua people, Jin Xuanzhong, and the others had planned to join forces to kill Lin Feng. Although many of them were confident that they could kill Lin Feng alone. However, they didn't want to fight a bitter battle with Lin Feng. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. After a fierce battle with Lin Feng, even if they managed to kill Lin Feng, they would definitely consume a lot of energy. By then, the orthodoxy, dharma treasures, and wealth on Lin Feng might be snatched away by others. This caused many people to be apprehensive. Hence, no one was willing to kill Lin Feng alone. These people chose to join forces to attack Lin Feng. After killing Lin Feng, they would share the mystical abilities, dharma treasures, and wealth on Lin Feng. It was said that there were more than 10 top-notch prodigies participating in this matter. Not only were there cultivators from the myriad races, but there were also top-notch cultivators from the extraterrestrial races and other foreign forces. Lin Feng didn't necessarily have a grudge with them. They participated in this matter because they wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was entirely because Lin Feng had something they wanted. For example, the mystical ability 72 transformations that Lin Feng controlled. This matter had long spread. Some people had already made this judgment after the battle between Lin Feng, Jin Xianzhao, and Qin Daowen. Other than the heaven-defying mystical ability, the 72 transformations, they really couldn't think of any other reason to explain why Lin Feng had used Jin Xianzhao and Qin Daowen's trump cards one after another. Ever since they learned that those top-notch prodigies were planning to join forces to kill Lin Feng, cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces actively participated in this matter to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. They hoped to help these top-notch prodigies find Lin Feng's whereabouts and send out a signal when the time came. Perhaps after Lin Feng was killed, as the person who discovered Lin Feng, they could also obtain some of the things on Lin Feng's body. There were quite a few cultivators who had such thoughts. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The matter of the heavenly demon emperor's son, Xianxia, and the others forming an alliance naturally couldn't be hidden from the world. The cultivators of the 9 provinces also heard about this matter. There are too few top-notch cultivators among the younger generation of the human race. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, I can form an alliance with Lin Feng and fight against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces together. Some human cultivators sighed with emotion. Yes, the human race is now in a weakened state. Apart from the Red World Fairy, it's been a long time since a top-notch expert has appeared. Another person sighed with emotion. Lin Feng also heard that the heavenly demon emperor's son and the others had formed an alliance to deal with him. After hearing this, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't take this matter to heart. These people had formed an alliance to deal with him. He wasn't stupid. Of course, he wouldn't fall into a trap. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that these people couldn't stay together forever. Perhaps they would split up and search for him. This was his chance. When the time came, he could choose to deal with them one by one. On this day, Lin Feng heard a piece of news. In the God's Fall mountain range, the earth split open and a huge abyss appeared. Demonic energy surged in the abyss. Some cultivators went to the abyss one after another to explore its secrets, but they didn't come out alive. That abyss was definitely not simple. More and more cultivators were attracted to that place. After hearing this news, Lin Feng inquired about the location of the God's Fall mountain range and immediately flew in the direction of the God's Fall mountain range. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the God's Fall mountain range. This mountain range was very large. It originally extended for 40 to 50 kilometers. But now, the entire mountain range was split in half. A huge abyss appeared. There were some cultivators scattered around the huge devil abyss. There were cultivators from the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces. Of course, there were also some cultivators from the 9 continents. Some people entered the devil abyss one after another, but they did not come out after a long time. It was unknown if they had met with a calamity in the devil abyss. Lin Feng planned to enter the devil abyss to see what was going on inside. Whoosh! He quickly flew towards the devil abyss and then quickly flew down. In the devil abyss, black fog rolled, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. During the process of diving, Lin Feng heard a buzzing sound. His expression could not help but become cautious. That sound was very strange and made him feel uneasy. Lin Feng looked around and his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a dense swarm of small black insects flying over from afar. Those small insects looked very much like ants. They were about the same size. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. Some cultivators entered the abyss like Lin Feng and were enveloped by those small black insects. They did not even have the chance to scream before they were swallowed by those small black insects and their bodies turned into a pile of bones. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those small black insects were too terrifying. He sped up and flew down quickly. However, at this time, there were also waves of violent fluctuations coming from below. Lin Feng looked down and found that there was also a dense swarm of small insects that blotted out the sky. Now, Lin Feng was surrounded by these small insects. However, Lin Feng was not worried or afraid at all. When the dense swarm of small insects pounced on him, Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly fire. The 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely. Sizzling sounds could be heard continuously. The small insects were directly burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng took this opportunity to enter the bottom of the abyss. He found that there were many corpses at the bottom of the abyss. Some of these corpses had long decayed. Some even had traces of blood. The decayed bones should have been left behind by cultivators who had died a long time ago, while the blood-stained bones should have been left behind not too long ago. Perhaps it was the bones that had been eaten clean by those little bugs. Lin Feng headed deeper into the forest. The bottom of the abyss was very large and filled with a strange power. This strange power attracted Lin Feng's attention. He always felt that this abyss was exuding a strange aura, but Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint it for the time being. Not long after, Lin Feng saw several corpses. These corpses had not been gnawed to the point that only bones were left. However, their eyes had been gouged out. Why did you only dig out their eyes? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This caused a shadow to grow in his heart. He didn't know what kind of strange existence would do such a thing, gouging out the eyes of cultivators. Why would it do such a thing? Could it be that he had a special hobby of eating other people's eyes? Lin Feng had never heard of anyone with such a perverted hobby. Buzz, a violent sound came from the depths of the abyss. Lin Feng was slightly startled. He couldn't help but speed up and rush into the depths of the abyss. A fork appeared in the depths of the devil abyss. The fork was divided into 3 directions. The fluctuation came from the middle fork. Lin Feng entered the middle fork. He vaguely felt the aura of cultivators coming from the depths. It seemed that some cultivators had already entered the middle fork. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and hid himself in the void. Then, he hid in the depths. Not long after, he hid in the depths of the abyss and saw more than 10 cultivators. These cultivators all had powerful auras, and their cultivations were not ordinary. Among them, there were 2 female cultivators, and the rest were male cultivators. Lin Feng recognized one of the 2 female cultivators. The female cultivator he recognized was none other than the female cultivator from the fallen angel race. Her name seemed to be Nalan Monli. Lin Feng didn't know the other female cultivator, but she should be a cultivator from an extraterritorial force. Lin Feng saw a special mark between the eyebrows of the female cultivator. Generally, cultivators from the extraterritorial starry sky world would have a special mark between their eyebrows. Lin Feng didn't know the origin of the female cultivator, but the female cultivator and Nalan Monli were standing together and had been whispering something. Lin Feng guessed that the female cultivator and Nalan Monli should have a good relationship. She's also a stunner. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The female cultivator also had an extremely beautiful face. She was also very charming. She was a completely different type of woman from Nalan Monli. Nalan Monli belonged to the category of peerless enchanters. Every move she made was breathtaking. On the other hand, the female cultivator beside Nalan Monli was very charming. She was filled with a kind of seductive beauty. Nalan Monli and the female cultivator beside her seemed to be in a group, while the other male cultivators seemed to be in a group. In the deepest position, Lin Feng saw something. It was actually a lotus flower surrounded by flames. The lotus flower was slowly blooming. It's the amethyst flame gold lotus. At this time, the demon lord couldn't help but cry out. Amethyst flame gold lotus? What's that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Rumor has it that the amethyst flame gold lotus is a kind of immortal lotus that can undergo nirvana. The amethyst flame gold lotus appears once every 300,000 years. After it appears, it will bear 12 lotus seeds. When the 12 lotus seeds mature, the amethyst flame gold lotus will spontaneously combust, leaving behind only 12 lotus seeds. Now, those lotus seeds are clearly about to mature. These people are all waiting for the lotus seeds to mature. These lotus seeds contain extremely high-grade energy and are the most precious heavenly treasure. They can increase a cultivator's cultivation. The demon lord said. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. The 12 lotus seeds were actually heavenly treasures that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. Such heavenly treasures were the most precious among all heavenly treasures. I'm already at the 9th layer of the giant god realm. If I can get the 12 lotus seeds, I wonder if I can break through to the 10th layer. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was determined to get his hands on a treasure like the 12 lotus seeds. However, now wasn't the best time to make a move. The group of cultivators standing beside the amethyst flame gold lotus weren't simple characters. Lin Feng needed to find a rare opportunity to make a move. As time passed, the 12 lotus seeds gradually matured. About 6 hours later, the 12 lotus seeds matured and the amethyst flame gold lotus began to combust. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes, leaving behind 12 golden lotus seeds floating in the void. The 12 golden lotus seeds had matured and were now floating in the air. The energy they emitted made people's hearts palpitate. Such a treasure was definitely something that would shake people's hearts and make them yearn for it. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk the two groups of people standing not far away from the 12 golden lotus seeds all made their moves and rushed towards the golden lotus seeds. Attack! A male cultivator shouted and took the lead to attack the female cultivator from the fallen angel tribe, Nalan Monli. Terrifying fluctuations swept across the heavens and the earth, surging out and shaking the heavens and the earth. The fluctuations caused people to be shocked and moved. This was definitely an extremely powerful character. These people didn't want to share the 12 golden lotus seeds with Nalan Monli and her companion, so they chose to attack. Nalan Monli's cultivation was naturally very powerful. She was a top existence among the younger generation of the myriad races. Previously, she had even formed an alliance with young Master Nya, Xingyuan Dao, and the son of the heavenly demon king to search for her whereabouts. But now, she was besieged. The other 12 male cultivators weren't young cultivators. They had cultivated for many years and had deep and powerful auras. Therefore, they weren't afraid of Nalan Monli. The top cultivators of the younger generation were very powerful, but compared to many cultivators who had cultivated for many years, they were a bit inferior. For example, Nalan Monli had extraordinary talents. She could even suppress some cultivators who had reached the 90th step. However, Nalan Monli was suppressing cultivators with ordinary talents who had reached the 90th step. Different talents meant that cultivators who had reached the 90th step would have different battle prowess. If they met a cultivator with heaven-defying talents who had reached the 90th step, they would be suppressed. At that time, they would be suppressed or even crushed by the other party. The other 11 cultivators also attacked. These 12 people were very powerful, and they launched an extremely fierce attack on Nalan Monli and her companions. After being besieged, Nalan Monli and her companion began to counterattack. In the face of these people's attacks, Nalan Monli took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. It was an umbrella-shaped magic treasure. The magic treasure emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations and dropped down 5 elemental light. The 5 elemental light enveloped her and her companion. When the 12 cultivators attacked, they were all blocked by the 5 elemental light. Nalan Monli and her companions' attacks were also very tyrannical, forcing the other 12 cultivators to panic. It seems that Nalan Monli and her companion are going to defeat those 12 cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The 12 cultivators were very powerful, but they didn't have powerful defensive magic treasures. From Nalan Monli, they couldn't break through Nalan Monli's defensive magic treasure in a short time. At this time, the use of magic treasures. In a battle between cultivators, it wasn't certain that you would win just because you had a higher cultivation. Many times, winning depended on many factors. Magic treasures were one of the most important reasons for this. Just like the battle in front of them. If Nalan Monli didn't have that powerful defensive magic treasure, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for her and her companion to contend against the other 12 cultivators. But now that she had this powerful defensive magic treasure, the result was completely different. Quickly retreat, and you can still live. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. Nalan Monli said coldly. Now, Nalan Monli's goal was the 12 golden lotus seeds, not to kill the 12 cultivators in front of her. Killing these people may take some time. The longer the delay, the worse it would be, because there might be some unforeseen events. Now, the most important thing was to scare away these 12 people and obtain the 12 golden lotus seeds. The leading male cultivator sneered and said, "Do you really think that everything is under control? If you really have such an idea, then you are too self-righteous." Not only did these 12 people not retreat, but they also increased the intensity of their attacks. A more powerful divine ability was brewed and blasted towards Nalan Monli and her companion. "Since you want to court death, then don't blame us." Nalan Monli's expression was cold. Just as she was about to brew a more powerful divine ability to deal with these 12 cultivators. Suddenly, the female cultivator beside Nalan Monli suddenly launched a sneak attack on Nalan Monli. She quietly retreated behind Nalan Monli and slapped her palm towards Nalan Monli's back. Nalan Monli didn't guard against her companion at all, so she didn't know that her companion would sneak attack her. Bang! The fierce palm slapped Nalan Monli's body and directly sent Nalan Monli flying. Puff! Nalan Monli couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face became as pale as paper. She felt the magic power in her body become chaotic and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark and watching the battle, was completely dumbfounded. The battle in front of him was too dramatic. Who would have thought that Nayland Monley's companion would suddenly attack Nayland Monley? Seeing this scene, even Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. You Simon, why did you sneak attack me? Nayland Monley looked at her companion with an ugly expression. This female cultivator was called you Simon. Nayland Monley and you Simon had known each other for many years. Of course, their relationship wasn't very close. However, they had trained together. This time, the two of them had explored a secret place together and their relationship seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Nayland Monley had even considered you Simon a good friend. As for Nayland Monley, she felt that you Simon considered her a good friend as well. Now, however, she knew that it was all a lie. Nayland Monley's earlier enthusiasm was just to dispel her wariness towards her. Nayland Monley. You might not know this, but Brother Tang and I have known each other for a long time. Right now, there are only a few of us here. Killing you will not only give us the 12 golden lotus seeds, we will also be able to obtain the many treasures on you. Moreover, I heard that you have a life and death formula. That is a treasure that everyone yearns for. We must obtain that life and death formula. You Simon said with a smile. There was a charming smile on her face, but in Nayland Monley's eyes, that smile was bone-chilling. Life and death formula? What's that? Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. This was his first time hearing about the life and death formula. Judging from the name, it sounded like a cultivation formula. To avoid any unexpected events, let's kill her. You Simon said, killing intent surging. Nayland Monley activated her defensive magic treasure to protect her body as she tried to break out of the encirclement. However, her magic power was in chaos, and her battle prowess had greatly declined. Without the ability to break out, the light of the 5 elements protecting her would be completely destroyed in no time. At that time, Nayland Monley would die without a doubt. Demon Lord, have you heard of the life and death art? Lin Feng asked while watching the battle. Of course I've heard of the life and death art. Rumor has it that there are 9 scrolls in total. It is said that the 9 scrolls evolved from a natural immortal stone. Each scroll contains a supreme technique. If you can gather all 9 scrolls, you can slaughter the heavens. The Demon Lord said. It's that powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder you Simon attacked Nayland Monley. What made you Simon attack wasn't the 12 golden lotus seeds, but the scroll of the life and death art that Nayland Monley had. 9 scrolls combined could slaughter the heavens. What was the heavens? The heavenly Tao was the heavens. Rumor has it that the 30 heavenly lords of the heavenly realm were the incarnations of the heavenly Tao. If they could really slaughter the heavens, it would be too terrifying. This was an unimaginable battle prowess. Lin Feng's gaze was focused on the battle. The attacks of the 12 powerful cultivators were getting fiercer and fiercer. Nayland Monley was clearly unable to hold on. The magic power fluctuations were getting weaker and more chaotic. At the same time, the defensive light barrier protecting Nayland Monley was also beginning to crack. Bang! Finally, with a shattering sound, the defensive light barrier shattered. Nayland Monley suffered a backlash and was sent flying. The magic power in her body was scattered. She wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Haha, this little girl is also top-notch. It's a pity to kill her directly. Why don't we enjoy her for a while before killing her? A male cultivator said. The male cultivator's words caused the eyes of the others to light up. Nayland Monley's face was filled with horror. If such a thing really happened, it would be a fate worse than death. Hee, that's a good suggestion. The rest of the male cultivators laughed and walked towards Nayland Monley. At this time, 12 golden lights flew out from you Simon's sleeves. The speed of the 12 golden lights was too fast, and they flew towards the 12 male cultivators. You Simon was only a few meters away from the 12 male cultivators. When she suddenly attacked, the 12 male cultivators were caught off guard. The 12 male cultivators reacted extremely quickly. He slammed his palm toward the golden light. However, those rays of golden light were actually small golden snakes. The golden snake was as thick as a chopstick. Its body was covered with golden spots. The small golden snake was called a gold-spotted snake. This kind of golden-spotted snake was an extremely rare species in the desolate world. It was fast and had a strong defense. Most importantly, it was highly poisonous. Some of the cultivators unleashed palm attacks upon the golden-striped serpent's body. However, the golden-striped serpent's defense was simply too strong. Thus, the attacks failed to harm the golden-striped serpent at all. However, there were some cultivators who didn't even encounter a golden-spotted snake. Crack, crack, the golden-striped serpent flew in front of the cultivators, opened its mouth, and bit them. The poison in the golden-striped serpent's fangs immediately entered the cultivators' bodies. The cultivators' bodies twitched violently, and they began to foam at the mouth. "You Simon, why did you kill us?" The leader of the black-robed men glared at you Simon before he died. "If I don't kill you, how can I take all the treasures for myself?" You Simon said indifferently. The 12 black-robed men fell to the ground, their eyes wide open. They died with grievances. Then, you Simon put away the 12 golden-striped serpents. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This woman called you Simon was truly too vicious and merciless. The phrase, the heart of a snake and scorpion, was the most appropriate to describe this woman. First, she ambushed Naylan Monley, who trusted her a lot. Then, she ambushed a group of her allies. She really wouldn't give up until she reached her goal. Amazing, truly amazing. I never thought that you would be such a vicious and calculated person. Naylan Monley looked at you Simon with a pale face. This peerless beauty, who had always been extremely arrogant, had a sad smile on her face. It seemed like she was mocking you Simon. Yet, it also seemed like she was mocking herself. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Don't blame me. In fact, I didn't want to deal with you, but the life and death art on you deeply attracted me. I've long heard of the life and death art's name, but I've never seen it before. I really want to see what's recorded in it. You Simon said with a smile. This woman was truly too beautiful. Every move, every frown, and every smile had great charm. Of course, when he thought of this woman as a vicious woman, he couldn't help but think about it. This kind of beauty would be greatly discounted. How about we make a deal? Naylan Monley said. No, no, no. I won't make any deal with you. My principle is to completely kill those who have become enemies, leaving no future trouble. You Simon said with a smile. This woman was indeed vicious. You Simon raised her right hand, wanting to slap Naylan Monley to death. Just as you Simon made her move, Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and quietly lurked behind you Simon. Then, he used the demon ancestor's sacred fist to kill you Simon. You Simon's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. She actually sensed Lin Feng behind her. She turned around and slapped at Lin Feng. Bang! The two of them collided with each other. Lin Feng's attack was too tyrannical. You Simon, who hastily received Lin Feng's palm, turned pale. It's you, Naylan Monley looked at Lin Feng in shock. Her face was full of shock. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. Previously, she had formed an alliance with Gong Zhongya, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Xing Yuandao, and others to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts, but they couldn't find Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had appeared here. Lin Feng's appearance had saved her life, but she didn't know if it would be a blessing or a curse for her. Hee, long time no see. Did you miss me? Lin Feng winked at Naylan Monley, as if teasing her after meeting a lover. You Simon sneered at Lin Feng. So you're that Lin Feng. You're about to die, yet you're still seducing women. You really don't know what's good for you. Look at your arm. In less than 60 breaths, you'll die from the poison attacking your heart. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his arm. He immediately saw that his arm had turned black. The poison had invaded his body. What a powerful poison! Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed like this woman was an expert in using poison. He had just exchanged a palm with her and he had been poisoned by her. This woman's methods were truly sinister and terrifying. If he was not careful, he could die in her hands. Lin Feng hurriedly used the great poison technique to resist the invasion of the poison in his body. Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "The great poison technique, you actually know such a powerful sacred art. It is rumored that you have many powerful inheritances. Now, it seems that the rumors are true. However, even if you know the great poison technique, it is useless. My poison is extremely terrifying. No one can neutralize it. Although the great poison technique can slow down the spread of the poison, it is unable to neutralize it. Therefore, you still have to die today. Of course, if you choose to submit to me and agree to be my male slave, perhaps I will consider sparing your life." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Isn't it a little too early to be happy? The great poison technique cannot neutralize your poison, but I have other ways to neutralize it." With that, Lin Feng directly summoned the white jade toad. Croak, 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 the white jade toad croaked a few times and then suddenly sucked. The poison in Lin Feng's body was immediately sucked out by the white jade toad. The poison was turned into nutrients for the white jade toad. The nemesis of poison, the white jade toad. Yu Simon could not help but be shocked when she saw the white jade toad. Obviously, she also recognized the white jade toad. Generally, cultivators who were good at using poison should have some understanding of the white jade toad. Yu Simon looked at the white jade toad with a greedy gaze. The white jade toad was extremely important to a poison expert like her. Perhaps, it was even more tempting to Yu Simon than many other sacred arts. Go to hell. Yu Simon quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. Above Yu Simon's palm, powerful magic power surged out. A faintly discernible silhouette of a temple condensed and formed. The temple was ancient and boundless, exuding an immortal aura. After seeing the temple, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This Yu Simon's cultivation was very strong. The attack of the temple's shadow was also very tyrannical. Her cultivation was strong, and she was a hidden poison expert. She was good at scheming and ruthless. Yu Simon. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about Yu Simon's cultivation level. If he couldn't defeat her, he would have wasted his time practicing cultivation. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor's holy punch to attack Yu Simon. The demon alpha's shadow appeared and threw a punch at the illusory temple that Yu Simon had conjured. They flew towards Lin Feng. They arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. The 12 golden spotted snakes were highly poisonous. If bitten, death would be the only outcome. Lin Feng did not care about the 12 golden spotted snakes' attack. The white jade toad flew out and opened its mouth. A white jade-like mist surged out and enveloped the 12 golden spotted snakes. The 12 golden spotted snakes twitched violently after being enveloped by the white jade-like mist. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then, he collected the 12 golden spotted snakes. My golden spotted snakes. Seeing her 12 golden spotted snakes being collected by Lin Feng, Yu Simon shouted angrily and pounced on Lin Feng. The 12 golden spotted snakes were nurtured by Yu Simon with a lot of energy. Yu Simon treated them like her own life. How could she let Lin Feng collect them so easily? The effect of using them to brew wine should be very good. Lin Feng said with a smile. I'll kill you. Yu Simon continuously slapped 36 palms towards Lin Feng. These 36 palms vaguely formed an 8 trigrams diagram. The power of each palm was extremely shocking. It was terrifying to the extreme. Humph, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He didn't look scared at all. He opened his hand and released a bestial beast attack. An immortal ancient demon appeared behind Lin Feng. The ancient demon stepped out and swept a fist towards Yu Simon. Bang, the two sides collided. Yu Simon was sent flying and her face became as pale as paper. Yu Simon was already injured in the first collision. Therefore, it was difficult for her to fully display her combat strength. Now, Yu Simon was injured on top of her injuries. Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, "It seems that your strength is limited to this. It's a pity to kill such a beauty like you. I've always been protective of women. Today, I'll suppress you and take you as a slave," said Lin Feng, releasing talismans which moved towards Yu Simon to oppress her. You dare? Yu Simon couldn't help but scream. Previously, she wanted to take Lin Feng as a male slave. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng actually wanted to take her as a slave. How could a proud woman like you Simon accept such a thing? If she really became Lin Feng's woman, it would be a fate worse than death. Nayland Monley looked at you Simon gloatingly. Seeing you Simon's panic-stricken face with a trace of madness, Nayland Monley's heart felt very carefree. But when she thought about how she couldn't condense her magic power and fell into Lin Feng's hands, her heart couldn't help but sink. How would Lin Feng deal with her? Nayland Monley couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Lin Feng's runes had already suppressed you Simon's body. No one could deal with her. After being suppressed by Lin Feng, you Simon struggled with all her might. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Her face turned extremely pale. She couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying things would happen to her if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Would it be as simple as becoming a slave? You Simon didn't think so. Lin Feng pinched you Simon's chin and said with a smile, "Today, you've shown me what it means to be the most vicious woman. However, I feel that turning a vicious woman into a loyal slave should be something that gives me a sense of accomplishment, right? Do you know who I am? If you know who I am, you won't think that way." You Simon looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Your identity? What? Could it be that you have some special identity?" You Simon sneered. "My father is the overlord of the universe, supreme sovereign myriad star. If you dare touch me, have you thought about the consequences? Supreme Emperor Wan Xing is your father?" You Simon, you really hit it well. Nayland Monley couldn't help but look at you Simon in shock. 7th level Great Emperor. Emperor God, Immortal Emperor, Emperor King, Emperor Sect, Supreme Emperor, Holy Emperor, Emperor Master. Supreme Emperor was a level 5 Great Emperor. Lin Feng had experienced Emperor God Wu Yuan's power before. However, Emperor God Wu Yuan was only a level 1 Great Emperor. If Emperor God Wu Yuan was so terrifying, how powerful would you Simon's father, Supreme Emperor Wan Xing, be? An existence at such a level might not even need to lift a finger. He could kill Jian Wushuang with just a thought. Lin Feng had not expected you Simon to have such a powerful background. At present, you Simon was not an existence that ordinary people could provoke. Are you afraid now? If you know fear, then quickly let me go. You Simon said with some pride. Lin Feng couldn't help smiling wryly. If he really killed you Simon, with you Simon's father's ability, he would definitely be able to deduce that it was him who had done it. By then, an expert of the Supreme Emperor level would descend upon Jiuzhou. Jian Wushuang would not be able to escape. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to let you Simon go just like that. Lin Feng touched you Simon's beautiful face gently and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, how have you been?" "Father-in-law? What's going on?" You Simon and Nayland Monley were dumbfounded. The two of them looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Why was he suddenly talking about his father-in-law? This guy was too good at bullsh*ting. What are you trying to say? You Simon looked at Lin Feng cautiously. She felt that Lin Feng was a guy who did not play by the rules. Said Lin Feng. The woman is as beautiful as a celestial being and the man is handsome and competent. We're a match made in heaven. What's done can't be undone. My future father-in-law will like me very much, right? You shameless. You Simon pointed at Lin Feng and scolded him loudly. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. Ha 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 ha, thanks for the compliment. Being shameless has always been one of my strengths. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He quickly put away the 12 lotus seeds, and then held you Simon and Nayland Monley in his left and right hands respectively. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Nayland Monley tried to calm herself down and said, "Lin Feng, there is no big grudge between us. As long as you promise to let me go, I can tell you the location of an immortal mansion." Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "When you formed an alliance with Gong Xianxia, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, and the others to encircle me, you didn't have such thoughts, did you? Now that you've fallen into my hands, you're telling me that there's no grudge between us? Do you think I'll believe you? What will it take for you to let me go?" Nayland Monley asked. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Being a groom every night, having 2 brides. What a great life, you're shameless." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nail and Monli and Yu Simon couldn't help but curse Lin Feng in a low voice. Roar. At this moment, a low roar came from afar. An existence with disheveled hair was rushing over. This existence had no eyes. His face was haggard, and his body emitted a foul stench. His eyeballs seemed to have been gouged out. This was clearly an undead spirit. However, it seemed to have awakened its spiritual sense. I'll gouge out your eyes, I'll gouge out your eyes. The undead spirit roared. Its speed was extremely fast, and the aura it emitted was evil and terrifying. Earlier, Lin Feng had seen some dead cultivators with their eyes gouged out. At that time, Lin Feng had been somewhat puzzled. He didn't know who had gouged out their eyes. Now, he finally knew what was going on. It was obvious that this undead spirit had gouged out the eyes of those dead cultivators. Now, this undead spirit had appeared again and was attacking Lin Feng's group. The aura emitted from the body of this undead spirit was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. He felt that even 10 of him together wouldn't be a match for this undead spirit. This was definitely a peerless and terrifying existence. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed to the right fork. Don't run, I'll gouge out your eyes, I'll gouge out your eyes, the undead spirit roared and chased after them. This undead spirit was too fast. In addition, Lin Feng was carrying Yu Simon and Nalan Monli, so its speed was much slower than when it was at its peak. Therefore, the distance between Lin Feng and the undead spirit was slowly closing. The current situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. If the undead spirit really caught up to them, the consequences would be extremely bad. Why don't I leave you behind and buy some time? I'll escape alone. Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and Nalan Monli. No, don't leave me behind. I'm willing to be your slave. Don't leave me behind. Yu Simon screamed in fear. Previously, Yu Simon had seen those dead cultivators with their eyes gouged out. The scene was extremely bloody. Even if she died, Yu Simon wanted to die a beautiful death. She didn't want to die like that. I beg you, take me out. As long as you take me out, I'll do anything for you. Nalan Monli also screamed. She was also afraid. How worrying. 2 beauties are begging me. I've always been a person who has a tender heart for the fairer sex. Looks like I'll have to waste a void teleportation talisman today. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then, he took out a void teleportation talisman. He only had a few void teleportation talismans left. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Therefore, Lin Feng felt a little heartache. However, in order to get rid of the undead spirit, he had no choice but to use the void teleportation talisman. Lin Feng directly crushed the void teleportation talisman. Swoosh, the power of the void enveloped Lin Feng, Yu Simon, and Nalan Monli. Then, Lin Feng, Yu Simon, and Nalan Monli disappeared without a trace. Roar, 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 the undead spirit roared angrily and soared into the sky, wanting to leave the devil abyss. However, the formation runes in the void intertwined and forced the undead spirit to retreat. The undead spirit's origin must be extremely extraordinary. It seemed to be trapped here and unable to escape. Lin Feng used the void teleportation talisman to bring Yu Simon and Nalan Monli to a mountain forest 300 miles away. Lin Feng, let's negotiate. As long as you let us go, we can give you a lot of benefits. Sacred arts, magic treasures, etc. We'll give you whatever you want. Yu Simon and Nalan Monli hurriedly said. After the 2 women found that they were free, their minds became active again. Don't waste your time. Even if you have a glib tongue, I won't let the 2 of you leave today. Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he found a hidden cave. Lin Feng planned to refine the 12 golden lotuses first. He imprisoned Yu Simon and Nalan Monli, causing them to lose the ability to move. Then, Lin Feng threw the 2 to the side. You guys stay here for the time being. After I finish my cultivation, I'll come and talk to you guys about love, life, and ancient poetry. Of course, I'll also talk about life's ideals while I'm at it. What a scene to look forward to. Lin Feng said. Bah. Who the hell is looking forward to that? Yu Simon and Nalan Monli couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Then, they prayed that Lin Feng would die from qi deviation while cultivating. That would be the best outcome. Lin Feng found a place to sit cross-legged. Then, he took out the 12 golden lotus seeds. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to refine the 12 golden lotus seeds, Yu Simon and Nalan Monli revealed looks of envy. They also wanted to refine the 12 lotus seeds to increase their cultivation. Unfortunately, the two of them were now Lin Feng's prisoners. They didn't know what Lin Feng would do next. At the thought of this, the two girls couldn't help but feel irritated. However, Yu Simon and Nalan Monli had turned from friends to enemies. There was no way for them to communicate with each other. The energy contained in each lotus seed is extremely powerful. I wonder if I'll be able to break through after refining all 12 lotus seeds. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He didn't waste any time. Instead, he peeled the 12 lotus seeds one by one. Then, he ate all 12 lotus seeds. The 12 lotus seeds contained astonishing energy fluctuations. After Lin Feng ate them, the 12 lotus seeds vibrated with a terrifying power, as if they wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the 12 lotus seeds. As the archean dragonesque elephant art circulated, the 12 lotus seeds began to decompose, turning into the purest form of energy, which was then absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's realm also began to steadily increase. Right now, Lin Feng was at the early 9th layer of the giant god realm. Not long after, he broke through to the mid-9th layer of the giant god realm. As Lin Feng continued to refine the 12 lotus seeds, Lin Feng's realm continued to rise. Soon, he broke through to the late 9th layer of the giant god realm. Not long after, he broke through to the peak of the 9th layer of the giant god realm. At this time, Lin Feng began to attempt to break through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm. A large amount of energy surged within his body. Like a surging river, it swept through the world. The majestic energy within his body began to impact the barrier of the 10th layer of the giant god realm. Over and over again. But the impact ended in failure many times. If it were someone else, they would have already succeeded in breaking through long ago. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's accumulation was really too huge. Wanting to break through was God knows how many times more difficult than others. The energy seems to be somewhat insufficient. Lin Feng could not help frowning. The energy of the golden lotus seeds was not enough to help him complete the breakthrough. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Lin Feng opened his eyes and could not help looking at Yu Simon and Nalan Monli. Lin Feng saw the cinnabar on their wrists before and knew that these two girls were still virgins. The cultivation of these two girls was powerful. The power of primordial Yin must be very tyrannical. If he relied on the power of the two girls' primordial Yin to cultivate, he should be able to break through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Lin Feng got up and walked toward the two girls. In fact, harvesting the power of primordial Yin was naturally the most effective technique. But just as Lin Feng said, he was a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. The harm of harvesting the power of a woman was too great. It could even endanger her life. Therefore, Lin Feng used the dual cultivation technique, which could bring benefits to both sides. After the dual cultivation, Lin Feng's cultivation finally broke through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm. And Yu Simon and Nalan Monli also began to absorb the power of yin and yang harmony in their bodies. Ha 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 ha, I have now cultivated to the 10th layer of the giant god realm cultivation base. The next step is to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Feng could not help laughing. The 10th layer of the giant god realm to the quasi-emperor realm was an extremely crucial breakthrough. No matter how powerful the giant god was, he was just a god. The life level had not completed the transformation. And the quasi-emperor was an emperor. The life level had completed the transformation. Once breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, the body, soul, magic power, and so on would complete a major transformation. At that time, one's strength would undergo an astonishing improvement. And only by breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm would one have the qualifications to aspire for the great emperor. Giant god realm cultivators did not have the qualifications to aspire for the great emperor. The quasi-emperor had 99 stone steps. every time one stepped on a higher stone step. Then one would be closer to the great emperor realm that everyone dreamed of. Once one broke through to the great emperor realm, one would become a true overlord-level existence. Lin Feng will kill you. At this time, Yu Simon and Naylan Monley opened their eyes and directly pounced on Lin Feng. After the dual cultivation, their cultivation base had also undergone a great improvement. But they were not happy at all, because the price they had to pay was too heavy. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. Why did you turn hostile? Lin Feng looked at the two women with a smile that was not a smile. The two women hated Lin Feng so much that they gnashed their teeth, wishing they could cut Lin Feng into pieces right now. Everyone was ashamed and angry, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Lin Feng did not have the intention to continue fighting with Yu Simon and Naylan Monley. He said, "Little man, go back and tell my father-in-law, the emperor, that I will definitely pay a visit in the future. Little Lily, I heard that your family background is also very extraordinary. Do you have any great emperor-level elders in your family? I will also pay a visit in the future. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you." Go to hell. The two women attacked Lin Feng with powerful attacks. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged them all. Those divine abilities bombarded the air. Don't be so fierce, okay? Lin Feng said loudly. Then, he quickly dodged the two women's attacks, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly left this place. Tsk tisk, it's really too wonderful for words, too wonderful for words. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said. Yu Simon and Naylan Monley, each had their own merits. But he did not know how Yu Simon and Naylan Monley would react when they saw him again after this incident. Would they not give up until they killed him, or would they half-heartedly refuse? Would they become his people? 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a sneaky figure. The cultivator that Lin Feng saw was none other than Wu Liang Daoist. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Wu Liang Daoist here. Wherever there was a fortuitous encounter, Wu Liang Daoist would be there. Lin Feng quickly flew toward Wu Liang Daoist. Who would have thought that Wu Liang Daoist would run away? F***ck. Why are you running, Wu Liang Daoist? Lin Feng could not help but shout. Wu Liang Daoist acted as if he did not hear Lin Feng's voice and continued running as fast as lightning. Is this Wu Liang Daoist possessed? Why is he running away when he sees me? There must be something wrong. Otherwise, Wu Liang Daoist would not be in such a hurry to run away. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Soon, his eyes lit up. Wu Liang Daoist was a person who would not wake up early if there were no benefits. Could it be that Wu Liang Daoist had found some treasure and was on his way to find it and did not want to share it with Lin Feng after seeing him? Was that why Wu Liang Daoist wanted to get rid of him? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This style of doing things was too similar to Wu Liang Daoist's. Lin Feng shouted, Wu Liang Daoist, why are you running away? I have the cultivation method of a supreme divine ability, the life and death art. Don't you want to know? The life and death art was something that Lin Feng had captured when he was dual cultivating with Naylan Monley. Lin Feng had taken advantage of the fact that Naylan Monley was the most distracted moment to invade her soul with his divine sense. After hearing the words life and death art, Wu Liang Daoist's eyes lit up. He quickly stopped. Then, he turned around and walked toward Lin Feng with a smile on his fat face. Isn't this my big brother, Lin Feng? I didn't expect to see you here. What fate? I was in a hurry just now, so I did not see you. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Feng really wanted to punch the shameless Wu Liang Daoist until he fainted. Only the immeasurable Daoist could say such shameless words. He was obviously pretending not to see her. He only stopped after hearing the words life and death art. Now, he actually had the nerve to say that he didn't see him because he was in a hurry. There should be a limit to how shameless a person can be, right? Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with the immeasurable Daoist. He said, where are you going? Look at how anxious you are. Did you discover some immortal estate or tomb? Daoist Immeasurable looked at Lin Feng as though he was guarding against a thief. He hastily replied, of course not. How can an immortal estate tomb be so easily discovered? Daoist Wu Liang smiled and said, brother, you just mentioned the life and death art. Could it be that the life and death art you are talking about is the rumored cultivation art that appeared on a stone tablet that was nurtured by the heavens and earth? There are a total of 9 scrolls, and each scroll contains a supreme divine ability. If all 9 scrolls of the life and death art are combined into one, they can even slaughter the heavens. Lin Feng said. Daoist is truly experienced and knowledgeable. You even know about the life and death art. I am truly impressed. Daoist Immeasurable smiled. Looks like this poor Daoist was right. Can we comprehend this life and death art together? Said Lin Feng. Of course, there's no problem. But recently, my memory has been bad. I can't remember the contents of the life and death formula. But if I can find a celestial palace or an ancient grave, I'll be able to remember some celestial pills. Maybe I'll be able to remember the formula. Daoist Immeasurable rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Feng's words. He suddenly had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. How could a person be so shameless? Lin Feng felt that Daoist Immeasurable was a shameless person, and Daoist Immeasurable felt that Lin Feng was a shameless person. Daoist Immeasurable forced a smile and said, if we're talking about ancient tombs, I've actually heard of something. Lin Feng had long known that Daoist Immeasurable had found an ancient tomb, but he had been lying. Now, he knew that he had the cultivation method of the life and death art. Only then did Daoist Immeasurable become obedient. Oh? Ancient tomb? Whose tomb is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. It said that it's an existence with a great origin. It seems to be related to the first batch of Xianxia lifeforms. Daoist Immeasurable said. It's related to the first batch of Xianxia lifeforms? Lin Feng was shocked. The first batch of Xianxia lifeforms should be Nuwa, Pengu, and the others. The number of Xianxia lifeforms in that batch was definitely not large. Moreover, each of them possessed terrifying strength. Do you know who it is? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. I'll have to search for it before I know. Daoist Immeasurable's eyes flashed as he said this. This fellow was most proficient in tomb raiding. Now that he had found such a shocking tomb, naturally, Daoist Immeasurable was extremely excited. Alright, let's go take a look at that ancient tomb. Lin Feng said with great interest. With Daoist Immeasurable around, they could explore the tomb without worry. Even if they encountered danger, Daoist Immeasurable would have a way to escape. Daoist Immeasurable had 2 powerful abilities. One was tomb raiding. The other was escaping, that life and death art. Daoist Immeasurable rubbed his hands together. His eyes glowed with a green light. Lin Feng said. Don't worry, I'll remember it once we start exploring the tomb. Little fox. Daoist Immeasurable muttered in his heart. The 2 of them headed towards the tomb together. Along the way, terrifying waves of energy surged from the distance. The Primal Chaos Gate flew over. Behind the Primal Chaos Gate, a dozen balls of light flew out. Heavens, the treasures in the Primal Chaos Gate are flying out. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Quick, chase! Daoist Immeasurable roared. He locked onto a treasure and chased after it. Lin Feng also locked onto a treasure and chased after it. As for the ancient tomb Daoist Immeasurable had mentioned, it wouldn't be too late to explore it after finding the treasure. A dozen great emperors chased after them. They didn't care about the treasures flying out of the Primal Chaos Gate. Instead, they chased after it, wanting to enter the interior. The void split open. Savage appeared and punched the Primal Chaos Gate. A huge crack opened in the Primal Chaos Gate. Savage entered the interior of the Primal Chaos Gate. Senior Savage has gone in. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The world inside the Primal Chaos Door was actually an extremely dangerous world. Even the extraterrestrial Great Emperor had fallen. Naturally, one would encounter some terrifying things after entering the Primal Chaos Door. Hence, some great emperors had to work together to explore the world behind the Primal Chaos Door. However, Savage was simply too powerful. He entered the world behind the Primal Chaos Door alone without worrying about encountering a calamity. After Savage entered the world behind the Primal Chaos Door, the Primal Chaos Door quickly tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. The rest of the great emperors quickly chased after the Primal Chaos Door. Until now, they still hadn't found a way to enter the primal chaos door. It wasn't an easy task to enter the primal chaos door. It seems like these great emperors don't have anything else in their eyes other than entering the primal chaos door. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. These great emperors weren't even willing to fight for the treasures that flew out from the primal chaos door because they were worried that they would be left far behind when fighting for those treasures. Lin Feng didn't care about the primal chaos door and the great emperors that had disappeared. He continued to chase after the treasure that he had locked onto. He didn't know what the thing that flew out from the primal chaos door was. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He was gradually catching up to the treasure. Lin Feng took out the devouring black hole and wanted to collect the treasure that was wrapped in the light ball. However, at this moment, the treasure suddenly pierced through the void and disappeared without a trace. Did it become a spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He quickly pierced through the void and chased after it. He had already locked onto the treasure's aura. Hence, he wasn't afraid that the treasure could escape from his pursuit. In the end, Lin Feng caught up with the treasure in a forest. He punched it with his demon ancestor's holy punch, and it crashed onto the treasure. The treasure was sent flying by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the treasure. Gotcha, he directly grabbed the treasure in his hand. Then, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could feel an exuberant life force surging out of the treasure, and then the exuberant life force entered his body. At this moment, Lin Feng found that the sapling of the builder tree in his dantian seemed to have come to life. The light that enveloped the treasure dissipated, and the treasure appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked over and immediately discovered that it was actually a piece of wood. Jianmu. Lin Feng was shocked. This treasure was actually a palm-sized piece of builder wood. It truly shocked him. Ever since the Jianmu tree was destroyed, the huge Jianmu tree had died. From then on, the builder tree disappeared from the world. The creation wood fragments that occasionally appeared were all creation wood fragments that had lost their life force. In his early years, Lin Feng had accidentally obtained a builder wood fragment that contained vitality. Then, Lin Feng had nurtured that builder wood fragment into a sapling of the builder wood tree. The sapling of the builder tree could produce powerful life force. Lin Feng's lifespan was much longer than others. Firstly, it was related to his bloodline, and secondly, it was related to the sapling of the builder tree. In addition, the sapling of the builder tree could continuously absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to nourish Lin Feng's body. The spirit energy of heaven and earth was constantly nourishing Lin Feng's body and improving Lin Feng's body. It made his physical body even more powerful. Of course, one of the abilities that Lin Feng liked the most about the sapling of the builder tree was that it could continuously devour the qi of heaven and earth. And this qi of heaven and earth would eventually be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was a person with great luck. The reason why his luck was so strong. It was inseparable from the sapling of the builder tree. The growth of the builder tree was extremely difficult. Lin Feng guessed that in order for the sapling of the builder tree to grow, the sapling of the builder tree would need to devour the builder tree. Lin Feng needed the sapling to absorb the vitality of the supreme builder tree. Lin Feng hadn't been able to find any supreme builder tree fragments before. But now, Lin Feng actually obtained such a fragment of the builder tree. This made Lin Feng very happy. Great. I wonder if the sapling of the builder tree can evolve? Lin Feng could not help but think. He quickly left and found a place to let the sapling devour the fragment of the builder tree. Whoosh, however, just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a terrifying arrow pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Feng's chest. The speed of the arrow was simply too fast. Lin Feng could not dodge it. Just as the arrow was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest, Lin Feng grabbed the arrow in his hand. He looked around coldly and said, "Who is it? Come out." At this time, a group of cultivators quickly flew out. The leading cultivator was holding a huge bow in his hand. "Kid, your strength is not bad. You actually managed to catch this young master's arrow with your bare hands. In that case, this young master will spare your life. Now, hand over the treasure you obtained. After that, you can scram." The young master looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His tone was arrogant and contemptuous. Lin Feng sneered. "You think too highly of yourself. Do you know that you have offended someone you can't afford to offend today? Just you? A giant god cultivator? The leading young master laughed disdainfully. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You actually dare to boast so shamelessly. Kid, do you not want to live anymore? Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death today. Immediately, the group of cultivators sneered and looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. There were quite a few experts among these people. There were at least 8 half-emperors there, and 3 or 4 of them were high-level half-emperors. They didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng glanced at the group of people indifferently. He took out his black flame bow and said coldly, "You're about to die, yet you're still so full of yourself. You're simply courting death." After saying that, Lin Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swish swish swish, one energy arrow after another was shot out by Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's cultivation base increased, the power of the black flame bow also increased. The terrifying energy arrows pierced through the void at an incredible speed, arriving before the group of cultivators in an instant. Dodge quickly. The group of cultivators could not help but feel shocked and furious at the same time. They did not expect Lin Feng to suddenly attack. However, not everyone managed to dodge Lin Feng's energy arrows. Poochie! Poochie! Now, Lin Feng could kill gods if he met gods, and demons if he met demons. His cultivation level was terrifyingly high. These ordinary cultivators, even those in the Boundary Emperor realm, would find it difficult to contend against Lin Feng unless they were heaven-defying demons who had cultivated to a very high realm. Perhaps only then would they be able to suppress Lin Feng. However, it was obvious that these people were still unable to enter Lin Feng's eyes. It was as if he had transformed into Ancestor Witch Hou. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shot through heaven and earth. The terrifying arrow pierced through the void and pierced through heaven and earth. One arrow could kill a cultivator. This arrow was completely condensed from energy and its power was abnormally terrifying. Quickly use your Dharma treasures to block it. A cultivator shouted loudly. Then, the rest of the people took out their Dharma treasures one after another. They wanted to use their Dharma treasures to block Lin Feng's arrow attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stood in the void and continued to draw his bow and shoot. Powerful Dharma powers poured into the black flame bow. The energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and poured into the black flame bow. When they sensed the astonishing fluctuations emitted by the energy, everyone was moved and exclaimed in surprise. The black flame bow was a top-grade Dharma treasure. Now, in Lin Feng's hands, it released its divine power. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the terrifying fluctuations pierced through the 9 heavens and shot at the defensive Dharma treasures. Poof! Poof! Poof, the sound of piercing could be heard one after another. One by one, the Dharma treasures were directly torn apart. Unless it was an extremely powerful defensive Dharma treasure, there was no way to block the attack of the arrows. Then, those cultivators' bodies were pierced through by the energy arrows. They died on the spot. Not long after, there were only 6 people left out of the dozens of experts. These 6 people all had extremely high cultivation realms. They were all at the Quasi-Emperor realm and above. The young master leading them was extremely talented and his cultivation was around the 30th heaven of the Boundary Emperor realm. This person was so young and had such extraordinary talent. It would definitely be more difficult for him to break through than others. However, now that he had cultivated to this level, it could be seen how extraordinary he was. Of the other 5 people, 2 of them were quasi-emperor cultivators who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps. One of them was a Boundary Emperor realm cultivator who had reached the 50th step. The other 2 were quasi-emperor cultivators who had reached the 60th step of the stone steps. These 6 people were naturally experts among experts. All of them possessed monstrous battle prowess. "Brat, you're courting death." That young master's expression was extremely gloomy. He and the other 5 people surrounded Lin Feng. "Today, we will tear you to shreds." The young master's voice sounded like it came from hell. His eyes were cold and sinister. Lin Feng kept the black flame bow and sneered, "You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Today, I'll let you know how terrible it is to offend someone you can't afford to offend. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took the initiative to fly towards the 6 experts. Epical Haki, White Tiger Haki, and Supreme Haki were displayed. The 3 layers of Qi superimposed to form an extremely powerful magnetic field. That powerful magnetic field enveloped the 6 experts. The 6 experts were immediately confined by the magnetic field and their movements became extremely difficult. Haki was an indiscriminate attack. A magnetic field formed by the Qi, it was even more domineering than the Qi. Qi, one of the cultivators, looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. This cultivator obviously had some understanding of Qi. After feeling the power of the magnetic field, he associated it with the rumored Qi. When the young master heard the word Qi, he looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. He naturally knew about Qi. However, he did not possess Qi. This young master's talent and strength were outstanding among the younger generation. His birth was also noble enough. His only regret was that he could not master the rumored Qi. In the world of cultivators, there was something that everyone knew. Among the elites, there were many types of heaven-defying elites. Although many of them could be called heaven-defying elites. But everyone understood. Only one type of people could be respected among these heaven-defying elites. That was the heaven-defying elites who mastered Qi. However, it was too rare to see someone who mastered Qi. The myriad race, the extraterritorial race, and other foreign forces. These 3 forces had many cultivators and heaven-defying elites. However, there were only a handful of people who truly mastered Qi. Lin Feng. A human. To be able to grasp the domineering aura, the young master felt a deep sense of jealousy. In this young master's eyes, the human race was a lowly race. How could a cultivator from a lowly race master a Qi that even he did not master? This person is ferocious. Retreat. A quasi-emperor powerhouse who had reached the 60th step of the stone steps said in a deep voice. Now that these people knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, they were unwilling to continue fighting with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's methods were too terrifying. If they continued to fight, all of them might die in this battle. It's too late. Lin Feng said indifferently. The restrictive force of the magnetic field was very strong. It was enough to imprison these people, making it difficult for them to leave the magnetic field for a short period of time. Lin Feng locked onto a cultivator who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps. He quickly rushed over and attacked with the demon ancestor's sacred fist. The cultivator's expression changed abruptly. He quickly used his fist to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The 2 sides collided fiercely. The cultivator who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. His body directly exploded. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They knew that they had underestimated Lin Feng's combat strength. However, they definitely did not expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. He killed a quasi-emperor cultivator who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps with a single move. How terrifying was this person's cultivation level? We are from the luminous moon great world. This is the son of the Heavenly Inquisition Emperor sect of the luminous moon great world. How about we each take a step back today? One of the powerhouses shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, he had brought up the luminous moon great world and an expert from the Emperor sect in order to intimidate Lin Feng. The Emperor sect was a 7th layer great emperor. An existence of this level was definitely an overlord in the Star River world. It was no wonder this young master had no regard for human life. His background was simply too extraordinary. Now, retreat. This young master can let bygones be bygones. The young master said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He believed that anyone who heard of his origin would be fearful. They did not dare to continue fighting. In fact, the Emperor sect's son was extremely angry and aggrieved when he said these words. His father was an Emperor sect level existence. As the son of an Emperor sect, who dared to provoke him, but now, they were facing such a dangerous situation. Of course. This person knew how great the threat of an Emperor sect was. When he mentioned his father's reputation, no one dared to continue to attack him. Back then, when he was training outside, he killed a descendant of an immortal emperor. This angered that immortal emperor and he personally hunted him down. At that time, he had used his father's reputation. Not only did that immortal emperor let him go, but he also apologized to him. Although this matter had happened many years ago, it was still vivid in his mind. And what was this kid in front of him? Could he compare to an immortal emperor-level expert, in front of an immortal emperor? He was just an ant. Therefore, the Emperor Sek's son believed that Lin Feng knew what to do. Moreover, the Emperor Sek's son planned to leave and bring experts over to kill Lin Feng. How could he swallow the humiliation he suffered today? Naturally, he had to take revenge. Is the Emperor Sek's son so great? This is the chaos ancient country. If I kill you, your Emperor Sek's father might not know. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He already had the intention to kill these people. He definitely couldn't let these people leave. And Lin Feng knew. Now, the enmity between the two sides had been formed. Letting these people leave was like letting the tiger return to the mountain. These people would definitely find an opportunity to deal with him. Since they had already formed enmity, he would just kill them. So what if this person's Emperor Sek's father knew? When the time came, his Emperor Sek's father wouldn't make a move on the surface. He wouldn't even make a move himself. An Emperor Sek's son dealing with a giant god realm cultivator, if word got out, he would become the laughingstock of the world. Perhaps he would send some experts to deal with him. There was no need to be afraid. He could use those people to temper his cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He locked onto another cultivator and directly charged over. You dare to make a move? The Emperor Sek's son couldn't help but roar. He didn't expect that even after using his father, he still couldn't scare off Lin Feng. It really made him both shocked and angry. Don't think that others will be afraid of you just because you have a D-sect master as your father. If I reveal my identity, who do you think your father is? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Needless to say, Lin Feng's mother was from the Sovereign Emperor clan, one of the most powerful and noble clans in this epoch. Although his father's clan had already begun to decline, in his generation, his father had received the fate of heaven and earth and had become the child of destiny, rising once again. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful his father was now. However, since he was the child of destiny, he was definitely not someone a mere emperor sect could compare to. In terms of status, how many people in the myriad heavens could be compared to Lin Feng? Calling others a lowly race was just a display of lack of confidence. Or perhaps they wanted to cover up the downfall of their race. Boom, Lin Feng was like a supreme fiend god that ruled over this world. He punched another cultivator who had reached the 40th step. I'll fight you to the death. The cultivator had a ferocious look on his face. Dense scales appeared on his arms. It was unknown what kind of powerful divine ability he was using. The powerful punch flew directly toward Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided. It was the same as the previous cultivator. This cultivator was also sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Barf, the cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with shattered internal organs. This cultivator was also killed by Lin Feng's punch. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts were killed by Lin Feng. Only 4 people remained. These 4 people rushed outside. They wanted to escape. Swoosh, Lin Feng used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure One's divine ability and split into 3. The 9 layers of Qi superimposed on the magnetic field. The magnetic field's power increased greatly. The 4 of them were suppressed too much, and their speed was greatly reduced once again. Who exactly are you? A cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror. In their eyes, the human race was a lowly race. It was rare for such a heaven-defying character to appear. But now, they actually encountered such a heaven-defying and terrifying existence. They were too unlucky. Lin Feng of the human race. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. What? You're that rumored Lin Feng? The 4 people's expressions changed suddenly. Lin Feng's name. Who in the world didn't know of him? Lin Feng was considered the #1 genius of the human race. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Not long ago, he killed 2 experts, Jin Xianxia and Qin Daowen. However, many people had heard of Lin Feng. But there were too few people who had seen Lin Feng. We've really kicked an iron plate. The four people felt bitter. Lin Feng. As long as you let us go, we'll agree to any conditions. The son of the emperor sect said. I just want your lives. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. The three Lin Fangs locked onto the two quasi-emperor cultivators who had climbed above the 60th stone step and the 50th stone step respectively. Boom! A great battle broke out. Both sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. These three people were not Lin Fang's match. Moreover, they were suppressed by the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of hockey. It was already good enough that they could unleash 30 to 40% of their strength. In addition, their speed was suppressed too much. It was even more impossible for them to be Lin Fang's match. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out one after another. The 3 experts were all killed by Lin Feng. At this moment, the son of the emperor sect rushed out of the magnetic field formed by Lin Feng and quickly flew into the distance. Now, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He wanted to find an expert. When the time came, he would capture Lin Feng. Cut him into pieces. The son of the emperor sect could not help but think viciously in his heart. You can't escape. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directional worlds and quickly chased after him. His expression was indifferent, revealing an incomparably cold killing intent. Seeing Lin Feng chasing after him, the son of the emperor sect was filled with fear. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was about to catch up with him. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill me? Why don't we both take a step back and be at peace? The son of the emperor sect shouted sternly. What a joke. You must be thinking of finding an expert to kill me after you leave this place. Now, you're actually saying this to me. Don't you feel ashamed? It's useless to say anything more. Today, I'll kill you. Go to hell. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the son of the emperor sect suddenly took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman shattered. Then, a world-destroying aura spread out. A ferocious shadow condensed and formed. It was a mysterious existence, surrounded by endless holy light. He wore a loose robe and a crown on his head. Lowly ant, how dare you attack a cultivator of my luminous moon great world? You're courting death. The existence's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Then, he slammed a palm towards Lin Feng. After being enveloped by the terrifying attack, Lin Feng suddenly felt like he had fallen into hell. Lin Feng didn't know who this existence was, but he was definitely an unimaginably powerful expert. He might even be the father of this guy in front of him, the great emperor of the Heaven's Inquisition Emperor sect. I've been waiting for this opportunity to kill you. Kid, you can die now. The son of the emperor sect let out a sinister voice. He had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with Lin Feng. He had to wait until Lin Feng was close to him before he could take out this jade talisman to deal with Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng had too many tricks up his sleeve, the son of the emperor sect was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng with this jade talisman if he was too far away from Lin Feng. Of course, the son of the emperor sect was really running away. If he could escape, it would be even better. Then, he wouldn't have to use this precious jade talisman. If he couldn't escape, then he could only use this jade talisman to kill Lin Feng. Now that he had taken out this jade talisman at such a close distance, the son of the emperor sect was extremely confident in killing Lin Feng. The attack of the great emperor's shadow couldn't be avoided at all. The void was sealed, and the heaven patching technique lost its effect. However, Lin Feng still had a powerful ability, and it was the great death substitution technique. When that terrifying attack landed on Lin Feng used the great death substitution technique. This attack did not manage to kill Lin Feng because the great death substitution art took his place. Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. How is this possible? The son of the emperor sect stared at the scene in disbelief. The great death substitution technique had actually failed to kill Lin Feng. Just how many terrifying methods does this guy have? The son of the D sect didn't even think before he turned around and ran. The great emperor phantom continued to attack Lin Feng. This great emperor phantom was extremely terrifying. If they couldn't deal with it quickly, the child of the D sect would definitely be able to escape. Lin Feng naturally didn't want this person to escape. He immediately summoned the heavenly profound pagoda. This defensive monarch weapon emitted rays of divine light that protected Lin Feng's body. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned 2 stone swords. With the 2 stone swords in hand, he quickly charged towards the great Emperor Phantom. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. With the heavenly profound pagoda protecting him, Lin Feng didn't have the slightest bit of defense. The great Emperor Phantom's attack landed on Lin Feng's body, but it didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's 2 stone swords caused great damage to the great Emperor Phantom. The 2 stone swords vibrated with terrifying power, emitting terrifying divine power. Their offensive power was extremely strong. It was simply unheard of. 9 consecutive attacks. The great Emperor Phantom was torn apart by Lin Feng's 2 stone swords. Then, Lin Feng quickly chased after the fleeing son of the D sect. The son of the D sect fled for more than 2 hours. However, Lin Feng still caught up to him. Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and directly slashed towards the son of the D sect. The son of the D sect summoned a defensive magic treasure to block the might of Lin Feng's stone sword. However, it was completely useless. Lin Feng's stone sword directly destroyed the defensive magic treasure of the son of the D sect. Then, the son of the D sect was killed on the spot. Lin Feng kept the storage ring of the son of the D sect. Then, he summoned his heavenly fire and burned the body of the son of the D sect to ashes. Then, he quickly left. He found a quiet place and carefully inspected the items in the storage ring. As expected of the son of the D sect, he had many treasures on him. There were more than 10 quasi-emperor level magic treasures. However, there weren't any emperor level magic treasures. Emperor level magic treasures were simply too rare. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find. Hence, it was impossible to forge such a magic treasure. One must know that even many great emperors didn't have an emperor level magic treasure. It wasn't that they couldn't forge such a magic treasure. It was that they couldn't find the materials to forge it. In addition to various magic treasures, Lin Feng also saw a mountain of peerless origin crystals, various heaven and earth treasures, immortal iron, divine stone and so on. This guy was really rich. However, Lin Feng didn't find any divine ability inheritance. This was also within his expectations. Hence, he wasn't disappointed. Lin Feng found some books that introduced the Bright Moon Great World. These books also introduced some experts of the Bright Moon Great World. The Bright Moon Great World was in the Bright Moon Star Field. It would take 10 years to travel to the 9 prefectures by using the Starry Sky teleportation array. It could be said that it was extremely far away from the 9 prefectures. The son of the D sect and this group of people came to the 9 prefectures during the outer space voyage. Hence, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Bright Moon Great World. It would take time for the news of him killing the son of the D sect to reach the Bright Moon Great World. It would also take time for the experts of the Bright Moon Great World to arrive. Hence, it would take at least 20 years for the experts of the Bright Moon Great World to arrive. At that time, he might have already left the 9 prefectures. Hence, he didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Bright Moon Great World. This guy's father is an D sect expert. Yet, he isn't even ranked in the top 10 of the Bright Moon Great World. There are actually so many experts in the Bright Moon Great World. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. On this day, Wu Liang Daoist came looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng already knew that Wu Liang Daoist had a way to find him. Moreover, he would definitely come looking for him. That was because Wu Liang Daoist was very interested in the life and death art. He still hadn't obtained the cultivation method of the life and death art from Lin Feng. Naturally, he would come looking for Lin Feng. What did you get? Wu Liang Daoist couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Feng. He wanted to know what kind of treasure Lin Feng had obtained. What did you get? Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he asked. Something ordinary. It has no value. Wu Liang Daoist prevaricated. This guy clearly wasn't telling the truth. Lin Feng said. I got a piece of rotten wood. It also has no value. Rotten wood? Show it to me. Wu Liang Daoist's eyes immediately turned. I threw it away. Lin Feng said. Wu Liang Daoist rolled his eyes. He knew that Lin Feng didn't want to show it to him. Thus, he didn't say anything. The two of them headed to the place mentioned by Wu Liang Daoist. On the way, they encountered the great emperor of the fallen angel race. His body was covered with red hair. He looked sinister and terrifying. Previously, Lin Feng had fought with this fallen angel emperor once. Back then, Lin Feng had relied on his physical strength to injure this fallen angel emperor. This was because, in terms of pure physical strength, this fallen angel emperor had no way of contending against Lin Feng. But, in terms of pure physical strength, Lin Feng had no way of contending against this fallen angel emperor. Right now, the fallen angel emperor had a torrential amount of energy. Channeling his energy, he channeled his powerful mystic skills and charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. What sort of monster is this? Looking at the fallen angel emperor, Daoist Wu Liang could not help but exclaim. Right now, this fallen angel emperor was covered in red fur. He was indeed a terrifying monster. His entire body was emitting a sinister aura. He was like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Those strands of red hair involuntarily gave people a hair-raising feeling. This is a great emperor of the fallen angel race. I don't know what happened to him, but now his body is covered with red hair. Lin Feng said solemnly. As he spoke, he retreated rapidly. Even though this fallen angel emperor's battle prowess had decreased significantly after turning into a red-furred monster, he was still an emperor-level existence. When he channeled his energy and channeled his mystic skills, he was still not someone that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could contend against. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest dodged the attack of the fallen angel clan's great emperor and turned around to escape. There was no need for them to continue fighting with this fallen angel emperor who had turned into a red-furred monster. That would not do them any good. Furthermore, if they were not careful, they might fall in the hands of this fallen angel emperor. The fallen angel emperor chased after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang relentlessly. It seemed as though he would not rest until he killed the two of them. However, in the midst of chasing after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, he met with another group of cultivators. The heavenly emperor of the fallen angel tribe charged towards the group of cultivators. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang made use of this opportunity to escape the pursuit of the fallen angel emperor. To think that a great emperor would turn into such a terrifying monster. Just what happened back then? How could you make him like this? Immeasurable Daoist frowned. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter. It was truly bizarre to the extreme. I'm not sure. Perhaps only the emperor of the fallen angel race knows what happened back then. Lin Feng said. The two of them quickly left the area. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist arrived at the place mentioned by Wu Liang Daoist. This place was called the Hidden Dragon Territory. Looking into the distance, a huge mountain ridge appeared in their line of sight. The mountain ridge lay between heaven and earth, exuding a special aura. That aura was like an extremely high-level oppressive might. The sight of that mountain gave people the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. The entire mountain range. He was like a sleeping dragon. The mountain ridge is like a dragon. This place is extraordinary. It contains an enormous dragon vein. Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang said, this dragon vein was not formed naturally. It was formed after birth. Oh? How do you know? Lin Feng asked. Look at the surrounding terrain. Forests and ancient trees are everywhere. Isn't this place slightly lower than the surroundings? Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng observed carefully and found that it was indeed so. He couldn't help but ask, what does this mean? Natural dragon veins have a body like a mountain. In other words, natural dragon veins expand outwards. This place should be higher than the surrounding areas. Postnatal dragon veins have a body like a valley. In other words, postnatal dragon veins will gradually sink in and look like a valley. This is the difference between natural and postnatal dragon veins. Wu Liang Daoist explained. This place can't be considered a valley, right? Lin Feng said. It can't be considered a valley, but with this sign, it might become one in a few years. Let's go down and take a look. We'll know what the situation is like inside. Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the underground world with Wu Liang Daoist. Lin Feng had grasped the great earth elemental art, so he could travel freely underground. Although Wu Liang Daoist hadn't grasped the great earth elemental art, he had grasped a similar ability. It could also easily penetrate the ground. The best tomb robbers usually knew how to travel underground. They didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree above the tomb. They didn't even want to destroy a single rock or stone above the tomb. They quietly entered the tomb. They could steal treasures and leave. Even when they were robbing tombs, they could hide from everyone. If someone came to patrol, they wouldn't know what was going on underground. Only a few average grave robbers would be able to make such a big commotion or leave behind clues. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist traveled about 30,000 meters underground. Then, they saw an energy barrier appear in the underground rock stratum. The two of them entered the energy barrier and saw a huge cave. It was an underground cave, and it was extremely dark. Outside the cave was a huge stone tablet with 2 lines of words written on it. Ancestral dragon roars to the 9 heavens. Billions of ancient gods roars to the 8 directions. What does this mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and read those 2 lines carefully. Wu Liang Daoist said, ancestral dragons are the supreme beings of the dragon race. It is said that in this epoch, only 3 ancestral dragons were born. Ancestral dragons are extremely mysterious existences. Now that this stone tablet has the words ancestral dragon on it, could it be that this place is where an ancestral dragon is buried? Lin Feng was shocked by Wu Liang Daoist's words. Ancestral dragons were extremely terrifying existences. They should be existences on the same level as Pangu, Nuwa, Fire God Zhurong, Water God Gonggong, Dijiang, Grand Supreme, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 3 Sovereigns, Qiyu, Flame Emperor, and so on. They were definitely extremely ancient existences. Perhaps, they could be considered one of the oldest existences in this epoch. If this place was really the tomb of an ancestral dragon, it would be too shocking. Let's go in and take a look. Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist entered the cave. The cave was extremely deep, and it emitted a cold aura. After entering the cave, the two were extremely cautious. Not long after, the tunnel gradually widened, and an underground world appeared in their line of sight. This underground world had become much wider. Boom, suddenly, cultivators appeared in the void and attacked Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. There were 2 people attacking in total. They were an old man and a young man. Both of them were extremely powerful. Bang, Lin Feng and the young cultivator exchanged a blow, and he was sent flying. Daoist Wu Liang exchanged a blow with the old man and was also sent flying by the old man. Wu Liang Daoist, you mother ***. Who dares to sneak attack me? Wu Liang Daoist cursed loudly. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly saw the appearance of the man he was fighting. It was a very familiar face, but it was also a face that Lin Feng had never expected. Huangfu Tian. It was a name that Lin Feng had almost forgotten. He was Lin Feng's eldest senior brother in the Tianwu continent, but there was no master or disciple relationship between them. There was only hatred. Lin Feng was extremely lucky to have killed Huangfu Tian in a life and death battle, but unfortunately, the corpse was taken away by the people of Huangfu Tian's mother. However, Huangfu Tian's soul had been completely destroyed at that time. Lin Feng remembered this clearly. Generally speaking, when a cultivator's soul was destroyed, he would be completely dead. This was because the soul was the foundation of a cultivator. Once the soul was destroyed, the cultivator's life would naturally follow. Huangfu Tian was Lin Feng's greatest enemy in the early stage of his cultivation, but Lin Feng had never imagined that Huangfu Tian would appear in front of him again. What an incredible thing that happened in front of him. Lin Feng did not know the cultivator beside Huangfu Tian, but he seemed to be with Huangfu Tian. Perhaps they were from the same faction. Are you surprised? Huangfu Tian looked at Lin Feng and asked calmly. Are you really Huangfu Tian? Lin Feng frowned. He had been wondering whether this guy who looked exactly like Huangfu Tian was Huangfu Tian or not. Now, he was finally sure. This person was Huangfu Tian. He should have been dead, but now he had appeared in front of him. Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. How did Huangfu Qingtian come back to life? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of another possibility. That method seemed to be called the soul reconstruction technique. It could create a new soul and inject some memories into it. Could it be that Huangfu Qingtian was also created using this method? If that was the case, the Huangfu Qingtian in front of him was not the original Huangfu Qingtian. It was said that the reconstructed soul was flawed and would lose a lot of memories. Huangfu Qingtian said, "Of course, I'm the real Huangfu Qingtian. I'm back." Lin Feng sneered and said, "So what if he's back? Since I was able to kill you back then, I have a way to kill you a second time." Huangfu Qingtian sneered and said, "Lin Feng, I should have killed you in that battle. If I hadn't fallen into your trap, how could I have lost to you? Plotting?" Lin Feng could not help but sneer as he said, "How laughable. I openly used a soul technique against you, yet your own soul technique was unable to withstand my attack. You actually found an excuse to say that you were ambushed. It seems you have become a flawed fellow after being reforged. You're no longer the Huangfu Qingtian I know. In other words, you're an imposter. You're not Huangfu Qingtian at all." When Huangfu Qingtian heard Lin Feng's mockery, he didn't get angry. He said indifferently, "I'm not the same as before. I'm much stronger now. Besides, I've already awakened my blood 3 times. My twin blood is even more powerful now. Killing you won't be a problem." Having said that, Huangfu Qingtian attacked Lin Feng again. Boom, terrifying fluctuations swept across the world. Huangfu Qingtian's fist swept towards Lin Feng. Phantoms of gods and Buddhas appeared behind him. At this moment, Huangfu Qingtian seemed to have turned into the representative of thousands of gods and Buddhas, the embodiment of the vicissitudes of the righteous path between heaven and earth. Anyone who saw Huangfu Qingtian shrouded in sacred light would feel a sense of worship. They would want nothing more than to kneel on the ground and kowtow before praying devoutly. Humph. Lin Feng sneered and swept his fist towards Huangfu Qingtian. He used the demon ancestor's sacred fist. Demonic mist billowed behind Lin Feng. An illusory figure could be vaguely seen standing in the void. The illusory figure was ancient and immortal, but it emitted endless demonic power. Huangfu Qingtian seemed to represent the righteousness of the world, while Lin Feng was the embodiment of evil. One was righteous and the other was demonic, they collided together. Terrifying energy waves swept across the world and surged out, shattering the surrounding void. Huangfu Qingtian stepped on the sacred light as he walked over. "If I'm the ruler, I'll judge you, a sinner, and you'll fall into hell forever." Huangfu Qingtian continued to attack Lin Feng. He reached out and gently tapped at Lin Feng. Suddenly, a powerful judgment force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng. This was the Great Judgment Art. One of the 3,000 Great Daos. An extremely terrifying Great Dao. When the judgment force enveloped Lin Feng, a voice seemed to resound in his mind. "You are a sinful person. Being judged is your end, and also your final destination." The voice carried endless bewitching power, trying to make Lin Feng give up resisting. "You're messing with my mind. You're delusional." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped out, and the sovereign emperor blood in his body awakened. Sovereign judgment. Lin Feng opened his hand and slapped at Huangfu Qingtian. Boundless sovereign power surged out and shrouded Huangfu Qingtian rapidly. This was an ability Lin Feng obtained from the sovereign emperor blood. It was also a divine ability based on the judgment force, and it was not inferior to the Great Judgment Art. Bang, along with the sound of violent collisions. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian collided again. This time, both of them retreated 3 meters away. Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation had indeed improved by leaps and bounds, and he was many times stronger than before. However, it was still not easy to defeat Lin Feng. Of course, Huangfu Qingtian didn't use his skills either. Lin Feng didn't use his skills either. "Very well. It would be too boring if I killed you in a few moves," said Huangfu Qingtian looking at Lin Feng indifferently. He looked proud and unruly. Boom. At this moment, a violent fluctuation surged out from the depths. This fluctuation attracted everyone's attention. "Stop fighting. There seems to be a change in the depths. Let's go take a look, the old man said in a deep voice. Huangfu Qingtian nodded and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. I'll spare your life this time. If you know what's good for you, you should escape as far as you can. When the opportunity comes, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. No matter if it was the previous Huangfu Qingtian or the current Huangfu Qingtian, they both seemed to have a characteristic, that was, they were extremely arrogant. This kind of arrogance seemed to emanate from his bones. Even if his soul was reconstructed, this arrogance did not disappear. Lin Feng even felt that the current Huangfu Qingtian was even more arrogant than before. Of course, Huangfu Qingtian was very powerful, so he had the right to be arrogant. When Lin Feng heard Huangfu Qingtian's threat, he didn't think about it at all. If they really fought, Lin Feng was not afraid of Huangfu Qingtian. As Lin Feng said before, since he could kill Huangfu Qingtian once, he could do it again. He was extremely lucky to kill Huangfu Qingtian last time. But this time, Lin Feng was extremely confident in his strength. He believed that he would not be so embarrassed after killing Huangfu Qingtian as before. Let's go in and have a look, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang nodded and rushed into the depths with Lin Feng. Taoist Wuliang said, Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation is terrifying, but that old bastard's cultivation may be even more terrifying. The old bastard mentioned by Taoist Wuliang naturally referred to the old man beside Huangfu Qingtian. That old man was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng felt that the old man should be a cultivator who had climbed to the 99th step. Moreover, he should have been immersed in the 99th step for many years. For such a long time, he had been accumulating his cultivation because the old man's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Not to mention a powerful cultivator. Even if it was a blade of grass, a tree, or even a pig. If he cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he would probably become an extremely powerful existence. When one's realm remained at a certain level for many years without a breakthrough, his combat strength had been improving all the time. This was the so-called accumulation, said Lin Feng. Let's see if there are any treasures. If there are, we won't be able to avoid a battle. Taoist Wuliang said, you deal with your old rival, Huangfu Qingtian, and I'll deal with that old bastard. The immeasurable Taoist had always liked to pick on soft persimmons. Now, this guy knew how powerful that old man was. It was out of Lin Feng's expectations that he would take the initiative to deal with the old man. Of course, perhaps it was because the immeasurable Taoist didn't have a choice. If a battle really broke out, then Huangfu Qingtian's threat wasn't inferior to the old man. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang also arrived at the depths. At the deepest location was a huge Dao platform. The void around this Dao platform was distorted. The Dao platform was made of a type of cyan stone. This type of cyan stone was very ancient. It exuded a mysterious power. This was an extremely rare stone, and it was definitely a material that could be used to forge top-notch supreme treasures. Normally, finding such a stone was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But today, someone had used such a large piece of rock to create a platform. The platform was circular in shape and had a diameter of about 10 meters. There were densely packed runes on the Dao platform. The center was indistinctly divided into yin and yang by a Tai Chi line. The old man and Huangfu Qingtian stood not far away and watched the Dao platform. When Huangfu Qingtian saw that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had also arrived, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng ignored Huangfu Qingtian. He and Taoist Wu Liang stood beside the Dao platform and observed the mysterious Dao platform. In fact, Lin Feng had seen various types of Dao platforms over the years, but none of them could be compared to the one in front of him. In terms of the material used to create the Dao platform, it couldn't be compared. Moreover, the runes on the Dao platform were too mysterious and complicated. The runes on it are extraordinary, Taoist Wu Liang said solemnly. Lin Feng looked at the runes on the Dao platform. He tried to comprehend the runes, but he felt a stabbing pain in his head. The runes were so extraordinary that he couldn't comprehend them at all. If he tried, he would definitely suffer a calamity. Lin Feng quickly stopped comprehending the runes and said, it's indeed extraordinary. I wonder what secrets this Dao platform hides. Lin Feng observed the Dao platform for a while and said, look at this place. Does it look like an ancient tomb? It's not easy to make a conclusion now. Let's wait and see if there are any changes to the Dao platform, Taoist Wu Liang said. Whoosh, 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 suddenly, some cultivators flew over from afar. They were 3 cultivators in green robes and bamboo hats. They didn't reveal their faces, so no one knew who they were. After arriving, the 3 of them began to observe the Dao platform. They were experts who must have received the news and rushed here. No one knew how Taoist Wu Liang found out about the ancient tomb here. However, it was clear that he wasn't the only one who knew about it. Not long after the 3 green-robed cultivators arrived, more people arrived. This time, there were more than a dozen experts from outside the realm. Among them, there were 2 old men who had terrifying and unfathomable strength. Whoosh, 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 more and more cultivators arrived, and many of them had extremely powerful cultivation bases. Experts from the myriad races, the races outside the realm, and other foreign forces all arrived. Lin Feng also saw 2 familiar faces, Qing Emperor and Little Stone King. They were also here. Qing Emperor and Little Stone King also saw Lin Feng. Qing Emperor nodded at Lin Feng, while Little Stone King sneered. Many experts followed Gong Yao when he arrived, but he kept a low profile. He didn't react even when he saw Lin Feng. It was as if there was no grudge between him and Lin Feng. Damn. Why are there so many experts here? Where did you find out about the ancient tomb here? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Someone is peddling information. I bought it. I didn't expect that bastard to sell it to so many people, Taoist Wu Liang said through gritted teeth. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he heard Taoist Wu Liang's words. Lin Feng originally thought that even if someone knew about the ancient tomb here, there shouldn't be too many people. However, he didn't expect Taoist Wu Liang to be the one who bought it. It was no wonder that so many cultivators came here. There were already 200 to 300 people gathered here, and there were still cultivators arriving. Not long after, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor also arrived. The arrival of the Celestial Demon Emperor's son attracted quite a bit of attention. Back when the Celestial Demon Emperor was still alive, the myriad races had all submitted to him. In the past, the myriad races had merely been his subordinates. If the Celestial Demon Emperor were still alive, he would have had to address the Celestial Demon Emperor's son as his young master. However, the era of the Celestial Demon Emperor had long since passed. Among the myriad races, there weren't many who truly followed the Celestial Demon Emperor's son. Of course, this didn't affect the Celestial Demon Emperor's son's status among the myriad races. Now, out of respect for the Heavenly Demon Emperor, the myriad races still treated the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son with respect. However, if the Celestial Demon Emperor's son wanted to command the myriad races to do something for him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was very clear about this. Therefore, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son had a sense of propriety and treated the myriad races in harmony. Moreover, he had never ordered the myriad races to do anything for him. Although the Celestial Demon Emperor's son was incomparably arrogant, he was actually a man of great wisdom. His arrogance stemmed from his powerful bloodline and strength. Prince! Look, it's Lin Feng. The witch pointed at Lin Feng, who was standing in a different direction. The Celestial Demon Emperor's son looked in Lin Feng's direction. When he saw Lin Feng, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The Celestial Demon Emperor's son naturally wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng right now, but he knew that now wasn't the time to kill Lin Feng. With so many experts gathered here, if they really fought with Lin Feng, even if they killed Lin Feng, the Celestial Demon Emperor's son wouldn't be able to obtain the Celestial Demon Emperor's son. Would they be able to obtain Lin Feng's legacies, treasures, and wealth? That wasn't necessarily the case. When the time came, many people would fight over them. So many experts would fight over them. It was hard to say who would end up with the treasures. Moreover, compared to killing Lin Feng, the Celestial Demon Emperor's son was more interested in the Dao platform. The Dao platform is very ancient, and the runes seem to be innate runes. A cultivator said, having studied the runes on the platform. There are many types of innate runes. Can you tell which type it belongs to? Another asked. It looks like innate dragon runes. The cultivator said. Dragon runes? The stone stele outside mentioned the dragon ancestor. Dragon. There were 3 ancestral dragons in the Xianxia era. If the Tao altar is related to the ancestral dragons, then which one of them is it related to? A cultivator asked, raising the doubts in his heart. The Tao platform was extraordinary, and it hid a great secret. If it really had something to do with the ancestral dragon, then maybe something shocking would appear. This is runes. Said. Al said emperor's been in the Dao A. This Guang Yuanzi possessed remarkable abilities and had a deep understanding of restrictions, formations, and so on. Although he was a human from 9 provinces, he was on good terms with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The cultivators from the 3 forces clearly knew of Master Guang Yuan's capabilities. When they saw him, many of them greeted him. Boundless Tao venerate his ancestors. This guy is obviously a fake Taoist. Boundless Taoist whispered. He did not like the sage-like Master Guang Yuan at all. Lin Feng did not like Master Guang Yuan. The Heavenly Master and Earthly Master clans had a long history of enmity. The Earthly Master clans would never let him off. Lin Feng knew that. The Earthly Master clans had been eyeing the Heavenly Master clan's legacy for who knew how many years. They would probably send experts to deal with him. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of Master Guang Yuan, who was from the Earthly Master clans. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng had to admire. Master Guang Yuan's image was just too good. No matter how he looked at Boundless Taoist, he looked like a fake Taoist. Moreover, he looked like a fake Taoist who sold his skills in the pugilistic world and cheated others. The sage-like Master Guang Yuan, on the other hand, looked more like a Taoist expert. Lin Feng saw Boundless Taoist's description of Master Guang Yuan as Boundless Taoist's envy. Taoist, do you know the secret of this Tao platform? A cultivator asked. Master Guang Yuan said, this humble Taoist does not know. However, since we're all here, I think this Tao platform might change. Perhaps some changes will happen. As soon as Master Guang Yuan finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The Tao platform shook violently. The runes on the Tao platform seemed to have come to life. The runes started to distort violently. Heavens! Taoist, you really have godlike foresight. Many people could not help but exclaim. They were full of admiration for Master Guang Yuan. Boundless Tao venerate. Master Guang Yuan pretended to be an expert. He chanted a Taoist name and waved his horsetail whisk. At this moment, no one paid any attention to Master Guang Yuan. Therefore, Master Guang Yuan's image of an expert was in vain. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Tao platform. They did not know what would happen to it. Look, the Taiji dividing line in the middle seems to be awakening. Someone pointed at the Taiji dividing line on the Tao platform. The Taiji dividing line looked like a sleeping dragon. And now, the sleeping dragon was awakening. Boom, a terrifying wave of energy swept through the world, shaking the void. It shocked and moved everyone. Roar, a loud dragon roar could be heard. The Taiji dividing line actually turned into the shape of a small dragon. Then, it let out a dragon roar. Crack! Crack! Next, with the Taiji dividing line as the center, the Tao platform gradually split into 2 sides. Seeing this, the eyes of many cultivators couldn't help but light up. As everyone waited in anticipation, the Tao platform completely split apart. Then, a coffin rose from the Tao platform. It was a green coffin. It was made of the same material as the Tao platform. It was also densely covered with all kinds of runes. Those runes were all innate dragon runes. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Master Guang Yuan did not know what those innate dragon runes meant. He could only confirm that they were innate dragon runes because he had seen them in the sacred tower of the Geomaster branch. However, there were only 5 or 6 innate dragon runes in the sacred tower of the Geomaster branch. However, the Tao platform and the green coffin were densely covered with innate dragon runes. It was unknown how many there were. Ancestral dragons were the first dragons to be born in the world. Ancestral dragons were also Xiantian lifeforms. They were born from heaven and earth, but it was said that they developed real flesh and blood. This was very similar to the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and the Sacred Battle Ape. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and the Sacred Battle Ape were originally from the Stone tribe, but they developed flesh and blood and eventually became flesh and blood. Even in the era when Xianxia life forms ruled the heavens, ancestral dragons were peerless and invincible. The progenitor dragon had once awed the myriad worlds. Rumor had it that a progenitor dragon had gone to the wasteland and even there, he had become an overlord. From this, one could see how terrifying the progenitor dragon was. Now that the green stone coffin had appeared, everyone could not help but imagine. Many people were already tempted to open the stone coffin and see if it was really an ancestral dragon inside. However, the void around the platform was still distorting and emitting shocking waves. Therefore, those cultivators who wanted to make a move did not, but waited for the right time. What do you think? Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang Daoist. This guy was a professional tomb raider. God knows how many tombs he had raided over the years. However, Lin Feng found that Wu Liang Daoist was very quiet, which was not in line with his usual style. Anything can appear in such a green stone coffin, Wu Liang Daoist said meaningfully. Lin Feng could not help but frown. What was this damned Daoist trying to say? He was actually speaking in riddles. 2 hours later, the void around the platform finally calmed down. I'll go see what's inside, a cultivator said and then stepped out. Someone recognized the identity of this cultivator. He had an extraordinary background. He was a cultivator from the sacred god tribe. If it were anyone else who walked up the platform so ostentatiously, they would probably be surrounded and attacked by many. However, the sacred god tribe was the #1 tribe among thousands of races. Who dared to offend them? This person is called Xingyuankuan. He's an expert of the Yuan generation in the sacred god tribe. He has cultivated for 720,000 years and is now in the Boundary Emperor realm. He has already reached the 85th stone step, a cultivator said. He had some understanding of the sacred god tribe cultivator and then explained his situation. The cultivators of the sacred god clan had extraordinary talents. Since Xingyuankuan had reached the 85th step, he was definitely an abnormally terrifying existence. They were many times stronger than cultivators of the same level from other races. Xingyuankuan walked step by step towards the platform. He stepped onto the platform and came to the Xian sarcophagus. Get ready, Daoist Wuliang said softly. He was already rubbing his palms together. There were many cultivators who had the same idea as Daoist Wuliang. Let Xingyuankuan open the sarcophagus first. It wouldn't be too late to make a move then. Perhaps Xingyuankuan was aware of the thoughts of many cultivators below. He couldn't help but sneer with contempt at the corner of his mouth. Since Xingyuankuan dared to be the first one to step onto the platform and open the sarcophagus, he must have a way to deal with any unexpected situation. An expert at Xingyuankuan's level was naturally a scheming person. He wouldn't do anything rashly. There were stone nails on the stone coffin. There were 81 stone nails in total. Xingyuankuan removed all 81 stone nails and grabbed the lid of the coffin with both hands. He wanted to open the lid of the Xian sarcophagus. Although the lid of the coffin wasn't big, it was extremely heavy. Kacha! Kacha! Intense friction sounded. The lid of the coffin was gradually pushed open by Xingyuankuan. Buzz! At this moment, a stream of dragon chi escaped from the coffin. That stream of dragon chi was very terrifying. It directly shattered the void and suppressed towards Xingyuankuan. Break! Xingyuankuan's expression was cold as he swung his fist towards that stream of dragon chi. He was so powerful that he naturally didn't care about a mere stream of dragon chi. Bam! Xingyuankuan's tyrannical fist swept across the dragon chi. Something shocking happened. Xingyuankuan's arm directly exploded. His entire body was swept away by the dragon chi. Oh my god, the power of that dragon chi is so terrifying, many people couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't believe their eyes. Xingyuankuan's cultivation was so strong, but he couldn't block the attack of dragon chi. It was truly inconceivable. Even Lin Feng was astonished. Just how strong was that dragon chi to be able to destroy Xingyuankuan's arm with a single strike? My arm! Xingyuankuan cried out. The destruction of his arm was a huge blow to him. However, the dragon qi didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to suppress Xing Yuankuan. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The dragon qi was too terrifying. If Xing Yuankuan didn't have any powerful means, he might have died under the attack of this dragon qi. Xing Yuankuan won't die, right? Some cultivators asked. They looked nervously at the dragon qi and Xing Yuankuan. Swish, Xing Yuankuan waved his right hand, and a powerful magic treasure flew out. It was a defensive magic treasure, the 5 elements shield. Images of the 5 elements sacred beasts were drawn on it. This was a defensive magic treasure that was close to an emperor weapon. It could evolve into an emperor weapon in the future. It was extremely powerful. Bam, the dragon qi swept across the magic treasure. Accompanied by a dull sound of impact, the magic treasure was directly sent flying. Moreover, the magic treasure's light became extremely dim. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries. It would be difficult to use it again in a short period of time. The dragon qi was too powerful. It was so powerful that everyone present was shocked. Xing Yuankuan turned around and flew out. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, the dragon qi caught up to Xing Yuankuan and suppressed him. No! Xing Yuankuan cried out in horror. In the next moment, the dragon qi swept across Xing Yuankuan's body. Xing Yuankuan's physical body exploded. His soul shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. This is too terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. A powerful cultivator like Xing Yuankuan was killed just like that. He didn't even have the ability to resist. That was just a stream of dragon qi. How could a mere strand of dragon qi have such terrifying power? This was too inconceivable. After killing Xing Yuankuan, the dragon qi dissipated between heaven and earth. It didn't attack the surrounding cultivators. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After Xing Yuankuan's death, no one dared to open the Xianxia sarcophagus for a long time. I'll give it a try, Lin Feng said. He walked toward the Xianxia sarcophagus. Lin Feng didn't want to wait any longer. He felt that there was definitely something extraordinary in the Xianxia sarcophagus. Therefore, Lin Feng chose to make a move. If he really obtained the treasure, he might be surrounded. So what, at most, he would have to fight a bloody battle. Who is he? He actually dares to ascend the Dao platform. It seems like he's just a human cultivator. Does he want to die? A cultivator asked. He didn't know Lin Feng, so he felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death by ascending the Dao platform. He's Lin Feng of the human race, someone who knew Lin Feng said. What? He's Lin Feng of the human race? This news caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators were shocked and couldn't believe it. During this period of time, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators had formed an alliance to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Yet, Lin Feng had actually swaggered into this place. This guy was truly audacious. Moreover, the Sky Demon Emperor's son, Xianxia, Xing Yuandao, and the others were also here. They definitely wouldn't let Lin Feng go so easily. Everyone knew this very well. Instead of leaving quietly, he wants to ascend the Dao platform. He's simply courting death. A cultivator sneered. He had his own opinion about Lin Feng ascending the Dao platform. He felt that Lin Feng was courting death. Clearly, he didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to leave this place alive. This place was surrounded by experts. If he wanted to kill Lin Feng, it would be too easy. Daoist Wu Liang followed Lin Feng to the Dao platform. This is not the Dao platform. This is the Divine Immortal platform. This platform has a stone coffin. This is the platform where an ancient immortal is buried. Daoist Wu Liang uttered an unfathomable sentence. Guang Yuanzi's face turned green when he saw Daoist Wu Liang. You still dare to show yourself? Guang Yuanzi looked coldly at Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang said, I'm just an honorable. Why wouldn't I dare to show myself? You deserve to die. Guang Yuanzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He didn't hide it at all when he looked at Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. How did Daoist Wu Liang become enemies with Guan Yuanzi? Could it be that Daoist Wu Liang dug up the tomb of the Earth Master's ancestors? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it was. Given Daoist Wu Liang's personality, it was indeed very likely that he would do something like that. So it's that damned Daoist. I heard that he specializes in digging up the tombs of other people's ancestors. He's definitely a disaster, a cultivator from the myriad races. Then, another myriad race cultivator said, Guan Yuanzi is so angry. It seems that this Daoist dug up the ancient tomb of the Geomaster lineage's ancestor, right? But since he ran into Guan Yuanzi, I'm afraid he's dead for sure today. Myriad races. Myriad races. Myriad races. The immeasurable Daoist had a grand goal. He had his eyes on the ancient tombs of the ancestors of the 10,000 races. Many cultivators. Killing intent. Lin Feng frowned. This didn't seem like Daoist Wu Liang's style. Even if Daoist Wu Liang provoked others, he would only do it if he could escape at any time. Now, Daoist Wu Liang dared to provoke the cultivators of the myriad races. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't know what Daoist Wu Liang was planning. Could it be that Daoist Wu Liang had a way to escape? Was that why he dared to provoke the cultivators of the myriad races? Let's talk about it after we get out of here alive. Some cultivators sneered in response. Although they wanted to kill Daoist Wu Liang, they didn't plan to do it now. They planned to wait until Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang opened the Xian coffin before making a move. Many people had the same plan. Even the son of the heavenly demon emperor, young Master Nya, and the others had the same plan. Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng went up to the Dao platform together. Daoist Wu Liang circled around the Xian coffin and began to chant an incantation. As he chanted, he jumped up and down as if he was a priest performing a ritual. What's this guy doing? Many people looked at Daoist Wu Liang, puzzled. They didn't know what he was doing. Even Lin Feng didn't know what Daoist Wu Liang was doing. This guy was very mysterious. He was like a swindler who wandered the world. He's just pretending to be mysterious. Some cultivators sneered. They felt that Daoist Wu Liang was just pretending to be mysterious. He was trying to fool the surrounding cultivators. Finally, Daoist Wu Liang stopped. He looked at Lin Feng and said like an expert, benefactor, you can open the coffin now. After saying that, Daoist Wu Liang quickly retreated a few meters. This guy clearly wanted Lin Feng to open the coffin while he watched from the side. If there was any danger, he would be ready to escape at any time. Sure, your sister. Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pushed the Xian coffin. Crack, crack. The Xian coffin emitted a violent grinding sound. Gradually, a crack appeared on the Xian coffin. A dragon aura escaped from the crack. Then, the dragon aura suppressed Lin Feng, just like how it dealt with Xing Yuankuan. Xing Yuankuan was killed by this dragon aura. The dragon aura in front of him was extremely terrifying. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. Facing the dragon aura attack, Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly mystery pagoda. The heavenly mystery pagoda descended and a holy light protected Lin Feng's body. Bang! The dragon aura swept across the heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive holy light and was immediately blocked by the heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive holy light. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly became spirited. As expected of an emperor-level defensive Dharma treasure, its power was extremely strong. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and quickly opened the coffin. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, there was no corpse in the coffin. There were only two things. One was a jade tube, and the other was a porcelain bottle. Attack! The surrounding cultivators attacked one after another. All kinds of Dharma treasures and divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Just as he was about to counterattack, Daoist Wu Liang laughed loudly and said, Daoist Wu Liang, you're 18 generations of ancestors, a bunch of idiots. Do you think you can keep the two of us here? Stop daydreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, Daoist Wu Liang flicked his finger. One rune after another flew out and entered the platform. Buzz. Then, the runes on the Tao platform seemed to have been activated. The void around the Tao platform distorted again. The distorted void blocked the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. It turned out that Taoist Wu Liang was mumbling, jumping, and chanting incantations to communicate with the Tao platform. This guy's methods were really extraordinary. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang each took a treasure. Swoosh! Above a desolate mountain forest, a light flashed. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist flew out from the void. They had been teleported to this location. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge claw descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. It was a huge yellow bear. It was 30 to 40 meters tall and had a powerful body. You dare to sneak attack me? You must be tired of living. Wu Liang Taoist shouted and swept the horsetail whisk in his hand. There was a loud bang. The huge bear was sent flying by Wu Liang Taoist. Plop. The huge bear fell to the ground and died. I can make a braised bear paw. It must taste good. Lin Feng said. Wu Liang Taoist's saliva almost flowed out. Lin Feng said, as a monk, your diet must be bland. So, Taoist, don't think about the bear paw. Look around and see if there are any wild fruits. Pick them to satisfy your hunger. Wu Liang Taoist said, as the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the ancestor's heart remains. We Taoists are not as particular as Buddhists. Not to mention drinking wine and eating meat, even marrying and having children are common. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing Wu Liang Taoist's reason. Lin Feng kept the huge bear into his mountain river ring and left with Wu Liang Taoist. The two of them found a quiet place and took out their treasures. Wu Liang Taoist took the jade tube while Lin Feng took the porcelain bottle. This is actually a divine ability. It was passed down by the third ancestor dragon. Wu Liang Taoist was shocked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and said, give me the jade tube. Let me take a look. Wu Liang Taoist curled his lips and said, this is mine. What does it have to do with you? With such a powerful divine ability, Wu Liang Taoist obviously wanted to keep it for himself. Lin Feng said, we got it together. Although it's in your hands, everyone has a share. However, the immeasurable Taoist didn't seem to want to bother with Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued, don't you want to know the cultivation method of the life and death art? After hearing the words life and death art, immeasurable Taoist was stunned. He threw the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine will entered the jade tube, and he immediately felt a boundless aura rushing towards him. It was as if he had come to another world. This world was filled with a mysterious and ancient aura. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar came from the end of this world. Lin Feng saw that at the end of the world, a dragon had raised its head. The dragon's body was shrouded in immortal mist, and only its head could be seen. This head was truly too large as a star in outer space, causing people to be deeply shaken. That huge dragon was the third ancestral dragon. This was the third dragon born between heaven and earth. Ancestral dragons possessed many heaven-defying abilities. In the past, the third ancestral dragon had been an overlord during the era of Xianxia lifeforms. It was extremely rare for a Xianxia life form to be able to contend with the third ancestral dragon. Even Pangu, Nuwa, and other experts wouldn't dare say that they could defeat the third ancestral dragon. Because, dragons had a huge advantage. Their bodies were powerful, their magic power was monstrous, and their draconic divine arts were terrifying beyond compare. Dragons were one of the most perfect races in the world. Since ancient times, dragons had always been synonymous with power, let alone the third ancestral dragon. As for how powerful the third ancestral dragon was, it was unknown. Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the ancient world, and a cultivation method appeared in his mind. This cultivation method was called the ancestral dragon fist. It was an extremely ancient technique. The creator of the ancestral dragon fist wasn't the third ancestral dragon, but the first ancestral dragon. Among the three, the first ancestral dragon's cultivation was the strongest, but also the most mysterious. It was rumored that the first ancestral dragon had disappeared many years before the Great Xiantian battle. No one knew where the first ancestral dragon went. But with the first ancestral dragon's cultivation, he shouldn't have met with a calamity. In this world, there were too few cultivators who could kill the first ancestral dragon. It would be even more difficult to kill the first ancestral dragon without alerting anyone. The ancestral dragon fist is really a powerful inheritance. This is the inheritance of a supreme expert, Lin Feng said with a face full of joy. This time, he was really lucky to have obtained a divine art like the ancestral dragon fist. What's in that bottle of yours? Open it and take a look, Taoist Wuliang said, starting to think about the things in Lin Feng's bottle. Lin Feng opened the bottle and discovered that there were 3 pills inside. They were grayish-brown in color. Every single one of the pills was emitting waves of intense energy fluctuations. This made Lin Feng extremely happy, because it meant that his third sister's pills weren't destroyed. Lin Feng took out a pill and couldn't help but frown. What pill is this? I've never seen it before. The legendary elemental spirit pill. The boundless Taoist priest was astonished. He stared at the pill in Lin Feng's hand. What's this elemental spirit pill? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. This is an immortal Dan. Rumor has it that the elemental spirit Dan uses the saint flower of the immortal herb elemental spirit vine as the main ingredient, and then uses 3,795 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as auxiliary ingredients to refine the elemental spirit Dan. One elemental spirit Dan can allow a cultivator to split out an origin spirit, Taoist Wuliang said. There's such an effect? Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lin Feng now had 1 primary primordial spirit and 2 secondary primordial spirits. Thus, he could do 3 things at once. If he refined the elemental spirit pill, wouldn't he have more secondary primordial spirits? Taoist Wuliang said. Don't you know what grade the elemental spirit pill is? Its effect is naturally amazing. Splitting a secondary primordial spirit is only one of its effects. The elemental spirit pill can also help a cultivator increase their cultivation. There's actually such a heaven-defying pill, Lin Feng said in shock. This pill could increase one's cultivation. A pill that could split a secondary primordial spirit was indeed too amazing. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. However, a cultivator can only refine 1 elemental spirit pill in their lifetime. Refining more will have no effect, Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng had 3 elemental spirit pills, so he handed the one in his hand to Taoist Wuliang. Taoist Wuliang carefully looked at it, then sighed and said, the medicinal effect of this elemental spirit pill has been severely damaged. Lin Feng said, it's been too long. It's already quite good that it hasn't been completely destroyed. Taoist Wuliang nodded. Time was like a butcher's knife. It could destroy everything. Taoist Wuliang often excavated ancient tombs and came into contact with many pills, but many pills had been corroded by time. Lin Feng and Wuliang Taoist did not directly refine the elemental spirit Dan. The 2 of them decided to first have a full meal, then refine the elemental spirit Dan. Lin Feng cut open the belly of the giant bear, then took out cooking tools and various materials, and then started to cook. Lin Feng made a braised bear paw, a barbecue, a braised bear heart, and a steamed bear head. After cooking, Lin Feng and Wuliang Taoist gathered together, drinking and eating meat. Wuliang Taoist did not look like a real Taoist. No matter how you looked at him, he looked like a Jianghu swindler. No wonder his Taoist robe was always greasy. It seemed like this guy ate a lot of meat and drank a lot. After having a full meal, the 2 of them looked for a place to refine the elemental spirit Dan. Lin Feng swallowed the elemental spirit Dan, then immediately operated the archaic dragonesque elephant secret art. Under the refining of the archaic dragonesque elephant secret art, the elemental spirit Dan gradually decomposed into pure energy. Lin Feng found that the energy of the elemental spirit Dan was divided into 2 parts. One part was gradually absorbed by the body, and the other part was rushing towards the soul. Everyone only had 1 soul, but everyone could give birth to many primordial spirits. The primordial spirit was actually condensed from the power of the soul. Lin Feng already had the experience of splitting his primordial spirit twice. He also suffered the pain of splitting his primordial spirit twice. Many people could not bear such pain, and eventually collapsed, turning into an idiot. Such examples had appeared many times since ancient times. Lin Feng certainly felt the pain, but Lin Feng, who had already suffered twice before, was now able to endure the torment of this pain very well. On the other side, Wu Liang Daoist let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. This was not an exaggeration. Splitting the primordial spirit was equivalent to splitting the soul. And the soul was the foundation of a person. The soul was destroyed. The person died. The soul was slightly damaged. It was many times more painful than the physical injury. The pain Lin Feng suffered was not lighter than Wu Liang Daoist, but Lin Feng did not let out an exaggerated scream like Wu Liang Daoist. 3 hours later, Lin Feng finally succeeded in forming a fourth primordial spirit in his mind. This made Lin Feng happy, because now he could multitask. What kind of terrifying ability was this? He was doing 4 things at the same time, activating 4 divine abilities to fight the enemy. It was equivalent to 4 Lin Feng attacking at the same time. This was also one of Lin Feng's secrets, and also one of his most powerful methods. After the 4th primordial spirit was successfully formed, Lin Feng's cultivation base continued to rise steadily. Originally, Lin Feng had broken through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm, but in reality, he had only stopped at the initial 10th layer. Currently, Lin Feng's cultivation had rapidly broken through from the early 10th layer of the giant god realm to the middle 10th layer, then to the late 10th layer, before finally stopping at the peak 10th layer. It wasn't until he broke through to the peak of the 10th layer of the giant god realm that the majestic energy in Lin Feng's body was completely exhausted. That's great. The next step is to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Feng's face showed joy. With his savings, it was so difficult to raise his cultivation base, but he had already broken through to the peak of the giant god realm in just a few decades. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle. Next, Lin Feng needed to settle down for a period of time. Because his savings were too powerful, and breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm would be the biggest obstacle Lin Feng had encountered so far. With Lin Feng's savings, it was naturally extremely difficult to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Therefore, now Lin Feng needed to settle down his cultivation base, and at the same time, he needed to find some heaven-defying opportunities to complete this breakthrough. Lin Feng wanted to kill the son of the Sky Demon Emperor and snatch his Black Flame God Devouring Fire. Then, with the help of the Black Flame God Devouring Fire, the 8th-ranked Heavenly Fire, he broke through to the quasi-emperor realm in one fell swoop. Lin Feng hoped to find an opportunity to kill the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. 2 hours later, Immeasurable Taoist also completed his cultivation. Although the medicinal efficacy has been severely depleted, it is still extremely extraordinary. It is indeed worthy of being an immortal-level medicinal pill. Immeasurable Taoist sighed with emotion. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't you still have one? Anyway, it's useless for you to keep it, so why don't you give it to me?" Lin Feng suddenly had the impulse to slap Immeasurable Taoist to death. This guy really had the nerve to say such words. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's not a problem if you want it, but you have to exchange it with treasures." "What treasures do you want?" Immeasurable Taoist narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "I remember that you have 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques, which recorded the method of robbing tombs to find dragons. The dragon-seeking formula seems to be only one of the secret techniques recorded in the 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques. If you teach me these 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques, this medicinal pill is yours," Lin Feng said. Immeasurable Taoist curled his lips and said, "How can my 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques be as simple as you say? There are shocking secrets hidden in them. How can I casually tell you? I don't want this medicinal pill. What about the cultivation method of the life and death formula? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Feng threw a jade tube to Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist quickly grabbed the jade tube and carefully sensed it. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. Lin Feng said, "After memorizing the cultivation method, destroy the jade tube. Don't leave any clues behind. It will be troublesome if you are killed one day and the life and death formula is obtained by someone else." Immeasurable Taoist said, "This Taoist is immortal and indestructible. I won't die even if you die." After saying that, Immeasurable Taoist put away the jade tube containing the life and death formula. Lin Feng said, "The world behind the Primal Chaos Gate should be hiding some huge secrets. Do you have a way to enter the Primal Chaos Gate?" The reason Lin Feng asked Immeasurable Taoist this question was because Immeasurable Taoist had extraordinary means. Perhaps he really did have some shocking means to enter the world behind the Primal Chaos Gate. If he could really enter the Primal Chaos Gate, he might be able to obtain many extraordinary items. I really do have a way to enter the Primal Chaos Gate, but now isn't the right time. We'll have to wait for those great emperors to enter the Primal Chaos Gate first. Immeasurable Taoist said. He was very cautious because the world behind the Primal Chaos Gate was simply too dangerous. Those great emperors might be able to lure away the dangers inside after entering the Primal Chaos Gate. At that time, they wouldn't be in such danger after entering the Primal Chaos Gate. Do you suspect that there's something terrifying inside? Lin Feng asked. Of course, there might be some unknown terrifying existences inside. We have to be careful. Immeasurable Taoist said. The next day, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist saw the Primal Chaos Gate. The Primal Chaos Ancient Bell slammed into the Primal Chaos Gate. The Primal Chaos Gate opened, and the Primal Chaos Ancient Bell entered the Primal Chaos Gate. Next, a mysterious great emperor in green robes entered the Primal Chaos Gate. Lin Feng had seen 3 green-robed cultivators in the ancestral dragon tomb. They were wearing the same robes as the great emperors who had just entered the Primal Chaos Gate. Thus, Lin Feng guessed that they were cultivators from the same faction. Some great emperors flew over and tore through the void to give chase. The world behind the Primal Chaos Gate was too attractive for these great emperors. Lin Feng and the Taoist priest left. It wasn't the right time to enter the Primal Chaos door. They were waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, they wanted to see if there were any other opportunities in the Primal Chaos Ancient Country. Everyone wants to become a god. What's so good about that? On this day, a voice came from the depths of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. The voice was melodious, deep, ancient, and full of vicissitudes. It was as if it had traveled across the river of time to reach this era. When they heard the voice, everyone's spirits were lifted. Where did the voice from the depths of the chaotic ancient country come from? Why was there a voice like that? This caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. He set off with Taoist Wu Liang toward the depths of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. Many cultivators were attracted by the voice and flew toward the depths of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. Of course, most great emperors were still chasing the Primal Chaos Gate. That was their ultimate goal. However, there were also great emperors who chose to enter the depths of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation to see where the voice came from. The voice soon disappeared and did not appear again. However, many cultivators had already locked onto the direction of the voice and pushed their speed to the limit. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a boundless ocean. It was truly inconceivable that such an ocean would appear in the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. What does this ocean mean? Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that something was wrong with this ocean. Many cultivators had gathered at the periphery of the ocean and were looking toward the depths. Everyone wants to become a god. If you want to become a god, come find me. I know the 3,000 heavenly arts. Every method can help you become a god. Just as everyone was looking into the depths of the cave, the mysterious voice suddenly sounded again. When they heard that voice, everyone was boiling with excitement. What kind of existence could make such a sound? Master the 3,000 ways to become immortals. Is this true? Everyone flew towards the depths of the ocean, wanting to see if there was really such a legendary method. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang also entered the sea and flew towards the depths. Boom, not long after, the sound of violent fluctuations came from the depths. Everyone quickly flew over and found that there were actually cultivators fighting. 3 great emperors were attacking another great emperor. The Red World Fairy. When Lin Feng saw the besieged great emperor, he was shocked. The besieged great emperor was disguised as a man, with red lips and white teeth. It was the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy had broken through to the great emperor realm. This heaven-defying existence who cultivated 3,000 great Daos and many other immortal arts had come to the ancient Chaos Nation. The 3 great emperors attacking the Red World Fairy were the great emperor of the ancient god clan, the evil execution great emperor, and the last great emperor from the outer realm. He seemed to be the great emperor of the heaven-devouring python race. The great emperor of the ancient god clan was a terrifying existence. He had become a great emperor in the ancient era. His name was Xianxia, and his cultivation was unfathomable. The evil execution great emperor was a great emperor of the nine-headed insect race. He had once challenged the Red World Fairy and wanted to kill the Red World Fairy, but he was almost killed by the Red World Fairy. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the great emperor of the heaven-devouring python race. Now, the three great emperors were attacking the Red World Fairy. Their attacks were endless, but the Red World Fairy was still fighting one against three with ease. The Red World Fairy is a human cultivator who recently became a great emperor, but this woman is able to resist the combined attacks of Xianxia, the evil execution great emperor, and the great emperor of the heaven-devouring python race. Isn't this woman too terrifying? A cultivator from the myriad races said in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was because these cultivators knew how terrifying the great emperor of the ancient god clan, Xianxia, was. He was a great emperor who had existed since the ancient era. No one knew how terrifying his cultivation was now. Furthermore, Xianxia had two great emperors helping him to deal with the Red World Fairy, but they still couldn't take down the Red World Fairy quickly. It was truly inconceivable. The Red World Fairy will definitely become one of the most terrifying existences in the history of the human race in this epoch, Taoist Wuliang said. He was full of admiration for the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Feng also felt that Taoist Wuliang was right. The Red World Fairy had actually learned 3,000 great Daos. He really didn't know how she had learned them. There were many rumors about the Red World Fairy's master, but only the Red World Fairy herself knew who had taught the Red World Fairy. Perhaps the rumors in the outside world couldn't be taken seriously. Honored immortal Hong Chen, hand over that thing. Otherwise, only death awaits you today. The evil execution great emperor said coldly. He hated the Red World Fairy very much. He had almost died at the hands of the Red World Fairy, so his hatred didn't lessen at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Especially during this period of time, the evil execution great emperor had heard many people talking about his defeat at the hands of the Red World Fairy. That incident had become a stain on his life. As for the Red World Fairy, who had caused all of this, the evil execution great emperor naturally hated her to the bone. You can try. The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. She ignored the evil execution great emperor's threat. The battle became more and more intense. The four of them fought until the rivers flowed backward. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding cultivators had no place to stand. Everyone quickly left the area, and the four experts who were fighting didn't continue to stay in the area. They quickly left. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. After the four great emperors left, the rest of the cultivators continued to fly deeper. However, after flying for a long time, they still couldn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Something doesn't seem right. Why does this ocean seem to have no end? Taoist Wuliang also noticed that something was wrong. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he couldn't help but nod. Taoist Wuliang said. It is indeed strange. Let's see if there will be any changes later. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang continued to fly deeper. However, they still couldn't find anything. This place was like a sea of dead silence. Once one entered this place, they would be trapped inside. Many people were flying aimlessly in the sea. Because everyone seemed to have lost all their goals and did not know what to look for. They did not know what to look for. There was only a deathly silence here. Some people planned to enter the depths of the sea to see what was going on. Thus, these cultivators hid in the sea and then went to investigate the specific situation in the sea. However, after they went down, they were unable to come back up. What happened? Many people frowned and said. So many cultivators entered the sea but were unable to come back up. They were afraid that they had encountered a disaster. However, no one knew what they had encountered in the sea and what they had experienced. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Every step was extremely dangerous and contained killing intent everywhere. This sea is too strange. Let's retreat. There's no need to continue wasting time here. A cultivator said. They wanted to retreat. This place made many people feel uneasy. However, they could no longer leave the sea as they wished. Because this sea was boundless, there was no end to the way back. Those cultivators who returned could not find a way to leave this place. Many of them were on the verge of collapse. Being trapped in a place like this, it was truly impossible for anyone to respond to his cries. "I don't want to die here," a cultivator said in a frightened voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? We will definitely find a way out," a cultivator coldly reprimanded. However, not long after, terrifying and strange things happened one after another. Many cultivators' corpses floated on the surface of the water. No one knew how they died. Those corpses all had one thing in common. Their eyes were wide open before they died. All of them died with their eyes open. No one knew what these cultivators experienced when they died. Someone examined the corpses of those cultivators, but they did not find any injuries. This was the strangest thing. "It's like an independent small world," Taoist Wu Liang said. "But it shouldn't be," Lin Feng said. About 3 days later, the sea changed. The clear sea water gradually became turbid. This attracted the attention of many people. Not long after, there were many waves in the ocean. A large amount of blood gushed out from the waves. When they saw the blood gushing out from the waves, many people's expressions changed drastically. What's going to happen now? Many cultivators began to worry. The situation was getting stranger and stranger, causing them to feel uneasy. However, no one could explain what was happening in front of him. The situation before his eyes was simply too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The situation was getting worse and worse, stranger and stranger. Because the ocean gradually turned into a blood-red ocean. It gave off a strong smell of blood. Why is it like this? Many people were extremely puzzled. What's that? Someone pointed into the distance. Everyone saw a huge object floating above the blood-red ocean. It was as big as a small island. Many cultivators quickly flew over, wanting to see what was going on. When they came to the side of the behemoth, everyone was shocked. That colossal object. It was actually the corpse of a giant dragon. It was a western dragon that looked like a huge lizard, but it had wings. "Look, there's a corpse over there." Someone pointed in another direction. There were also corpses floating in that direction. Everyone flew over and discovered that it was the corpse of a kuei cow. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. A kuei cow was an extremely terrifying existence. It had also died in the blood-red ocean. While everyone was studying the kuei cow's corpse, something even more shocking happened. One after another, corpses emerged from the sea of blood. It was unknown how many corpses there were in total. It was densely packed. There were countless corpses. There were so many corpses that it was truly shocking. It made one's hair stand on end. The entire blood-red ocean instantly turned into a sea of corpses. Just how many living beings have died? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Among the densely packed corpses, he saw Eastern divine dragons, Qilins, phoenixes, kuei cows, golden crows, peacocks, human race experts, myriad race experts, extraterritorial race experts, otherworldly race experts, and even otherworldly race experts from the previous era. But now, all those experts had turned into corpses. They were piled up in the blood-red ocean. There were so many powerful existences with heaven-defying cultivation bases. What on earth had happened? How could it have taken their lives? Moreover, these dead beings seemed to have died around the same time, which was why their corpses had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Many people were scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. They looked at the countless corpses in horror. It's turned into a sea of corpses. What else can happen? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. When night fell, the sea of corpses became even more terrifying. In the depths of the sea of corpses, endless Buddhist light shot up to the 9 heavens. Namo Amida. A monk's voice rang out. A holy monk was shrouded in the endless Buddhist light. Currently, the holy monk was walking over from afar. May I ask who you are, Venerable? Did you come from the outside as well? A cultivator asked. Buddha says, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. The holy monk said. Sea of bitterness? Could this be the sea of bitterness that Buddhists speak of? Someone exclaimed. They were all too familiar with the word sea of bitterness. Almost everyone had heard of the sea of bitterness, but who had actually seen it? Demons in one's heart give birth to the sea of bitterness. Repent and the shore is at hand, and the demons in one's heart can be removed. The holy monk continued. His words were filled with Buddhist principles. Ordinary people would have a hard time understanding what he meant. Even Lin Feng only understood half of it. Some people chose to turn around, but they eventually disappeared. It was unknown if they had gone out. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang did not turn around. They felt that something was off about this holy monk before them. We want to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the shore. Do you have a way, Venerable? Lin Feng asked. How can one reach the shore with demons in one's heart? The holy monk said directly. Taoist Wuliang sneered and said, monks are merciful, but Venerable's mouth is truly unforgiving. I'd like to see if you're really a holy monk. As soon as Taoist Wuliang finished speaking, he took out a demon-revealing mirror. Then, he shone it at the holy monk before them. What appeared in the demon-revealing mirror was not a holy monk. Just how frightening and terrifying was the power of this palm strike, the evil monk was sent flying by the old monk. After seeing this scene, everyone was abnormally shocked. A powerful existence like the evil monk was actually suppressed by the old monk. The old monk's cultivation was so powerful. Of course, it was also possible that the old monk was the bane of the evil monk, which was why the evil monk was so easily defeated. Buddha is boundless. The old monk roared and raised his hands. With him as the center, powerful energy waves swept through the world, surging in all directions. Boundless Buddhist light covered the sky and shrouded the evil monk. The evil monk was only a demonic skeleton in the first place. When it came into contact with the Buddhist light, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard from its body. Screech! The evil monk let out a sharp cry and quickly fled into the distance. The old monk did not chase after the evil monk. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void with his palms together, chanting scriptures. No one knew what scriptures the old monk was chanting. But as the old monk recited the sutra, more Buddhist light surged out of the old monk's body. The Buddhist light merged into the surrounding void. The scene in front of him was changing bit by bit. The corpse in the sea of blood had disappeared without a trace. Then, the blood ocean began to gradually turn back into a normal world. It's back to normal. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The blood ocean had returned to normal. This meant that anyone who wanted to leave the ocean should be able to do so. Holy monk, what was that evil monk just now? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The old monk said, that's an evil monk formed from the bones of an ancient monk that was infused with endless evil thoughts. That evil monk seems to have formed an extremely close connection with this ocean. That's why that evil monk was able to create that illusion just now, and even create a world of nothingness. It trapped everyone in that world of nothingness. In that world of nothingness created by the evil monk, no one was able to fight it. Fortunately, this old monk knew some secret arts of Buddhism. That was how I was able to break the world of nothingness created by the evil monk. Thank you for helping, holy monk. Lin Feng thanked the old monk. Following that, many people flew over to thank the old monk. It was all thanks to the old monk that they were able to escape this time. Otherwise, it would have been too difficult to escape. The methods of these monks are extraordinary, and I feel that this old monk still has many powerful methods that he hasn't used yet. Whispered the boundless Taoist priest to Lin Feng. He really is a terrifying existence. His dharma is simply boundless. Lin Feng whispered. Someone asked, Sacred monk, do you intend to go there? The old monk said, I wish to explore the depths of this sea. Namo Amitabha, good indeed, good indeed. After the old monk finished speaking, he quickly flew into the depths. Since the holy monk wants to enter the depths of the sea, we have even less to worry about. That's right. With the holy monk here, that evil monk definitely won't dare to appear again. Let's go and see if there are any fortunes there. Maybe we can get some heaven-defying items. If we can get them, we'll be rich. Many cultivators quickly flew into the depths of the sea, wanting to find the fortunes there. However, there were also some cultivators who decided to give up because they felt that this ocean was still very strange and filled with killing intent. If they did not leave now, they would definitely die. If they didn't leave now, they might actually die here if there were more dangers. Who could guarantee that there were no other dangers in this sea apart from the evil monk? The old monk could defeat the evil monk, but he might not be able to deal with other dangers. Because of this, many cultivators left the sea. Lin Feng and Wu Liang didn't leave and continued flying deeper. Maybe we can enter the sea to take a look. I wonder what's down there. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He had always wanted to see what was at the bottom of the sea. The old monk said that everything before was an illusion created by the evil monk, including the corpses. In that case, there shouldn't be any corpses at the bottom of the sea. Let's go down and take a look, said the boundless Taoist priest. Then, he released some strength to protect himself. Then, he and Lin Feng moved towards the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was empty. There were indeed no corpses. However, when Lin Feng dived to the bottom of the sea, he vaguely felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This feeling of unease was very strong. Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang and asked, "Daoist, did you find anything special?" Wu Liang shook his head. Then, he said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's quickly return to the surface." Lin Feng had the same idea and planned to return to the surface with Wu Liang. The two of them flew up. At this moment, the ground at the bottom of the sea suddenly cracked open. A huge abyss appeared, and a terrifying devouring power surged out from the abyss and enveloped Lin Feng and Wu Liang. That devouring power suddenly sucked in. Suddenly, Lin Feng and Wu Liang's bodies flew uncontrollably toward the abyss below. F***ck, what's going on? Lin Feng's expression changed again. The sudden appearance of this strange scene really made one's hair stand on end. Facing such a situation, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He tried to break free from the devouring power, but he failed in the end. Wu Liang also struggled, but he also failed. This devouring power was very terrifying. Lin Feng and Wu Liang's bodies quickly fell into the abyss. Their moods instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. What was in this abyss? It couldn't be something scary, right? If that was the case, falling into the abyss would be extremely dangerous. If they were careless, they might die in the abyss. In the end, Lin Feng and Wu Liang fell into the deepest part of the abyss. The danger they expected didn't happen. The abyss was very calm, and no danger appeared. The two of them quickly stood up and carefully looked at the abyss. "Let's go in and take a look," Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the abyss with Wu Liang. In the deepest part of the abyss, there was actually a palace. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes lit up the moment he saw the palace. Lin Feng said doubtfully, "Why is there a palace here? Who left it behind? Is our being devoured by the abyss related to this palace?" Wu Liang said, "Let's go and explore the palace. We might be able to find some clues, and maybe even obtain some shocking things." Keek keek. Just as Wu Liang's voice fell. Suddenly, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were startled when they heard the sinister laughter. They turned around and saw Evil Monk standing behind them. Their faces turned green when they saw Evil Monk. They couldn't believe that Evil Monk had actually appeared here. Wasn't this just too unlucky? Evil Monk emitted a sinister aura as he stared at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang with his sinister eyes. His body radiated an extremely cold killing intent. Cough, cough. "Holy monk, how are you? I didn't expect you to be here as well. What a coincidence." Daoist Wu Liang waved his hand at Evil Monk and revealed a humble smile. Keek keek. Evil Monk laughed strangely and said, "Damn Daoist. You chose to barge into hell instead of taking the right path to heaven. Have you thought about how you want to die? I have countless ways to kill you. How do you want to die?" Daoist Wu Liang felt bitter when he heard Evil Monk's words. He said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Besides, Buddhism and Taoism are one family. 5 million years ago, we might even be from the same sect. Why don't we calm down and reminisce about the past, talk about life, and research treasures? That's the most enjoyable thing in life. Why fight? Wouldn't it be bad if we hurt each other?" Lin Feng gained a whole new understanding of Taoist Wu Liang's shamelessness. Evil monk was the epitome of the saying, a shameless person is invincible in the world. Evil monk sneered at Taoist Wu Liang and said, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. It's not impossible for you to live, but you'll have to contribute your soul and become my slave. I'll spare your worthless life. Heavenly Lord Wu Liang, my ass. Taoist Wu Liang cursed when he heard evil monk's words. Naturally, Taoist Wu Liang couldn't agree to evil monk's conditions. Now, Taoist Wu Liang finally became unyielding and wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with evil monk. Evil monk's killing intent grew stronger when he heard Taoist Wu Liang's curses. Lin Feng looked at evil monk and asked, is this where you live? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Why would someone who is about to die know all this? Evil monk said with an indifferent expression. It's precisely because I'm about to die that I want to know more. At the very least, you should be a ghost that understands everything before you die, right? Lin Feng said. The evil monk said darkly, now that you mention it, it does make some sense. The evil monk then said, this palace isn't my residence. This palace has just appeared, but I'm the ruler of this sea. What secrets are hidden in this ocean? Lin Feng asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Evil monk sneered and walked towards Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. He opened his hand, an endless black fog rolled out. The black fog enveloped Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. A huge palm could be vaguely seen in the black fog. That palm seemed to be the palm of a demon god. It was terrifying and eerie, and it contained a power that could destroy the world. That gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng and the Taoist priest, trying to grab them. Do it. Lin Feng said. He first took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, an emperor-level defensive treasure, to protect himself and Taoist Wu Liang. Then, he took out the Bell of Hell and the 2 stone swords. As for Taoist Wu Liang, he took out a talisman. This talisman was not a jade talisman, but a paper talisman. It was a talisman made of yellow paper. The talisman was densely packed with a twisted rune written with an unknown material. The distorted runes emitted waves of shocking energy. The Bell of Hell unleashed its might and collided with the demonic hand in the black fog. It blocked the demonic hand's attack. The black fog contained poison, but it was blocked by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive barrier. The 2 stone swords pierced through the black fog and instantly arrived in front of Evil Monk before piercing towards his body. Evil Monk's expression was cold as he swung his hand at the 2 stone swords. Clang, clang. He collided with the 2 stone swords. The 2 stone swords unleashed their might and actually sent Evil Monk flying. Even though Xianxia was extremely strong, Lin Feng's treasures were too powerful. A battle between cultivators was not only a competition of magic power, physical body, speed, and divine abilities, but also a comprehensive competition. There was a saying in the world of cultivators that a battle between cultivators was sometimes a competition of financial resources. In fact, this sentence was very reasonable. The financial resources mentioned here included all kinds of magic treasures, talismans, forbidden weapons, and so on. When Evil Monk was forced to retreat, Taoist Wu Liang's talisman suddenly shone brightly. A majestic voice came from the talisman. It was as if an ancient ruler was roaring. Change of the sun and moon, immortal for eternity, immortal for all the laws of heaven and earth, immortal and indestructible. The spirit of heaven and earth, exterminating all living things, urgent as the law. Break billions of Tao, break millions of laws. As the voice faded away, a voice rang out. Then, a terrifying wave swept out, shaking heaven and earth. The talisman directly burned, and a mass of divine light wrapped in mysterious runes quickly flew toward Evil Monk. Then, those runes bombarded Evil Monk's body. Crackling sounds and sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Evil Monk suffered extremely serious injuries. Taoist Wu Liang's talisman had a great origin. It was unknown what kind of treasure it was, but Evil Monk's body was about to melt. Ah, how did you get this talisman? Weren't these talismans destroyed a long time ago? Evil Monk let out an extremely painful roar. Taoist Wu Liang sneered and said, how can there be absolute things in this world? Do you think they'll be destroyed just because you say so? I'm an archaeologist, so I'll naturally find some good things that have disappeared for a long time. You win. Evil monk roared and turned into a mass of demonic chi, quickly flying into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from sight. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't give chase. Chasing evil monk would only backfire if they pushed him too far. What talisman was that? How could it be so powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Taoist Wu Liang's face suddenly twitched. He said with a long face, "That's the talisman of the three pure ones. It's a talisman drawn by the three pure ones. It's my life-saving talisman. Today, I used it to deal with the evil monk. It's a big loss. If you find any treasures in the palace later, you must let me choose first." After hearing the first half of Daoist Wu Liang's words, Lin Feng sympathized with him. "Let's see what's inside this palace," Daoist Wu Liang said as he walked towards the palace. Lin Feng walked towards the palace as well. The palace was built in an ancient style with runes swirling around it. This was a very mysterious rune, and it emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. The entire palace was shrouded in a mysterious aura. However, the palace did not have any restrictions. This made Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang feel rather strange. Such an extraordinary palace should have been sealed with restrictions. Of course, it was also possible that the restrictions on the palace had completely dissipated. Thus, the palace was no longer protected by restrictions. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang entered the palace. Then, they saw that there were thick chains in the palace. These chains were all wrapped around a yellow cauldron. This cauldron was very strange. It had 8 legs and 6 ears, and the lid was connected to the cauldron, unable to be separated. There was a small door on the side. Opening the door allowed one to throw things into the cauldron. Although it looks like a cauldron, the structure is not. It should be called a cauldron and not a cauldron. I heard that Taishan Laojun of the three pure ones had an 8 trigrams cauldron. It should be similar in structure, Daoist Wu Liang said as if he was very familiar with it. He knew more about these things. Lin Feng said, "This should be a brass cauldron, right? It seems to be made of brass. Is it a product of the Bronze Age?" The Bronze Age was also known as the Bronze Age by many people. There was a reason for this. In this era, cultivators began to use copper as a raw material to create bronze wares. However, these materials were different. Bronze was the rarest. It was also the most precious. Ordinary magic treasures made of bronze would be destroyed after a few years, but magic treasures made of bronze could be preserved in perfect condition. Moreover, magic treasures made of bronze were very powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary magic treasures made of bronze. The Bronze Age was not named by the people of this era. Countless years later, the people of the future gave this name based on the characteristics of this era. Bronze was the representative product of this era, so it was called the Bronze Age by many people. In fact, brass was an extremely rare material. Some top-grade brass was not much worse than bronze. It should be a product of the Bronze Age, Immeasurable Taoist said. Suddenly, the brass furnace began to vibrate violently. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's expressions changed slightly. They looked at the brass furnace cautiously. A cold voice came from the brass furnace. "Finally, someone has come here. How many years has it been? This is the first time I've seen a living person. Are you the spirit of the brass cauldron?" Lin Feng looked solemnly at the brass furnace. "You can think of it that way," the brass cauldron said. "Are you the one who sucked us in?" Daoist Wu Liang said. "That's right, it's me," the brass cauldron continued. "What do you want to do? It can't be that you just want to chat with us, right?" Lin Feng said. "Ha ha ha ha, you are very humorous." The brass cauldron laughed. "Humor my ass." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This brass cauldron was obviously up to no good. However, Lin Feng couldn't reveal his inner thoughts just yet. He wanted to find out what the brass cauldron's goal was. Once he found out, he would think of a way to deal with it. Lin Feng asked, "What do you want us to do?" The brass cauldron said, "This seat likes to communicate with smart people. This seat has been trapped here for far too long, and now this seat wants to escape. Taoist Wu Liang said. If I'm not mistaken, the chains here should be made from cloud sky demonic copper. That is a material used to forge immortal artifacts. Yet, it has been forged into 36 chains. How can we possibly break through such chains? Materials used to forge immortal artifacts? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the thick chains. Materials used to forge monarch artifacts were extremely rare, let alone materials used to forge immortal artifacts. Yet, these chains were actually materials used to forge immortal artifacts. With so many materials, how many immortal artifacts could be forged? In order to trap the brass cauldron, it had actually used so many precious materials to forge so many chains. It was simply too inconceivable. However, this also showed how terrifying a treasure this brass cauldron was. I really want to take these chains for myself. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. At this moment, the brass cauldron said, "This seat naturally doesn't expect you to help me break these chains. You don't have the ability to do so. Then, what can we do for you?" Lin Feng asked. "I need you to go to a place for me to find someone. If that person helps me, this seat will definitely be able to break free." The brass cauldron said. "Who is it?" Taoist Wu Liang asked. "Devil Sky Nefarious Lord." The brass cauldron said. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this Devil Sky Nefarious Lord wasn't a righteous cultivator. Of course, after cultivating to such a level, it was very difficult to determine whether one was righteous or evil. Such a high and mighty existence could kill with a single thought. They were high and mighty and didn't care about righteousness or evil. Just like the brass cauldron that was trapped, it was very difficult to determine whether he was righteous or evil. Which expert that reached the peak didn't have white bones beneath their feet? Who is this Devil Sky Nefarious Lord? Lin Feng continued asking. An old friend of mine, the brass cauldron said. Where is he? Taoist Wu Liang asked. Perhaps in the heavenly domain, devil domain, or wasteland. Among these three places, there has to be one where we can just find him. The brass cauldron said. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but roll their eyes. Heavenly domain, devil domain, wasteland, they were all vast places. How were they going to find him? Even the brass cauldron didn't know where Devil Sky Nefarious Lord was. Wouldn't it be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him? Taoist Wu Liang coughed dryly and said, Our cultivation is too shallow. We don't even know if we'll have the chance to go to the place Senior mentioned in this lifetime. We are truly helpless. Senior, why don't you find a few great emperor-level experts? With their help, we'll definitely be able to complete this task. The brass cauldron immediately emitted a cold-killing intent. Lin Feng had never felt such a terrifying aura before. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if an overlord that ruled over the world was enraged. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory. Either die or agree. It seems like the two of you want to die in my hands? I didn't say that I didn't agree. If you want to kill someone, then kill this damned Taoist. I am very willing to serve Senior. Lin Feng hurriedly said. Taoist Wu Liang rubbed his teeth and looked as if he wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Very quickly, Taoist Wu Liang put on a smile. He said, Senior, my lord, ancestor, I was just joking with you. It seems that this junior is too humorous, which caused you to misunderstand this junior. This junior is also willing to serve Senior. As long as Senior says the word, even if I have to climb a mountain of blades, jump into a pot of boiling oil, come in the wind, go in the rain, throw my head away, spill my blood, this junior will absolutely not have half a word of complaint. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. This damned Taoist Wu Liang's bootlicking ability wasn't something that an ordinary person could compare with. Even Lin Feng had to admit defeat in front of this damned Taoist Wu Liang. The brass cauldron said, All right. Seeing your sincerity, this lord will give you another chance. Many thanks, Senior. Senior is truly magnanimous. You are simply a role model for my generation. This junior admires you to the extreme. Taoist Wu Liang immediately said loudly and then bowed 3 times to the brass cauldron. Make an oath. The brass cauldron said. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang felt bitter in their hearts. Originally, they wanted to dodge it. As long as they could leave this place, wouldn't they be able to fly freely? But now, it seemed that they couldn't dodge it even if they wanted to. The brass cauldron was obviously a scheming fellow. It probably knew what Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were thinking, which was why it asked them to make an oath at this moment. If they made the oath, they wouldn't be able to go back on it. When the time came, they would have to help the brass cauldron find that so-called Motian evil lord. Who knew where this Motian evil lord was, but the brass cauldron was too terrifying. Even if it was chained by 36 chains, it was still able to display heaven-defying combat strength. Alright, we will make an oath. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang said. Now, they had no other choice but to submit for the time being. Of course, from another perspective, agreeing to the brass cauldron wasn't a bad thing. He wondered if he would be protected by the brass furnace if there was a connection between him and the brass furnace. If he could get some benefits from the brass cauldron, that would be even better. We are willing to help Senior Brass Furnace find the Devil Sky Evil Lord and help Senior Brass Furnace escape. If we violate our oath, our divine souls will crumble and we will die a horrible death. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang began to make their vows. After the oath was made, then an oath rune was formed in their souls. Lin Feng said, I have already sworn the oath. In the future, in order to help Senior find the evil prince, we will have to go to the celestial world, the demon world, and the wasteland. Who knows how many dangers we will have to go through. I wonder if Senior can bestow us with some benefits now. Taoist Wu Liang hurriedly added, that's right, Senior. If you can bestow us some benefits, we will definitely work even harder to find Motian evil lord for Senior. Fine, I'll give you some benefits. As soon as the brass cauldron finished speaking, 2 dazzling rays of light flew out and poured into Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's bodies. In an instant, Lin Feng felt the magic power in his body increase crazily. In just a short while, his magic power had doubled. Lin Feng immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. His magic power had doubled. That meant that the might of his divine ability had doubled. Basically, it was equivalent to his combat power doubling. How could Lin Feng not be excited? If he were to cultivate, he didn't know how many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures he would need to refine in order to double his spiritual power in such a short period of time. Therefore, Lin Feng's magic power had doubled. It was no different from obtaining a great opportunity. Now that Lin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the giant god realm, the next step was to consolidate his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng had yet to reach the conditions to break through to the boundary emperor realm. When the light of calamity appeared between his eyebrows, that was the time to break through. Now, Lin Feng's eyebrows had yet to produce the light of calamity. Therefore, he still needed to continue to consolidate and improve his cultivation until the light of calamity appeared between his eyebrows. I've helped you to almost double your combat power. Now, you can leave. I hope you can complete the task I gave you as soon as possible. When I'm free, you won't be short of benefits, said the brass cauldron. Now, the brass cauldron had painted a big picture for Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. The two hurriedly thanked the brass cauldron. Taoist Wu Liang continued. Senior, can you give us some magic treasures or other defensive treasures? If we encounter danger, we can deal with it, right? 2 jade talismans flew out of the brass cauldron. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang each took one. It's a life-saving item at a critical moment. Don't use it unless it's the most critical moment, said the brass cauldron. Thank you, thank you. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang smiled. The two quickly left. After they left, the brass cauldron's voice could be heard from the palace. A descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. How unexpected. After so many years, I actually met a descendant of this clan. After sighing with emotion, then, the brass cauldron asked in confusion, what's up with that Taoist? Why is it that even I can't see through his origins? How strange. Could it be? Could it be? Suddenly, the brass cauldron seemed to have thought of something important, and its voice turned solemn. If that's the case, then this is interesting. This Taoist is even more extraordinary. Perhaps he hasn't awakened those memories yet. Rumble. At this moment, the abyss began to close. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had already left the area. Daoist Wu Liang had been studying the jade talisman in his hand. Lin Feng asked, "Do you recognize this jade talisman?" Daoist Wu Liang shook his head and said, "No, I don't. However, this jade talisman is indeed extraordinary. Look at the runes on it. They're definitely immortal runes." Daoist Wu Liang pointed at some of the runes on the jade talisman. Then, he touched the jade talisman lovingly. Lin Feng also felt that the jade talisman was extraordinary. With this jade talisman, he would be able to protect himself. Perhaps even if he was chased by a sovereign, he could use this jade talisman to escape danger. Daoist Wu Liang put away the jade talisman and said, "Let's go and find that evil monk. He must be extremely weak right now. This is the best opportunity to deal with him." Lin Feng said, "No matter how weak that evil monk is, he won't be easy to deal with. Moreover, this place is his territory." Hearing Wu Liang's words, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. "Okay, then let's go and deal with this evil monk. That bastard was so arrogant before. Let's see how he'll teach him a lesson," Lin Feng said. Then, he set off with Wu Liang to find the whereabouts of the evil monk. The evil monk was very terrifying. The key was that many of the evil monk's methods were extremely strange. Previously, when Lin Feng fought against the evil monk, he only managed to repel it with all his magic weapons. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the evil monk was. Many of the evil monk's methods had not been used yet. If he used those powerful methods, even if he used all kinds of magic weapons, he would still be crushed by the evil monk. However, Wu Liang didn't give the evil monk a chance to make a move. The main reason was that Wu Liang's 3 pure talisman was too powerful. If it weren't for the 3 pure talisman, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for Lin Feng and Wu Liang to deal with the evil monk. However, this was the reason why cultivators were so powerful. Cultivators could think of ways to create all kinds of things to increase their combat strength, such as magic weapons, jade talismans, and so on. And these things could often allow cultivators to achieve unexpected results when fighting with others. They could even reverse the entire battle situation. Wu Liang had already locked the evil monk's whereabouts through the 3 pure talisman's energy into the evil monk's body. Therefore, the evil monk couldn't avoid Wu Liang's attack. Lin Feng and Wu Liang quickly flew towards the evil monk's lair. This was a sea area surrounded by fog, exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura everywhere. The fog contained highly toxic toxins. These toxins were very terrifying. Once inhaled into the body would quickly be corroded by the toxins. At that time only death would await. Lin Feng summoned the white jade toad. Croak! 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 The white jade toad let out a loud cry, and a layer of holy power exuded from its body. That layer of holy power formed a light shield, protecting Lin Feng and Wu Liang. When the toxins rushed over, they were blocked by the energy light shield. This white jade toad is not bad. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the white jade toad with eyes full of greed. This guy had crooked thoughts about Lin Feng's white jade toad. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The white jade toad has a spirit. You'd better not have any ideas about it." Immeasurable Daoist priest spoke up, "Look at what you're saying. With our relationship, how could I have any ideas about your spiritual pet? I'm not such a person. If you're not that kind of person, then who is?" Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Not long after, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist arrived at the depths of the foggy sea area. Wu Liang Taoist said, "I can sense that guy's aura. He should be down there." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go down and take a look. But be careful, the evil monk is definitely not easy to deal with. Even if the evil monk was injured by the 3 pure talismans, it's definitely not easy to deal with." Daoist Wu Liang said, "Of course. Better safe than sorry." The two of them carefully sneaked into the depths. When they reached the bottom of the sea, they immediately discovered that the bottom of the sea was filled with corpses. The densely packed corpses were simply innumerable. There were corpses of human cultivators, ferocious beasts, and the corpses of various races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces. There were simply too many corpses. It was impossible to tell how many corpses there were. The underwater world was simply like a kingdom of corpses at the bottom of the sea. There are so many corpses. Just how many living beings have died here? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He looked at the piles of corpses in front of him in shock. In a place far, far away, there were piles of white bones. Wu Liang Taoist said, that guy was definitely born here. No wonder he's so powerful. After absorbing the evil thoughts in these corpses, it's hard for him not to be powerful. Lin Feng said, however, these evil thoughts also prevented him from increasing his cultivation. If he wants to complete the transformation, the more evil thoughts there are in his body, the more difficult it will be. At the center of the corpses, Lin Feng saw a corpse palace. Wu Liang Taoist said, he's inside. I can sense that guy's aura. Swoosh, suddenly, an evil light flew out from the corpse palace. It was the evil monk. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist quickly chased after the fleeing evil monk. The evil monk's aura was many times weaker than before. Clearly, the 3 pure talismans had caused quite a lot of damage to the evil monk. Wu Liang Taoist said, the 3 pure talismans taste good, right? The evil monk replied coldly. What? Are you trying to kill us all? Lin Feng said, of course not. We don't want to kill you. The 2 of us only want wealth. Since you've stayed in this sea for so long, you must know a lot of secrets. Moreover, you must have obtained a lot of good things. Share some of your powerful abilities, treasures, and wealth with the 2 of us, and we'll leave immediately. The evil monk sneered. You actually dare to rob me? How laughable. Wu Liang Taoist said with a smile, we don't find it laughable. The current you is not a match for the 2 of us. A dragon in the shallows is being toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is being bullied by dogs. The evil monk said with a gloomy expression. You're the dog. You're the shrimps. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist cursed. Chase after this guy and capture him. Let's see if he'll talk or not. Wu Liang Taoist said and increased his speed. Lin Feng also increased his speed. The evil monk was extremely evil. He had killed many innocent people. Lin Feng did not feel any guilt when dealing with the evil monk. As the 2 parties fled, a huge crack appeared in the sea. The evil monk fled into the crack. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist quickly chased after the evil monk. However, as soon as they entered the crack, a terrifying fluctuation swept through the world. Lines of formation runes appeared in the huge crevice at the bottom of the sea. Those runes were extremely terrifying as they sealed the heavens and the earth. Absolute kill formation. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist's expressions changed. There was an absolute kill formation here, and the evil monk had deliberately lured them into it. Keek keek. That's right. There's an absolute kill formation here. Now that you're trapped in it, let's see how you'll die. The evil monk laughed sinisterly. What delicious flesh. Yi Futian murmured. It was a devil python, a legendary creature. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there was a python as big as a mountain. It had the head of a devil, a green face, fangs, and eyes like bronze bells. It was known as the devil python, and it was said to be one of the guardians of the netherworld. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the devil python. In the past, when he had read about the devil python in the classic of mountains and seas, he had not felt much about it. Now, however, after seeing the devil python, he could not help but feel a chill. The devil python's aura was extremely terrifying. It was definitely a fearsome creature. Ha 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 ha. Old brother devil python, the 2 prey I brought you today are not bad, right? Evil monk laughed loudly. This was the devil python's lair, an extremely dangerous place. Evil monk had been fleeing all this time, but he had not been fleeing without a destination. He had been going through many places, his ultimate goal being to lure Lin Feng and Wu Liang into the devil python's lair. And now, he had succeeded. Lin Feng and Wu Liang were trapped here, surrounded by the grand deathly array. There was also the devil python, a terrifying creature, eyeing them covetously. The situation was extremely dangerous. Any carelessness could lead to death. Why isn't the guardian of the netherworld in the netherworld? Why is it here? Immeasurable Taoist asked as he looked at the devil python. Apparently, Immeasurable Taoist had also heard of the terrifying devil python. Can't the creatures of the netherworld leave the netherworld? Besides, the netherworld is a place for the dead. What's so good about that place? The outside world is better. The devil python said coolly. Lin Feng sneered. Is the outside world really good? In the netherworld, you are the guardian of the netherworld, a lofty existence. The netherworld is vast, and you can roam freely. But here, you are trapped in this tiny ocean, unable to leave. You will forever be trapped in this ethereal ancient kingdom of chaos. It is like being locked in a prison. You must be yearning for the netherworld, right? Yet, you refuse to admit it. Brat, are you mocking me? The devil python's eyes flashed with killing intent. Of course not. I am just stating a fact. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're courting death. The devil python's killing intent surged to the heavens. At this moment, evil monk said, Brother devil python, this brat isn't anything good. Let's kill him. Eating his flesh and blood can help brother demonic python's cultivation to improve greatly. As for that Taoist priest, leave him to me. The evil monk was very humble in front of the devil python. The first reason was that the evil monk was injured and his strength had decreased greatly. The second reason was that the devil python was truly terrifying. Even the evil monk at his peak was extremely wary of it, let alone now. Alright, then let's kill these two lowly ants, said the devil python. Then, he launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The absolute kill formation had been activated. All kinds of attacks came at him from all directions. If an ordinary cultivator were to be trapped in such a killing array, they would have fallen into despair. However, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang both had unfathomable attainments in formations. The absolute kill formation here was so powerful that Lin Feng could feel the aura of death enveloping his body. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with it. When the attacks came at him, Lin Feng began to circulate the Stone Sovereign Sutra. This was the legacy of the Heavenly Masters, and also the foundation of their lineage. Just like the archaic dragonesque elephant art, it was the foundation of cultivation. When the Stone Sovereign Sutra began to circulate, Lin Feng could immediately sense the operation of the formation around him. When he understood the operation of the formation around him, he could completely grasp the attack patterns of the formation. When the time came, he would naturally be able to dodge the formation's attacks. Taoist Wu Liang's methods were also extremely extraordinary. His 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques contained profound techniques. The 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques were something that Lin Feng had been coveting for a long time. However, Taoist Wu Liang was very tight-lipped. He had no intention of teaching Lin Feng the 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques. Boom, terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth, shaking the void. When the attacks were about to hit Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, the two of them quickly dodged the attacks. So many attacks came at them like rain. It was too dense. However, in the face of such dense attacks, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were still able to dodge them with ease. Take the initiative to attack. I'll deal with the evil monk, you deal with the devil python. Taoist Wu Liang said and pounced at the evil monk. Lin Feng attacked the devil python. The heavenly mystery pagoda above his head took out 2 stone swords and the bell of hell. Although Lin Feng's bell of hell was sealed, it was rumored that it was a supreme treasure forged by the first king of hell. It had a special status in the underworld. Moreover, the bell of hell could restrain all living things in the underworld. This was the most terrifying thing about the bell of hell. The devil python came from the underworld. It would be restrained by Lin Feng's bell of hell. Die, kid. The devil python roared and its thick, mountain-like tail smashed towards Lin Feng. Heaven and earth collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng dodged the devil python's attack while controlling the 2 stone swords to launch a fierce attack on the devil python. The devil python's terrifying tail knocked away Lin Feng's stone swords and then attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried his best to dodge the devil python's attack but was unable to. The devil python smashed into his body. Although he had the protection of the heavenly mystery pagoda, he couldn't help but feel his blood and chi churn. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He really didn't know how strong the devil python was. Even with Lin Feng's strong defense and the protection of the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, he still suffered such damage. The devil python was truly worthy of being one of the protectors of the underworld. It was really too abnormal. I'm going to eat you. The devil python roared and opened its bloody mouth to devour Lin Feng. It wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. But at this moment, the bell of hell flew in front of the devil python's head and suddenly vibrated. Dong! Dong! 3 bell rings resounded. Screech! The devil python immediately let out a miserable shriek. Bell of hell, it's actually the bell of hell. You actually have the bell of hell. The devil python roared in pain and its huge body twitched violently. Because of the pain, its thick tail couldn't help but twitch. A large amount of seawater engulfed the heavens and the earth, forming monstrous waves above the sea. Die! Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the devil python in one fell swoop. However, the devil python's means were extremely terrifying. 2 cold and terrifying rays of light shot out from its eyes. The 2 rays of light contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. It pierced through the void and blasted towards Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! The devil python's 2 rays of light swept across Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. The devil python had a lot of means. It was too difficult to kill it. On the other side, Wu Liang Daoist and the evil monk were engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, a black armor appeared on the evil monk's body. It was unknown what material the armor was made of. After putting on the armor, the evil monk's defensive power was greatly increased. Therefore, its combat power became extremely terrifying. Facing Wu Liang Daoist's attacks, the evil monk was able to handle them with ease. On the contrary, Wu Liang Daoist was flustered by the evil monk's attacks. Human brat, your flesh and blood is making this seat drool. Are you ready to be devoured by the seat? The devil python laughed sinisterly. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more excited it became. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more powerful Lin Feng's body was, and the purer his flesh and blood were. After devouring Lin Feng, the benefits it would obtain were even greater. The devil python's eyes were like the eyes of a demon. They could shoot out extremely terrifying rays of light. The attack power of these rays was extremely tyrannical. If he were to be hit by this gaze several times in a row, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. At that time, the defensive light barrier formed by the heavenly profound pagoda would be destroyed, and the situation would be extremely dangerous. The devil python was too powerful. If he continued to fight, Lin Feng felt that he would not be able to defeat the devil python. His current advantage was that he had many treasures in his possession, especially the Bell of Hell King. As a treasure forged by the Nether Lord, it could suppress the devil python. Lin Feng controlled the Bell of Hell King to attack the devil python once again. Dong! Dong! The Hell King bell let out a series of loud ringing sounds. This kind of bell sound was able to cause a great deal of damage to the devil python. Previously, the devil python had been injured by the sound of the Hell King's bell. Now, the Hell King's bell was showing its might once again. However, this time, the Hell King's bell failed to deal any damage to the devil python. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Could it be that the Bell of Pluto was unable to deal any damage to the devilish python because it had sealed its hearing? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Who? Suddenly, the devil python opened its bloody maw and a massive sphere of light with a diameter of 300 meters formed. That huge ball of energy directly blasted towards Lin Feng. It was impossible to dodge such a huge ball of energy. In particular, the energy ball had exploded. The resulting destructive power was even more terrifying. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The energy ball exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged out and fiercely collided with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The energy barrier formed by the heavenly pagoda emitted cracking sounds. Numerous cracks appeared, and the defensive barrier formed by the heavenly pagoda was almost instantly destroyed. At this moment, the devil python's eyes once again shot out 2 rays of light. Those 2 rays of light instantly blasted onto Lin Feng's body. This time, the defensive barrier of the heavenly pagoda was destroyed. This defensive magic treasure needed to be recuperated for a period of time before it could be used again. Lin Feng stored the heavenly pagoda into his mountain river ring. Now, facing this extremely terrifying devil python, Lin Feng could not help but feel a headache. Because the devil python was really too difficult to deal with. Hell King's Bell. I must rely on the Hell King's Bell to defeat the devil python. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. However, he did not know how to unleash the power of the Hell King's Bell. This magic treasure was a treasure that was sealed. Without breaking the seal, many of the Hell King's Bell's powers could not be unleashed. Recite an incantation after me. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Now that the Demon Lord had said these words, did it mean that the Demon Lord knew how to unleash the power of the Hell King's Bell? If that was the case, it would be a great help to him. The supreme mysterious Qi begins in the central courtyard. The Demon Lord's voice continued to resound in his mind. At this moment, the Demon Lord began to recite an incantation. Hearing the incantation in his mind, Lin Feng also began to recite along with the Demon Lord. He discovered that this incantation was actually a method to circulate the magic power. The human body was formed by countless acupuncture points and meridians. Different acupuncture points and meridians could form different meridian circulation methods. Each meridian circulation method had many meanings, and the resulting effects were completely different. Now that Lin Feng was circulating his magic power according to the incantation chanted by the Demon Lord, he suddenly felt a special kind of energy being produced in his body, and this energy was continuously being absorbed by the Hell King's Bell. Wang, suddenly, the Hell King's Bell took the initiative to fly out. Then, the Hell King's Bell shook the void. Waves of ripples surged out from the Hell King's Bell. Hell King's Wave. This kind of ripple was extremely powerful, and it was one of the abilities of the Hell King's Bell. The Hell King's Bell displayed an incomparably powerful might. The waves of Hell King's Wave bombarded the devil python's body. The devil python's body suffered great damage, but compared to the damage to its body, the damage to its soul was even more serious. Screech, the devil python let out one miserable shriek after another. This terrifying creature turned around, wanting to escape. But at this time, the Hell King's Bell actually emitted a powerful devouring power, and that devouring power directly enveloped the devil python, and then swallowed it. Treasures like the Hell King's Bell often contained a small world or space, and could devour anything. Even the devil python was devoured. The Hell King's Bell is really too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Hell King's Bell was really too tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that he had only released a small part of the Hell King's Bell's power, and it actually displayed such a terrifying power. This was really unimaginable. If the Hell King's Bell's power was fully released, how terrifying would it be? The Demon Lord grasped many amazing techniques, but he didn't teach me any of them. If it weren't for the danger today, I'm afraid that this guy still wouldn't teach me how to activate the Hell King's Bell. In the future, I must find a way to get these powerful secret techniques from the Demon Lord. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Kid, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and help. Lin Feng turned to look at the other battlefield. Wu Liang was in a perilous situation. The evil monk wearing the black armor was simply too powerful. Even Taoist Wu Liang couldn't deal with that evil monk's attack. If the battle continued, Wu Liang might really be killed by the evil monk. You're still alive, aren't you? I'm coming to help you. Lin Feng leisurely flew towards the evil monk. Wu Liang should be able to hold on for a while longer. Lin Feng was quite fond of Wu Liang's wretched appearance. What a bad friend. What a bad friend. Taoist Wu Liang wailed. What are you talking about? Doesn't it take time to prepare for an attack? Lin Feng could not stop himself from saying. As the heavenly profound pagoda could not be used for the time being, Lin Feng brought out a new magic treasure. The magic treasure he brought out was the 5-dragon wheel. Although it was only an incomplete immortal artifact, its power was still extremely terrifying. Hell King's Bell. 5-dragon wheel. 2 stone swords. Lin Feng controlled the 4 powerful magic treasures. At present, Lin Feng was doing 4 things at once. He charged straight at the evil monk. If Master Daoist doesn't show his might, do you think Master Daoist is a sick cat? Seeing Lin Feng attack, Wu Liang's face lit up. At that very moment, Wu Liang seemed to have transformed into a different person. He instantly went from being in a disadvantageous position to being evenly matched with the evil monk. Clearly, Wu Liang had not gone all out earlier. The evil monk's face sank. That was especially true when the devil python was devoured by Lin Feng's Hell King's bell. The evil monk did not want to continue fighting. The evil monk was incapable of controlling the grand killing arrays here. Thus, the grand killing arrays fell into a state of silence after the devil python was devoured. Without the grand killing arrays, it would be even more difficult to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Liang. The evil monk knew that very well. Therefore, the evil monk wanted to escape. However, just as it was about to flee, Lin Feng caught up to it. All 4 magic treasures charged at the evil monk. At this moment, evil monk was being held back by Daoist Wu Liang. How could he still deal with Lin Feng's attacks? Bang 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 bang, Lin Feng's 4 treasures collided with the evil monk's body, and the sound of explosions spread in the air as Lin Feng's 4 treasures bombarded the evil monk's body. Evil monk was directly sent flying. Moreover, the power of these 4 magic treasures was simply too tyrannical. The black armor covering the evil monk's body also dimmed from the beating. In the end, the black armor retracted back into the evil monk's body. The horsetail whisk in Daoist Wu Liang's hand swept towards evil monk. The horsetail whisk in the dead Daoist's hand was an extremely powerful magic weapon. As for the origin of this magic weapon, Lin Feng did not know. This powerful magic weapon swept the evil monk's body and directly sent him flying. Lin Feng's Hell King's bell struck the evil monk's body. Kacha 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 sounds were heard. The bones of the evil monk scattered on the ground. Bullying with numbers, bullying with numbers. You have an unfair advantage. You have an unfair advantage. Evil monk's head soared into the sky as he shouted and rushed into the distance. However, at this moment, Lin Feng quickly rushed over and suppressed the evil monk's head. Now that you have fallen into our hands, are you convinced? Lin Feng asked while holding the evil monk's head. The evil monk rolled his eyes and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Let's talk things out." Daoist Wu Liang went up and slapped the evil monk. He sneered and said, "Why are you so shameless? You have the nerve to say such words?" Evil monk roared, "A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Just kill me." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Look at what you're saying. It's as if the 2 of us like to kill innocent people. We're only after wealth, not killing. If you know what's good for you, we naturally won't take your life." Evil monk said, "Over the countless years, there are indeed many treasures in the storage rings of the corpses in the sea, but time is enough to destroy everything." Daoist Wu Liang said fiercely, "Are you saying that you don't have any treasures on you? If that's the case, what's the point of keeping you alive? Why don't we just kill you?" "Wait!" Evil monk suddenly shouted. "Do you have anything to say before you die?" Lin Feng looked at evil monk indifferently and asked. "Although I don't have any treasures to give you, I can give you a scroll. This scroll is very special. It hasn't been destroyed by the power of time, and it records the core secrets of the world inside the Chaos Gate." "What? You still have such a scroll? Quickly take it out and give it to us." Daoist Wu Liang shouted excitedly. "Promise not to kill me, and I'll give it to you." Evil monk said in a deep voice. "No, no, no, definitely not. Quickly take out the scroll." Daoist Wu Liang said anxiously. Evil monk opened his mouth and spat out a scroll. It flew out and landed in Daoist Wu Liang's hand. Daoist Wu Liang opened the scroll. Lin Feng looked at the scroll and saw a large river drawn on it. The end of the river seemed to be connected to an immortal mountain. However, the world in front of the mountain was covered by a thick fog. The fog covered all the paths, and no one was able to ascend the immortal mountain. "What's the secret inside?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know because I can't enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. However, as long as you enter the world inside the Chaos Gate, you might be able to discover the secret." Evil monk couldn't help but say. "Alright, I'll believe you for now." Lin Feng looked at evil monk and couldn't help but smile. He said, "You should remember a lot of powerful techniques, right? Now, tell me all of them, and I'll let you go immediately." The evil monk said with a wry smile, "My memory loss is very serious. I do remember a few magical powers, but I don't remember much. If I had mastered the magical powers you have, with my spiritual power, no matter how many magic treasures you have, you wouldn't be my opponent." Lin Feng didn't doubt that. Evil monk's magic power was too strong. Lin Feng felt that evil monk's magic power was almost on the same level as a god emperor. What evil monk lacked was the cultivation of various divine abilities. No matter how strong one's magic power was, it still needed to be displayed in the form of divine abilities. Evil monk had cultivated too few divine abilities, so he couldn't display his full strength. "Tell me all of the divine abilities you know," Lin Feng said. Evil monk took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. "They're all inside. Can you let me go now?" Lin Feng removed the seal on evil monk. Evil monk was left with only a head, and it quickly fled. Evil monk's vitality had been greatly damaged, and his cultivation had plummeted. It would take many years for him to recover. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly left. Lin Feng first took out the jade tube that recorded the supernatural powers. His spiritual sense invaded it and immediately found that there were 6 kinds of supernatural powers inside. With the evil monk's strength, it was indeed too little to cultivate only 6 kinds of supernatural powers. These 6 kinds of supernatural powers were heavenly demonic hands, heavenly strike, immeasurable, boundless golden light, and Buddha demonic palm, chaotic heaven and earth. Among the 6 kinds of supernatural powers, Lin Feng had seen the evil monk use heavenly demonic hands. As soon as the heavenly demonic hands was used, an extremely powerful demonic hand condensed in the black fog. It grabbed the world with boundless power. As for the other supernatural powers, Lin Feng had not seen the evil monk use them. Supernatural powers were a kind of supplement and precipitation to one's Tao foundation. The foundation of the Tao was stable. Only then could one display one's combat strength. Moreover, the more supernatural powers one cultivated, the more proficient one would be in dealing with all kinds of situations. This was because all things in this world reinforced and restrained each other. Supernatural powers also reinforced and restrained each other. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? It was because the Red World Fairy cultivated 3,000 great Daos. Basically, any kind of supernatural power could be restrained by one of the 3,000 great Daos. Therefore, it was too difficult to defeat the Red World Fairy. Of course, it was not impossible for some people to cultivate a Tao to the extreme and have heaven-defying combat strength, but such people were too rare. Moreover, cultivating a Tao to the extreme was too monotonous, and it was easy for others to find flaws. Therefore, this situation was not suitable for ordinary cultivators to cultivate. The evil monk was defeated because of this. The evil monk had boundless magic power, but he cultivated too few supernatural powers, so he could not truly release his combat strength. In fact, thinking about it carefully, the evil monk could not be blamed for this. The reason why the evil monk cultivated fewer supernatural powers was that after the evil monk awakened, he forgot a lot of his memories. This included the cultivation methods of many powerful divine abilities that the evil monks had forgotten. Therefore, the evil monks didn't cultivate many divine abilities. Lin Feng used a jade tube to copy these 6 supernatural powers. Then, he handed the jade tube to Immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist glanced at it and put it away without carefully studying the 6 supernatural powers. Lin Feng did not carefully study these 6 supernatural powers either. He would find time to study them. As for now, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist's thoughts were on the scroll. The two of them carefully looked at the scroll, trying to find something special on it. But after searching for a while, they found no clues. "Maybe we can try to invade the scroll with our divine sense," said Lin Feng. "Let's try to invade it." With that said, the two of them tried to use their divine sense to comprehend the scroll. However, they did not know how to do it, and their divine senses could not penetrate the scroll. The Immeasurable Daoist cursed, "Immeasurable deity, his entire family. Is that evil monk lying to us?" Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel that they had been deceived. Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that the scroll was not as simple as it seemed. Thus, he believed the evil monk's words. The evil monk had said that the scroll contained the secret of the world behind the Chaos Gate. He was probably not lying. Moreover, Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist should have been able to tell if the evil monk was lying or not. Lin Feng said, "There should be no problems with the scroll. Let's try comprehending it again and see if there are any new changes." Immeasurable Daoist nodded and continued to comprehend the scroll with Lin Feng. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water ringing in his ears. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he realized he was already in a mysterious world. There were birds singing and flowers fragrant. Celestial qi was everywhere. Strong qi was everywhere. It was a picturesque scene. Lin Feng couldn't help but linger in the air for a while, forgetting to go back. It was as though he had arrived in the immortal world. Such a place. It was a place that everyone yearned for. It was peaceful, tranquil, and beautiful. There was an immortal mountain in the distance. It was shrouded in immortal mist. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the immortal mountain. The immortal mountain was the one Lin Feng had seen on the scroll. It was full of mystery. Lin Feng increased his speed and flew toward the immortal mountain. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he could not reach the mountain. The immortal mountain was like a mirage in the legends. He could see it, but he could never reach the place where the mirage appeared. What a pity. The immortal mountain is so far away. I can only see it from afar. I can never reach it. Lin Feng flew for a very, very long time, but he still couldn't reach the celestial mountain. Suddenly, the sound of cranes could be heard in the distance. Lin Feng saw a flock of cranes flying toward him. The flock of cranes was extremely fast. They flew in the direction of the immortal mountain. What shocked Lin Feng was that the flock of cranes actually passed through the immortal mist surrounding the immortal mountain. Then, they entered the area shrouded by the immortal mountain. The cranes have entered the area. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. His eyes twinkled. Would there be other cranes coming? If other immortal cranes came, he would be able to fly onto those immortal cranes and ride them to the immortal mountain. At the thought of this, Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. He was really a genius. He could even think of such a method. Next, Lin Feng waited for the cranes to arrive. Not long after, another flock of cranes flew in from afar. When Lin Feng saw the flock of cranes, he could not help but get excited. He soared into the sky and flew toward the cranes. He wanted to ride on one of them and enter the immortal mountain with them. Swoosh, but at this moment, the cranes turned into immortal swords. Each of the swords tore through the void. The power was so terrifying that it made people pale. These cranes were too powerful and terrifying. There was no way to fight against them. Cranes turning into swords can cut through heaven and earth. These cranes are so powerful. Lin Feng quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the cranes. The cranes did not chase after Lin Feng. Instead, they left quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. They changed from immortal swords to cranes and flew into the immortal mountain in groups. Maybe I can turn into a crane and enter with the other cranes. Lin Feng could not help but think. He was proficient in the art of great transformation. He could turn into anything he wanted. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. After turning into a crane, Lin Feng spread his wings and soared into the sky. He was waiting for the other cranes to arrive. This was the first time Lin Feng had used the great transformation art to turn into a spirit beast. In the past, when Lin Feng used the great transformation technique, the most he could do was change his appearance. But now, Lin Feng felt as if he had really turned into a crane. The world was so big that he could soar freely. With a flap of his wings, he could fly to wherever he wanted. Before the cranes arrived, Lin Feng wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could fly into the immortal mountain in the form of a crane. Lin Feng flapped his wings and flew toward the immortal mountain. He could hear the howling wind in his ears. He tried many times, but he still couldn't get close to the immortal mountain. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, could it be that the cranes have a special method to enter the immortal mountain? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If they didn't have a special method to enter the immortal mountain, why couldn't he go in? Not to mention going in, he couldn't even get close to the immortal mountain. Lin Feng decided to continue waiting for the other cranes to arrive. Not long after, the cries of cranes could be heard. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a flock of cranes flying toward him. When he saw the cranes, Lin Feng flapped his wings and flew toward them. The flock of cranes also saw Lin Feng, who had turned into a crane. Then, the flock of cranes turned into immortal swords and slashed at Lin Feng. Holy shit, what's going on? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He had already turned into a crane, so why were the cranes still attacking him? Lin Feng turned around and fled into the distance. He pushed his speed to the limit. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. His speed was unbelievably fast. But the cranes behind him were also extremely fast. He chased after Lin Feng relentlessly. We're all from the same clan, so don't keep chasing after me. We're all from the same roots, so why are you in such a hurry to kill each other? You guys keep chasing after me like this, it really makes those who see you sad and those who hear you cry. Lin Feng shouted as he ran. However, the cranes did not respond to Lin Feng. They continued to pursue Lin Feng, sending out sword beams at Lin Feng from afar. Those sword chis were truly peerless and terrifying. They were so powerful that it made people turn pale with fright. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the sword chi in a very sorry state. After frantically fleeing for 6 hours, those red-crowned cranes finally left. These fellows can tell that I'm not one of them? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He used the Great Transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. Lin Feng's hopes of following a flock of red-crowned cranes into the immortal mountain were dashed, so he decided to find another way. The ancient and dense forest was completely silent. Lin Feng flew above the ancient forest. Not long after, he saw a raging river running through the ancient forest. The river was several thousand meters wide. From time to time, huge waves would roll, sweeping through heaven and earth and shaking the void. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar. Raging waves beat against the shore, shaking the void for hundreds of thousands of miles. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a huge stone tortoise swimming over. Stone tortoise. When he saw the stone tortoise, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Stone tortoises were very extraordinary in the Stone clan. Not only did they represent longevity, but they were also associated with some very mysterious things. For example, the black tortoise tablet. The black tortoise here was a type of stone tortoise. Now that there was actually a stone tortoise here, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Little Feng, come up quickly. We'll follow the stone tortoise to the immortal mountain. Daoist Wuliang suddenly appeared on the back of the stone tortoise and shouted at Lin Feng. You're here too? Lin Feng's face lit up when he saw Daoist Wuliang. He quickly flew over and landed on the back of the stone tortoise. If you can come in, then so can I. Looks like you haven't gained anything yet. Daoist Wuliang said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Lin Feng said. Who says I haven't gained anything? I discovered that many of the cranes of the Crane clan can also enter the immortal mountain. Moreover, they can transform into immortal swords. Each one is more monstrous than the last. The stone tortoise said, those cranes are very special. They have extremely terrifying abilities. They've inherited the legacy of a stone crane, and they've mastered heavenly arts. Lin Feng asked. A stone crane? Is it also a Xiantian life form? That's right. It's a Xiantian life form. It's extremely terrifying and has long since developed flesh and blood. It's one of the guardians of the immortal mountain. The stone tortoise said. Lin Feng had some understanding of the path of evolution of these Xiantian life forms. Xiantian life forms were originally part of the Stone clan. When they were born, their bodies were actually made of stone. Through cultivation, their bodies could transform into flesh and blood. This was a major transformation. Once they transformed into flesh and blood, their life force would undergo a complete transformation. However, Lin Feng had heard that after transforming into flesh and blood, they could continue to evolve. The next time they evolved, they would turn into stone again, and their battle prowess would increase greatly. The next time they evolved, they would become flesh and blood. Every evolution was extremely difficult for these life forms, but if they succeeded, it would definitely be a huge leap forward. Lin Feng looked at the stone tortoise and couldn't help but ask, Senior Stone Tortoise, are you also a Xiantian life form? The stone tortoise said, I'm just a piece of useless stone. By chance, I awakened my spiritual sense and transformed. I'm not one of those noble Xiantian life forms. The stone tortoise seemed to be intentionally belittling itself. However, Lin Feng felt that the stone tortoise was very extraordinary. At this time, Taoist Wuliang asked, what's inside the Immortal Mountain? The Immortal Mountain is very mysterious. I've never entered it before. I've only carried a few people inside, said the stone tortoise. Next, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang chatted with the stone tortoise. They heard quite a bit of shocking news from the stone tortoise. As they got closer to the Immortal Mountain, the waves in the river grew more and more violent. Sit tight. A terrifying life form will appear soon, said the stone tortoise. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were shocked. Terrifying life form, what kind of life form was it? Roar. At this time, a deep roar was heard. Next, a huge head emerged from the river. When they saw that huge head, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang's faces were immediately filled with shock. It was actually a 9-headed flood dragon, and its aura was monstrous. It was really too terrifying. The 9-headed flood dragon opened all 9 heads, wanting to swallow the stone tortoise, Lin Feng, and Taoist Wuliang. Lin Feng had heard of the 9-headed evil flood dragon more than once. During the prehistoric times, this creature was an absolute overlord and was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that the 9-headed evil flood dragon was the offspring of a stone dragon and an evil flood dragon. Due to the mutation of its bloodline, it grew 9 heads. The 9-headed evil flood dragon's bloodline was passed down, and for a long time, it was known as one of the most terrifying beasts in the world. The introduction of the 9-headed evil flood dragon in the classic of mountains and seas went like this. This beast was born with the body of a dragon and the head of a flood dragon. It was 1,000 meters long when it was young, and 10,000 meters when it reached adulthood. This beast hunted all kinds of divine beasts for food, and was extremely ferocious. This beast was called the 9-headed evil flood dragon. The classic of mountains and seas had a very detailed introduction of the 9-headed evil flood dragon. The reason was that the 9-headed evil flood dragon was too powerful. The world was always full of curiosity about such a mysterious creature. Now that the 9-headed evil flood dragon had appeared and displayed its peerless strength, it was indeed too shocking. After sensing the terrifying aura of the 9-headed evil flood dragon, Lin Feng only had one thought, and that was to escape as far as possible. No one could fight against a creature like the 9-headed evil flood dragon. Just as the 9-headed evil flood dragon was about to swallow Lin Feng, Taoist Wuliang, and the stone turtle suddenly sped up. It was as if it had teleported. It disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 1,000 meters away. The 9-headed evil flood dragon missed. Roar, roar, roar. After missing, the 9-headed evil flood dragon roared furiously. Its huge body quickly swam in the river and chased after the stone turtle. The stone turtle's speed was not slow at all. It was unbelievably fast, and even the 9-headed evil flood dragon could not catch up with it. After chasing for a while, the 9-headed evil flood dragon retreated and hid in the depths of the river, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng asked in confusion, why did the 9-headed evil flood dragon stop chasing? The stone turtle said, the 9-headed evil flood dragon has its own mission. Its mission is to intercept any living being that enters the Immortal Mountain. However, if one is able to pass through its defensive area, the 9-headed evil dragon will not continue to chase after them, and the cultivators who pass through the 9-headed evil dragon's area will have the qualifications to enter the Immortal Mountain. Taoist Wuliang said in shock. The 9-headed vile Wyrm actually has such a mission? Is it one of the guardian beasts of the Immortal Mountain? The stone turtle shook its head and said, no. To be more precise, it's cursed. Oh? What's going on? Lin Feng's spirit was slightly shaken, and he couldn't help but ask. He was very sensitive to curses, because he had several terrifying curses on him. Other than that, Lin Feng had also seen many terrifying curses, such as the fire crow's curse and so on. The curse was surrounded by a mysterious power. To the people of the world, it was full of mystery. It was also incomparably bizarre and terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng would always pay more attention to anything related to the curse. The stone turtle said, in the past, the nine-headed evil dragon relied on its powerful cultivation to wreak havoc in the world, causing countless massacres. Therefore, someone walked out of the immortal mountain and subdued the nine-headed evil dragon. Then, with the power of the curse, the nine-headed evil dragon turned into an undying cursed being, forever guarding this river. So that's how it is. It seems that the being that lives in the immortal mountain is truly peerless and terrifying. I wonder what good things it will leave behind. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Taoist Wuliang also kept rubbing his hands, revealing a look of joy. He wanted to get some opportunities from the immortal mountain. The stone turtle carried the two to the foot of the immortal mountain. Go ashore. I hope you can get what you want. The stone turtle said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang thanked the stone turtle, and then they went ashore. The stone turtle, on the other hand, dived into the water and disappeared. Ha 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 ha, we've finally arrived at the immortal mountain. Heavenly Lord Wuliang, this is a place where immortals live. I wonder what good things there are. Taoist Wuliang laughed excitedly, and then he rushed toward the immortal mountain. Lin Feng also rushed toward the immortal mountain. However, the two of them didn't even take a few steps. Suddenly, two beams of immortal light swept down and hit Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. Then, the world turned upside down. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang found that they had disappeared from the immortal mountain and returned to the real world. The scroll, which was originally emitting holy light, was suspended in midair. The scroll returned to its normal appearance and fell to the ground. The immortal mountain is the shocking secret inside the primal chaos gate. And we found the way to enter the immortal mountain. The key lies in the stone turtle. Taoist Wuliang said. Everything that they had just experienced was so real. However, it was just something that happened when their divine consciousness was immersed in the scroll world, and it wasn't real. If they wanted those things to become real, they had to enter the world inside the primal chaos gate and find the immortal mountain. Next, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang began to search for the primal chaos gate. They felt that many great emperors should have already entered the world behind the primal chaos gate. At this time, it might not be so dangerous for them to enter the world behind the primal chaos gate. Now was the time to enter the world behind the primal chaos gate. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the primal chaos gate. The primal chaos gate won't disappear just like that, right? Lin Feng frowned and thought of a possibility. It won't. Let's keep looking. We'll find it sooner or later. Taoist Wuliang said. Before they could find the primal chaos gate, they first met the heavenly demon emperor's son, Gong Zhongya, Xingyuan Dao, and others. There was also Guan Yuanzi of the Geomaster lineage, Wu Qianquan of the Exalted Immortal sect, and others. There were also many top experts of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign factions. These experts had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts recently. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They realized that Lin Feng was too big of a threat, and they didn't want to let Lin Feng continue to grow. Before Lin Feng fully matured, they wanted to kill Lin Feng first. There was also an otherworldly being. This otherworldly being was the one that Lin Feng had severely injured a long time ago. This otherworldly being was called the Evil Scorpion Lord. Now that he had established his own faction and had recovered extremely quickly, he was even more unfathomable now. There were rumors that this otherworldly being's strength had recovered to the Great Emperor realm. However, no one knew if these rumors were true or not. However, there was no such thing as a groundless rumor. Perhaps there really was such a possibility. Lin Feng, your time of death has come. Everyone, I'm not familiar with this kid. We're not the same kind of people. Taoist Wu Liang shouted, trying to distance himself from Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This damn Taoist Wu Liang was really shameless. Just a moment ago, they were calling each other brothers. Now, they were strangers. Damn Taoist Wu Liang. Compared to this kid. I want to kill you more. Guan Yuanzi of the Geomaster lineage looked at Taoist Wu Liang with killing intent. This damn Taoist Wu Liang is a grave robber. He previously said that he would go to the heavenly sage great world to dig up the graves of our ancestors. A myriad races cultivator said. Hearing the words of the cultivator from the myriad races, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. They all glared at the immeasurable Taoist. One had to know that in the bloodline lineage world, the concept of clans was extremely strong. Perhaps this was the so-called sense of belonging. Clans could unite these people who had the same blood flowing in their veins, allowing the race to continue. Therefore, the cultivators in the cultivation world were extremely respectful to their ancestors. Many cultivators valued the reputation of their ancestors more than their own lives. This was also the reason why after the graves of their ancestors were dug up, there would be endless hatred. Taoist Wu Liang actually said that he would go to the heavenly sage great world to dig up the graves of their ancestors. How could these myriad races cultivators not be angry? It's a misunderstanding. I didn't say that. As a person, you have to have a conscience. You can't frame me. Taoist Wu Liang shouted. Naturally, he wouldn't admit to the words of that cultivator. Damned Taoist Wu Liang, shameless. Skin this damned Taoist Wu Liang alive. Many myriad races cultivators sneered. Their killing intent towards Taoist Wu Liang was very strong. I can prove that this damned Taoist Wu Liang said those words. Moreover, this damned Taoist Wu Liang is extremely unprincipled. Who knows how many cultivators' graves he has dug up over the years? I can guarantee that if this damned Taoist Wu Liang really goes to the heavenly sage great world, the graves of our ancestors will be dug up by this damned Taoist Wu Liang. This damned Taoist Wu Liang has many tricks up his sleeves. It's impossible to guard against him. Lin Feng said loudly. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Were these two guys really best friends? Now, one of them wanted to abandon the other and escape. One of them kept badmouthing the other so that everyone would deal with the other. Could this be the so-called when disaster strikes, everyone flies separately? Even if they really couldn't fly away, would they still have to pull him along? What are we waiting for? Let's go. While everyone was distracted, Lin Feng took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda and activated it. With the protection of the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, he and Immeasurable Taoist quickly broke through the encirclement. Courting death, the cultivators in the direction where Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang broke out of the encirclement all roared in anger. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang broke through from their place. Didn't this mean that they were inferior to the other cultivators? How could he not be angry? All of them were filled with killing intent as they launched all sorts of attacks at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The rest of the cultivators also recovered from their shock. They began to channel their magic powers or bring out their magic treasures to attack Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Boom, 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 facing everyone's attacks, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang took out a dense number of jade talismans. They didn't plan to fight with these people. This was because this battle was completely one-sided. There were simply too many people on the other side. Moreover, there were too many experts on the other side. Once they were surrounded, only death would await them. Therefore, there was only one way out, and that was to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were both proficient in arrays. Therefore, they would often carve many powerful offensive jade talismans. This was to prepare for emergencies. And now, these jade talismans were of great use. Lin Feng took out more than 300 offensive jade talismans. Taoist Wu Liang also took out a similar number of offensive jade talismans. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A total of 600 to 700 offensive jade talismans exploded. It created a huge impact that could destroy the heavens and earth. There were more than 300 people in the direction that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang chose to break out of the encirclement. However, these cultivators didn't dare to take on the explosive power of 600 to 700 jade talismans. Of course, they could take the risk. However, many of them would definitely be killed by the explosion. The remaining people would probably be able to stop Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. However, who would be willing to be the first to be killed? No one wanted to die. If they could live, who would want to die, unless they were willing to sacrifice themselves to help others? The world of cultivators was a world where benefits were paramount. It wasn't a world where sacrificing oneself to help others. Therefore, when the jade talismans exploded, many people chose to retreat. They didn't want to take on the explosive power of the jade talismans. The other cultivators took out their sacred arts and magic treasures. However, they were all blocked by the heavenly mystery treasure pagoda. This defensive monarch weapon played a crucial role in this moment. If it wasn't for this defensive monarch weapon, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang rushed out. After breaking out of the encirclement, they were like dragons soaring into the 9 heavens. No one could stop them anymore. Damn it. Hundreds of people were broken through by 2 people. They're a bunch of trash. Many people cursed. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. The cultivators who were cursed couldn't help but sneer. In their eyes, this group of people was just standing there and talking. If they were the ones being attacked, would they risk their lives to stop Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang? We were distracted by the conversation between those 2 shameless people. That's why they had the opportunity. Otherwise, why would we let them break out? Let's go and chase after them. Don't let them get away. A cultivator said. These cultivators chased after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, they couldn't catch up to them in the end. Immeasurable exalted celestial and his 18 generations of ancestors. In the future, not only will I dig up the graves of the ancestors of the myriad races, but I will also dig up the graves of the ancestors of the foreign races and cultivators of the other powers. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang stopped to rest in a forest. Then, Daoist Wu Liang began to curse. It wasn't easy to break out of the encirclement this time. It was really thrilling. If they hadn't been distracted by those guys, they might have really died under the siege of so many experts. Count me in. When the time comes, we'll make a fortune. Who knows, we might even get a lot of powerful inheritances. Lin Feng said. Keek, don't be delusional. You'll never have the chance. At this moment, a sinister voice resounded in the forest. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were shocked. They didn't notice that someone had appeared here. Who is it? Come out. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were cautious and alert. Because this existence made them feel a dangerous aura. This was a very scary thing. If they encountered some top experts, they could easily die in the hands of these top experts. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful when facing these experts. Sha sha sha. A rustling sound could be heard. At this time, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang saw a monster walk out of the forest. It had a scorpion body and a cold light flashed in its eyes. The foreign creature, evil scorpion lord. It was actually this terrifying existence. The foreign creature's strength recovered incomparably fast. How long had it been? The evil scorpion lord's strength had already reached this level. As for the demon lord, after so many years, his cultivation was still far from the level of the past. In terms of recovery ability, there were probably not many existences in the heavens that could be compared to the foreign creatures. So it's you. I really didn't expect your strength to have recovered to such a shocking level in just a few years. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The foreign creatures should be killed. These foreign creatures should all be killed. Leaving them alive would be a disaster. When the time came, who knew how many people would die in their hands? The evil scorpion lord laughed sinisterly. My race's recovery ability is already very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find a powerful bloodline, I would have recovered long ago. However, if I can devour your bloodline, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Swoosh! As soon as the foreign creature finished speaking, he took out his war spear. With the war spear in hand, he charged towards Lin Feng. Kill! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Then, he took out the heavenly mystery pagoda and 2 stone swords. At the same time, Lin Feng also took out his magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the 3 layers of hockey was incomparably powerful. It enveloped the evil scorpion lord, causing his speed to decrease greatly. At this time, Daoist Wu Liang also took out a supreme treasure. This treasure was a scythe-type treasure, a bit like the legendary scythe of the Grim Reaper. However, it was clear that the treasure in the immeasurable Daoist's hand was not the death god's scythe. Clang! At this moment, Lin Feng wielded the 2 stone swords and fought against the evil scorpion lord. Endless power surged out of the battle spear. Then, it vibrated along the stone sword towards Lin Feng. The stone sword was extremely powerful, but Lin Feng was unable to unleash its full power. At this moment, the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was simply too powerful. Even with the stone sword in hand, Lin Feng was no match for him. Lin Feng was sent flying by the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord. The powerful vibration power wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body, but it was neutralized by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. After repelling Lin Feng, the Evil Scorpion Lord swung his scythe at Daoist Wuliang. With a clanging sound, the scythe-shaped magic weapon was directly swept away. The Great Emperor Realm. Lin Feng looked at the Evil Scorpion Lord with a serious expression. This guy's strength had definitely recovered to the Great Emperor Realm. Otherwise, there was no way he could be so terrifying. Lin Feng's expression turned very ugly. After the Evil Scorpion Lord recovered to the Great Emperor Realm, his recovery speed would only get faster and faster. By then, who would be able to kill him? This time, they were in big trouble. It wasn't just him and Daoist Wuliang who were in big trouble. It was big trouble for all the living beings of the 9 states. Back then, Lin Feng had seriously injured the Evil Scorpion Lord, but Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. He didn't have the energy to chase after the Evil Scorpion Lord. In the end, he let the Evil Scorpion Lord escape. If he had killed the Evil Scorpion Lord back then, this terrible situation wouldn't have happened. Are you ready to die? The Evil Scorpion Lord looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Wielding his battle spear, he charged at Lin Feng again. Humph. Lin Feng put away a stone sword. With the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda above his head, he held a stone sword with both hands. At the same time, he used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. 9 layers of Haki superimposed. The magnetic field was at its strongest state. Next, Lin Feng's 2 clones also took out their magic treasures. The first clone wielded the other stone sword and the 9 demons painting. The second clone wielded the Bell of Hell King and the 5 dragon wheel. Then, together with Lin Feng, they attacked the Evil Scorpion Lord. The current Evil Scorpion Lord was too terrifying, so Lin Feng didn't have to hide anything. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki slowed down the Evil Scorpion Lord. Even someone as powerful as the Evil Scorpion Lord couldn't move an inch in the face of the magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by Lin Feng's 9 layers of Haki could imprison a great emperor. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the Evil Scorpion Lord. But who would have thought that at this moment, the Evil Scorpion Lord opened his mouth and spat out a magic treasure. It was a golden shield that emitted Great Emperor's aura. This treasure was also an Emperor's weapon, which shocked Lin Feng. The golden shield floated above the Evil Scorpion Lord's head. Beams of golden light fell from the sky. The golden light beams protected the Evil Scorpion Lord's body. When Lin Feng's attack came, it was blocked by the golden shield's defensive light beams. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed. The Evil Scorpion Lord had a defensive Great Emperor's weapon. This was too terrifying. If such a terrifying existence had a defensive Great Emperor's weapon, who could fight against it? Total annihilation. At this moment, the Evil Scorpion Lord attacked with lightning speed and swept out his battle spear. Bang! 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 The Evil Scorpion Lord's battle spear swept Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. The 2 clones exploded in midair. The 9 domineering magnetic fields also dissipated. Lin Feng's blood and qi roiled, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Go to hell! The Evil Scorpion Lord charged at Lin Feng with lightning speed, his battle spear piercing towards Lin Feng's body. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. The Evil Scorpion Lord's battle spear was also an Emperor's weapon. It pierced through Lin Feng's defensive light barrier. Just as the spear was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest, swoosh, at the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching art. Before the Evil Scorpion Lord's spear could pierce through his body, he dodged the Evil Scorpion Lord's terrifying attack. Oh? Heaven patching art? That's a powerful technique, but it can only save you once. How are you going to block it next time? Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He quickly retreated, purposely widening the distance between him and the Evil Scorpion Lord. The Evil Scorpion Lord was simply too terrifying. The battle strength of a great emperor was indeed shocking, not to mention that the evil scorpion lord was a foreign living being. In the same realm, foreign living beings were much stronger than great emperors of other races. Lin Feng estimated that the evil scorpion lord was at most in the god-emperor realm, and it was very likely that he was only in the first or second heaven of the god-emperor realm. This was the early stage of the great emperor realm. But even if people told Lin Feng that the evil scorpion king could compete with cultivators of the 8th or 9th grade supreme god layer, or even celestial emperors, Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised. When the evil scorpion lord pounced towards Lin Feng realized that Immeasurable Daoist had circled behind the evil scorpion lord. Then, Immeasurable Daoist took out a yellow talisman. 3 pure talisman. It was actually the 3 pure talisman. Lin Feng had seen Immeasurable Daoist activate the 3 pure talisman before. That was why he could recognize it. This damned Daoist said that he only had 1 talisman on him. It was obviously a lie. This damned Daoist really didn't speak the truth. Fortunately, Immeasurable Daoist knew that the foreign living being wasn't easy to deal with, so he took out the 3 pure talisman to deal with it. Lin Feng took the initiative to attack the foreign living being. He wanted to hold it back. Then, he would let Immeasurable Daoist's attack take effect. This time, Lin Feng took out the 2 stone swords, Hell King Bell, and 5 Dragon Wheel. They all attacked the foreign living being. "You're courting death," the foreign living being sneered. The war spear in his hand swept towards Lin Feng. Instantly, 10,000 spear lights condensed. Densely packed. There were countless of them, and all of them were attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the 4 supreme treasures and swept out all sorts of terrifying attacks to block the 10,000 spear lights. At this moment, Immeasurable Daoist activated the 3 pure talisman. A saint light condensed from the 3 pure talisman and shot towards the foreign living being. Success! Seeing that the saint light was about to kill the foreign living being, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. They deeply understood how terrifying the 3 pure ones' talismans were. If the 3 pure ones' talismans' attacks could hit the foreign creatures, then that would be the end for them. Even if the foreign living being was an emperor realm being, they would also suffer extremely serious injuries. However, the holy light released by the 3 pure ones' talisman was about to strike the foreign creature's body. However, the foreign living beings chooses to the point. The holy light released by the talisman of the 3 pure ones was swallowed up by the distorted void. To him, Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest were astonished. The foreign creature's methods were just too terrifying, truly making one feel a type of extreme despair. So, Lin Feng. Meanwhile, this time, the direction it flew towards was the Immeasurable Daoist who was hiding behind the foreign creatures. Mention Immeasurables. Boom, with a dull thud, Daoist Wuliang was sent flying by the holy light. That was the saint light from the 3 pure talisman. The foreign living being didn't know how to turn it into his own attack. Now that the attack landed on Immeasurable's body, it definitely caused unimaginable damage to him. With a thud, Daoist Wuliang fell into the forest, motionless. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. "I'll take your dog life," Lin Feng roared. He summoned the 2 ghost emperors. They attacked the foreign living being together with the 2 ghost emperors. "It's useless. If you don't enter the emperor realm, you're all ants. No matter how heaven-defying you are, as long as you haven't cultivated to the emperor realm, you're nothing but an ant in the eyes of an emperor realm expert." The foreign living being looked at Lin Feng and the 2 ghost emperors with contempt. Boom, a great battle erupted. Lin Feng and the 2 ghost emperors worked together, forming a triangle that surrounded the foreign living being. Then, they launched a fierce attack on the foreign living being. However, the foreign living being's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng and the 2 ghost emperors were defeated by the foreign living being. They were all sent flying. "It's all over." The foreign living being's voice was extremely cold. He slapped his palm toward Lin Feng and the 2 ghost emperors. A huge palm as big as a mountain condensed and slammed toward Lin Feng and the 2 ghost emperors. This attack was simply too powerful and terrifying. When the attack came, Lin Feng realized that the surrounding void was sealed. There was no way to dodge this attack. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this critical moment, a beam of sword chi suddenly flew over from the sky. The sword chi tore through the void and instantly slashed toward the foreign living being's energy palm. Puchi. This attack directly tore the energy palm formed by the foreign creature into two halves. However, the sword chi didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to slash toward the foreign living being. Who exactly are you? The foreign living being's expression became extremely gloomy. The person who attacked was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. This was something that the foreign living being was very clear about. However, that existence didn't appear. That sword chi seemed to have become eternal and immortal. Clang, then, the sword chi slashed on the foreign living being's defensive light barrier and directly tore it apart. After the foreign living being's defensive light barrier was torn apart, that sword chi actually didn't dissipate. The foreign living being's defensive light barrier was released by an emperor weapon. That sword chi was really too powerful. It destroyed the foreign living being's divine ability and then destroyed the emperor weapon's defense. Moreover, its power was still extremely shocking. Puchi. A tearing sound was heard. The foreign living being's body was directly torn into two. Good, good, good. I'll remember you. The foreign living being roared with resentment. His body that was cut into two directly exploded. Then, the foreign living being turned into a cloud of blood mist and rushed into the distance. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. That sword chi also dissipated. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This junior will never forget it. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked him. However, he didn't know who saved him or why. However, that expert didn't appear. All of this was destined to be a question in his heart. Lin Feng put the magic treasure into his storage ring and had the two ghost emperors return to the ghost-raising jar. Then, he quickly ran toward the immeasurable Taoist. Ouch, it hurts so much. Who would have thought that just as Lin Feng was halfway there, the immeasurable Taoist sat up by himself. Seeing that Taoist Wuliang was still alive, Lin Feng hurriedly ran over, then kicked Taoist Wuliang and said unhappily, I was so worried about you just now. I didn't expect you to be pretending to be dead. Taoist Wuliang hurriedly cried out, I was wronged, I was really wronged. I was knocked unconscious just now. When that guy ran away, I had just woken up. That's why you think I was pretending to be unconscious. Think about it, am I that kind of person? I am an extremely loyal person. When I see a good brother risking his life, how can I just stand by and watch? So you really misunderstood me. These words could deceive a 3-year-old child. However, if he wanted to use these words to fool Lin Feng naturally wouldn't believe these words. But now, Lin Feng was too lazy to bother with these things with Taoist Wuliang. He said, our top priority now is to find the Chaos Gate. Let's go, don't waste time here. Taoist Wuliang nodded. After getting up from the ground, he quickly left with Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang left, a black-robed cultivator stood on a mountain peak 3,000 meters away. That black-robed cultivator was the mysterious black-robed cultivator that appeared before. This black-robed cultivator's cultivation was incomparably terrifying, but he seemed to be scheming against Lin Feng. Or rather, he seemed to regard Lin Feng as his prey. The black-robed cultivator looked in the direction Lin Feng left and let out a sinister laugh. Then, he muttered to himself, if I let this kid die so easily, then I will lose too much fun. However, if this kid can't quickly increase his cultivation, then it will be too boring. This also means that this kid doesn't have the qualifications for me to continue paying attention to him. Just now, it was this black-robed cultivator who saved Lin Feng. Then, the black-robed cultivator quickly left. However, he did not know who this person was. But what was certain was that this person was definitely a terrifying existence that was unimaginable. Over the next few days, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang kept looking for the Chaos Door. But even after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. It was as if the Chaos Gate had suddenly disappeared from the world. They were not the only ones looking for the Chaos Gate. There were also quite a few cultivators who were searching for the Primal Chaos Gate. However, no one was able to find the Chaos Gate. This situation made many people feel that something was amiss. Had the Chaos Gate really disappeared? If the Primal Chaos Gate disappeared, what would happen to the cultivators who entered the Primal Chaos Gate? Could it be that after those people obtained the opportunity, would the Chaos Gate appear again? At that time, the cultivators who obtained the fortune would be able to leave. As for the others, they were destined to have no fate with the world within the Chaos Gate. Thinking about it carefully, there was indeed such a possibility. For example, the opportunities in the world behind the Chaos Gate might only belong to a few or a dozen people. The vast majority of cultivators were destined to miss out on these opportunities. For many people, the world inside the Chaos Gate was destined to be filled with countless secrets that they couldn't explore. They could only hear about the world inside the Chaos Gate from others. Now, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were a little discouraged because they couldn't find the Wonton Gate even after searching for a long time. Although Daoist Wu Liang had the method to enter the Chaos Gate, if you couldn't find the Chaos Gate, you naturally wouldn't be able to enter the Chaos Gate. However, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't give up. They felt that there might still be a chance to find the Chaos Gate. On this day, they saw a person. This person was none other than the Red World Fairy. Previously, when the Red World Fairy was fighting with the three great emperors, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had watched from afar for a while. With such tyrannical strength, the three great emperors couldn't do anything to the Red World Fairy. They really didn't know how tyrannical the Red World Fairy was. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were delighted when they saw the Red World Fairy. There was no reason for a powerful existence like the Red World Fairy to not enter the Chaos Gate after arriving in the Chaos Ancient Country. However, the Red World Fairy didn't enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. The Red World Fairy would definitely find a way to enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. If they followed the Red World Fairy, they might be able to find a way to enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. Thus, they followed behind Venerable Immortal Hong Chen. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang hoped that the Red World Fairy could find the Chaos Gate. When the time came, they would also benefit from it. Daoist Wu Liang knew the way to enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. As long as they could find the Chaos Gate, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could also enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. The Red World Fairy had already noticed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, the Red World Fairy didn't greet Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Of course, she didn't chase them away. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't know what the Red World Fairy was thinking. Therefore, they didn't rush up to greet the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy glanced at Lin Feng from time to time, and her gaze was somewhat meaningful. Lin Feng could feel that the Red World Fairy was looking at him with a strange gaze. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the Red World Fairy's gaze meant. It was a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. Daoist Wu Liang raised his eyebrows. When Lin Feng had the strand of red dust, Daoist Wu Liang already knew. Originally, Daoist Wu Liang thought that the Red World Fairy was likely to kill Lin Feng to pass the Great Emperor Tribulation. Then, she would become a Great Emperor realm expert. However, the Red World Fairy obviously didn't take this path. Moreover, as the Red World Fairy broke through to the Great Emperor realm, the strand of red dust on Lin Feng's wrist disappeared. With the disappearance of the strand of red dust, it seemed to mean that Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy no longer had anything to do with each other. However, Daoist Wu Liang had another feeling. The disappearance of the strand of red dust didn't break the bond between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. On the contrary, it connected the two of them even more closely. Daoist Wu Liang was also very puzzled as to why he had such a strange feeling. However, Daoist Wu Liang had always been extremely confident in his feelings. I really don't know how this kid got involved with the Red World Fairy. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It was precisely because of the special relationship between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy that Daoist Wu Liang was now following the Red World Fairy without a trace of fear. Soon, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang confirmed one thing. The Red World Fairy was indeed looking for the Chaos Gate. The Red World Fairy went to many places and finally came to a distorted spacetime in the northwest of the Chaos Ancient Nation. There was a power that could distort the world. One had to deal with it carefully. Otherwise, it was very likely to be a disaster. There were even spacetime cracks in many places. Terrifying spacetime power surged out from the cracks. If one was hit by the spacetime power, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. This place was extremely dangerous. Even with Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's means, every step they took made them tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would die here. However, such a place did not seem to be a threat to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy stepped into the depths. No matter what dangerous things happened, the Red World Fairy would easily resolve them. In the deepest part of this distorted world, an ancient immortal gate lay between heaven and earth. It emitted the power to distort spacetime. That ancient immortal gate was the Chaos Gate that had disappeared for a while. It turned out that the Chaos Gate did not really disappear. It was just hiding here and did not go out. Immortal Venerable Hong Chen walked towards the primal Chaos Gate, mumbling something under her breath. Kacha! Kacha! The Chaos Gate opened on its own. The Red World Fairy entered the Chaos Gate. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest wanted to follow them, but the primal Chaos door closed quickly. These great emperors used different methods to enter the Chaos Gate. Some used brute force to open the Chaos Gate. Some of them had mastered some special techniques. Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang and said, "Daoist, it's time for you to shine." Daoist Wu Liang nodded and then began to chant. As he chanted an incantation, he formed a series of hand seals, which all flew into the interior of the primal Chaos Gate. Lin Feng admired Daoist Wu Liang. This guy really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. In fact, Lin Feng had been suspecting the origins of the immeasurable Daoist all these years. Previously, Wu Liang Daoist had told Lin Feng that he was a descendant of the mountain-moving Daoist. However, Lin Feng felt that Wu Liang Daoist's origin might not be that simple. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find out these things from the immeasurable Daoist. As the runes entered the Gate of Primal Chaos, the Gate of Primal Chaos opened. The Primal Chaos Gate rumbled. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Next, the Gate of Chaos gradually opened. When Lin Feng saw this scene, shock and emotion filled his face. The immeasurable Daoist was simply too powerful. After about 15 minutes, the Chaos Gate opened. "Let's go." Without any delay, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang soared into the sky and flew towards the Chaos Gate. After that, they successfully entered the world inside the Chaos Gate. Whoosh, a light flashed before his eyes. The world spun. After that, Lin Feng and the Taoist priest realized they were surrounded by a powerful strength. They were pulled into another space and time. When Lin Feng and the Taoist priest opened their eyes, they saw a strange scene. They found themselves in the sky. Boom. A devastating shockwave surged over as a battle between emperors broke out in the sky. 5 emperors were besieging the Red World Fairy. Among these 5 emperors, there was Xianxia, the evil Xing Emperor, and the heaven-devouring Python Emperor. Previously, when these 3 emperors besieged the Red World Fairy, they were unable to do anything to the Red World Fairy. Now, there were 2 more emperors. One of them was the Sky Devil race's Sky Devil Saint. This person seemed to be Gong Xianxia's savior. His cultivation base was unfathomable. He was also an emperor from the ancient era, someone from the same era as Xianxia. The other emperor was the Sacred God race's emperor. This person's name was Xianxia. He was one of the 2 emperors that came from the Sacred God race. As the number 1 race, the Sacred God race's emperor's cultivation base was even more terrifying. The 5 emperors besieged the Red World Fairy, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang landed not far from the battle. The terrifying shockwaves blasted towards them. Lin Feng quickly took out the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda to protect the 2. Bang! Following the violent collision, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were sent flying. Even with the protection of the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda, they were still sent flying by the shockwaves of the 6 emperors' battle. Both of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. Damn, the shockwaves of these guys' battle are so terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, he and Taoist Wu Liang did not die from the shockwaves of the 6 emperors' battle. The Red World Fairy, on account of the heaven's benevolence, hand over that item and we will spare your life today. If you continue to be stubborn, no one will be able to save your life. Xing Daoxuan said coldly. What is it? Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang exchanged glances. When Xianxia and the others besieged the Red World Fairy, they seemed to have mentioned this matter. Now that Xing Daoxuan also mentioned this matter, they could not help but feel puzzled. It must be an extraordinary item. Otherwise, these emperors would not have schemed so hard to deal with the Red World Fairy. If you want it, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. The Red World Fairy's voice was cold. She seemed to have always been a woman dressed as a man. She was pretty and moving. However, no one dared to underestimate the Red World Fairy. Even though she had not been a great emperor for long, even Xianxia, Celestial Demon Saint, Xing Daoxuan, and the others, who had entered the great emperor realm in the ancient era, could not help but feel apprehensive. Omnidirectional Killing Dao. Xing Daoxuan's voice was cold as he launched a powerful attack on the Red World Fairy. Following that, the other 4 great emperors also attacked. Ancient Demon 9 Strikes. Sky Devouring. Sky Dominating Demon Fist. Toppling mountains and overturning seas. The 5 great emperors' abilities were very powerful. Facing an expert like the Red World Fairy, the 5 great emperors did not hold back at all. They directly used their most powerful abilities to attack the Red World Fairy. After all, the Red World Fairy has just broken through to the Great Emperor realm. It's already extremely difficult for her to resist the siege of 5 great emperors in a short period of time. Now that the 5 great emperors have surrounded her and sealed off the void, it's obvious that they want to trap and kill the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng's expression could not help but turn solemn. He naturally hoped that the Red World Fairy could survive this calamity. However, the Red World Fairy's current situation was extremely dangerous. If she was not careful, she could be killed by the 5 great emperors. Daoist Wuliang nodded and said, "The Red World Fairy is indeed in great trouble. I don't know if she can break out of the siege. If she can't, I'm afraid this heaven-defying monster will fall here." A person like the Red World Fairy was monstrous to an indescribable degree. But no matter how monstrous she was, it hadn't been long since she broke through to the Great Emperor realm. Her realm was still at the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. It was already heaven-defying for the Red World Fairy to be able to resist the siege of 5 great powerhouses. But the 5 great powerhouses wanted to engage in a war of attrition with the Red World Fairy and wear her down to death. Just like now, the 5 great powerhouses used powerful divine abilities on the Red World Fairy from a long distance. They were constantly exhausting the Red World Fairy's spiritual power. A battle of their level was also extremely taxing on their spiritual power. Once they saw that the Red World Fairy's spiritual power was running out. At that time, what awaited the Red World Fairy might be a thunderous attack. At that time, the Red World Fairy was destined to die under the siege of the 5 great powerhouses. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang wanted to help the Red World Fairy. But they didn't have the strength. A battle of this level was not something they could participate in. The divine abilities of the 5 great powerhouses were terrifying to the extreme. They turned into a torrent of attacks that flooded the Red World Fairy. Just as those powerful attacks were about to land on Venerable Hong Chen's body, Venerable Hong Chen's hands began to form a series of hand seals. One after another, a series of hand seals were condensed and formed. Immediately after, Immortal Venerable Hong Chen unleashed a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called Eternal Immortality, Stellar Transposition. When the 5 divine abilities bombarded, those divine abilities were all reflected back and then bombarded the 5 great powerhouses. This ability was very terrifying. Lin Feng remembered that the Great Control Art, Great Reflection Art, and Great Transference Art of the 3000 Great Dao could all transform the opponent's attack into one's own and then attack the opponent. Previously, Daoist Wu Liang used the 3 pure talismans to attack Sacred Scorpion Evil Lord. The Evil Scorpion Lord also used a powerful technique. The Holy Scorpion Evil Lord controlled the attacks of the 3 pure talismans and used them to deal with the immeasurable Daoist. However, regardless of whether it was the Great Control Technique, the Great Reflection Technique, the Great Teleportation Technique, or the unknown divine ability that the Evil Scorpion Lord used, none of them were able to do what the Red World Fairy did. She was able to control 5 of the other party's supernatural powers. It was simply unbelievable. Although the Great Control Technique, Great Reflection Technique, and other divine abilities were powerful, being able to control one of the opponent's divine abilities was already not bad. After all, this wasn't about neutralizing the opponent's attack. Instead, it controlled the opponent's attack and manipulated the opponent's attack to kill the cultivator who used this divine ability. This was simply too difficult to accomplish. 5 types of divine abilities blasted toward the 5 experts. The 5 experts couldn't help but roar in anger as they quickly dodged the attacks of the divine abilities. The Red World Fairy is really amazing. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Red World Fairy might not be able to compare to Xianxia, Sky Demon Sage, Xing Daoxuan, and the others in terms of the amount of magic power. However, the Red World Fairy had grasped too many divine abilities and her Great Tao foundation was simply too strong. Therefore, the Red World Fairy definitely had very high attainments in terms of attack. However, the only flaw was that she couldn't continuously use such powerful attacks. This was because these powerful attacks consumed a lot of her magic power. The 5 experts sealed this place. In fact, they didn't want to quickly kill the Red World Fairy. They just wanted to slowly torture the Red World Fairy to death. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist could see this. The Red World Fairy could naturally see this as well. The Red World Fairy said in a cold voice, "Today, I will let you have a taste of my self-created mortal heavenly technique." As soon as her voice fell, the Red World Fairy stepped forward in the void. 3,000 threads of mortal worries. Even immortals have worries. Myriad worlds as mortal dust. I control the Tao of mortal dust. 3,000 eras, 3,000 Daos. I will create a new Tao. Suddenly, the Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Her voice was filled with a sense of holiness. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the Red World Fairy was like the ruler of all worlds. All living things living in the mortal dust world were ruled by the Red World Fairy. 3,000 eras, 3,000 Daos. This was the order of heaven and earth formed by each era. No one could break this shackle, but now, the Red World Fairy was actually going to create a new Tao. Outside of the 3,000 Daos, she was going to create another mortal great Tao. What kind of courage was this? What kind of faith was this? What kind of mind was this? What kind of competence was this? Only then could she firmly believe that she could break through the shackles of the 3,000 Daos of the 3,000 eras. She was going to create the 3,001st Great Tao. This person is crazy, Daoist Wuliang took a deep breath and said. He was not the only one who felt that the Red World Fairy was crazy. Even the 5 great experts felt that the Red World Fairy was crazy. The Red World Fairy wanted to break through the shackles of heaven and earth and create the 3,001st Great Tao. This was the Tao that the Red World Fairy wanted to walk. This was also the grand vision of the Red World Fairy. If she succeeded, the Red World Fairy would definitely become one of the greatest existences in this era, or even across the 3,000 eras. If she failed, the Red World Fairy would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation and die without a grave. And this was such a difficult task. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem like something that could succeed. It was really too difficult. Can I also walk the same Tao as the Red World Fairy? However, a thought lingered in Lin Feng's mind. The Red World Fairy's madness had given Lin Feng an inspiration. If the Red World Fairy could walk such a path, why couldn't he? Too many experts had appeared in this world. However, these experts had gradually fallen in the long river of history. Many of them had long since been forgotten. Perhaps only someone like the Red World Fairy could walk a heaven-defying Tao. Only then could one be eternal. One could even walk towards eternal life. At this moment, the Red World Fairy's mortal heavenly art had finished brewing. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the Red World Fairy sent out 5 palm strikes in a row. These were the 5 palm strikes sent out by the mortal heavenly art. It was called the Mortal Heavenly Art. It contained the Red World Fairy's supreme great Tao. These 5 palm strikes enveloped 5 great emperors. Then, they blasted toward the 5 great emperors. Sensing the terrifying power of the Mortal Heavenly Art, the 5 great emperors' expressions changed drastically. The 5 great emperors hurriedly took out their defensive magic treasures to block the Red World Fairy's attack. Kacha! 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 Kacha, however, their defensive magic treasures were destroyed one after another. The 5 great emperors hurriedly used their divine abilities to block. Bang! 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 With 5 violent collisions, the 5 great emperors were all sent flying. The body of Great Emperor Xianxia, who had the weakest cultivation, exploded. Both Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were in disbelief at the sight before them. It was simply too unbelievable. They found it hard to believe that what they were seeing was real. How powerful were the 5 great emperors when they joined forces? Yet, they were defeated by the Red World Fairy with a single self-created divine ability. The secular heavenly technique, what level of Tao was this? It was simply too terrifying. It could only be described as shocking. You, Xing Daoshuan, Shen Chui, Celestial Demon Saint, and the Great Emperor of the Heaven-Devouring Python race all pointed at the Red World Fairy in shock. They were unwilling to believe what had just happened, but what could they do? Everything that had happened before them was real. The combat strength that the Red World Fairy had displayed was simply unimaginable. It was so powerful that it made them pale in fright. The 4 great emperors did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and quickly fled into the distance. The evil execution great emperor's injuries were too severe. His physical body had exploded, leaving only his soul and origin. When the 4 great emperors fled, the evil execution great emperor's soul and origin turned into a ray of demonic light and quickly fled into the distance. The Red World Fairy did not chase after them. After the 5 great emperors left, the Red World Fairy also quickly left. The Red World Fairy must have consumed a lot of energy after using the secular heavenly technique. That's why she doesn't have the energy to chase after those fellows who escaped. Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with what Daoist Wu Liang said. The power of the Red World Fairy's secular heavenly technique was simply too terrifying. How could such a terrifying divine ability be used casually? Once it was used, the consumption of energy on the body would be extremely shocking. After the Red World Fairy left, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang chose a direction and quickly headed in it. The two of them kept talking about the Red World Fairy along the way. At the same time, he speculated what level the Red World Fairy's combat power had reached. The Red World Fairy was such a heaven-defying character that only appeared once in 100 million years. A terrifying figure like immortal venerable Hong Chen had appeared before the end of this era. Moreover, immortal venerable Hong Chen was a human cultivator. This was naturally something worthy of celebration. Roar! A low roar came from afar. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang looked over and saw a white tiger. The Saint Beast white tiger's aura was overwhelming. When they saw the white tiger, their faces almost turned green. A creature like the white tiger was definitely one of the most terrifying saint beasts and was known for its slaughter. The aura of the white tiger in the distance was too terrifying. It was definitely in the Great Emperor realm. Let's go. Without a second thought, the two of them turned around and fled. In the following part of their journey, they encountered the vermilion bird, Qing Wan, Kuan Peng, Tian Wu, Qi Yan, and other terrifying beings. Each of these beings had the power to destroy heaven and earth. They were so powerful that it was shocking. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang encountered danger several times and almost died at the hands of these beings. They were trapped in the forest and could not leave because there were too many terrifying beasts. Even great emperors couldn't go out alone. It was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Have we entered the nest of the beasts? Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang smiled bitterly. They were in trouble now. There was more than one terrifying beast looking for them, wanting to devour them. If not for their incredible speed and the fact that the beasts chasing them were wary of other beasts, they would not have easily stepped into the territory of other beasts. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang might have been killed by the beasts here. I really don't know how these beasts cultivate. Daoist Wu Liang said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng said, this means that there are countless opportunities in the world inside the primal chaos gate. Otherwise, these beasts would not be so powerful. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. However, when he thought of their situation, Daoist Wu Liang was speechless. We are now trapped in the beast nest. If we can't find a way to escape, we will really become food for these beasts. Lin Feng said, I have been studying the innate 8 trigrams all these years. Let me do a divination. Innate 8 trigrams? You know about them? Daoist Wu Liang's eyes lit up. I know a little about them. Lin Feng said. Did you obtain Fushi's inheritance? Daoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng sneakily. Lin Feng said, I want to. I only obtained a few scrolls of the Qi Huang technique. They are somewhat related to the innate 8 trigrams. Daoist Wu Liang did not doubt Lin Feng's words. How could Fushi's inheritance be so easy to obtain? If Fushi's inheritance really appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, there had been no commotion so far, which meant that Fushi's inheritance had yet to appear. Lin Feng began using the divination techniques he had learned. He took out a jade tube and placed the 3 tortoiseshell inside. Then, he shook the jade tube while chanting an incantation. When the incantation was over, Lin Feng scattered the tortoiseshell on the ground. Lin Feng squatted on the ground and carefully studied the tortoiseshell's meaning. Daoist Wu Liang asked, How is it? What does the divination say? Lin Feng said, The divination says that we should head southwest. That is the path to survival. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang headed southwest together. A day later, they saw a valley in front of them filled with black fog. The valley was emitting shocking fluctuations. It was as if some kind of treasure had appeared. Brother, not only did your divination find a path to survival for us, but it also found an opportunity. Daoist Wu Liang praised. Lin Feng said with a smile, Haha, it's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. The two of them quickly rushed toward the valley, wanting to see what was going on in the valley. They wanted to see if there was really an opportunity. When they arrived at the periphery of the valley, they saw a cultivator sitting cross-legged in the valley. This cultivator was cultivating. The void around this cultivator was distorted. It turned out that it was not the birth of a treasure, but the fluctuations caused by this cultivator's cultivation. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang knew this cultivator. It was none other than the evil emperor. Previously, his physical body had been shattered by the Red World Fairy's palm. Only his origin and soul had escaped. Now, the evil emperor seemed to be rebuilding his physical body. And he was about to succeed. How about we kill this guy? Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang. The evil emperor was the 9-headed insect race's great emperor. He had killed countless innocent people in the 9 states. These great emperors of the 10,000 races deserved to be killed. Now was the best chance to kill the evil emperor. Hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, Wu Liang Daoist rolled his eyes and said, How can it be so easy to kill a great emperor? Even if this great emperor is severely injured, if he counterattacks before he dies, he can still cause unimaginable damage. Lin Feng naturally understood what Wu Liang Daoist was worried about. However, if they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find a second one in a short period of time. Lin Feng said, Injure his soul and prevent him from recovering. This way, the evil execution great emperor might suffer a backlash. When that time comes, we'll have a great chance. Wu Liang Daoist frowned. They could try Lin Feng's method, but it was hard to say if it would succeed. We still have the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to protect us. If we fail, we can just run away. With the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive power and the evil execution great emperor's current state, it's almost impossible for him to deal with us. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng's suggestion to deal with the evil execution great emperor was indeed not Wu Liang Daoist's style. Wu Liang Daoist had always been the kind of person who silently made a fortune. He would never take the initiative to put himself in danger. However, today, Wu Liang Daoist planned to take a gamble with Lin Feng. Wu Liang Daoist's thoughts were very simple. He also hated the cultivators of the myriad races. Now that he had a chance to kill the myriad race's great emperor, he could indeed give it a try. In addition to this reason, Wu Liang Daoist was also very interested in the things in the evil execution great emperor's storage ring. Although the evil execution great emperor was only in the divine emperor realm, he was still a great emperor. An expert of this realm would have countless treasures on him. In addition, the evil execution great emperor's source was also very attractive to Wu Liang Daoist. The great emperor's source had a significant effect on cultivation. If he could kill the evil execution great emperor, then he would be able to obtain the great emperor's source. When the time came, he would split into 2 with Lin Feng. Everyone would be able to obtain a part of the great emperor's source. If they refined the great emperor's source, their cultivation would also be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Wu Liang Daoist said, "All right. For the sake of the world, for the sake of the innocent people in the 9 states, I will shed my blood today and fight a great emperor to the death." Wu Liang Daoist almost described himself as a savior. Said Lin Feng. "I'll attack his soul first. If I manage to enter his soul, we'll attack him like a thunderbolt. If I fail, we'll run away." Wu Liang Daoist nodded and said, "No problem." The two of them carefully sneaked into the valley. They did not get too close to the evil execution emperor. He was as is the great emperors to protect the great heaven's great emperor. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest were worried that great emperor Xiaxing would notice them if they got too close. Lin Feng started using Luya's stargazing map. This was a top-notch soul divine ability passed down by Daoist Luya. Its might was extremely terrifying. Back then, Lu Xian had relied on this to turn the tables and kill Huangfu Qingtian in a life-and-death battle. Over the years, Luya's Therefore, Lin Feng trusted Luya's. This time, Lin Feng used Luya's. He hoped to use this to severely injure the great emperor's soul. Buzz. Luya condensed the star chart and a Dao chart flew out. It quickly slashed towards the cultivating evil Xing great emperor. When the Dao diagram was 10 meters away from the great emperor. At this moment, the space around the great emperor distorted, blocking the Dao diagram's advance. However, the Dao diagram was very powerful. It pierced through the distorted space and instantly arrived in front of the great emperor. Then, it flew into the great emperor's mind. "It's done," Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Luya's. It was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. This unprecedented divine ability displayed an extremely terrifying power. Ah! The evil execution emperor, who was in the middle of cultivating, let out an incomparably shrill cry. He had reached the critical moment of his cultivation. However, he was severely injured at this moment. He could not help but vomit blood. His face was as pale as paper. The great emperor failed to reconstruct his body. His body was on the verge of collapse. Why did this happen? The evil execution emperor roared furiously. He was about to succeed in reconstructing his body, but his cultivation state was interrupted. He also suffered a backlash. The injuries on his body were more serious than before. This made the evil execution emperor almost go crazy. Kill! Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang quickly charged toward the great emperor. The great emperor was suffering from a backlash. His aura was chaotic. It was the best opportunity to kill him. When the great emperor's aura fully recovered. By then, it would be much more difficult to kill him. "It's you two ants." The great emperor's face twisted when he saw Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. When the 5 great emperors were attacking the Red World Ferry, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang suddenly appeared at the periphery of the battle. Naturally, this matter could not be hidden from the great emperor. However, the great emperor did not care about Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. In his opinion, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were just 2 ants. How could they be worthy of his attention? But now, those 2 human cultivators, whom he had regarded as ants, had actually managed to harm his soul. Moreover, they had interrupted his cultivation state, causing him to fail in reconstructing his body. His body also suffered a backlash. The great emperor wanted to cut Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang into pieces. "Hee, you regard us as ants, but we regard you as prey. Die." Lin Feng's voice was extremely cold. 2 stone swords appeared in the sky. At the same time, the heavenly mystery pagoda flew out to protect Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng also released his magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by 3 layers of qi enveloped the great emperor. The great emperor was suffering from a backlash. His battle strength had been greatly reduced. Even someone as powerful as him was greatly reduced after being enveloped by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Moreover, the great emperor's battle strength had been reduced by a few % by Lin Feng's magnetic field. "Immeasurable heavenly venerate my ass. Die for this grandpa." Taoist Wu Liang shouted. He waved his sleeve, and a treasure flew out. That treasure was a blood-colored ruler that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. A devil weapon at the immortal level? When Lin Feng saw the Taoist priest's treasure, he was astonished. This damned Taoist indeed had a lot of treasures, but he didn't usually show them off. He loved to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. When Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest joined hands, they were terrifying. The evil execution the arch used a divine ability called Snow Heaven and Earth. This mystique was extremely powerful. After it was unleashed, snow began to fall from the sky. Each snowflake contained endless murderous intent. The dense snowflakes flew towards Lin Feng and the Taoist. Clank! 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 After a series of violent collisions, Lin Feng and the Taoist treasures were stopped by the Emperor's technique. The Emperor's technique was truly frightening. Lin Feng and the Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. Emperors were indeed not easy to deal with. Even though the evil execution emperor's battle prowess was far from his peak, he could still display astonishing battle prowess. Lin Feng and the Taoist treasures were blown away by the snowflakes. The snowflakes enveloped Lin Feng and the Taoist as if they were supreme treasures falling from the sky. At this time, the heavenly profound pagoda displayed its powerful defensive power and blocked the snowflakes outside. However, there were too many snowflakes. They continuously bombarded the pagoda's defensive barrier. If this continued, the pagoda's defensive barrier would be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, Lin Feng and the Taoist would have to face the emperor directly. The situation would be even more dangerous then. The Taoist said. This guy's body has been destroyed and he has failed to reconstruct it. His body is in a crumbling state. If we can get close, we can definitely injure him. Lin Feng noticed this as well. However, it wasn't easy to get close to the emperor. The emperor clearly knew where his weakness was. That was why he chose to use a powerful technique to suppress Lin Feng and the Taoist. Let's go and kill this guy. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rushed towards the emperor with the Taoist. However, when the emperor saw Lin Feng and the Taoist rushing towards him, he chose to retreat. He continued to increase the distance between himself and Lin Feng and the Taoist. This shameless bastard, Lin Feng and the Taoist rolled their eyes. If you have the ability, then fight me with your fists. Taoist Wu Liang shouted. As a grand emperor, you only know how to dodge? Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Feng sneered. The evil execution emperor sneered, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. I've walked on more bridges than you've walked on. Do you think that I'll let you do whatever you want? Right now, I only want to kill you. As long as I eat your flesh and soul essences, I'll be able to recover quickly. By then, my reconstructed body will be even stronger. After the emperor finished speaking, he summoned an even more violent snowstorm to attack Lin Feng and the Taoist. Every single snowflake contained unimaginable power. Although the evil Qing Great Emperor looked extremely weak during his battle with Immortal Venerable Red Dust, he was still able to defeat Immortal Venerable Red Dust. However, that was because Immortal Venerable Hong Chen was simply too powerful. How could an existence like the evil execution emperor be weak? Clang clang clang, a series of violent collisions were heard. The snowflakes bombarded the defensive light barrier formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. The defensive light barrier formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was weakening. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. Cracks began to appear on the defensive barrier of the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. Under the Emperor's attacks, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was about to be destroyed. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. There's another way. Maybe I can use the Shifter Emperor's small world to deal with the Emperor. Lin Feng thought of another way. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He planned to devour the Emperor and put him into the Shifter Emperor's small world. But once he did that, Lin Feng wouldn't have a chance to escape. He had to fight the Emperor to the death. Lin Feng couldn't think of any other way to deal with the Emperor. He decided to take a gamble. Shifter Emperor Small World, come out. Lin Feng summoned the Shifter Emperor Small World. With a loud rumble, the Shifter Emperor Small World flew out. Then, the Shifter Emperor Small World released a powerful devouring power that enveloped the Emperor. The Emperor couldn't resist the devouring power of the Shifter Emperor Small World and was swallowed by it. Go to the Shifter Emperor Small World and kill him. Lin Feng said. You actually have a complete small world on you. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign my ass. How many more treasures do you have that I don't know about? Taoist Wu Liang suddenly shouted with a look of envy and jealousy. He looked at the shifter emperor's small world with a greedy gaze. Clearly, he wanted to take it for himself. This was in line with Immeasurable Taoist's personality of wanting to snatch any treasure he saw. Immeasurable Taoist also flew into the shifter emperor's small world. Oh? A small world? Who are you? You have so many treasures on you. The emperor looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Great Emperor Xiaxing was jealous of Lin Feng's treasures. He knew that Lin Feng's identity wasn't simple. You want to know my identity? Go to hell and ask the king of hell. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to activate the power of the shifter emperor's small world. Clanking sounds could be heard, like chains colliding with each other. Thick laws of order appeared one after another. They were densely packed and countless. The laws of order all wrapped around the emperor. At the same time, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist both took out their powerful magic treasures and attacked the emperor. The evil Xing emperor sneered in disdain. Do you think you can deal with me just because you've swallowed me into this small world? It's laughable and stupid. Today, I'll let you know that no matter how much you resist, ants are still ants in front of a giant dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor made a series of hand seals. Snow, come, the emperor roared. Suddenly, a blizzard swept through the world. At this moment, the snowstorm was more than 10 times stronger than before, and its power was also more than 10 times stronger. The evil execution emperor was simply too terrifying. He had clearly been hiding his strength before. Now, he was finally showing his true strength. Such terrifying battle prowess was truly unheard of. Sensing the terrifying fluctuation surging out of the evil execution emperor's body, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but take a deep breath. They had no way out now. If they fought the evil execution emperor, only one of them would survive. Hence, the two of them didn't hold back. Lin Feng had also summoned the two ghost emperors. Now, the four of them were attacking the evil execution emperor together. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Every snowflake contained boundless killing intent. The terrifying killing intent was enough to shock anyone. The emperor's attack was absolutely terrifying to the point of being horrifying. When the snowflakes bombarded Lin Feng, Taoist Wu Liang, and the two ghost emperors, the space around the four of them distorted, and the snowflakes were devoured by the distorted space. In the shifter emperor's small world, Lin Feng was the ruler. He could display many abilities that couldn't be displayed in the outside world. Humph. The evil execution emperor couldn't help but sneer. You're quite powerful, but it's useless. Even if you can temporarily block my attack, how long can you last? The evil execution emperor's expression was cold. He waved his right hand, and beams of cold light flew out like sharp swords. The cold light slashed at the laws of order that were entangling him. The laws of order were destroyed by the evil execution emperor one after another. At this moment, the evil execution emperor was simply the synonym of invincibility. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. However, the two of them weren't people who would give up so easily. They were still thinking of a way to deal with the evil execution emperor. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He thought of a treasure he had obtained. In the past, Lin Feng had obtained an immortal binding rope. The immortal binding rope could suddenly explode in a short distance, and it could bind any cultivator. It was rumored that the immortal binding rope was an immortal artifact. It was a treasure refined by Taisheng Laojun. Taisheng Laojun was one of the three pure ones, the ancestor of Taoism. Thus, one could imagine how terrifying the magic weapons he smithied were. However, the immortal binding rope that Lin Feng obtained was not the one forged by Taisheng Laojun. The immortal binding rope he obtained was a replica. It was a supreme treasure forged by later cultivators using the exact same materials to imitate the immortal binding rope. Although it was not as powerful as Taisheng Laojun's immortal binding rope, it was still very powerful. But it was also extremely terrifying. It was extremely powerful. If he could get close to the evil execution emperor, if he suddenly took out the immortal binding rope, he might be able to bind the evil execution emperor. He only needed to trap the evil execution emperor for a few breaths. Lin Feng was able to kill the evil emperor. It was almost impossible to get close to the evil execution emperor in the outside world. However, in the Shifter Thearch's small world, Lin Feng could make the impossible possible. This was because he could control the laws in the Shifter Thearch's small world. Lin Feng could practically teleport in the Shifter Thearch's small world. Thus, he had a certain chance of getting close to the evil execution emperor. Help me restrain the evil execution emperor. I'll deal with him. Lin Feng looked at the immeasurable Taoist and the two ghost emperors. In order to prevent the evil execution emperor from hearing him, he chose to communicate with the three of them through voice transmission. The two ghost emperors obeyed Lin Feng's orders. They naturally did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders. The immeasurable Taoist asked, "Have you found a way to deal with the evil execution emperor?" "There is a way. It's hard to say whether it will succeed or not, but it's worth a try," Lin Feng said. "Alright. This time I'll put in a lot of effort." As the immeasurable Taoist spoke, he took out 3 talismans. Holy *T, seeing the talismans in the immeasurable Taoist's hand, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. They were the powerful 3 Pure Ones talismans. The immeasurable Taoist had said that he had used up all his 3 Pure Ones talismans. As expected, this guy was not telling the truth. The immeasurable Taoist immediately took out the 3 Pure Ones talismans. The 3 talismans of the 3 Pure Ones burned instantly and then released an extremely terrifying attack. 3 dazzling balls of holy light flew out and fused together in midair. All of them charged toward the evil execution emperor. The evil execution emperor quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the explosion of holy light produced a shockwave that sent him flying. "This is my chance." Lin Feng used teleportation and rushed toward the evil execution emperor. However, when Lin Feng was 10 meters away from the evil execution emperor, he could no longer move forward. The space around the evil execution emperor distorted, preventing Lin Feng from moving forward. "Are you here to die?" When the evil execution emperor saw Lin Feng charging toward him, a murderous intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. He used his palm as a saber. The saber slashed toward Lin Feng. The dazzling saber light condensed and slashed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to be cut in half by the saber light. However, at this moment, swoosh, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Lin Feng turned into a yin-yang image and appeared behind the evil execution emperor. He gradually tore apart the distorted space around the evil execution emperor and rushed in front of him. As soon as Lin Feng arrived in front of the evil execution emperor, the evil execution emperor's terrifying punch was ready. He turned around and punched Lin Feng. The punch landed on Lin Feng's chest and sent him flying. Half of his body exploded. However, as soon as Lin Feng was sent flying, the immortal binding rope flew out as well. At such a close distance, the evil execution emperor couldn't dodge the immortal binding rope's attack. The immortal binding rope quickly wrapped around the evil execution emperor, making him look like a dumpling. "Break it!" The evil execution emperor roared, trying to break free from the immortal binding rope. However, at this moment, the immeasurable Taoist and the 2 ghost emperors had already arrived. The 2 ghost emperors each held one of Lin Feng's stone swords. Puff! Puff! With a tearing sound, the 2 stone swords pierced into the evil execution emperor's body and pierced through it. On the other hand, Taoist Wuliang beheaded the evil execution emperor with his blood-red ruler. What happened next made everyone's hair stand on end. The evil execution emperor didn't die even after his head was beheaded. The evil execution emperor's head spat out 3 energy balls and bombarded the immeasurable Taoist and the 2 ghost emperors, sending them flying. Then, the evil execution emperor's head was connected to his body again. A terrifying fluctuation surged out of the evil execution emperor's body. The immortal binding rope was loosening. The evil execution emperor seemed to be about to break free. The immeasurable Taoist and the 2 ghost emperors pounced on the evil execution emperor again. They attacked the evil execution emperor with the stone sword and the blood-red ruler respectively. They temporarily suppressed the evil execution emperor, but it was only a matter of time before the evil execution emperor broke free from the immortal binding rope. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a dagger flew over quickly and pierced through the evil Execution Emperor's chest. The evil Execution Emperor looked down at the dagger that pierced through his chest. He couldn't help but scream in horror. This dagger was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained in the banished world. Lin Feng didn't know where this dagger came from. From the looks of it, this dagger was rusty and looked very ordinary. No one would notice it if it was thrown on the ground. But Lin Feng knew how terrifying this dagger was. The most powerful thing about this dagger was that it could suck blood. It was a blood-sucking dagger. The evil Execution Emperor was too powerful. His body was pierced by the stone sword, but he didn't die even after his head was chopped off. Thinking back to the time when the evil Execution Emperor's body was shattered by the Red World Fairy's palm, only his origin and soul were left. Lin Feng knew that it was too difficult to kill the evil Execution Emperor. It could even be described as impossible. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of the blood-sucking dagger. The blood-sucking dagger could devour flesh and blood essence. Any powerful ability required the support of one's bloodline. Of course, it didn't mean that these abilities couldn't be used without flesh and blood essence. Without flesh and blood essence, the power of these abilities would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Lin Feng took out the blood-sucking dagger to deal with the evil Execution Emperor. No. No. The evil Execution Emperor screamed in horror. He wanted to stop the blood essence in his body from being devoured by the blood-sucking dagger, but it was too late. The blood-sucking dagger's devouring power was very powerful and terrifying. It instantly devoured all the blood essence in the evil Execution Emperor's body. The evil Execution Emperor's body directly turned into a dried corpse. Crack, crack. Then, his body shattered. The evil Execution Emperor's body was already on the verge of collapse. Therefore, it was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. Die! Taoist Wu Liang roared and charged towards the evil Execution Emperor again. This time, the evil Execution Emperor only had his origin and soul left. It was naturally much easier to deal with him. Taoist Wu Liang gritted his teeth in hatred towards the evil Execution Emperor. He took out a copper bell. It was actually a magic treasure made of brass. That magic treasure was very powerful and seemed to specialize in targeting cultivators' souls. Taoist Wu Liang took out the copper bell. Then, it directly devoured the evil Execution Emperor's soul. Let me out! Let me out! The evil Execution Emperor roared in anger. He wanted to get out of the bell, but he couldn't. The copper bell was too extraordinary. No one knew what kind of shocking origin it had, but it had completely trapped the evil Execution Emperor's soul within it. How's the negotiation going? As long as you let me go, I can tell you many secrets, such as immortal residences left behind by immortals, ancient secret realms, and so on. I can tell you everything. The evil Execution Emperor roared. He wanted Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang to let him go. Lin Feng sneered. As a cultivator of the 9 prefectures, everyone has the right to kill you. Do you think we will let you go? Moreover, how can we not understand the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain? If we let you go, we will be the ones to suffer in the future. Evil Emperor, you will die today. No one will be able to save your life. Hearing Lin Feng's resolute words, the evil Execution Emperor knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. The evil Execution Emperor roared in anger. I am a great emperor, the ruler of the world. I can't believe I will die at the hands of ants like you. Taoist Wu Liang sneered. You think you can treat us like ants because you are strong, but you underestimate the ants in your eyes. The evil Execution Emperor roared. You dare to kill me? When the time comes, you won't have a good ending. My 9-headed insect race is the royal race of the 10,000 races. We won't let ants like you go. The 10,000 races will soon rule over the 9 prefectures. At that time, you lowly and filthy humans will become the slaves of the 10,000 races again, just like before. Die. Taoist Wu Liang was furious. He grabbed the copper bell and shook it 3 times. Ah! A mournful scream came from the bell. The evil Execution Emperor's soul was directly destroyed. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang slumped to the ground. It was too difficult to kill a great emperor, even if it was just a beginner great emperor like the evil execution emperor. Moreover, it was a severely injured beginner great emperor. After this battle, Lin Feng had a better understanding of the great emperor's cultivation. It was true that those who didn't enter the great emperor realm were ants. We finally killed this guy. It wasn't easy. Daoist Wu Liang fell to the ground, panting heavily. After the two rested for a while, Lin Feng sent the two ghost emperors back into the ghost-raising jar. A ball of soul origin flew out of Daoist Wu Liang's bell magic treasure. It was the evil execution emperor's soul origin. A cultivator's soul origin was divided into two types. One was the soul origin, and the other was the great Tao origin. The soul origin was in the mind, and the great Tao origin was in the dantian. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang split the two types of evil execution emperor's soul origin into two. Apart from the evil execution emperor's origin, the two of them also obtained the evil execution emperor's storage ring. As for what was in the storage ring, they didn't know for now. They hadn't checked it in detail yet. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded. Such an intense battle here might attract other great emperors or powerful beasts. Therefore, it was not a place to stay for long. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang flew out of the Demon Emperor's small world. Lin Feng kept the Demon Emperor's small world in his dantian. Then, he quickly left with Daoist Wu Liang. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang left, ripples appeared in the void. Then, a black-robed cultivator appeared. This black-robed cultivator was the mysterious black-robed cultivator. After the black-robed cultivator came out, another black-robed cultivator walked out. The new black-robed cultivator was a woman. She wore a veil, and her figure was tall and charming. Tai Dao Honorable Lord. This kid should be killed in time. He's a descendant of the sinner's blood. The female cultivator said coldly. It turned out that the black-robed cultivator was called Tai Dao Honorable Lord. As for who he was, no one knew. Honorable Lord Yuan Tian, don't you think it's more interesting to slowly toy with the prey until he dies? Tai Dao Honorable Lord said with a smile. Just kill him to prevent future troubles, the woman called Honorable Lord Yuan Tian said. No, no, no. That's perfect. A descendant of the sinner's blood is already very rare. It's meaningless to kill him directly. We can slowly toy with him. After he becomes stronger and learns more secrets, we can kill him when his heart is filled with hatred and hope. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang found a quiet place. They had two things to do. The first was to check what was in the evil execution emperor's storage ring. The second was to refine the evil execution emperor's origin to improve their strength. Lin Feng took out the evil execution emperor's storage ring and sent his divine sense into it. The evil execution emperor's storage ring was huge. It had been refined into an independent space by the evil execution emperor. In this space, there were piles of peerless origin crystals piled up like a mountain. These were the best origin crystals. There were also boxes of half-immortal stones. There were thousands of boxes. The price of each half-step immortal stone was extremely high. The evil execution emperor was a great emperor after all. The wealth, treasures, and life savings of such an expert were naturally incomparable to ordinary people. In addition to these things, there were all kinds of natural treasures, immortal fruits, and spirit essences. It was unknown how many treasures the evil execution emperor had collected. There were also all kinds of immortal metals, immortal stones, and so on. At a glance, there were countless of them. Lin Feng estimated that these immortal metals and immortal stones were enough to forge 500,000 to 600,000 divine artifacts. When the time came, all the dragon sect cultivators would be equipped. They would definitely be able to kill everyone. Could it be? Lin Feng found 10 spirit stones in a white jade box. They were surrounded by immortal light. They were emitting shocking energy waves. After seeing the 10 spirit stones, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Those 10 spirit stones. They were immortal stones. Even though Lin Feng had never seen a celestial stone, he had seen a half-celestial stone. Whether it was the energy fluctuation or the purity of the energy, the half-immortal stone was far inferior to the 10 spirit stones. Mountains of half-immortal stones could grow. Lin Feng had 9 such mountains in his mountain river ring. They were constantly absorbing heaven and earth spirit qi and qi. However, it was extremely difficult for these half-immortal stones to evolve into immortal stones. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It might take hundreds of millions of years to complete the transformation. This showed how precious immortal stones were. Screech, suddenly, a chirping sound came from the depths of the ring. Lin Feng immediately discovered that there were actually 2 Qing Yuan divine birds in the depths of the storage ring. The blue Yuan was a descendant of the phoenix. Its bloodline was comparable to that of the phoenix, and it was definitely a terrifying existence. No, it's not the real green Yuan, but 2 drops of green Yuan's precious blood. Soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. Those 2 blue Yuans were actually formed from the precious blood of the blue Yuan. These divine beasts and saint beasts had very little precious blood in their bodies. What was precious blood? The treasure blood was the most precious drop of blood among the divine beasts and saint beasts. One had to know that the amount of blood essence in the body was extremely small. It was already good enough for ordinary divine beasts and sacred beasts to have dozens of drops of blood essence. As for treasured blood, it was even more precious. Lin Feng released his godly awareness and surrounded the 2 phoenixes. In a flash, the 2 phoenixes turned into 2 drops of precious blue phoenix blood. Every drop of blue Yuan blood emitted a shocking fluctuation. Not only did it contain the most powerful bloodline essence of the blue Yuan, but it also contained the most powerful bloodline essence of the blue Yuan. Moreover, they also contained some of the green Yuan's memories. Perhaps the memories contained were some inheritance. Of course, it could also be some secrets. But no matter what it was, the information contained in the precious blood was the most important to the green Yuan. In fact, any divine beast or sacred beast would do the same as the green Yuan. They would store their most important memories into the most important drop of blood in their body. It would become a bloodline memory. Lin Feng continued to search in the Evil Execution Emperor's storage ring. There were many magic treasures in the Evil Execution Emperor's storage ring. There were at least a few thousand divine artifact-level magic treasures in total. Moreover, he also had an imperial weapon. However, this imperial weapon seemed to be damaged. It couldn't fully unleash its power. In addition to the damaged emperor weapon, there was also a powerful treasure called Angel's Boots. It was a boot-type magic treasure. He didn't know what material it was made of. After wearing it, one's speed would be doubled. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he saw this treasure. This treasure was too heaven-defying. With Lin Feng's current speed, if he doubled his speed again, what kind of speed would he reach? Just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. No matter what, Lin Feng had to get this treasure. As for the damaged emperor weapon, he could give it to the immeasurable Taoist. Anyway, Lin Feng felt that he didn't lack offensive magic treasures. Instead, he lacked something that could save his life in a critical moment. And this treasure in front of him was something that could save his life in a critical moment. After Lin Feng withdrew his divine will from the storage ring, he handed it to the immeasurable Taoist so that he could check the various things inside. Seeing the various treasures piled up like a mountain, the immeasurable Taoist was so excited that he almost shouted. Then, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist began to distribute the treasures. Lin Feng wanted the angel's boots. A drop of green Yuan blood. 5 immortal stones. All the immortal iron and divine stones, all the magic treasures except the damaged emperor weapon, and half of the half-immortal stones. The remaining items all went to the immeasurable Taoist. The immeasurable Taoist was quite satisfied with this distribution. The immortal iron, divine stones, and magic treasures weren't of much use to him. He only needed the damaged emperor weapon. After distributing the treasures, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist began to refine the Evil Execution Emperor's soul source to improve their cultivation. Lin Feng first refined the Evil Execution Emperor's soul source. During this period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had been constantly improving. Lin Feng's soul had also improved to the level of a boundary emperor realm cultivator who had reached the 20th step of the stone steps. This time, after absorbing Great Emperor Xiaxing's original soul, Lin Feng's soul had become much stronger. It was almost equivalent to a cultivator who had reached the 30th step of the stone steps. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed that his soul power had improved so much in one go. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the evil execution emperor's Dao origin. As the Dao origin was gradually refined, Lin Feng's magic power also improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that the magic power in his body seemed to be transforming. This was a transformation from low-level magic power to high-level magic power. This discovery made Lin Feng very happy because this transformation meant that his magic power was transforming from Giant God Realm magic power to Boundary Emperor Realm magic power. When Lin Feng finished refining all the original strengths of the Great Tao, Lin Feng's combat strength had greatly improved. Lin Feng had the feeling that his battle strength had increased by at least 2 times. However, Lin Feng's glabella hadn't produced the light of calamity yet. Currently, Lin Feng's accumulation was still not enough for him to attempt to break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm. Although he could not break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm for the time being, Lin Feng was not discouraged. Even if the light of calamity appeared, he could not casually break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm because Lin Feng's savings were simply too great. It was not easy to break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm. Even ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm. Not to mention, Lin Feng had such a great savings. No one would doubt it if Lin Feng broke through to the Boundary Emperor Realm by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Therefore, if Lin Feng really wanted to break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to kill the Sky Demon Emperor's son and obtain his heavenly fire. With the heavenly fire, he could break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm. However, the Sky Demon Emperor's son was not so easy to kill. That was because the Sky Demon Emperor's son always had many experts by his side. Moreover, there was a terrifying guardian following the Sky Demon Emperor's son. If he wanted to kill the Sky Demon Emperor's son, he had to find an opportunity when the Sky Demon Emperor's son was alone. However, this opportunity was not easy to find. Lin Feng would not break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm for the time being, so he could continue to wait for such an opportunity to come. Of course, Lin Feng hoped that this opportunity would come soon. When the time came, he would kill the Sky Demon Emperor's son and obtain the Black God-devouring flame. After refining the Black God-devouring flame, not only would he break through to the Boundary Emperor Realm, but he would also obtain the 5th heavenly fire. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha 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 ha, the effect of the Emperor's origin is great, Taoist Wuliang laughed loudly. This guy had obviously obtained a lot of benefits after refining the evil Emperor's origin, which was why he was so excited. Lin Feng's thoughts were also awakened by Taoist Wuliang's sudden laughter. Lin Feng took out the drop of blue Luan blood. He planned to study the blue Luan blood. Lin Feng felt that the blue Luan blood contained some secrets. If that was the case, it would be great. If Lin Feng didn't have any secrets, he would have immediately refined the precious blood of the Cyan Phoenix to increase his cultivation level. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the blue Luan blood. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if he was being summoned by something. He found himself at the bottom of a huge immortal mountain. This is? Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. This must be the scene contained within the Azure Luan blood. After comprehending these images, his spiritual force invaded this world. What secret is hidden in the Azure Luan blood? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He flew up the immortal mountain and finally landed on the peak. There was a cave abode on the peak. The words Azure Phoenix Immortal Abode were written on the immortal abode. Lin Feng was shocked. He actually dared to call it an immortal mansion. This should be Qing Wan's cultivation cave, right? Qing Wan had the bloodline of the phoenix and was incomparably powerful. It was indeed possible for her to cultivate into an immortal. Could it be that this cave was left behind by the immortal level Qing Wan? The Azure Luan blood Lin Feng obtained did not reach the immortal level. This was because with the passage of time, the energy within the Azure Luan blood quickly dissipated. Therefore, even if this drop of Azure Luan blood was once an immortal blood, when a large amount of energy was lost, it would gradually degenerate. In the distance, endless azure light surged between heaven and earth. Within the azure light, a Qing Wan quickly flew over. When he saw the Qing Wan, Lin Feng was shocked. This was because the Qing Wan's body had been pierced through. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from the wound. The Qing Yuan had suffered an extremely serious injury. Moreover, the flame of life seemed to be extinguished. This was a fatal injury. The Qing Yuan clearly could not hold on and was about to die. What kind of creature could injure the Qing Yuan to this extent? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but reveal a deep shock. The Qing Yuan itself was abnormally terrifying and powerful, but now, the Qing Yuan had suffered such a serious injury. Just how terrifying was the creature to be able to injure the Qing Yuan to this extent? At this moment, the void above the Qing Yuan split open and a mysterious black-robed cultivator stepped out. The black-robed cultivator's aura was too powerful. It was as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Lin Feng had never seen Tai Dao Honorable Lord before. If he had, he would definitely be able to sense that this black-robed cultivator's aura was extremely similar to Tai Dao Honorable Lord and Yuan Tian Honorable Lord. After this black-robed cultivator appeared, he attacked the Qing Yuan with a palm. The Qing Yuan tried its best to dodge, but it was unable to completely avoid this terrifying palm. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The Qing Yuan was directly sent flying. Half of its body exploded. It had suffered an extremely serious injury. The black-robed cultivator laughed sinisterly. "Honorable Qing Yuan, your time of death has come." The black-robed cultivator rushed forward to kill the Qing Yuan. At this moment, the Qing Yuan's body burned and turned into a ray of azure light that entered the immortal abode in front of it. Then, the immortal abode was sealed by a powerful restriction. Ha 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 ha. Honorable Qing Yuan, do you think you can escape this calamity by hiding in the immortal abode? Just now, I have already shattered your heart meridians. Your dermic powers will dissipate within an hour. Once your dermic powers dissipate, you will definitely die. I don't even need to do anything. Only death awaits you. The black-robed cultivator laughed loudly. He did not attack the restriction of the Qing Yuan immortal abode as if he was afraid that he would attract the honorable Qing Yuan's companions. The black-robed cultivator did not stay for long. He rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng returned to reality. Then, a mass of information appeared in his mind. Heaven Realm, God's Ocean Domain. Qing Yuan Immortal Island, the inheritance of the Honorable Qing Yuan was waiting for the fated one. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The secret hidden in the Qing Yuan blood was actually the inheritance of the Honorable Qing Yuan. And this inheritance was actually in the Heaven Realm. In the vast Heaven Realm, there were countless experts. Who was that black-robed cultivator who killed the Honorable Qing Yuan? His cultivation was actually so terrifying. It really made people feel unusually shocked. Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm. Sooner or later, I will go to the Heaven Realm. Lin Feng's fists could not help but clench together. The Heaven Realm was a world that everyone yearned for. Taoist Wu Liang was also sensing the drop of Qing Yuan blood that he obtained. He did not know what secret was hidden in the drop of Qing Yuan blood. Was it the same as the secret hidden in the Qing Yuan blood that he obtained? After half an hour, Taoist Wu Liang woke up. This time, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had a tacit understanding and did not ask each other about the secret hidden in the Qing Yuan blood. Boom. At this time, a terrifying aura filled the air and shrouded the cave that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were in. Just as Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang rushed out, a huge claw the size of a mountain descended from the sky, crushing the mountain they were in. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were horrified. They had come out just in time. If they had come out a little later, they would have died. At this moment, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang finally saw what kind of creature it was. It was a huge two-headed crocodile. This crocodile was about 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. Its huge body was like a rolling mountain ridge. This crocodile's body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Its two heads were ferocious and terrifying. Unlike other crocodiles, this crocodile only had one eye on each head. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a strange crocodile. However, Lin Feng discovered that this crocodile had one eye on each of its front claws. The missing eye on its head had appeared on its claws. It was extremely strange. What the hell is this? Is there a crocodile that looks like this? Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but cry out. A loud rumbling sound was heard. This strange giant crocodile directly moved, and its huge tail whipped towards Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang wanted to dodge the crocodile's attack, but he failed in the end. With a dull bang, the crocodile's terrifying attack landed on Taoist Wu Liang's body. Then, Taoist Wu Liang was sent flying. Wah! Taoist Wu Liang spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He had been seriously injured by this attack. Several of his bones had been broken. This crocodile was truly terrifying. Originally, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had landed in the nest of a group of terrifying wild beasts. This crocodile had probably been attracted by them while they were cultivating. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. This crocodile's strength had definitely reached the emperor level. Moreover, its strength was terrifying, and its defense was shocking. 100 of him and Taoist Wu Liang wouldn't be a match for this crocodile. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Wait for me, the immeasurable Taoist held in grief. As he ran, he panted heavily. Blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Right now, Taoist Wu Liang was in a pitiful state. It was as if he had just gone through a life and death battle. Hurry up, we'll be swallowed by the crocodile if we're any slower, Lin Feng said. Although the giant crocodile's battle prowess was heaven-defying, its body was simply too huge. Such a huge body naturally couldn't gain an advantage in terms of speed. Therefore, the giant crocodile was unable to catch up to Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Now that Lin Feng was wearing the angel's boots, when he used the 8-directional small world, his speed was greatly increased. And Lin Feng felt that it had more than doubled. He left the immeasurable Taoist behind without a trace. After seeing giant crocodile return to his territory, Lin Feng stopped and waited for immeasurable Taoist. After immeasurable Taoist caught up, he immediately shouted, "Take it off, quickly take off this pair of boots. I don't want that broken emperor weapon anymore, I want this pair of boots." Immeasurable Taoist originally thought that his speed was already extremely fast, and he didn't need a treasure like the angel's boots at all. But now, he felt that the angel's boots were extremely important. If he had worn the angel's boots earlier, when he was attacked by the giant crocodile, his speed would have been increased by the angel's boots. He might have been able to dodge the giant crocodile's attack. He wouldn't have to be as miserable as he was now. Lin Feng said, "The treasures have already been distributed. It's too late for you to want them now." Hearing Lin Feng's words, immeasurable Taoist rolled his eyes and said, "Big brother, take pity on me. You're already so fast, this angel's boots are useless to you. Why don't you give them to me? What do you want? Just say it. Give me the other drop of blue Luan blood, and I'll give you the angel's boots." Lin Feng said. "Why don't you go and die? Immeasurable heavenly sovereign my ass!" shouted the boundless Taoist priest angrily. He threw a kick at Lin Feng. He wanted to send Lin Feng flying to vent his frustration. However, Lin Feng nimbly dodged the attack. Plop, immeasurable Taoist fell flat on his face. "Let's go," Lin Feng said and quickly left the place with immeasurable Taoist. This wasn't a place they could stay for long. They tried to leave this place, but they failed. They were attacked by many powerful beasts. "Why do I feel like so many beasts are looking for us?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Immeasurable Taoist nodded. He had the same feeling. It was as if the beasts here were deliberately looking for them. This caused Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist to feel puzzled and worried. Maybe these beasts know that you and I have come here and have dodged the attacks of so many beasts, so they want to hunt us down. They want to see who will be the first to kill us? Lin Feng said what he was thinking. After hearing Lin Feng's guess, immeasurable Taoist immediately shouted. The immeasurable Taoist immediately cursed, F*ck that immeasurable deity bastard. Are these beasts treating us as prey? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. He felt that this was very likely. These beasts were too powerful and intelligent. It wasn't strange for them to treat the two of them as prey. This is going to be very troublesome, Lin Feng said. Lightning flashed in the distant forest. Soon, the huge lightning bolt charged over. Amidst the lightning, there was a purple leopard. The leopard was over 10 meters long, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Its cold eyes looked at Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist. Despicable ants, you dare to enter the world inside the chaos gate with your cultivation? Are you here to die? This was a lightning leopard, and it could generate the power of lightning. Moreover, it could communicate with the power of lightning in the world. Now that the lightning leopard had discovered the whereabouts of Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist, it wanted to kill Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. These beasts can talk? And here I thought they couldn't talk. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The lightning leopard looked at Lin Feng coldly with contempt and contempt. The other living beings don't talk because they don't want to talk to you. What right do lowly beings have to talk to us? The fact that I can talk to you today is the blessing of your ancestors. Lin Feng sneered. What a joke. You're just a leopard. Normally, you're just a side dish for yours truly. Today, you're acting so cocky. You really don't know the meaning of death. Courting death. There was a reason why Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't choose to flee when the thunder leopard appeared. This thunder leopard was indeed terrifying, but Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could feel it very clearly. This thunder leopard's aura was much weaker than the other creatures they encountered before. Beasts like the giant crocodile had definitely reached the emperor realm. However, the thunder leopard shouldn't have reached that level yet. The thunder leopard should be infinitely close to the emperor realm. Its combat strength was definitely heaven-defying. However, no matter how heaven-defying the thunder leopard was, it wasn't an emperor realm. As long as it wasn't an emperor realm, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had a way to deal with it. The thunder leopard was extremely fast. As expected of the leopard race. The leopard race was known for their speed, especially the legendary cloud leopard and wind leopard. Their speed was unbelievably fast. The thunder leopard wasn't the fastest among the leopard race. However, it was definitely an extremely fast race. The thunder leopard quickly pounced in front of Lin Feng. Then, it swung its sharp claws at Lin Feng. The thunder leopard's eyes were filled with a cold smile. It was as if it could already see the scene of this person who dared to provoke it being killed by its claws. However, the thunder leopard's wish was about to come true. Just as its powerful claws were about to land on Lin Feng dodged to the left. In an instant, Lin Feng dodged the thunder leopard's terrifying attack. Lin Feng's speed was already extremely fast. Moreover, Lin Feng was now wearing the angel's boots. His speed doubled. Even the thunder leopard in front of him couldn't compare to Lin Feng's speed. Dracophant arms, after dodging the thunder leopard's attack, Lin Feng threw a punch at the thunder leopard. Beasts had strong physical bodies. Therefore, they loved to fight in close combat. The thunder leopard was the same. It was extremely fast and had a terrifying physical body. It had the advantage in close combat. However, today, the thunder leopard had encountered a human cultivator who was faster than it, had a stronger fleshly body, and was even stronger than it. The speed of Lin Feng's punch was simply too fast. Lei Bao simply had no time to dodge this punch. The thunderbao had no choice but to use its claws to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Following the violent collision, Lin Feng and Lei Bao fiercely collided. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Lei Bao and Lin Feng's right claw was directly broken by Lin Feng. Lei Bao's huge body was sent flying. Daoist Wu Liang's attack came. Daoist Wu Liang took out his blood-red ruler and swept it towards Lei Bao. The thunder leopard tried its best to dodge the attack of the immeasurable Daoist's supreme treasure. However, he still wasn't able to completely dodge it. A popping sound could be heard. Immeasurable Daoist's blood-red ruler directly tore Lei Bao's body apart. Fresh blood flowed out. Lei Bao let out an incomparably painful roar. If it had dodged a little slower, it would have been split into two by Daoist Wu Liang's supreme treasure. Give me your life. Lin Feng pounced on Lei Bao again and punched at it. Swoosh! It was at this moment that Lei Bao displayed a powerful ultimate skill. There was a flash of light. Lei Bao actually disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, it was already 100 meters away when it reappeared. This technique was really unbelievable. It was almost equivalent to a spatial transformation technique. It should be a terrifying technique passed down by the thunder leopard race. You two lowly ants actually hurt me. You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Lei Bao roared furiously, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. When it roared, it tore at the wounds on its body. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. It looked really miserable, but it didn't think of running away. Perhaps it had absolute confidence in itself, so it still wanted to kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang even though it was heavily injured. Endless thunderstorm. Lei Bao roared towards the sky. Then, above the 9 heavens, endless thunderstorm condensed. A gust of wind blew. The void collapsed. Thunder struck. Heaven and earth were destroyed. The power of the thunderstorm was really terrifying. It made people turn pale. This Lei Bao was really powerful. It could still summon such a powerful attack even though it was heavily injured. The power of the thunderstorm descended from the sky, blasting towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng waved his hand. The heavenly mystery pagoda flew out. Rays of protective light fell, protecting Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The heavenly mystery pagoda was really useful during this period of time. Now, it was showing its powerful use once again. When the power of the thunderstorm came down, it was all blocked by the heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive light shield. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be happy. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes were green. He had been eyeing Lin Feng's heavenly mystery pagoda for a long time. This treasure was really powerful. Anyone who saw this treasure would be tempted. Attack! Lin Feng said and took the lead to charge towards Lei Bao. The heavenly mystery pagoda blocked the powerful attack of Lei Bao. Now, it was his and Daoist Wu Liang's turn to attack. Daoist Wu Liang reluctantly retracted his gaze and then charged towards Lei Bao with Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out 2 stone swords. Swoosh! Swoosh, the 2 stone swords slashed towards Lei Bao. The immeasurable Daoist took out his blood-red ruler. The blood-red ruler also quickly slashed towards Lei Bao. Lei Bao opened its bloody mouth and spat out 3 energy balls towards Lin Feng's 2 stone swords and Daoist Wu Liang's blood-red ruler. Bang! 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 The 3 energy balls that Lei Bao spat out struck the 3 magic treasures. A violent collision sound rang out. However, the 3 energy balls that Lei Bao spat out failed to send the 3 magic treasures flying. Instead, the 3 magic treasures pierced through the energy balls and swept towards Lei Bao. This time, Lei Bao wanted to use the spatial transformation sacred art from before. However, this time, Lin Feng directly took out a magnetic field to envelop Lei Bao. The void was almost sealed. Hence, Lei Bao's move failed. Pooh! 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 The 3 magic treasures pierced through Lei Bao's body. Lei Bao was sent flying. After his huge body fell to the ground, he couldn't help but twitch violently. Lin Feng walked towards Lei Bao. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Daoist Wu Liang said with a smile, "Kill him and we can have dinner." Lei Bao roared, "You can't kill me. My clan's great emperor is one of the strongest overlords in this ancient forest. If you kill me, you will die without a doubt. We will not let the tiger return to the mountain." Lin Feng sneered. A sword chi slashed out and beheaded Lei Bao. At the same time, the sword chi shattered Lei Bao's soul. Lei Bao was killed. The moonlight was bright. The moon was as bright as a plate, hanging high in the sky. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang sat around the bonfire. The thunder leopard's thigh was roasted to a golden color above the bonfire. It emitted a tempting meaty aroma. After smelling it, one's taste buds couldn't help but open up. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang ate the roasted meat and drank wine. This was a very comfortable life. The only thing to worry about was that they had to be extremely cautious. This was because a terrifying creature might appear at any time. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang continued to head outside. The 2 wanted to see if they could sneak out under the cover of the night. However, not long after, they were targeted by a terrifying creature. It was a huge owl. This owl had 18 pairs of wings. When it spread its wings, it could cover a distance of 40 to 50 meters. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. His body exuded a monstrous aura, causing others to be shocked and moved. It was an Emperor Realm 18-winged owl. Moreover, it was a creature that was most suitable for moving around at night. Owls were originally nocturnal creatures. Even the powerful 18-winged owl in front of them was the same. Their race didn't like to come out during the day because they hated the sunlight. However, when it was night time, their battle strength would be enhanced. This was a very special race. Their battle strength would greatly increase at night and their battle strength would greatly decrease during the day. Being targeted by this 18-winged owl was naturally an extremely bad thing for Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The 18-winged owl was very fast. The two of them fled and almost died at the hands of the 18-winged owl several times. Fortunately, they eventually entered the territory of another ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts attached great importance to the concept of territory. Therefore, they wouldn't enter the territories of other ferocious beasts. The 18-winged owl in front of them was the same. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang could heave a sigh of relief for the time being. They found a place to rest for a while before continuing on. Not long after, the two of them found the corpse of a cultivator. Then, the two of them quickly walked towards the corpse. This was the corpse of a cultivator from the myriad races. However, this person clearly hadn't reached the Emperor realm. There are other cultivators here, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, looks like there are still some cultivators who haven't reached the Great Emperor realm yet. I wonder how the others are doing? Lin Feng replied, if you fall into this place, I'm afraid that very few people will be able to leave this place alive. Taoist Wu Liang agreed with this point. This place was too dangerous. Entering this forest was like entering the nest of a beast. If it was an ordinary beast, it would have been fine. However, the most important thing was that there were some great emperor-level ferocious beasts living here. Not long after, the roar of a beast shook the sky. Then, a dense pack of ferocious birds flew out from the sky. Those ferocious birds flew quickly above the mountain forest, as if they were looking for something. There were also a large number of ferocious beasts galloping in the forest. It was as if a beast tide had broken out. Those powerful ferocious beasts let out deep roars from time to time, just like the ferocious birds in the sky. The ferocious beasts in the forest also seemed to be looking for something. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang hid in a cave halfway up a mountain. They sealed the cave with a seal. Are they looking for us? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Taoist Wu Liang said, most likely. It looks like the great emperor of the Thunder Leopard clan is angry. Previously, the Thunder Leopard had said that the great emperor of the Thunder Leopard clan was one of the strongest existences in this ancient forest. Now, it seemed that this was true. News of the Thunder Leopard's death had reached the clan. Then, the terrifying existence of the Thunder Leopard clan had launched a terrifying attack. The current situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang because they could be discovered at any time. Once discovered, they would be in danger. Violent fluctuations came from the distance. A group of cultivators was attacking a dozen or so myriad race cultivators. Apart from us, there are indeed some cultivators who haven't reached the Great Emperor realm yet. It looks like they've also grasped the method to enter this place. Lin Feng couldn't help but say when he saw the group of cultivators being surrounded. Taoist Wu Liang looked at the myriad race cultivators gloatingly and said, however, it looks like those fellows are in for a bad time now. That group of cultivators was very strong, but now they were surrounded by a group of terrifying fierce beasts and birds. Although they had displayed amazing battle strength and killed many fierce beasts and birds, they were still in a constant battle. In this continuous battle, people on their side were constantly being killed. The situation was very dangerous. These people wanted to try to break out of the encirclement, but more and more fierce beasts and birds came from all directions and then attacked them even more fiercely. No one was able to escape. The situation before them made the myriad race cultivators feel a deep sense of despair. Why is it like this? The myriad race cultivators roared in indignation. They were able to enter the world inside the primal chaos gate. It was clear that they were people with great fortune. Moreover, their backgrounds were extremely extraordinary. But now, no matter what kind of fortune they had or how extraordinary their backgrounds were, it was all destined to become a thing of the past. In this place, only life and death mattered, not birth. Soon, these myriad race cultivators were drowned by a group of fierce beasts and birds. They died tragically under the siege of these fierce beasts and birds. Lin Feng didn't sympathize with these myriad race cultivators. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When entering such a dangerous place, one had to have the mentality that anything could happen. If they died here, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. The world of cultivators had always been this cruel, not to mention that these myriad race cultivators were of foreign races. Who knew how many massacres they had caused in the 9 prefectures? Who knew how many innocent people had died in the hands of these people? They deserved to die and didn't deserve sympathy. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's hiding place didn't encounter any danger for the time being. However, this was something that would happen sooner or later. It was impossible for them to not be discovered. On this day, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang saw a huge winged dragon flying over from afar. It was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, much stronger than the thunder leopard. However, that winged dragon probably hadn't entered the Great Emperor realm. When it flew over the cave Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were hiding in, the winged dragon seemed to sense something. Its cold eyes looked down at the mountain peak below. Then, the winged dragon flapped its wings and flew down. The winged dragon circled around the huge mountain peak, a pair of cold eyes staring at it. It seemed to be searching for something. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist held their breaths, not daring to make the slightest sound. The cave they were hiding in had already been sealed. From the outside, the cave looked no different from an ordinary mountain. However, there was no guarantee that the winged dragon's divine sense would be so powerful that it would be able to find some clues. Or perhaps the winged dragon would suddenly attack and destroy the entire mountain. If that happened, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist would be completely exposed. These were all possible scenarios, so they had to be on guard. At this moment, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist were extremely nervous. The winged dragon flew to the entrance of the cave and looked at the mountain in front of it with a puzzled expression. Although the mountain looked no different from other mountains from the outside, there was something strange about it. The winged dragon felt that something was wrong. However, it couldn't figure out what was wrong, so it wanted to take a closer look. Just as the winged dragon was about to take a closer look, a beast's roar came from the distance. It sounded like the language of beasts. Lin Feng couldn't understand what it meant, but the winged dragon could. The winged dragon didn't bother checking the mountain in front of it. Instead, it soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had nearly been scared to death just now. Fortunately, the winged dragon had been lured away. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what happened? Why did the winged dragon leave? Immeasurable Daoist said, the beasts in the distance said that they had discovered some experts and were calling for their powerful companions to help. When the winged dragon heard that, it quickly flew over to help. Holy shit! You even know the language of beasts? You're a genius. Lin Feng looked at Immeasurable Daoist in shock. He realized that Immeasurable Daoist really knew a lot of tricks. The longer he stayed with him, the more shocked he would be. Immeasurable Daoist curled his lips and said, what's so special about the language of beasts? I've even studied bird language, fish language, insect language, and so on deeply. As an excellent archaeologist, it's very important to learn these languages. Because in many cases, you can get some answers by asking birds, fish, insects, beasts, and so on. Hearing Immeasurable Daoist's words, Lin Feng really admired Immeasurable Daoist from the bottom of his heart. No wonder this guy could still live so freely after being a grave robber for so many years. This was because the Immeasurable Daoist had too many tricks up his sleeve. So many that it was shocking, so many that it was inconceivable, so many that it was unimaginable. The battle in the distance was very intense. The fluctuations were incomparably violent. A large number of ominous beasts and birds rushed over and launched an incomparably fierce battle. The one being besieged was definitely a creature with extremely terrifying combat strength. However, he did not know who they were. Myriad races? Alien races? Were they cultivators from other foreign forces or cultivators from the 9 regions? So many terrifying ferocious beasts and birds besieged together, but the other party still managed to tear a bloody path out. The 3 figures quickly rushed into the distance. Young Master Nya. Xingyuan Dao. There's another person I don't know. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect that the people being besieged were actually these three people. Needless to say, young Master Nye's bloodline was incomparably terrifying, and his combat strength was incomparably terrifying. He was one of the most terrifying cultivators among the younger generation of the myriad races. Xingyuan Dao was equally famous as young Master Nye. He was a top genius from the Sacred God clan and his combat strength was unparalleled. The third cultivator was a female cultivator. She was tall and charming and wore a black gauze dress. It wrapped her perfect body in it. It was filled with endless seductive beauty. That woman had a delicate face that looked like it could be broken by the wind. She should not be too old. However, she was charming and enchanting. She was truly a rare beauty. These three people were besieged by so many ferocious beasts and birds, but they actually managed to tear open a path to escape. It was truly terrifying. These three people are too powerful. They definitely surpass many experts of the older generation. Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng did not doubt this at all. The combat strength of these three people indeed surpassed many experts of the older generation. If they were given time, these three people would definitely be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng naturally did not want to see them break through to the Great Emperor realm. Whether it was young Master Nye or Xingyuan Dao, they both regarded the human race as slaves. They had insulted the human race more than once. Once such people became great emperors, it would be a devastating blow to the human race of the 9 continents. At that time, who knew how many innocent people would die in their hands? A large number of ferocious beasts and birds chased after the three people. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist could finally relax when they saw the scene. They did not leave the cave because it was extremely unwise to go out now. They would only be able to escape after the beast tide dispersed. If they went out now, they would definitely be discovered. At that time, it would be dangerous. There was no moon that night. Black clouds rolled and the atmosphere was incomparably oppressive. Ferocious beasts were often most active at night. There were roars of beasts everywhere. However, this night was extremely strange. Because there were no roars of beasts that night. Even the sounds of insects and birds had disappeared. Boom! In the middle of the night, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the mountain forest. It was a terrifying immortal might. Endless immortal light flew out. There seemed to be something wrapped in the immortal light. The aura of that thing was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that even the aura of an immortal artifact could not compare to that mysterious thing. Lin Feng even felt that the aura of that thing was even more terrifying than that of an ancient artifact. Heavens! What the hell is that? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious item in the depths of the cave. It was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. However, he did not know the origin of that treasure. Immeasurable Taoist almost drooled. Go, go, go. Let's go see what that treasure is. Immeasurable Taoist shouted and was about to rush outside. Wait, what's the rush? Don't you know that the arrow shoots the bird that takes the lead? Lin Feng pulled Immeasurable Taoist back. Immeasurable Taoist finally calmed down. There were no longer any signs of ferocious beasts in the mountain forest outside. After the mysterious treasure appeared, no other living creatures appeared. After coming out, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist stood some distance away and observed the situation. The mysterious treasure, shrouded in endless immortal light, charged out from the deepest part of the ancient forest. Roar! A roar reverberated through the clouds and a colossal creature with a height of 10,000 meters stood up to grab the mysterious treasure. What kind of creature is that? That being stood up straight and had 8 arms. Its head was as large as a mountain, and its roar seemed to be able to bring down the stars in the outer realm. The terrifying being was about to grab the treasure. However, a terrifying beam of light shot out from the treasure. The terrifying beam of light slammed into the giant beast, causing it to stumble back. The giant beast smashed through mountain after mountain. It's the legendary 8-armed Tyrannosaurus. Lin Feng finally saw what the terrifying being was. It was actually an 8-armed Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus was a super overlord among the Earth Dragons. The bloodline of the Earth Dragons was relatively weak compared to the other dragon races. However, that didn't mean that all Earth Dragons were weak. The royal bloodline of the earth dragons, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Tyrannosaurus rex, was extremely terrifying. Compared to any other dragon race, the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Tyrannosaurus rex wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The 8-armed Tyrannosaurus rex was a mutated race among the Tyrannosaurus rex. This mutated race had a stronger bloodline, a larger body, greater strength, and more terrifying abilities. Lin Feng had read about the 8-armed Tyrannosaurus rex in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying being in the real world. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The world inside the Chaos Gate was truly extraordinary. Even a terrifying being like the 8-armed Tyrannosaurus rex existed. That was a legendary giant beast. It really is the 8-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. Wasn't it said to be extinct long ago? I didn't expect such a creature to exist in the world inside the Chaos Gate. Immeasurable Taoist said with shock. The world is vast and boundless. It's not easy to destroy an entire race, said Lin Feng. Compared to the shock brought by the 8-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, the mysterious treasure shocked Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist even more. Because, the 8-armed Tyrannosaurus rex was sent flying by a beam of light from that treasure. Just what kind of treasure was it? How could it have such terrifying power? It was truly inconceivable. The treasure quickly flew outside. Not long after, the giant alligator made its move. Its huge tail lashed out at the treasure. The tail whipped down. Lin Feng felt as if even the heavens and earth were about to be torn apart. Facing the giant crocodile's attack, the mysterious treasure simply shot out a beam of light, which collided with the giant crocodile's tail. The giant crocodile was sent flying by the beam of light. The scales on its tail fell off, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Even the giant crocodile couldn't withstand a single blow from that treasure. Oh my God, what kind of treasure is this? Isn't he too powerful? Taoist Wu Liang was already dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was too shocking. But everything was real. It was a treasure that displayed a heaven-defying might. It made people feel as if they were in a dream. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even those great emperor-level beasts were sent flying with a single blow. Do you think we should attack if that treasure really flies towards us? If we don't attack, we'll have regrets. If we attack, we might be reduced to ashes. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who smiled bitterly. Taoist Wu Liang was also in deep distress. It was just as Lin Feng had said. Should they attack when the time came? Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds, spreading in all directions. A huge ferocious beast stood up. It was 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. It was actually a lightning leopard, surrounded by endless lightning. A lightning leopard's body wasn't that big. An adult lightning leopard was only a dozen meters long. Clearly, this lightning leopard was an lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The thunder leopard opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow the treasure that appeared in the sky in one gulp. This is the guy who started the beast tide, right? Taoist Wu Liang said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng nodded and said, this lightning leopard has a terrifying aura. It's definitely a terrifying existence. The lawful embodiment of heaven and earth it's manifested is too huge. I wonder if it can devour that supreme treasure? Boom! In the face of the lightning leopard's attempt to swallow it, the mysterious treasure showed its might again. This time, it shot out a terrifying beam of light. The beam of light shone on the lightning leopard's body. Bang! The lightning leopard's huge body exploded. The treasure destroyed the lightning leopard's lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. How heaven-defying! Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were deeply shocked. The treasure rushed out from the depths of the forest and flew toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The two of them were stunned. It was actually flying toward them. The two of them hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. They wanted to see if they could take that treasure. Lin Feng had the heaven-devouring jar, which came in handy. As for Taoist Wu Liang, he definitely had his own methods. If they were attacked by that treasure, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda would probably be able to save their lives. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's plan was quite good. However, the treasure flew halfway to the left. It's flying this way. It's flying in the wrong direction. Lin Feng shouted. Heavenly Lord Wu Liang, damn it. That's my treasure. Taoist Wu Liang flew toward the treasure. Swoosh, suddenly, a cultivator flew out from the void. The cultivator had a pair of wings on his back. He was a great emperor of the myriad races. He opened his hand and pressed down on the treasure. Just as the cultivator made his move, the void split open again. The primal chaos ancient bell flew out and sent the great emperor flying. Damn it! The great emperor who was sent flying couldn't help but roar. The treasure is mine. The primal chaos ancient bell shouted excitedly as it rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a mountain. Then, the primal chaos ancient bell emitted a terrifying devouring power that moved toward the treasure. Roar! A roar came from the forest. 1,000-meter-tall beast stood up and punched the primal chaos ancient bell. With a loud bang, the ferocious beast smashed the chaos ancient bell and sent it flying. After seeing the beast's appearance, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were shocked. It was a creature that was somewhat similar to an ancient ape. Its muscles contained explosive power, and its entire body was covered in golden hair. Titan, it's actually a titan. This is a legendary race that can kill immortals. Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng was also shocked. The world behind the primal chaos gate was too terrifying. Even the legendary titan that could kill immortals had appeared. The appearance of the titan race was truly surprising. The world within the chaos gate was filled with secrets, and each of them was capable of causing an uproar. These terrifying creatures were already hard to find in the outside world, but they kept appearing in the world within the chaos gate. Anyone who saw them would find it unbelievable. The world within the chaos gate was like a world that had not been destroyed at all. This world was filled with mysteries, unknowns, power, and immortality. It was filled with many things and creatures that were incomprehensible. After Titan smashed the chaos ancient bell away, he opened his big hand and grabbed the mysterious treasure. He didn't know what it was, but it was emitting such shocking waves of energy and could display such peerless and terrifying power. The treasure dealt with the Titan the same way it dealt with the other powerhouses. A beam of light shot out. It swept towards the Titan. Its power could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it was enough to shock and awe anyone who saw it. The terrifying attack seemed to be able to turn everything in the world into ashes in an instant. The attack collided with the Titan, and in an instant, the Titan was sent flying. Even someone as powerful as the Titan was unable to suppress the treasure. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng's heart trembled. The power of this treasure was a little too extraordinary. It was unimaginable that it could be so tyrannical. Just what level of treasure was this to be able to repel so many tyrannical creatures? The treasure tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. Chase! Terrifying creatures roared and shook the sky as they quickly chased after the treasure. In the distance, there were even more terrifying creatures chasing after it. Lin Feng and Wu Liang had seen more than a dozen emperor-level creatures here. How many of them had appeared here? When Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest saw those great emperors running towards the mysterious treasure, they were delighted. Now, they could finally leave this ancient forest. Although they had failed to obtain the treasure, being able to leave this ancient forest was still something worth celebrating for Lin Feng and Wu Liang. If they continued to be trapped here, the two of them felt that sooner or later, they would be killed by some kind of terrifying creature. Lin Feng and Wu Liang successfully walked out of the ancient forest that was fraught with danger. They greedily sucked in the fresh air of the Chaos Gate's inner world. The air here was filled with immortal energy. Taking a breath, their bodies felt relaxed. I wonder where the immortal mountain and river in the scroll painting are? Lin Feng asked. He decided to search for that place with Wu Liang. That place was one of the most mysterious places in the inner world of the Chaos Gate. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest had been in the scroll's world with the stone turtle. They had crossed the fog and arrived there. Now, they had really entered the inner world of the primal Chaos Gate. That river. That stone tortoise. And those immortal cranes that flew across the sky towards the immortal mountain. Were they still there? The two of them began to search for the place they had seen in the scroll painting. They hoped to find that place. There was definitely a great opportunity hidden there. If they could find it, Lin Feng and Wu Liang would benefit greatly. It would definitely be of great benefit to them. In the distance, 3 figures streaked across the sky. Lin Feng and Wu Liang were shocked. They were actually Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and that woman that Lin Feng and Wu Liang did not recognize. The 3 of them were incomparably powerful, and their luck was monstrous. They had also entered the inner world of the Chaos Gate. They seemed to be in a hurry. They seemed to be searching for something. Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Follow them. Let's see what they're up to." Then, the 2 of them stealthily followed behind the 3. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and hid in the void. It was as if he had become a part of the void. Wu Liang also had a similar ability. Although it was not the Great Void technique, it was still extremely extraordinary. As a veteran Tomb Raider, Immeasurable Daoist definitely had some extraordinary means. And now, Immeasurable Daoist was displaying these means. Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and that woman had been discussing something along the way. However, because they were too far away, Lin Feng and Wu Liang could not hear them. In the end, the 3 of them arrived at a lake. It was an ice lake. The surrounding 30 miles was incomparably cold. Snow was constantly falling, and the ice lake was frozen. The 3 of them floated above the ice lake. "This should be the place," the female cultivator said. "Let's go down and take a look," Gong Zhongya said excitedly. Then, the 3 of them raised their magic power barriers. Then, they broke through the ice and entered the depths of the ice lake. It seems that the 3 of them have some secrets. I wonder what kind of opportunity is hidden under the ice lake. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the sound of war drums came from the depths of the ice lake. It was as if the void was about to collapse. Lin Feng and the Taoist priest were stupefied. Something terrifying had happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and the female cultivator quickly rushed out of the ice lake. After they rushed out, the black fog tumbled and the sound of strange beasts trampling on the air came from the black fog. Then, Lin Feng and Wu Liang saw more than a dozen black armored knights rushing out of the black fog. They were riding terrifying strange beasts. Each of them was holding a war spear. The war spears in their hands trembled slightly. It was as if they could collapse the void. Seeing this scene, the 2 of them were extremely shocked. Such terrifying black armored knights. They were definitely heaven-defying existences. They're not living people, but puppets. To think that they could refine puppets to such a powerful level. This is unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim after seeing through the black armored knights. Wu Liang said, "These black armored knights are puppets refined from the corpses of supreme experts. This refining method is truly superb. It's as if they were refined into new living beings. What are they guarding? Could it be an immortal estate or a great tomb?" Lin Feng thought of a possibility. This was the world inside the primal chaos gate. If they were guarding an immortal estate or a great tomb, didn't that mean that the immortal estate or tomb these black armored knights were guarding was left behind by immortals? "Let's observe the situation first," Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng whispered, "What do you think is down there?" "Surrounded by mountains is a trap, a lake with water is a lake, a mountain ridge in the distance is like a dragon, and a dragon trapped in a lake is a tomb," Daoist Wu Liang said. This damned Daoist Wu Liang was indeed an expert in tomb raiding. He was able to see through the clues with just a casual observation. It was impossible not to admire Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang hid in the dark, wanting to see how Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and the woman would deal with the dozen black armored knights. "Destroy them," Xing Yuandao said with an indifferent expression. He was very strong and had confidence in himself. Swish, with a flash of light, Xing Yuandao took out a halberd. Holding the halberd, his body exuded boundless battle intent. At this moment, Xing Yuandao seemed to have transformed into a primordial war god, possessing boundless battle strength. With a wave of his sword, he could shatter the heavens, not to mention the myriad worlds of the universe. He was indeed worthy of being a top genius of the sacred god clan. His battle strength was absolutely heaven-defying. A blood-red sword appeared in Gong Zhongya's right hand. Clearly, it was also an extraordinary treasure. Compared to Xing Yuandao's majestic aura, Gong Zhongya looked much calmer. However, no one dared to underestimate him. He had always been hiding his strength. However, his battle strength was terrifying to a heaven-defying extent. The woman took out a fire dragon whip. The fire dragon whip was also a powerful supreme treasure. He had refined the soul of a fire dragon into the whip. Furthermore, the fire dragon whip was made from the tendons of a fire dragon. At the same time, she had added dozens of powerful immortal materials. It was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the woman, it could be said that it complemented each other. Clap 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 clap, the woman waved the fire dragon whip in her hand. Suddenly, the fire dragon whip emitted a series of violent sounds. Even the void was almost shattered by the impact. Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and the woman attacked the dozen black-armored knights. The two sides immediately engaged in an intense battle, but Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and the woman were quickly defeated. Although the three of them had heaven-defying battle strength, the black-armored knights were too powerful. In the battle between the two sides, the three of them repeatedly encountered danger. He was almost killed. In the end, the three of them left the battlefield. With just the three of us, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to defeat these black-armored knights. Xing Yuandao said with a gloomy expression. How about we find the heavenly demon emperor's son and the others? The female cultivator said. Xing Yuandao and Gong Zini frowned slightly. They didn't want to share the opportunities here with others. However, with their current strength, it was difficult for them to enter. Gong Zhongya said, let's do it this way. The three of them quickly reached an agreement. Then, they quickly left to search for the heavenly demon emperor's son and the others. After the three of them left, the dozen or so black-armored knights entered the ice lake with the endless black fog. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang walked out from their hiding place. These black-armored knights are so strong. Do you have a way to deal with them? Lin Feng asked. Follow me down to investigate. Let's see what's going on inside first. Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng nodded and summoned the heavenly profound pagoda to protect him and Immeasurable Daoist. Then, the two of them quickly entered the ice lake. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the ice lake. In the deepest part of the ice lake, there was a huge abyss. This was the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the abyss, terrifying demonic energy was constantly gushing out. It's down there. Lin Feng pointed at the abyss. He and Immeasurable Daoist carefully entered the abyss. Immeasurable Daoist kept looking around, constantly observing their surroundings. When they reached the bottom of the abyss, they saw a huge cave at the bottom. The space around the cave was slightly distorted. Outside the cave stood two huge stone statues. The statue on the left was a three-headed, six-armed demon god, while the statue on the right was a half-dragon with a human body and a dragon head. These are guardian statues. With a demon god and a half-dragon as guardians, this tomb is extraordinary. Immeasurable Daoist said. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, the sound of war drums came from the depths of the cave. This time, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist were even closer to the war drums. Thus, they could hear them even more clearly. The two of them screamed and couldn't help but clutch their chests tightly. An unprecedented pain swept through their bodies. The sound of the war drums was very strange. It made them feel as if their hearts were about to explode. At that moment, black fog gushed out of the cave. More than a dozen black-armored knights riding strange beasts crushed the void and charged toward Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. Oh my god, run, Immeasurable Daoist shouted and turned to run. Whoosh, Lin Feng also rushed up. He was even faster, leaving Immeasurable Daoist far behind. After Lin Feng rushed out of the ice lake, he stood in the distance and looked at the ice lake. Not long after, Immeasurable Daoist escaped, followed by more than a dozen black-armored knights. The black-armored knights waved their war spears at Immeasurable Daoist, wanting to kill him. The spear light was very terrifying, instantly shattering the void. Just as it was about to hit Immeasurable Daoist, he casually took out a puppet. The puppet quickly grew bigger and blocked all the spear light attacks. Immeasurable Daoist took the opportunity to escape. The black-armored knights didn't chase after him. They looked coldly at Immeasurable Taoist and Lin Feng in the distance, then returned to the ice lake. Immeasurable Heavenly Venerate my immortal. This is the only one I have left. Now, it's wasted. Immeasurable Taoist wailed and sat on the ground, panting heavily. It's good enough that you made it out alive, Lin Feng said as he walked toward Immeasurable Taoist. Then, he continued, there's definitely something terrifying in the Great Tomb, especially the sound of the war drums. It's too special. Fortunately, it only sounded a few times. If it sounded too much, I feel like my heart would explode, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Immeasurable Taoist nodded and said, it's definitely a powerful treasure. There's definitely something good in this great tomb, and there's more than one. It's worth searching for. Lin Feng said, if you're not an emperor, I think it'll be very difficult to enter. Those black armored knights are too powerful. Also, I noticed that the black armor they're wearing is an extremely powerful treasure. Now that young Master Nya and the others have left, when they return, there might be emperors following them. At that time, we might not have anything to do with it. Seeing Taoist Wuliang's frown, Lin Feng asked, what's wrong? Did you discover something special? Taoist Wuliang asked. Have you heard of the Yinyang tomb? Lin Feng nodded. Of course. There are 2 tombs in the Yinyang tomb. Normally, the Yin tomb contains boundless killing intent, while the Yang tomb contains large amounts of treasures. Normally, the Yin tomb is revealed to the world, while the Yang tomb is hidden. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Are you trying to say that the tomb we're looking at is the Yinyang tomb? Taoist Wuliang said, that's right. The tomb we're looking at today is the Yinyang tomb. When I entered the abyss earlier, I observed it carefully. The abyss is filled with frigid water, and the 8 extremities are filled with Yin energy. The cave faces west, where the sun sets and the moon emerges, where the Yang vanishes and the Yin emerges. The abyss is low in the east and high in the west, where the dark Yin flows. When we entered the abyss, we heard the terrifying drumbeats. The drumbeats are so powerful, and there are over a dozen black armored knights guarding the place. If this isn't the Yin tomb, then what is it? When Lin Feng heard the boundless Taoist priest's explanation, he suddenly felt enlightened. Tomb raiding was a great field of study. Taoist Wuliang was amazing because he knew all sorts of secret techniques, and he was also very experienced. He was a veteran tomb raider who combined theory and practice to the extreme. There was no lack of armchair strategists in this world. One might learn a lot of theory, but when it came to practice, one would be completely dumbfounded, realizing that it was not the case at all. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang left the frozen lake. Where are we going? Lin Feng asked. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The sun rises in the east, where the first ray of sunlight shines. We should be heading east, Taoist Wuliang said. They were surrounded by mountains, and the undulating mountain ranges spanned over 25 kilometers. Lin Feng asked, are you saying that the Yang tomb might be under this mountain in the east? Taoist Wuliang said, that's indeed a possibility, but we'll need to find a dragon to determine if it's really here. Moreover, it's not that the Yang tomb isn't dangerous. The Yin tomb is indeed a land of death, but many times, it is also very dangerous. Once we enter it, we might encounter many terrifying things. Lin Feng could understand this. It would be strange if the Yang tomb had no danger at all. It was just that the Yang tomb was not as dangerous as the Yin tomb. He realized that he could learn a lot about tomb raiding tombs. Of course, from Taoist Wuliang's point of view, this was not a grave robbery. This should be called archaeological research. Taoist Wuliang took out an ancient compass. This compass was very extraordinary. There were many special carvings on it, including true dragons, phoenixes, taotais, qilins, and other sacred beasts. Was Wuliang Wuliang? Wuliang Fangs. Wuliang Wuliang. Is. Lu Wuliang Wuliang use. Was. Lin Feng was confused. How can a compass without a needle be used? What's with this compass? Lin Feng asked. Wuliang Wuliang grinned, this is a good treasure. I found it in an ancient tomb not long ago. It's called the heart compass. It's named after the words wishes come true. It's said that the compass will show you whatever you want it to show you. You need to use your heart to feel the compass. The compass doesn't have a needle because your heart is the needle. There's a compass like this? Lin Feng looked at the compass in Wuliang's hand in shock. It was too extraordinary. This was the first time he had seen or even heard of such a compass. Of course. The heart compass is very precious and unique. You won't be able to find a second one in this world. Wuliang's smile widened. It was clear that Taoist Wu Liang liked this treasure very much. It could be used at many crucial moments. Let me have a look at this compass, Lin Feng said. He wanted to carefully observe this compass. He also wanted to see if this compass was really the same as what the immeasurable Taoist said. Taoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng as if he was guarding against a thief and said, "Go play somewhere else. This is my lifeblood. What if you break it with your clumsy hands and feet? Can you afford it?" Then, Taoist Wu Liang took the heart plate and walked through the forest. He observed the heart plate while chanting an incantation and observing his surroundings. Lin Feng knew that Taoist Wu Liang was searching for Long Dingshui. Finding the dragon cave was also the most difficult task. Once successful, they would be able to find the location of the tomb. Immeasurable Taoist's methods were extraordinary. He knew 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques. Therefore, Taoist Wu Liang would often use the contents of the 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques to search for the dragon. The tombs here were truly extraordinary. Even Taoist Wu Liang, who was an expert in tomb raiding, had failed time and time again in his search for the dragon cave. Taoist Wu Liang was full of the meaning of the phrase, "The more you fail, the braver you become." After failing 49 times in a row, the sky had already darkened. Taoist Wu Liang paced on the spot. Impossible. If there really is a tomb, there's no way we can't find it. He frowned slightly and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. At this moment, the moonlight was full. Taoist Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly Moon Acupuncture Technique. Taoist Wu Liang continued chanting the incantation with the heart plate in his hand. He flew into the air and used the power of the moon to support the heart plate. When the power of the moon descended on the heart plate, it was reflected back. The reflected light finally shone on a mountain peak. The light flashed and disappeared, but it was seen by Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang cried out in surprise, "I found it. I really found it. I always thought that the tomb's entrance should be in the mountain range. I didn't expect it to be on a mountain peak." Lin Feng said, "Let's go and take a look." Next, the two of them soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was very cold. It was snowing heavily. The peak of the mountain was sealed in ice. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang observed their surroundings. Lin Feng said, "Where do you think the entrance is?" Taoist Wu Liang said, "It should be up there somewhere. Let me make some deductions." As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Wu Liang began to use a secret technique to deduce the entrance. Soon, his eyes lit up. "Found it," Taoist Wu Liang said as he quickly walked towards a cliff. Then, he punched the cliff in front of him. With a boom, the cliff fell off. When Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest saw the stone door in front of them, they were overjoyed. The stone door should be the entrance to the Great Tomb. They should be able to enter the Great Tomb once they opened it. The stone door was densely covered with runes. These runes were very complex and filled with a mysterious power. Taoist Wu Liang studied the runes for a while, but he couldn't figure out how to break them. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, "How do you think we should break these runes?" Lin Feng looked at the runes and couldn't help but frown. They were indeed very complicated. Trying to break them wouldn't be easy. These runes are very ancient. After so many years, the power of time should have worn away most of the power of the runes. However, these runes still possess unimaginable power. I really don't know how powerful these runes were in the past. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He tried to use different methods to break the runes on the stone door. Lin Feng's celestial master path's inheritance wasn't particularly complete. Lin Feng had never seen the celestial master path's holy artifact, the stone scripture. He had only obtained a portion of the celestial master path's inheritance. Therefore, Lin Feng found it difficult to break some of the top-tier grand arrays. Fortunately, Lin Feng had studied all kinds of grand arrays over the years. Although the grand array before him was very powerful, it was still very difficult to break it. But with Lin Feng's efforts, he still managed to break it. When Daoist Wu Liang saw that Lin Feng had broken the grand array, he impatiently reached out to push open the stone door. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. The stone door was pushed open by Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang was the first to rush through the stone door. Lin Feng was the second to do so. All of a sudden, endless darkness surged forth. The darkness here was very strange. Even divine senses were suppressed, making it impossible to probe the surroundings. Daoist, where are you? Lin Feng asked. But the immeasurable Daoist didn't answer him. At this time, Lin Feng sensed that something was wrong. Swish swish, suddenly, a pair of cold eyes lit up in the darkness. It was a pair of pale green eyes, emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. That pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw those eyes, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was definitely a pair of terrifying eyes that made one's mind tremble. Lin Feng wanted to bring out his own magic weapon to protect his body, but at this time, Lin Feng found that he couldn't bring out his magic weapon. This place was very strange, suppressing his spirit sense and magic power. At this moment, Lin Feng felt like he had become an ordinary person. For a powerful cultivator to suddenly become an ordinary human was a terrible feeling. And now, Lin Feng was experiencing this terrible feeling. Who are you? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. You're afraid? The mysterious existence said. I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Feng said. No, you're lying to yourself. You're afraid. Fear is spreading throughout your body. The mysterious existence continued. What kind of existence are you? Lin Feng asked again. I can peek into the inner world of others. Your inner world is now filled with fear. And I like to see people filled with fear. I like all the negative emotions in people's lives. Fear, irritation, anxiety, unease, etc., 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 said the mysterious cultivator. A terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng and enveloped him. That terrifying force enveloped Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his body was out of his control. Endless darkness engulfed him, wanting to drown him in darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that he had become a small boat in the middle of the ocean. He could be overturned at any moment by a huge wave. No. Lin Feng was unwilling to be swallowed by the darkness. He struggled. But the more he struggled, the faster the darkness swallowed him. When Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by the darkness, when Lin Feng's consciousness was about to be drowned, suddenly, a ball of light appeared in the endless darkness. Then, a man walked out of the ball of light. Defeat all the powerhouses of the heavens. Open your eyes. You will find that you are destined to have a fearless heart. No one can make you fall into fear. Your heart is incomparably strong. You are my son. You will be fearless. The mysterious existence said aloud. After Lin Feng heard that voice, he struggled to open his eyes. Father, in the darkness, Lin Feng muttered. He saw his father. A fearless heart, Lin Feng roared and began to struggle. He wanted to break free. He wanted to obtain freedom. The darkness will not be able to devour my heart. Fear will eventually become a thing of the past. Ah, Lin Feng roared. Swoosh, in the next moment, there was a flash of light, and the darkness in front of him disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng found himself in a stone cave. Daoist Wu Liang was not beside him, and he did not know where he had gone. Where is this stone cave? Where is the stone door? Is the stone door a teleportation array? I was teleported to this place after entering the stone door? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Then, he thought of the terrifying scene he had experienced earlier. His eyes looked at a table not far away. It was a stone table, and on the table was a pitch-black stone ball. The stone ball was not particularly big. It was about the size of a bowl, and its surface was uneven. What is this? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently when he saw the stone ball. He felt that everything that had just happened was related to the stone ball. The stone ball seemed to be emitting a demonic power. Stone of fear. The demon lord said. Stone of fear? What is that? Lin Feng could not help but ask in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of something like a stone of fear. What? If you die in the illusion, you will die in the real world? Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the demon lord's words. If that was the case, the stone of fear was simply too terrifying. Can something like the stone of fear be forged into a powerful magic treasure? Lin Feng asked. He had already experienced the power of the stone of fear, so he knew how terrifying it was. If the stone of fear could be forged into a treasure, how terrifyingly powerful would it be? It can indeed be forged into a treasure. However, ordinary people do not know the forging method. Therefore, even if you have the stone of fear, it is very difficult to forge it into a powerful treasure. Demon Lord said. Lin Feng said regretfully, it would be a pity if there is no forging method for such an extraordinary immortal iron. If it is left untouched, it would be a waste of the immortal iron. Yao Jun said, actually, it's not like there's no way. That's to cut the fear stone into pieces and polish it into the shape of a gem. Look at many treasures. For example, some treasured swords are embedded with various gems. In fact, those gems are not just for decoration. Many gems have some special functions that can increase the power of treasured swords. Lin Feng nodded. He also knew what the demon lord was talking about. In fact, it was not just swords. Many treasures were also embedded with special items. The embedded items were not only gems but also other things. For example, some beast cores, treasured bones, immortal iron, and so on. After embedding these items, the power of the treasures would be greatly increased. If I polish the stone of fear into a gem and embed it into a treasure, wouldn't it be a waste of the treasure? I feel that the power will be weakened a lot. Lin Feng said. Demon Lord said, indeed, the power will be weakened a lot. However, this is the only way. Lin Feng said, alright. Let's do it this way. When I get out, I will find a way to cut the stone of fear and polish it into a gem before embedding it into my Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had been infused with many precious materials. Its power was now close to the level of a monarch weapon. It should be noted that the Primal Chaos Ancestral Chi and Black-Yellow Ancestral Chi were supreme treasures that could be forged into immortal tools, but Lin Feng had integrated them into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp at the same time. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was incomparably terrifying. If the Dreadstone was embedded into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, the lamp would be able to create illusions like the Dreadstone, causing people to fall into endless fear. The power of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp would be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Lin Feng quickly kept the stone of fear. Then, he looked around and realized that there was nothing else in the cave other than the stone of fear. There was only a passageway that led to another place. Lin Feng walked towards the tunnel, only to see that it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. This should be the Yang Tomb, right? Taoist Wu Liang was right. Most of the treasures are distributed in the Yang Tomb. I've only just entered the Yang Tomb, yet I've already obtained a stone of fear. I wonder if I'll be able to find other treasures later. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He had no idea where Taoist Wu Liang had been teleported to, so he had to make haste. Taoist Wu Liang was the founder of the tomb raiding world. He definitely knew how to find treasures in tombs. Although Lin Feng had come into contact with tomb raiding before, he wasn't particularly familiar with it. Be careful. The aura here doesn't feel right, the demon lord warned. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask, Demon Lord, did you sense something? It's a very strange feeling. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with this tomb. There's no harm in being careful. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded and carefully walked towards the passageway. Gusts of chilly wind started blowing in the passageway. After walking for over an hour, Lin Feng saw that the path ahead had become much wider. The belly of a mountain appeared in front of him. Next, Lin Feng entered the belly of the mountain. Eh? Stone sculptures. After entering the belly of the mountain, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. He saw over a dozen stone sculptures in the belly of the mountain. These stone sculptures were very unique. They were all strange-looking creatures. Lin Feng had never seen them before. For example, one of the creatures had the head of a qilin, but it had the eyes of a dragon, the nose of a tiger, the mouth of a crocodile, the ears of a cow, and the body of a goat. This creature was truly strange to the extreme. The stone sculptures were all damaged to varying degrees. The most severely damaged stone sculpture had already been broken down the middle. It fell to the ground. Lin Feng searched the belly of the mountain but found no treasures. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a chill on his back. He felt as if pairs of cold and terrifying eyes were staring at him. It was an incomparably terrible feeling. Lin Feng hastily turned around, but he didn't see anything. Apart from him, there were only a dozen broken stone sculptures in the belly of the mountain. Are there secrets hidden in these stone sculptures? Lin Feng looked at the broken stone sculptures. He walked towards a broken stone statue and threw a punch at it, wanting to shatter it. But who would have thought that at that moment, the stone sculpture would open its eyes? Swoosh, swoosh. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from the stone sculpture's eyes. Then, the two beams of light bombarded Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! Following the two violent collisions, Lin Feng was sent flying by the two beams of light. Even with Lin Feng's powerful body, he felt his qi and blood roiling. He almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Roar! The stone sculpture let out a deep roar. This roar contained endless ferocity and cold-killing intent. At this moment, the broken stone sculpture seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled immortal expert. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a series of low growls could be heard. The broken stone sculptures in the belly of the mountain had all come to life. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng, his killing intent was monstrous. They're not stone sculptures. They're all stone beings. Lin Feng's face changed. These living beings were not stone sculptures. They were terrifying stone beings. However, it was unknown who had destroyed the bodies of these stone beings. Therefore, the bodies of these stone beings were all badly damaged. The aura of these stone beings was overwhelming. They were simply too terrifying. There was no way to fight against them. The Stone Clan's creatures were terrifying. Moreover, there were so many of them, so there was no need to continue fighting against these damaged Stone Clan members. Lin Feng was extremely fast, turning into a bolt of lightning as he sped through the passageway. The dozen or so Stone Tribe members chased after him relentlessly, trying to catch up to Lin Feng. However, they were ultimately unable to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally managed to shake off the dozen or so Stone Tribe members. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. Why are there so many incomplete Stone Tribe members in the Great Tomb? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. Save me! Who can save me? A miserable shriek rang out from afar. Lin Feng's expression jolted. Wasn't that Taoist Wu Liang's shriek? He had no idea where that guy had been teleported to earlier. He had no idea what he had gone through to make him let out such a pitiful shriek. Lin Feng sped towards the source of the shriek. The passageways in the tomb extended in all directions. Lin Feng was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to see Taoist Wu Liang. The densely packed giant spider demons were surrounding Taoist Wu Liang, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. When Lin Feng saw those spiders, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Those spiders were all golden. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a golden spider demon. Every spider demon could spit out dense golden threads, which could easily tear the void apart. Of course, the most terrifying thing about them was their binding ability. Taoist Wu Liang brought out defensive magic artifacts one after another to resist the attacks of the golden threads. However, those defensive magic artifacts were all entangled by the golden threads. Then, he lost all his divine power. This was the golden spider demon's web, which had an unimaginable binding ability. After immeasurable Taoist used more than 20 defensive magic weapons, he no longer had any defensive magic weapons to use. Taoist Wu Liang was so frightened that he kept shrieking. If he was entangled by the spider's web, he would probably die. Hurry up and help! Seeing Lin Feng rush out from the passageway, Taoist Immeasurable's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted loudly. Lin Feng said with a smile, "It seems that I came just in time. If I had been a little late, you would have become a dish for these golden spider spirits." The immeasurable Taoist said, "This Taoist grandpa is not destined to die. Even the heavens do not dare to accept me." Lin Feng summoned the heavenly flame. The 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely and flew toward the golden spider demon. Chi 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 chi, the heavenly fire directly ignited the spider web spat out by the golden spider demon. Lin Feng's heavenly fire was definitely the bane of these golden spider demons. One by one, the golden spider demons let out cries of terror and quickly fled. "We're finally out of danger." Taoist Wuliang let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. "You have quite a few defensive treasures on you. Give me a few to protect myself." Lin Feng said. "You have emperor-level defensive treasures on you. You don't need my defensive treasures at all." Immeasurable Taoist hurriedly said. If Immeasurable Taoist wanted something from him, it would be worse than killing him. Taoist Wuliang hurriedly put away all the defensive treasures on the ground. Lin Feng pursed his lips and looked disdainfully at the stingy Taoist Wuliang. Then, he asked, "Did you find the main burial chamber in this tomb?" "I did find the main burial chamber." Those golden spider demons appeared next to the main burial chamber. "They are probably guarding the main burial chamber. Come with me. We'll go take a look at the main burial chamber," Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng nodded and followed Taoist Wuliang to the main burial chamber. After making many turns in the passageway, they arrived outside a huge cave. The cave was sealed by a stone door. However, there was no end to the stone door. There were huge holes on the walls on both sides of the cave, and there were many golden spider demons living in those holes. The golden spider demons crawled out of the holes and looked at Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang with cold eyes. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng took out his 4 heavenly flames. The golden spider demons immediately let out ear-piercing screeches. Clearly, they were very afraid of Lin Feng's heavenly flames. Therefore, the golden spider demons did not choose to attack Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. However, they did not choose to retreat either. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the largest hole, and a purple-gold spider spirit crawled out. The purple-gold spider demon should be the king of the golden spider demons. "Humans, this is the resting place of the burial chamber's master. There is nothing you want here. If you want treasures, just follow the passageway. Soon, you will know what the treasures here are. When the time comes, you will be able to harvest them." The purple-gold spider demon looked coldly at Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. If it were not for Lin Feng's heavenly flames, the golden spider demons would have already attacked Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. Taoist Wuliang said, "This Taoist pays his respects to every grave he comes across. Since I'm here today, I naturally have to pay my respects to this almighty." Lin Feng said, "We'll be out soon. If you want to fight, we'll fight." The purple-gold spider demon's eyes were extremely gloomy. After pondering for a long time, it ordered the other golden spider demons to retreat. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang pushed open the stone door and entered the main burial chamber. There was a stone bed in the main burial chamber. On the bed was a skeleton. Its body had long decayed. Can the body of an expert of this level be destroyed? Lin Feng asked with a frown. The demon lord said, if one's body was severely injured when they were alive, and if they died as a result, their body would not be able to survive for long periods of time. Only a complete body can survive for long periods of time without decaying. However, if too much time passes, no body can be preserved. It will also be destroyed by the power of time. Lin Feng said, I just don't know where this expert came from. This junior kowtows to you. We came here with no intention of offending you. If we have offended you, please forgive us, senior. Taoist Wuliang sincerely kowtowed to the mysterious expert. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang kowtowed to the mysterious expert. This was their respect for an expert who had already passed away. After kowtowing 9 times, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang hurriedly got up and looked around the main burial chamber to see if there were any treasures left behind. There were many burial items here. For example, there were some treasures, pills, scrolls, jade tubes, and so on. These items were extremely valuable in the past, but they were all destroyed now. Too much time had passed, and anything could have been destroyed by the power of time. Lin Feng found a bronze cauldron in the corner of the burial chamber. He opened the cauldron. Suddenly, holy light surged out from within the cauldron. Then, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the main burial chamber. Such a dazzling holy light was truly shocking. Moreover, the item within the cauldron was emanating an extremely intense fluctuation. At that moment, Lin Feng finally saw what it was. It was a fist-sized crystal. Sealed within the crystal was a clump of immortal liquid. He didn't know the origin of the immortal liquid, but it was simply too extraordinary. It was emanating shocking fluctuations. Taoist Wu Liang also noticed the extraordinary treasure within Lin Feng's cauldron. He quickly ran over. Heavens! It's actually something like that. Taoist Wu Liang exclaimed. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He recognized the item in Lin Feng's hand. You recognize what this is? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang in astonishment. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This damn Taoist was truly experienced and knowledgeable. It seemed like there was nothing he didn't recognize. Taoist Wu Liang was so excited when he saw the item that his smile stretched all the way to his ears. He said, "This is World Immortal Liquid." World Immortal Liquid? What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It's the essence of a great world. Because it's too dense, it transformed into this immortal liquid. Taoist Wu Liang said. What? The essence of a great world? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng knew that cultivators had essences, but this was the first time he'd heard that great worlds had essences as well. Thus, Taoist Wu Liang's words shocked Lin Feng greatly. Taoist Wu Liang said, the great world can evolve. It is said that the great world has a world spirit, and it will continue to evolve over a long period of time. Therefore, among the 3,000 great worlds, some great worlds are strong while some are weak. You see, in the previous war, many great worlds were destroyed because those great worlds were not strong enough to withstand the destructive power caused by the war. Therefore, those great worlds were destroyed one after another. However, some of the more powerful great worlds remained unscathed. I see. I didn't think that great worlds could produce essences like cultivators. Lin Feng sighed. Taoist Wu Liang said, hurry up and open it. We'll split it in half. It'll definitely be able to greatly increase our cultivation. Lin Feng pointed at the purple gold spider spirit, who was staring coldly at him and Taoist Wu Liang. We can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here first. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang had no objections and left the main tomb with Lin Feng. The two of them found a secluded place and split the world essence into two, one for each of them. Then, they began to refine the world essence to improve their cultivation bases. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't know how effective something like a major world's origin source was, but just by hearing its name, he knew it was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng hoped that it would bring about a better effect. Under the operation of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill, the macro world's origin was constantly refined into the purest energy origin. And this energy source was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the pure energy of the macro world's origin energy, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was steadily increasing. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his magic power was constantly transforming. With the transformation of his magic power, Lin Feng was gradually approaching the edge of a breakthrough. Finally, all the macro world's origin was refined and absorbed by Lin Feng. A beam of tribulation light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Through this beam of tribulation light, Lin Feng felt a heavy oppressive force. That was the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao on him. It was rolling like a mountain, rolling like the sea, so oppressive that one couldn't breathe. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao was too terrifying. This indicated how difficult it would be for Lin Feng to break through to the quasi-emperor realm in the future. The beam of tribulation light has appeared. Now, I can try to break through. Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. He was very happy that he could finally try to break through. Now, Lin Feng had immortal stones and half-immortal stones on him. He didn't need to worry about the energy needed to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng's only worry was that he didn't have a strong enough opportunity to help him complete this breakthrough. If he could refine a heavenly flame, this breakthrough would be successful. Lin Feng had made up his mind to see if he could find an opportunity to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. If he couldn't kill the heavenly demon emperor's son, then he would refine the reincarnation immortal sex reincarnation everlasting fire. As for the unparalleled master of the reincarnation everlasting fire, Lin Feng didn't care anymore. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the most reliable thing to do was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. He couldn't worry too much about what would happen in the future. Not long after, Taoist Wu Liang also woke up from his cultivation. This guy was jumping and jumping around, looking very happy. Clearly, refining the macro world's origin had raised his cultivation by a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang continued to walk deeper into the passage. This should be the way to the Yin tomb, right? Lin Feng asked. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. That's right. This is the way to the Yin tomb. Most of the treasures in the Yang tomb should have been taken already. It's time to take a look at the Yin tomb. Damn, what treasures did you get in the Yang tomb? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask Taoist Wu Liang. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained the Stone of Fear. The second thing he had obtained was the macro world's origin. Anyone who saw the macro world's origin would have a share, and Taoist Wu Liang had given half of it. Of course, both items were incomparably precious. However, the treasures in the Yang tomb shouldn't just be those. It seemed that Taoist Wu Liang had gotten there first. This guy was proficient in tomb raiding, so he must know the locations of the treasures inside the tomb like the back of his hand. Taoist Wu Liang said, "The living don't ask about the dead. Since it's already been taken, don't ask about it, especially in a tomb. Asking about it is a taboo. It's easy to attract some unclean things." The damned Taoist's words were very frightening. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this, but he didn't continue asking. Finally, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang entered the Yin tomb. The Yin tomb also had a main tomb. They had just entered the main tomb of the Yin tomb. Endless black fog rolled, followed by earth-shaking battle cries that resounded through the world. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. Within the black fog, an army of thousands of men and horses charged at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The scene before his eyes was simply too terrifying. Anyone who saw the army of thousands of men and horses charging at them would probably fall into deep despair. Lin Feng also felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to turn and run, but he soon felt that something was wrong. There couldn't be an army of thousands of men and horses here. What the hell is this? At worst, we'll just fight. Similarly, Taoist Wu Liang took out a powerful magic treasure and charged at the charging army. Bam, the two sides clashed, producing a violent sound of collision. A world-destroying shockwave surged out, causing the void to collapse. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang relied on their powerful magic treasures to fight an intense battle against the attacking army. The stone sword soared into the sky, slicing apart one terrifying creature after another. Lin Feng discovered that these creatures were not made of flesh and blood. Instead, they were illusory forms. Lin Feng opened his snake eyes and gazed into the distance. He saw a battle banner floating in the air. The banner was slightly swaying and in a flash, an army of thousands of men and horses was forming. Heavens! What kind of treasure is that? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief when he saw the war banner. It was too shocking. It was just a war banner, yet it could unleash such heaven-defying power. It was unbelievable. It's a war banner. The entire army was created by that war flag. Lin Feng said solemnly. What? An army of thousands of men and horses evolved from a single banner? Could it be the legendary Iron Blood war banner? Taoist Wu Liang could not help but exclaim. What is the Iron Blood war banner? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. There were too many supreme treasures in the world. Lin Feng had only heard of a few treasures. For example, he had never heard of the Iron Blood war banner that Taoist Wu Liang was talking about. The Iron Blood war banner is a heaven-defying supreme treasure created by an extremely terrifying existence from the celestial realm. It is said that a gentle wave of the banner can summon an army to fight against the enemy. Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng was shocked. There was such a heaven-defying treasure? It was unbelievable. However, Lin Feng soon felt that something was amiss. He said, if it's a supreme treasure created by that terrifying expert from the celestial realm, the army it can summon shouldn't be this weak, right? Taoist Wuliang said. Perhaps it's sealed. If its full power is released, we will be instantly drowned by the army. However, it has given us a chance to obtain the Iron Blood War banner. Ha ha ha. You already have enough treasures. Give this Iron Blood War banner to me. He channeled his magic power with all his might and began a massacre, forcibly tearing a path through the army. Lin Feng quickly approached the Iron Blood War banner. If what Taoist Wuliang said was true, the Iron Blood War banner was definitely a heaven-defying supreme treasure. It was an extraordinary treasure. He naturally had to obtain it as quickly as possible. Bullshit, you clearly have a lot of treasures. This Iron Blood War flag should be mine. The immeasurable Taoist could not help but roar and attack with all his might, wanting to snatch the Iron Blood War banner. He took out talisman after talisman of the three pure ones, a total of 5 of them. The talisman of the three pure ones unleashed its might and annihilated the army that was charging at him. 3 pure ones. When Lin Feng saw the talisman, he had the urge to kill Taoist Wuliang with a single punch. He had used up all the talisman of the 3 pure ones. He had no more talisman of the 3 pure ones. That was something that Taoist Wuliang had said countless times. But now, this damned Taoist actually took out so many talismans of the 3 pure ones. This guy's words really couldn't be trusted. Taoist Wuliang used this opportunity to quickly approach the Iron Blood War banner. Dong, dong, dong. However, right at that moment, the sound of drums could be heard. Lin Feng looked in another direction and saw a huge drum floating in the black fog. The drum was wrapped in beast skin. When the drum sounded, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang felt as if their hearts were about to split open. It was an extremely painful feeling. The two of them had heard the drum before. Now, they finally found the source of the drum. Dong, 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 the drum sounded again. Wah. Wah, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang could not withstand the terrifying drum sound. They could not help but vomit mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. This kind of drum sound was a bit too terrifying. It could be described as horrifying. There was no way to resist it. Run! Lin Feng shouted. He wanted to retreat. The drum sound made him feel an aura of death enveloping him. Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into an endless hell. His body was strong, and he had the undying divine body. Although he was injured by the drum sound, the injuries he suffered were not particularly serious. Taoist Wuliang, on the other hand, was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He was in a terrible state. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, what kind of drum is this? Taoist Wuliang could not help but wail. He had explored countless ancient tombs and had dabbled in all kinds of treasures. However, he had never seen such a strange drum. The drum was too terrifying. It was definitely a great killing machine. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were about to retreat. At that moment, the Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. This is the Sky Drum. It is the drum that commands the Heaven Realm's army to attack when there is a war in the Heaven Realm. It is infused with endless killing intent, which is why it is so terrifying. Hurry up and use your haki to resist the Sky Drum's attack. Then, quickly approach the Sky Drum and drip your blood on it. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. He did not hesitate and used his 3 haki. The 3 haki formed a powerful magnetic field. When the Sky Drum sounded again, the sound of the drum was greatly weakened by Lin Feng's magnetic field. The damage that Lin Feng received was also greatly reduced. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the Sky Drum. Are you crazy? Taoist Wuliang could not help but roar when he saw Lin Feng rushing toward the Sky Drum. This was an extremely dangerous thing. He could lose his life at any time. However, Lin Feng did not retreat. Dong, 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 as Lin Feng quickly approached, the sound of the Sky Drum became more and more intense. The power contained in the sound of the drum also became more and more terrifying. The sound of the drum was extremely hurried. It almost shattered Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's extremely strong physical body started to crack like a piece of porcelain. This was an extremely terrifying scene. It made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng even felt that his body was about to explode. The sky drum was really terrifying. It was indeed a treasure that had been infused with the endless killing intent of the Heaven Realm's army. Ah! Lin Feng roared. He circulated his immortal divine body with all his might. Before his body collapsed, Lin Feng quickly rushed to the sky drum and cut his right palm. Bang! Lin Feng's blood-stained palm fiercely slapped the sky drum. Then, Lin Feng's blood was absorbed by the sky drum. The heavenly drum's bell finally stopped ringing. Lin Feng could clearly feel a mysterious connection between him and the heavenly drum. This connection allowed him to clearly sense the heavenly drum's aura. At this moment, the heavenly drum and Lin Feng had merged together. The heavenly drum seemed to have become a part of Lin Feng's body. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Lin Feng had already experienced how terrifying the heavenly drum was. If not for the fact that his physical body was comparable to an immortal emperor's and that his immortal divine body could quickly heal his damaged body, Lin Feng would not have been able to obtain it. Lin Feng would not have been able to obtain the heavenly drum. Such a treasure was simply too terrifying. No one could get close to it. However, the result today was extremely delightful. The heavenly drum had become Lin Feng's treasure. Ha 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 ha, the Iron Blood War flag is mine. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang suddenly laughed. This treasure was also extremely extraordinary. When Lin Feng obtained the heavenly drum, Taoist Wu Liang obtained the Iron Blood War flag. Immediately after, Taoist Wu Liang wailed, "This is not the real Iron Blood War flag. This is just a secondary flag." Anyone could hear how depressed Taoist Wu Liang was. Lin Feng asked, "What's the difference between the secondary flag and the real Iron Blood War flag?" Taoist Wu Liang said, "Once the real Iron Blood War flag is waved, it can summon immortal soldiers and divine generals. It can kill gods and Buddhas in its way. However, the army summoned by the secondary flag is far weaker. However, the material of this secondary flag should be pretty good. It seems to have fused with the same material as the Iron Blood War flag. That's why it's much more powerful than the other secondary flags." The Iron Blood War flag was the war flag of the commander. When the war flag was waved, the army would trample the heavens and the earth. The secondary flag was the flag used by the general to command the army. This was because every general commanded a different army. Therefore, the secondary flags were also different. The power of these secondary flags was also different. Although the sub-flag obtained by Taoist Wu Liang could not be compared to the Iron Blood War flag, it was still an extremely powerful treasure that could display terrifying battle prowess. Previously, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had already experienced the might of this flag. At a critical moment, it could definitely play a role in reversing the situation. Now that Lin Feng had obtained the heavenly drum, a heaven-defying treasure, the Iron Blood War flag's sub-banner had been taken by the immeasurable Taoist, so be it. In the future, he might be able to obtain the real Iron Blood War flag. Boom! At this time, violent fluctuations came from outside. A great battle was about to break out. Taoist Wu Liang said. Young Master Nie's group must have found a lot of experts. However, by the time they enter, they will find that this place is already empty. All the treasures have been taken by us. I wonder what kind of expression they will have then. Taoist Wu Liang had a gloating look on his face. Thinking of the scene described by Taoist Wu Liang, Lin Feng could not help but smile. Lin Feng said. Perhaps there will be great emperors coming. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and returned to the Yang tomb with Lin Feng. 2 hours later, the group finally destroyed the puppets guarding the Yin tomb. There were many experts in this group. For example, young Master Nie, Xingyuan Dao, the mysterious female cultivator, the heavenly demon emperor's son, Shindao Tian, and 7 or 8 other top experts of the younger generation. Each of them had an extraordinary background, and each of them had a deeper and more terrifying aura than the last. However, the most eye-catching ones were an old cultivator from the Kinwa people and a middle-aged cultivator from the ancient god clan. The old cultivator from the Kinwa people was the Tao protector of the heavenly demon emperor's son. The middle-aged cultivator from the ancient god clan was called Xianxia. He was one of the great emperors of the ancient god clan, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Under the leadership of two great emperors, they were able to destroy the puppets. From this, one could see how terrifying the puppets were and how difficult it was to enter the Yin tomb. After entering the Yin tomb, they immediately discovered that it was empty. The female cultivator couldn't help but wonder, there was the sound of a drum earlier. There should be a drum-type treasure here. The female cultivator with the enchanting figure was called Murong Hanju. She was a genius from an extremely mysterious royal clan of the myriad races. This is the Yin Yang tomb. The old golden crow narrowed his eyes. He could see through the clues of this tomb. As expected of a great emperor, he was very knowledgeable. What? Yin Yang tomb? Could it be that we're attacking the Yin tomb? Xing Yuandao asked in shock. That's right. The old golden crow nodded and said, we are attacking the Yin tomb. Yang tombs are usually very well hidden and are very difficult to find. However, Yang tombs are often connected to Yin tombs. Since we have already entered the Yin tomb, it means that the Yang tomb must be nearby. Let's go look for the Yang tomb now. The drum-type magic tool might have already entered the Yang tomb. The group quickly searched for the passage to the Yang tomb and soon found it. However, after entering the Yang tomb, they didn't find any treasures. In the end, they found the main tomb. The purple gold spider spirit coldly said, someone has already been here. They are a Taoist and a young human cultivator. They took many treasures from the Yang tomb, including the heavenly drum and the Iron Blood War banner. Hearing the purple gold spider spirit's words, the group of people was shocked. Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng, Gong Zhongya said with a gloomy expression. The others nodded with gloomy expressions. Xing Yuandao coldly said, and that Taoist who doesn't know what's good for him. He said he would dig up the ancestral tombs of our ancestors. Before they left, they killed the purple gold spider spirit and many other golden spider spirits. These golden spider spirits were highly toxic and could be refined into top-grade poisons. Then, they entered the main tomb and took the skeleton away. After leaving the main tomb, the group was attacked by a dozen or so stone tribe members. Although they were protected by two great emperors, they still suffered casualties. 4 of their top geniuses died. This was definitely a huge matter for the myriad races because there weren't that many top geniuses in the myriad races. Every death was a loss for the myriad races. Even the heavenly demon emperor's son, Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, and the others were injured to varying degrees. The two great emperors were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The stone tribe members were too terrifying. After Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang left the Yang tomb, they began to look for a place to study the treasures they had recently obtained. Lin Feng didn't know what other treasures Taoist Wu Liang had obtained apart from the Iron Blood War flag. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about that now. He only cared about the heavenly drum he had obtained. The two found a hidden cave and began to cultivate in seclusion. After Lin Feng took out the heavenly drum, he began to concentrate on sensing the aura of the drum. His divine sense invaded the heavenly drum and he immediately heard earth-shaking shouts. Lin Feng found himself in the world formed by the heavenly drum. There was an endless sky and endless thunderclouds. The sound of the war drum shook the heavens and earth. At a glance, within the thunderclouds, there were countless terrifying creatures densely packed together. Every single one of them was like an immortal, and their battle prowess was heaven-defying. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. After seeing those existences, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The heavenly drum absorbed the endless killing intent of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals and finally became a peerless divine weapon. Now, the figures of these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were also imprinted on the heavenly drum. Lin Feng felt that the figures of these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had greatly increased the power of the heavenly drum. Once the heavenly drum erupted with powerful power, it would definitely be able to destroy the heavens and earth, and destroy the sun, moon, and sky. Such a treasure was truly a peerless treasure. Being able to obtain the heavenly drum this time was truly a great fortune and a great opportunity. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang left and continued to search for the location of the immortal mountain mentioned in the scroll. However, not long after, Lin Feng discovered that some cultivators were looking at them from afar. "It's the cultivators of the myriad races," Taoist Wu Liang said with a frown. Lin Feng nodded and sped up with Taoist Wu Liang. However, they were still discovered by the great emperor realm experts in the end. The old golden crow and Xianxia flew over from afar and looked coldly at Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with a dense killing intent. In addition to these two great emperors, there were also the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Gongzongya, Xingyuandao, Morong Hanju, and others. There were many cultivators watching the show. Most of them were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. "Isn't that Lin Feng?" Someone recognized Lin Feng. The name Lin Feng was simply too familiar to the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces. Moreover, everyone had the urge to gnash their teeth at Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, he couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. This was because it was Lin Feng's appearance that had shattered the confidence of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world. Lin Feng's strength made these three forces feel incomparably sullen. The cultivators of these three forces were all high and mighty, looking down on everyone else. Being suppressed by Lin Feng to the point that they could not even lift their heads, the cultivators from the three forces naturally hated Lin Feng to the bone. "He's that human Lin Feng?" Many people were surprised and then cried out in surprise. After all, there were only a few people who had seen Lin Feng before. Now that they knew that the cultivator surrounded by the great emperors was Lin Feng, they were filled with killing intent. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces immediately revealed killing intent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. Two great emperors and so many top experts of the younger generation. This time, Lin Feng would definitely die, right? Could that Taoist be the damned Taoist who threatened to dig up the graves of our ancestors? Someone pointed at the immeasurable Taoist and said through gritted teeth. The immeasurable Taoist's words earlier made the cultivators of the myriad races gnash their teeth in hatred. "That's right, it's that damned Taoist. I've seen him before," a cultivator from the myriad races said, confirming that cultivator's guess. "You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Lin Feng and that damned Taoist are on the must-kill list of our myriad races. Now, we can get rid of them in one go," a cultivator from the myriad races sneered. He looked at Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist as if they were looking at dead people. In their opinion, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist would definitely die today. This is troublesome, the immeasurable Taoist's face turned the color of pig liver. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. Lin Feng's expression also became extremely gloomy. He was actually surrounded by two great emperors. This was indeed troublesome. However, Lin Feng had the stone of destiny that senior sister Shui Linglong had given him. This stone could change one's fate once. At this time, it might play a key role. However, Lin Feng quickly gave up on this idea because he saw a cultivator walking over from afar. It was a savage. His hair was disheveled. If he walked on the street, many people would think that he was a beggar. The savage and Lin Feng's father's clan had a very deep relationship. Lin Feng even suspected that the savage was his protector. Even if he wasn't, the savage would still protect him. Now that he saw the savage, he didn't fear the golden crow and Xianxia at all. The savage's arrival couldn't be hidden from the golden crow and Xianxia. They frowned and soared into the sky, facing the savage. Is that a great emperor of the human race? Could it be the great emperor behind Lin Feng? No wonder Lin Feng dares to attack the myriad races, the races from outside, and the cultivators from other places. It turns out that Master Turtle isn't the only one behind him. There's also a powerful great emperor behind him. I've seen this savage great emperor attack before. He made a great emperor from outside vomit blood with a single punch. His battle prowess is terrifying. He's definitely not a low-level great emperor. He's probably one of the stronger great emperors. The golden crow by the heavenly demon emperor's son's side is terrifying. Just look at his grave expression. You can tell how powerful that savage is. Many people whispered. The heavenly demon emperor's son stepped forward and said indifferently, "It's good that the great emperors don't get involved. If they do, then it'll be meaningless. Have you thought about how you're going to die today?" Gong Zhongya, Xing Yuandao, Morong Hanju, and the other four top geniuses stepped forward and surrounded Lin Feng and Wu Liang. Seeing that a great emperor was holding back two great emperors from the myriad races, Wu Liang became bolder. He sneered and said, "What, Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to jump in front of us brothers? Are you tired of living? Do you believe that I won't chop you up and stew you?" The heavenly demon emperor's son and the others' mouths twitched violently. They were not animals. The immeasurable Taoist actually said that he was going to stew them. This was simply touching their bottom line, causing everyone's killing intent to overflow. Son of a bitch, I naturally know what I'm talking about. What? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and fight me one-on-one. When the time comes, you'll fight me and Lin Feng alone. Wu Liang Taoist continued to clamor. His attitude was extremely arrogant and domineering, making people want to beat him up. This damn Taoist is really shameless. If they really fight, it won't be a one-on-one fight. Obviously, Xing Yuandao has the advantage. Besieging these two is the easiest way. And it's very safe. Some of the cultivators from other races and foreign forces sneered. In their opinion, the best way was for Xing Yuandao and the others to besiege Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist had extraordinary means, but with only the two of them, they would naturally be in a passive position. It would be the best time to kill them. Reckless things, even if I fight you two alone, killing the two of you will be like slaughtering dogs. Xing Yuandao was incomparably arrogant. He did not put Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist in his eyes at all. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist as if he was looking at two weak cultivators. This was because Xing Yuandao had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that dealing with Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist would be as easy as blowing off dust. Lin Feng ridiculed, "Some people are too self-righteous. If we really fight, they might be slapped in the face. Moreover, I remember that I killed someone called Xing Yuanqiu before. That guy was also insufferably arrogant, just like you. You two should be from the same race, right? You really proved the saying that if you're not from the same family, you won't enter the same house. Back then, I stepped on Xing Yuanqiu like stepping on an ant. Now, it might be more troublesome to kill you, but I feel that at most, I'll just step on you like stepping on a bug." Lin Feng's words were even more arrogant and domineering. His character was incomparably strong, and he was not afraid of these young cultivators of the myriad races. So what if Xing Yuandao came from the Xianxia clan? Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat this person. "Provoking my dignity, you're courting death." Xing Yuandao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Boom! Xing Yuandao released a terrifying aura and shrouded Lin Feng. He pointed directly at Lin Feng with killing intent. "If you can't, I'll go." After hearing Taoist Wu Liang's boastful words, many people looked at Taoist Wu Liang with disdain. "Sui. Today, I'll let you know what it means to have a strong body." Xing Yuandao was as arrogant as ever. He wanted to use the method that Lin Feng was good at to suppress Lin Feng. Only then would he win without any dispute. Of course, Xing Yuandao's body was indeed very strong. The Xianxia clan not only had monstrous magic power, but their body was also one of the top clans. The human race's physical body was weak and couldn't be compared to some of the weaker races among the myriad races, let alone the physical body of the sacred god clan. Xing Yuandao had heard that Lin Feng's body was strong, but he did not believe that Lin Feng's body was stronger than his. Xing Yuandao's confidence was not without reason. Although Xing Yuandao's cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor realm, his body had already reached the immortal emperor realm. Although it was only at the first heaven of the immortal emperor realm, it was still at the immortal emperor realm. How terrifying was his body! Lin Feng looked indifferent as he punched Xing Yuandao with his right fist. Bang! Following the violent collision, Lin Feng and Xing Yuandao fiercely collided. Without using the dragon elephant arm, Lin Feng and Xing Yuandao's body were evenly matched. What? Your body has reached the immortal emperor realm? Xing Yuandao exclaimed in disbelief after the collision. Xing Yuandao's talent was extraordinary. In addition, he had consumed countless immortal materials to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Xing Yuandao originally thought that his body was unparalleled in the world. However, after exchanging blows with Lin Feng, he realized that Lin Feng's body was also so terrifying. Lin Feng was a human cultivator. The human race was born with weak bodies. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated his body to such a tyrannical level, didn't that mean that Lin Feng's weakness had become his strength? Thinking of this, Xing Yuandao couldn't help but feel a deep sense of jealousy. What kind of cultivation technique could make Lin Feng's body so tyrannical? Xing Yuandao couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and snatch away Lin Feng's cultivation technique. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to Xing Yuandao. After the first collision with Xing Yuandao, he quickly approached Xing Yuandao. If Xing Yuandao wanted to have a physical fight with him, then so be it. Lin Feng didn't mind having a physical fight with Xing Yuandao. This was his advantage. Lin Feng believed that he could crush Xing Yuandao in a physical fight. This was because although Xing Yuandao's body had reached the immortal emperor realm, Xing Yuandao's physical strength was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Lin Feng hadn't even used his dragon elephant arm yet. Once he used the dragon elephant arm, his physical strength would increase crazily. Perhaps the physical strength of Emperor Sect and Emperor Realm powerhouses was far from comparable to Lin Feng, let alone a mere Xing Yuandao. Boom! Lin Feng's body exuded a terrifying aura as the dragon elephant arm was activated. Lin Feng felt that his arm contained a terrifying power that could shatter a planet with a punch. With the improvement of his cultivation, Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm also became more and more powerful. When Lin Feng had first started practicing the arms of the dragon and elephant, each time he used the arms of the dragon and elephant, his arms would suddenly become much thicker and his clothes would explode. But as Lin Feng's mastery of the draconic elephant arm became deeper and deeper, even if he used the draconic elephant arm, his arms wouldn't change. However, his strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. Lin Feng's peerless fist once again blasted towards Xing Yuandao. Xing Yuandao said indifferently, "Even if this young master can't suppress you in a physical fight, you can also forget about suppressing this young master." Xing Yuandao also blasted a punch towards Lin Feng. Xing Yuandao planned to pull away from Lin Feng after this collision and then use his spiritual power to suppress Lin Feng. Bang! But just as this thought appeared, Lin Feng and Xing Yuandao fiercely collided. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Feng breaking Xing Yuandao's bones. Previously, Xing Yuandao's body had reached the level of an immortal emperor. This matter had caused an uproar and many people knew about it. Therefore, everyone knew that Xing Yuandao's body was extremely terrifying. Xing Yuandao's body was also one of the means he used to oppress others. But now, Xing Yuandao's powerful body couldn't be compared to Lin Feng's body. Moreover, Lin Feng had broken Xing Yuandao's arm with pure physical strength. This was too incredible. Everyone had heard that Lin Feng was a cultivator with a powerful body, but they didn't expect Lin Feng's body to be so tyrannical. Even Xing Yuandao couldn't be compared to Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. What kind of terrifying level had Lin Feng's body reached? Just the thought of it made people shudder. After Xing Yuandao's arm was broken, he was blasted away. Now that Xing Yuandao had lost an arm, his injuries weren't light. Naturally, his combat strength was greatly weakened. Xing Yuandao was furious. Since his debut, he had never suffered such an injury. Now, he was injured by Lin Feng in front of so many people. For Xing Yuandao, this was simply a great humiliation. Xing Yuandao felt a deep sense of humiliation and anger. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Xing Yuandao quickly retreated, trying to get rid of Lin Feng. But how could Lin Feng give Xing Yuandao this opportunity? Now that Xing Yuandao was injured, it was the best time to kill Xing Yuandao. Once the distance between them was increased, it might take more effort to kill Xing Yuandao. Since he could kill Xing Yuandao in a simple way, there was naturally no need to use a complicated method. Lin Feng followed closely behind Xing Yuandao like a shadow. He quickly chased after Xing Yuandao and activated the dragon elephant arm. Then, he threw a punch towards Xing Yuandao. Xing Yuandao's face became extremely ugly. He wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's blow, but he couldn't do so at all. Therefore, he could only face Lin Feng's attack head-on. One of his arms had been broken by Lin Feng's punch, so he could only use his other arm. The broken arm was his right arm. Now, Xing Yuan swung his left arm and sent a punch towards Lin Feng. No matter if it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, they all had a main hand. Most people's main hand was their right hand. Therefore, most people's right hand was stronger. They also used their right hand to write, eat, and so on. Of course, there was also a portion of the main players who were left-handed. There was a saying that left-handed people were smarter, but this saying had not been proven to be reliable. Lin Feng and Xing Yuandao were not left-handed. Their main hand was their right hand. Therefore, the strength of Xing Yuandao's left hand was not as strong as his right hand. Bang! The two sides collided again. Kacha! 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 Xing Yuandao's left arm was also broken by Lin Feng's punch. Xing Yuandao's whole body was sent flying. He couldn't help but spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in midair. His face became as pale as a sheet of paper. Both of Xing Yuandao's arms were broken. This is troublesome. Yeah, Lin Feng is simply invincible in close combat. Xing Yuandao's cultivation is higher. He shouldn't have chosen to fight in close combat. Now, he's in trouble. He's completely suppressed by Lin Feng. Maybe he will die in Lin Feng's hands. In fact, it's not wrong for Xing Yuandao to choose to fight in close combat. After all, his physical body is comparable to an immortal emperor. However, who would have thought that Lin Feng's physical body is even more terrifying? I don't know if the others will join in. Now that Xing Yuandao's arms are broken, his combat strength has plummeted. If the others don't join in, only death awaits Xing Yuandao. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other cultivators who were watching the show said one after another. They originally thought that Xing Yuandao could easily get rid of Lin Feng. However, no one expected the result to be like this. In the battle of physical bodies, Lin Feng had an overwhelming advantage. Xing Yuandao was now suppressed too much. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. There was no way he could compete with Lin Feng. Do it, Gong Zhongya and the others looked gloomy. They wanted to join forces to deal with Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist. They had the advantage in numbers. Naturally, there was no need for them to fight one-on-one. Using the simplest method to kill Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist was the best way. At this moment, Lin Feng brought out the heavenly profound pagoda. This magic treasure let out a loud rumbling sound. The heavenly profound pagoda rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, the 10-centimeter tall heavenly profound pagoda grew to a height of 3,000 meters. The heavenly profound pagoda released a defensive light barrier that covered an area of 5 to 6 miles. Lin Feng and Xing Yuandao were also enveloped. If these people wanted to join in, they would first have to break through the defense of Lin Feng's heavenly profound pagoda. Now, Lin Feng was determined to kill Xing Yuandao. Immeasurable Daoist was also enveloped by the heavenly profound pagoda. He sneered and said, "Now, it's Lin Feng and Xing Yuandao's life and death battle. What? Do you want to join in? Is this all the tolerance of the myriad races? What a joke. What a disgrace." Gong Zhongya and the others looked indifferent. They didn't care about immeasurable Daoist's words. They began to attack Lin Feng's heavenly profound pagoda. However, it was impossible to break through the defense of an emperor weapon in a short time. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he charged towards Xing Yuandao. For the third punch, Lin Feng planned to use the 5 times dragon elephant arms to deal with Xing Yuandao. I've already said that crushing you is as easy as crushing a bug. Do you believe me now? What top heaven's prides of the myriad races? What a disgrace. You're just a bunch of mobs. Lin Feng was extremely arrogant as he mocked Xing Yuandao to his heart's content. The cultivators who were watching the show began to slander him. If it was a battle of sacred arts, Xing Yuandao might not necessarily lose. He lost because of his carelessness. Lin Feng's 5 times dragon elephant arms blasted out. That invincible punch was so terrifying that people couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. Xing Yuandao's face changed drastically when he felt the terror of this punch. He hurriedly used the move iron chain across the river. His arms blocked in front of him, wanting to block Lin Feng's punch. Bang! Lin Feng's terrifying punch landed on Xing Yuandao's arms. Xing Yuandao's arms directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch landed on Xing Yuandao's chest. Xing Yuandao is finished. Seeing Xing Yuandao's serious injuries, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone knew that Xing Yuandao was most likely going to die this time. Lin Feng would not give Xing Yuandao a chance to make a comeback. No matter how strong Xing Yuandao's magic power was, no matter how powerful his divine ability was, even if Lin Feng allowed Xing Yuandao to use his magic power to activate his divine ability, Xing Yuandao would undoubtedly die. Because Xing Yuandao's injuries were too serious. I've killed many experts over the years. You're destined to be my stepping stone to the peak. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stepped forward and punched at Xing Yuandao again. Today, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled and immortal demon god. He was so powerful that it made people turn pale with fright. In the distance, the two great emperors of myriad races wanted to save Xing Yuandao. But they quickly gave up on this idea because they felt a terrifying aura shrouding their bodies. The savage was warning them. They shouldn't get involved in a battle between juniors. If they really got involved, they would suffer a thunderous attack from the savage. The two great emperors of myriad races were extremely afraid of the savage, so they didn't make a move. I'm not convinced. Xing Yuandao roared, I've cultivated for 312 years this year. I'm still very young, but I've already broken through to the 27th layer of the quasi-emperor realm. My magic power can suppress the older cultivators who have stood at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm for millions of years. I've cultivated many powerful divine abilities. You should be killed by me. Lin Feng sneered, a battle of life and death is completely a competition of strength. So what if you're not convinced? But you'll still be killed by me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. That tyrannical punch was about to hit Xing Yuandao. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Xing Yuandao roared. His body swelled up, and then he quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Xing Yuandao wanted to self-destruct to drag Lin Feng down with him. Seeing this scene, many people were moved. Even a powerful figure like Xing Yuandao was forced to self-destruct by Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen how desperate Xing Yuandao was to do such a crazy thing. Holy sh*t. Seeing that Xing Yuandao was about to self-destruct, Daoist Wuliang hurriedly flew away. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom, along with the sound of a violent explosion, everyone saw it. Xing Yuandao's body directly exploded. Destructive energy surged out, collapsing the void and engulfing Lin Feng. When such a powerful figure like Xing Yuan chose to self-destruct, the destruction it would cause would naturally be extremely terrifying. Seeing Lin Feng drown in the energy of Xing Yuandao's explosion, many people were dumbfounded. This scene was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Dead. They're all dead. Xing Yuandao blew himself up. Lin Feng was also dragged to the grave. Many people sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said. Xing Yuandao's death made some of the cultivators of the myriad races feel a little pity, but at least he could drag Lin Feng down with him. It could be said that he died a worthy death. The human race no longer had Lin Feng. It was a good thing for the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators. But when the aftermath of the energy dissipated, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Because Lin Feng was standing in the void, safe and sound. Xing Yuandao's self-destruction did make Lin Feng feel danger. The self-destruction of such a powerhouse could indeed drag Lin Feng down with him. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution technique. He had successfully avoided this calamity. This kid is really lucky. Someone said unwillingly, hoping that Lin Feng would be killed by the power of Xing Yuandao's self-destruction. But Lin Feng was safe and sound. This made these cultivators very disappointed. Someone said, it's not that he's lucky. It's that this kid has too many tricks up his sleeves. He must have used some heaven-defying technique to dodge Xing Yuandao's self-destruction. Usually, he won't be able to use it again for a short period of time. Therefore, he can only escape this disaster. Let's see what happens next. If Xianxia, the heavenly demon emperor's son, and the others attack, this kid will not be able to escape this disaster. Just as the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators were discussing this, Lin Feng looked indifferently at the heavenly demon emperor's son and said coldly, "Heavenly demon emperor's son, haven't you always wanted to fight me? Now that I've fought with Xingyuan Dao, I've consumed a lot of energy. I challenge you to a life-or-death battle in my current state. Do you dare accept?" The heavenly demon emperor's son immediately felt that he was being looked down upon by Lin Feng. His face darkened, and he sneered. "Why wouldn't this prince dare? Your Highness, you mustn't. It's best for you, Gong Zhongya, and the others to attack Lin Feng and that Taoist together. Don't put yourself in danger." The old golden crow was the heavenly demon emperor's son's guardian. When he heard that the heavenly demon emperor's son wanted to accept Lin Feng's challenge, he quickly tried to dissuade him. The heavenly demon emperor's son said in a deep voice, "Elder Jin, do you think I'm not a match for this kid?" The golden crow quickly said, "Of course, this old servant doesn't dare to think that way. With His Highness's strength, it's easy for him to kill this kid. However, His Highness's life is very precious. It's not something that His Highness's lowly bloodline can compare to. Therefore, His Highness doesn't need to kill him alone." The heavenly demon emperor's son had calmed down a lot, and his desire to fight Lin Feng to the death seemed to have wavered. Lin Feng sneered. "If I'm afraid, I'm afraid. You really know how to find excuses for yourself." The heavenly demon emperor was also an unparalleled expert back in the day. He swept through the world unhindered, but who would have thought that he would have such a useless son? Taoist Wuliang fanned the flames. "Brother, you don't know this, right? You should have heard of the saying, like father, like son, right? The heavenly demon emperor was too powerful, which is why he had such a useless son. The two of you are courting death." The heavenly demon emperor's son immediately roared when he heard Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang's mocking words. Anyone who heard such words would be enraged, let alone someone as arrogant as the heavenly demon emperor's son. "Your Highness, you mustn't pay attention to these two. They're deliberately provoking you," the old golden crow advised. "Stop trying to persuade me. I will personally kill these two today." The heavenly demon king's son was arrogant to the extreme, thinking that he was superior and looked down on Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I alone am enough to deal with you, no need for two people." Immeasurable Taoist shouted as well. "The more you jump, the more miserable you'll die." Lin Feng chose to fight the heavenly demon king's son one-on-one. He had been wanting to kill him for a long time. This person had the 8th heavenly flame, the black flame god-devouring flame. This was the heavenly flame Lin Feng needed. After killing the heavenly demon king's son, he would be able to take the black flame god-devouring flame for himself. This would be a great help to Lin Feng. It could help him break through to the boundary emperor realm. Even though Lin Feng had wanted to kill the celestial beast emperor's son before, he hadn't had the opportunity to do so. Now, he finally had the opportunity. The savage kept the golden crow and Xianxia busy so that they couldn't attack. As long as the golden crow's protector couldn't attack at the critical moment, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill the heavenly demon king's son. "You court death," the sky demon emperor's son looked indifferent. With a wave of his hand, an ocean appeared behind him. This ocean was formed from boundless magical energy. Huge waves surged within the ocean, seemingly capable of drowning the world. It was a huge ocean that would cause one's soul to tremble. "Boundless ocean!" The heavenly demon king's son shouted and gently pushed both hands towards Lin Feng. In a flash, a gigantic ocean appeared and moved towards Lin Feng to envelop him. The ocean directly enveloped Lin Feng and pressed down on Lin Feng. "Humph." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was walking on the water, no matter how strong the waves were, they couldn't drown him. Lin Feng walked towards the sky demon emperor's son, and the mana in his body began to circulate. He was ready to unleash a powerful spell to attack the sky demon emperor's son at any time. "Giant dragon destroys the world," the sky demon emperor's son said in a low voice. Roar, a series of dragon roars could be heard from above the vast ocean. Everyone looked over and found that the huge waves in the ocean had turned into ferocious beasts. Each beast was like an immortal god. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura, causing people to involuntarily tremble in fear. Those ferocious beasts were very strange. They looked like giant dragons. However, its body was covered with dense bone spikes. This kind of giant dragon exuded an extremely evil aura. He didn't know what kind of dragon it was. More than 100 of these dragons appeared in the ocean and charged toward Lin Feng. Shatter your dragons. Lin Feng attacked with an indifferent expression, throwing out punch after punch. Every punch was able to shatter a giant dragon. Finally, he rushed out of the ocean and unleashed the demon ancestor's sacred fist at the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Endless demonic might filled the world, causing people to feel suffocated. This was a spell passed down by the demon lord, and it was unparalleled. Sky Demon's Sacred Fist. The Sky Demon Emperor's son attacked and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Monstrous mana spread out, and the Sky Demon Emperor's son pushed the power of this punch to the extreme. This was a spell created by the Sky Demon Emperor. The Sky Demon Emperor was one of the greatest powerhouses in the history of the myriad races. The Sky Demon Emperor dominated several great eras and was almost invincible. He was definitely a being so terrifying that it made the heavens tremble. This existence created the golden age of the myriad races. When the Sky Demon Emperor was alive, even the celestial realm had to respect him. From this, it could be seen just how terrifyingly powerful the heavenly demon emperor of the past was. The Sky Demon Emperor's legacy was naturally terrifying. Now, the Sky Demon's sacred fist used by the Sky Demon Emperor's son clashed with Lin Feng's demon ancestor's sacred fist. The sound of a violent collision was heard, and the void at the center of the collision collapsed. Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He turned into a Taiji 8 trigrams diagram and quickly slashed at the Sky Demon Emperor's son. This was a Dao diagram formed by combining the Great Yin Yang art with the Great 8 trigrams technique. It was a perfect fusion. The fusion of 3,000 great Daos formed a transformation. The Taiji 8 trigrams diagram quickly rushed in front of the Sky Demon Emperor's son and slashed at him, wanting to split the Sky Demon Emperor's son in half. Sky Demon Starfield. The Sky Demon Emperor's son shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and a huge starfield appeared in front of him. In that star field, there were huge galaxies and dazzling stars. Lin Feng's Taiji 8 trigrams diagram was trapped in the Sky Demon starfield. Next, the Sky Demon Emperor's son grabbed a galaxy world and threw it at Lin Feng. A cultivator with a lowly bloodline is destined to only have this much skill. Are you ready to die? Said the Celestial Beast Emperor's son mockingly, attacking Lin Feng at the same time. The huge galaxy world slammed into Lin Feng's Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. The Taiji 8 trigrams diagram was sent flying. The Sky Demon Emperor's son is terrifyingly strong. He's a direct descendant of the Sky Demon Emperor. Of course he's terrifying. I heard that he's awakened his bloodline 5 times. His battle prowess is definitely heaven-defying. The truth is, the Sky Demon Emperor's son hasn't been cultivating for long. He's only been cultivating for a few decades. If he's given more time, he'll be almost invincible among the younger generation of cultivators. That's right. With his bloodline and legacy, he'll definitely be invincible among his peers. Even with such a short cultivation time, the Sky Demon Emperor's son is already frightening enough. Not many among the younger generation can beat him. Even this Lin Feng is far from being comparable to the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The cultivators from the other races and sects couldn't help but discuss after seeing the Sky Demon Emperor's son's might. The old golden crow heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia watched all of this with an indifferent expression. The savage was also watching the battle. He was as calm as an ancient well, and no one knew what he was thinking. Like a statue, he stood motionless in the void. Black Tortoise Tablet. Lin Feng continued to use a new technique after being sent flying by the Sky Demon Emperor's son's galaxy world. He condensed the Black Tortoise Tablet. Then, he stood on the Black Tortoise's back. Moo! The Black Tortoise let out a deep roar and crushed many galaxies. It rushed out of the Sky Demon starfield and rushed towards the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The Black Tortoise Tablet came with boundless power and sent the Sky Demon Emperor's son flying. The enigmatic tortoise tablet was one of Lin Feng's ultimate skills. It was terrifyingly powerful. The enigmatic tortoise tablet was extremely powerful. You keep saying that others have a lowly bloodline, but now you're being sent flying. Are you slapping yourself in the face? Lin Feng could not help but mock. When the Sky Demon King's son heard Lin Feng's mocking words, his face darkened. His eyes flashed with killing intent. But at this moment, he could feel the power of the black tortoise tablet. Even though he was furious, he chose to retreat. However, the tablet had already locked onto the Sky Demon King's son. He could not escape just because he wanted to. Sky-shattering fist. The Sky Demon King's son roared. Facing the black tortoise tablet, he threw out 36 punches in a row. This divine ability of his had fused a kind of heaven-shattering and invincible will into it. Its might was truly tyrannical to the extreme. The 36 punches instantly merged into one. They turned into a dazzling fist light. Bang! This terrifying attack landed on the black tortoise hunchback tablet, and it actually managed to block the attack. But at this moment, Lin Feng, who was standing on the back of the tablet, made his move. He stood above the Sky Demon King's son and stomped down on him. Lin Feng's right leg became incomparably huge. It was as thick as a mountain. With a single stomp, it seemed like it could crush the world. Lin Feng shouted. What Sky Demon King's son? You're still going to be stomped under yours truly's foot. The era of the Sky Demon King is over. Everything related to the Sky Demon King is destined to be eliminated by time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's foot had already stomped the Sky Demon King's son to the ground. Then, he began to crush him. Swoosh, the Sky Demon King's son burst out from the ground behind Lin Feng. At this moment, the Sky Demon King's son was in a sorry state. Her hair was disheveled, and her snow-white clothes were covered in dust. Lin Feng's kick hadn't injured the Sky Demon Emperor's son, but it had left him in a sorry state. His kick was meant to humiliate the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. I want your life. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. His body turned into a saber light in midair, and the saber light shattered the world. Then, he slashed at Lin Feng. He wanted to split Lin Feng in half. The attack from the Sky Demon King's son was extremely terrifying. It locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. Of course, Lin Feng didn't even think about dodging. He wasn't afraid of anyone below the Great Emperor realm. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor was strong. But it wasn't strong enough to make him panic. Facing the attack of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, Lin Feng used the Three Realms Oblivion. This was a divine ability that could be said to be unparalleled since ancient times. This divine ability was taught to Lin Feng by the mysterious existence on the Through Heaven Immortal Path's 9th moon cliff. The moment the Three Realms Oblivion was used, all living beings within the three realms would gradually die. This divine ability was so terrifying that it slammed into the saber light formed by the son of the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor was beaten back to his original form. Then, Lin Feng rushed forward and used ancient times hurriedly to attack the son of the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's ancient times hurriedly. With a loud bang, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. You're too weak. The phrase tiger father dog son seems to have been created especially for you. Lin Feng looked at the son of the Sky Demon Emperor mockingly. You deserve to die. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor couldn't help but roar, his eyes turning blood red. In the past, he'd almost died at Lin Feng's hands. That was the first time the son of the Sky Demon Emperor had been defeated since he was born. And he'd lost so miserably. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor viewed this matter as a great humiliation. Over 10 years passed, and the son of the Sky Demon Emperor's bloodline awakened over and over again. His battle prowess continued to rise. Because of this, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor was extremely confident in himself. He believed that he could definitely kill Lin Feng. He even began to think of ways to humiliate Lin Feng when he fought against Lin Feng. But the son of the Sky Demon Emperor never imagined that, when he fought against Lin Feng again, he was still at a disadvantage. He couldn't accept this at all. This situation caused the son of the Sky Demon Emperor to sink into madness. Guys, look. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor is aging. At this moment, someone pointed at the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor's body was aging extremely quickly. It didn't take long for him to turn into an extremely old man. Lin Feng's aeon past trillion years had taken effect, causing the son of the Sky Demon Emperor to age and greatly weaken his battle prowess. The Great Reincarnation Art. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor's expression turned extremely gloomy. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately thought of this terrifying divine ability. That's right. Lin Feng looked at the Tian Bestial Emperor's son indifferently. Then, he threw himself at the Tian Bestial Emperor's son. Lin Feng's immemorial time skill was extremely useful. At that moment, the Tian Bestial Emperor's son's fighting strength dropped drastically. This was the perfect opportunity to kill the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. In the distance, the Golden Crow shouted, "Your Highness, hurry up and retreat. Don't fight this kid head-on for now. This divine ability has a time limit. You'll recover very quickly." The son of the Sky Demon Emperor quickly retreated, dodging Lin Feng's attack. Haki manifestation. However, at this moment, Lin Feng used the White Tiger Haki. During this period of time, Lin Feng had used the Haki manifestation many times in the battle. Therefore, his cultivation of the Haki manifestation had deepened, especially the use of the White Tiger Haki. Releasing the Haki manifestation was the simplest use of the Haki manifestation. The second stage was to use the Haki manifestation to fight the enemy. For example, the White Tiger Haki could manifest a white tiger. Roar. The tiger's roar resounded through the world as a white tiger appeared. It was so lifelike that it looked like a sacred beast. The white tiger's speed was simply too fast. It was as if it had teleported, and its speed was many times faster than Lin Feng's. The white tiger quickly arrived in front of the Sky Demon Emperor's son and slashed at him with a claw. Bang! Following the sound of an extremely violent collision, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor was sent flying by the white tiger's claw. Barf! In midair, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. There were even cracking sounds coming from his body. This was the sound of his bones cracking. After taking a hit from the white tiger, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor had countless bones broken. The white tiger roared and pounced at the son of the Sky Demon Emperor once more. However, at this moment, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor emitted a powerful ripple from his body. There were a total of 9 types of domineering aura, and the blue domineering aura was ranked second, only weaker than the supreme domineering aura. The White Tiger Haki belonged to the Cyan Haki, which was ranked third. Naturally, its power could not be compared to the blue Haki. Therefore, it was normal for the White Tiger condensed from the White Tiger Haki to be repelled by the blue Haki. You have domineering aura. I also have domineering aura. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's expression was extremely cold as he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Seeing that the Heavenly Demon King's son was at a disadvantage, the cultivators from the various races, alien races, and foreign powers couldn't help but worry for him. They weren't really concerned about the safety of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. They just wanted to see Lin Feng kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Now that they had seen the son of the Sky Demon Emperor display such a powerful domineering aura, they were shocked. Naturally, everyone was extremely excited. Was this battle going to be reversed? Was the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor going to suppress Lin Feng or even kill Lin Feng? Lin Feng, it's time for you to die. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was surrounded by blue domineering aura. He wanted to use it to deal with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had only grasped the White Tiger Haki, he might have been suppressed by the Sky Demon Emperor's son's blue Haki. However, the key was that Lin Feng had not only grasped the White Tiger Haki, but he had also grasped the even more powerful Supreme Haki. He had now evolved to the second stage of Epic Haki. The 3 domineering auras overlapped. Immediately, a powerful magnetic field was formed. By bringing out the magnetic field, no one could figure out Lin Feng's background. By doing so, it would be easier for him to hide the various chi auras he cultivated. Furthermore, the magnetic field's might would be even stronger. When the magnetic field that Lin Feng cultivated was brought out, it instantly enveloped the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was enveloped by the magnetic field. Instantly, the blue domineering aura around the Sky Demon Emperor's son was destroyed. No matter how strong the blue hockey was, it was impossible to compete with Lin Feng's magnetic field. This is impossible. The Sky Demon Emperor's son couldn't accept what was happening and couldn't help but roar in anger. The blue haze was one of his trump cards. Now that he had used it, he could not suppress Lin Feng. This made the Sky Demon Emperor's son unable to accept this. Now you know who the lowly races are, right? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the Sky Demon Emperor's son. How dare you be so arrogant with your strength? What a joke. A lowly race like yours is always easy to give birth to an egomaniac like you. We humans are the true rulers of history. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors created a brand new era. Heavenly demons are nothing. How dare you call us humans a lowly race? Lowly heavenly demon emperor's son, are you ready to meet your father in hell? Step by step, Lin Feng walked towards the Sky Demon Emperor's son. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. Lin Feng was preparing a powerful attack. Lin Feng. You dare to humiliate me? The son of the Sky Demon Emperor looked coldly at Lin Feng. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly rushed over and punched at the Sky Demon Emperor's son with his right fist. Lin Feng's fist was surging with the power of karma. Lin Feng had used the karma fist recorded in the Great Karma Art. The Great Karma Art was ranked 3rd among the 3,000 Great Daos. It was definitely a divine ability that was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright. Today, I will let you know my true strength. Seeing Lin Feng coming at him, the Sky Demon Emperor's son could not help but laugh sinisterly. Lin Feng's magnetic field was suppressing the Sky Demon Emperor's son. His battle prowess and speed were greatly reduced. Therefore, the Sky Demon Emperor's son decided not to hold back anymore. He activated his bloodline. Rays of golden blood-red light surged out of the Sky Demon Emperor's son's body. Next, a terrifying aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the Sky Demon Emperor's son. The aura was too terrifying. Anyone who felt that aura would feel their soul throb. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's bloodline had awakened 5 times. Therefore, his bloodline was incomparably terrifying. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's body began to rapidly recover its youth. The effects of Lin Feng's ancient timeless rush had yet to dissipate. The reason why the Celestial Beast Emperor's son had regained his youth was because his blood had suppressed the time strength Lin Feng had injected into his body. Therefore, the Sky Demon Emperor's son quickly recovered his youth. Power. This is power. Ever since my bloodline began to awaken, I have never awakened my bloodline in battle. You are the first person to awaken my bloodline. Do you feel my power? Are you trembling inside? After the Sky Demon Emperor's son's bloodline awakened, he seemed to have become a different person. He was like a god standing above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. He was like an immortal sovereign. He was too powerful because a portion of the Sky Demon Emperor's power had awakened in his body. That power was the bloodline inheritance. Awakening one's bloodline meant awakening the power, divine abilities, and memories left behind by one's ancestors. The Sky Demon Emperor's son had awakened the power, divine abilities, and memories left behind by his father. Boom, the Sky Demon Emperor's son raised his right hand and punched at Lin Feng. Next, a huge fist light condensed and blasted at Lin Feng, seemingly capable of shattering the world. It was capable of destroying everything in the world. The fist light's power was truly shocking. It was too powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Sky Demon Emperor's son's combat power had increased tremendously after awakening his bloodline power. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. The Celestial Bestial Emperor's son punched Lin Feng's fist, but it brushed past him. How many punches can you dodge? Said the Celestial Bestial Emperor's son, smiling coldly. He threw punches at Lin Feng one after another. Each time he punched, a gigantic fist light condensed in the air. Next, the huge fist light would blast at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged a dozen fist lights in succession. He was killed by a fist radiance. His entire body was sent flying. Lin Feng felt as if a primeval immortal mountain had slammed into him. His body almost shattered. That fist light's attack just now was too powerful and terrifying. Moreover, that was only the simplest attack. After awakening his bloodline, the Sky Demon Emperor's son hadn't even used the powerful divine abilities left behind by the Sky Demon Emperor. Lin Feng. Today, you are destined to be trampled under my feet. The Sky Demon Emperor's son looked at Lin Feng with contempt, then walked toward Lin Feng. The magic power in his body surged as he began to prepare powerful divine ability. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the Sky Demon King's son in surprise. The Sky Demon King's son was very powerful now. The awakening of his bloodline had greatly increased his combat power. The current Heavenly Demon Emperor's son couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. As expected of the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor who has awakened his bloodline 5 times. What a peerless and invincible existence. That's right, that Lin Feng is dead for sure. Let's see how he dies. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor won't let him die so easily. He will definitely torture and humiliate him. Only after venting his anger will he kill him. That's truly a fate worse than death, but it's truly satisfying. If the human Lin Feng were to die, it would definitely be a huge blow to the cultivators of the 9 regions. The cultivators from the various races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces who were watching the show all sneered. Everyone looked at Lin Feng indifferently as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. They didn't believe that Lin Feng could survive the attack of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon King's son had reached a level that made others feel despair. His combat prowess was too horrifying. He was practically unbeatable in this world. Who could compete with him? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the Sky Demon Emperor's son. He sneered and said, "If this is all you have after awakening your bloodline 5 times, I'm really disappointed. It seems that the Sky Demon Emperor's achievements have been exaggerated. How dare you?" The Sky Demon Emperor's son was furious. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "You're just a cultivator with a lowly bloodline. What right do you have to boast so shamelessly in front of me? Today, this prince will let you taste endless pain before you die." After saying that, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor stepped toward Lin Feng again. A destructive aura surged out of his body. That aura was terrifying to the extreme. People couldn't help but be shocked. Heavenly Demon Immortal Slaughtering Technique. The Sky Demon Emperor's son shouted coldly. He leaped up and charged at Lin Feng. At this moment, everyone felt that the Heavenly Demon King's son had disappeared from this world. Instead, it was replaced by an eternal light. Heavenly Demon Immortal Slaughtering Technique. A technique that could slay immortals was naturally peerless and invincible. It was frightening to the point that it was used by the Heavenly Demon King's son. This divine ability was indeed powerful. It was almost heaven-defying. The eternal immortal light combined with the power of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's bloodline awakening made people feel like they were revering a god. What Heavenly Demon Immortal Slaughtering Technique? It's nothing in front of me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped out from the void. His voice was extremely cold. This guy is too arrogant. He's still so arrogant even in the face of death. He'll be crying later. The spectators from the myriad races, outer realms, and other powers sneered and looked at Lin Feng with sarcasm. They didn't think that Lin Feng could defeat the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son who had awakened his bloodline. Even if someone were to tell them that the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son could compete with the Divine Emperor, they wouldn't believe it. Perhaps many people would believe it. Lin Feng took one step at a time towards the void. A deep and mysterious voice resounded across the world. Everyone's fate has long been decided. I have mastered the Tao of Fate and am the embodiment of it in the mortal world. I have seen through the destinies of millions of existences. Some can be changed while others cannot. Please descend with the great power of fate. I will carry on the powerful will of the Tao of Fate and punish this lowly being who dares to blaspheme it. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into an ancient priest. His voice was very pious as if he was worshipping the heavens. No one could understand what he was saying because the summoning incantation Lin Feng had just chanted was a language unique to the Tao of Fate. Only those cultivators who had cultivated the great fate technique knew what Lin Feng was saying. When Lin Feng's voice fell, a river of fate appeared in the sky. The river of fate swept through the world and shook the void. It moved in all directions. It was as if it could shatter the universe. The power of fate was summoned by Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have really become the embodiment of fate. He reached out and gently tapped the eternal light that the heavenly demon emperor's son had transformed into. The power of fate immediately coiled around Lin Feng's fingertip and quickly flew towards the heavenly demon emperor's son. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, everyone saw that the sky demon emperor's son was sent flying. This scene left many people dumbfounded. The heavenly demon emperor's son, who had awakened his bloodline, was so powerful and terrifying that he was like an immortal god looking down on the world. But now, the heavenly demon emperor's son was sent flying. This was too unbelievable. This was simply too shocking. The scene in front of them could be described as shocking. Many people couldn't believe that this was real, but it was indeed what happened in front of them. No. This is impossible. The heavenly demon emperor's son couldn't accept what had happened. He had awakened the power of his bloodline and thought that he could crush Lin Feng. But in the end, he was sent flying by Lin Feng. This huge contrast. It almost made the heavenly demon emperor's son collapse. When I walk in the world, I can peek into the fate of billions of living beings. Your fate is to die in my hands and become the undead of this world, the dust of this world. Lin Feng murmured. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the heavenly demon emperor's son. Then, he threw a punch at the heavenly demon emperor's son. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by the endless power of fate. The punch that Lin Feng used was called the Fist of Fate. Heavenly Demon Chaos Wave. The heavenly demon emperor's son roared and used a new magic. An energy ball condensed in his right hand. The heavenly demon emperor's son threw the energy ball at Lin Feng. At the same time, he quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's Fist of Fate was so powerful that it directly shattered the energy ball that the heavenly demon emperor's son threw out. Then, he quickly rushed in front of the heavenly demon emperor's son. The invincible punch directly hit the heavenly demon emperor's son. Bang! Half of the heavenly demon emperor's son's body exploded and was dripping with blood. The other half of his body was sent flying. End of chapter 2953. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.